Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday morning to all of you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Let's get it today, man. We are with you till 10 a.m. My name is Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. What's up, dude? How are you?
Hey, what's up, man?
Not too much.
I'm trying to sort out asteroid news. This asteroid that might wipe out a city in 2032.
You got a diligent look on your face right now.
Well, the problem is there's a bunch of reports out there that NASA just raised the probability to 3.2%, where the other articles that I'm reading about the report actually is, and NASA itself is saying that there's a 1.5% chance.
I would say
so it's a classic modern story of, hey, social media says NASA just raised it, and then I'm seeing other people say, like, yeah, no, NASA actually decreased the chances. But it's still pretty big.
Yeah.
1.5%, 3%, I don't care. That's a pretty good chance that an asteroid's going to hit a city. And in terms of asteroids hitting the Earth,
right,
that's a higher percentage than I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, that's
a major asteroid.
You either fall on one of two sides when it comes to the percent asteroid hitting the Earth. When it's in that range, like it's in that range of just like the low single digits. I still think it's in a range where the two buckets are the same. You're like, there you have the one side where you're like, it's greater than 0, holy crap. And the other side, which is like, 1, 3, nah.
I am far more annoyed right now and actually kind of petrified of the fact that there are major X accounts saying, oh yeah, NASA just raised it to 3.2%. Well, the actual NASA account says it's 1.5%.
Yeah.
So that scares me more for the future of humanity than it does the actual asteroid.
The reporting of it is disturbing. There's no question about that. Now, this is where the gambler in me comes in on it, Seth.
Mm-hmm. There's an opportunity there.
The gambler. Here's where the gambler in me comes in with the 1.5 versus the 3.2 or whatever numbers you were throwing around right there. Is it like, okay, when a team has a 1.5 or a 3.2% chance, like in the odds board, to win the championship, I kind of disregard those teams anyways. It's about the favorites. The heavy favorite right now is we'll be sitting pretty asteroidless in 2033.
Should we even bother building this new stadium that the Texans are considering if there's a chance that it's going to get wiped out by an asteroid?
You know what? Maybe. YOLO. You know what I'm saying? Well, you're right. If the asteroid wipes out the whole world, then sure, let's build a freaking stadium and enjoy these next few years that we have together. If it's only going to hit, it sounds like it's going to be a very specific asteroid. Like it's going to hit, there's certain cities that are in grave danger of getting hit by this asteroid. Houston's not one.
No,
probably should be a little more prudent then if we're not directly in the fray.
No, you know what this is an opportunity to do? Ben, pull out the big Google Doc of business ideas. Asteroid insurance. Huh? Oh, I could scare some people into buying some asteroid policies.
I actually thought about that yesterday. I'm like, what are insurance companies going to do if an asteroid hits?
Get Khartoum on the horn.
Yeah.
Khartoum's one of the cities that might be in danger. Yes.
Well, you know what? I'm going to call up Daly and Black today. I'm like, what do you guys do about asteroids? Where does that come in? If the insurance companies are messing around with their clients over an asteroid hitting their property.
But then Daly and Black would come after me because I'm selling fraudulent. Excuse me. It's not fraudulent insurance.
No.
It's just, it's unconventional insurance.
Right, unconventional.
Not fraudulent. That's going to be the start of my pitch. Listen, a lot of people are going to tell you that what I'm about to tell you is fraudulent. That's because they're under the thumb of big insurance, okay?
I'm Seth Payne, and I approve this message. Thank you, Texter, on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Way to go, Sean. Correct day, 3 days in a row. Thank you. Yes, I said it was Thursday. It is Thursday. You're welcome. I didn't
that was
freak
your
anybody
action
out.
item, and you are hitting it out of the park.
So far, for 3 straight days. Hey, you mentioned it. This story came down kind of towards the end of our show yesterday, so we didn't really get to sink our teeth into it, but I think it led the afternoon show, that there is reporting out there that the Texans, 2 sources familiar, this is an exclusive from the Chronicle, have said that the Texans have explored the possibility of a new stadium, but are not committed to that path. So they're kind of they're kind of floating it out there. I would say the hiring of a new president was a good tell that this is a thing right now.
Well, it is. It's one of those things where my initial knee jerk is always like, well, why build a new one? You're just gonna just renovate the old one. That's plenty. There's plenty of old stadiums, and then you get into it's for one. The Texans sound like, they're planning on probably a renovation, but there's a chance that when you start to look at the costs of a renovation, and not to mention $1.4 billion for maintenance over a 30-year period. Yeah. My God.
Yeah.
That's a lot. So the math might end up making more sense to actually build a new stadium. And I'm still, I'm a crotchety old man by now. I'm like, all right, why the hell you got to build something new? You could still wear those dungarees for 3 more years.
Yeah.
What are you trying to be fashion forward? This is what got me, though. And this is where I started to feel like, oh, wait a second. Boy, 30 years ago, some of the biggest draws for new stadiums, according to this article in the Chronicle, were retractable roofs and roll-in turf fields.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I remember that. I remember when I was into that. And that was cool stuff.
Yeah.
And now I feel like it was like buying $1 billion Segway.
Right.
You're like, oh yeah, this Segway's the wave of the future.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody's going to be scooting around on a gyroscope and 2 wheels.
In our dungarees, yes.
Yeah. Like now I'm like, oh, those are lame. What a dumb idea.
Yeah.
Retractable reels, idiot.
Well, and now when they talk in this article about what the new shiny toys are within a stadium, bigger suites, better seating, wider concourse areas, easier to get around. Maybe places for a bunch of the people that are at the stadium to not even sit in their seats and watch the game. Go to a bar.
Right. A big old party. Yeah. And those are fun. I get jealous when I watch some of these newer stadiums that have the huge area where everybody's. It's almost like you go to the game so you can go to a remote watch party.
Yes.
It's a little that's more
weird.
fun sometimes.
Yeah, I guess.
Which is that's what the club level has turned into at times.
Yeah.
When you see the empty seats, they tend to be in the club level partly because the club level is just so much fun to hang out in. I mean, you sit out the club level, you can sit in those couched areas and everything and have an awesome experience, then pop out and watch the actual game for a bit and then come back in. So it makes a lot of sense. The one big thing, too, is, and you'll notice this in a lot of the newer stadiums, a lot of the luxury seating in the suites are right down near the field.
Yes.
Because the first wave of new stadiums back at the turn of the century, they kind of duped you into like, hey, it's the club. And you're like, this is nice. It's pretty plush up here. But then as you're watching the game, you're like, these used to be kind of getting up into the cheap seats. This is, I'm not that close to the field.
They sold it as you can look down on all the peons beneath you as you watch the game.
Yeah.
You're going to be 4 levels up watching.
And then they start to realize that, wait a second, a lot of the people that can, their sites also starting to go.
That's true, too. I haven't thought about that.
Maybe we should get these guys closer to the game.
Yeah. Here's a statement from Omar Majoub, who is he runs PR for the Texans, does a fantastic job. a statement, Texans spokesperson Omar Majouf, so he's a spokesperson for purposes of this article. Quote, our priority has always been to support a renovation of NRG Stadium, and that's where our focus remains. As we've said before, we are committed to exploring all potential solutions to ensure long-term success, and we look forward to working with the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, Harris County, and the Harris County Houston Sports Authority, or Harris County Sports and Convention Corp., in identifying the best path forward, end quote. And that highlights one of the interesting things, or I guess one of the wrinkles in all of this. If the Texans are indeed looking at a new stadium, and if you're just getting in your car, that's what we're talking about. An exclusive in the Chronicle yesterday that said that they're thinking about it right now. It's on the board. Is that the rodeo's actively involved in this too? Like, there's two entities that a new stadium needs to serve. So this is not an identical situation to some of these other cities that have gone and built new football stadiums.
This article by Dylan McGinnis and Jonathan Alexander, by the way, and so Sean, I know I'm trying to abide by your crediting of the authors.
I appreciate that.
So I guess I didn't see in this article, did they talk about whether they would just tear down the Astrodome and plant the new
there's no
stadium
mention.
right on top of it?
There's no mention of the Astrodome in here, and that's an interesting thing too, because where do you put this thing? You know.
Well, you should put it on top of the Astrodome and then have a glass floor underneath, so you can dome
like
as you're watching the game.
We should build it on stilts as an homage to Galveston, maybe. Like
That's probably. Well, how much would that add to the project cost? $2 million?
Let me add it up.
Just do it, Omar.
It'd be $3.76 billion.
Yeah.
I'm numb to the numbers, honestly. Like, once it got over $1 billion for all this stuff, I'm like 1.4. 1. Now the part that makes sense, like what you said, like if the price tag is the same to maintain NRG as it ages as it is to build a new stadium, then that seems like, I mean, they're still servicing debt on NRG. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What gets you more popular support for some public funding going towards this? And this is a double-edged sword. Okay. Hear me out.
Yeah.
For one, fan enthusiasm and pride goes a long way. So if you win a Super Bowl, the people are more likely to be like, yeah, whatever. I don't care, a few more cents on my taxes. At the same time, though, if you win a Super Bowl and in that season you were playing in NRG Stadium, I think there's a hesitancy for people to want to move into a new place.
Superstition.
So many good times. Well, I mean, look, even like Staples Center, whatever the hell it's called now, people were, when they changed the name of that, Lakers fans were upset about the corporate sponsor name.
Right.
That's just a name on the stadium.
Well, here, there's people upset that Minute Maid is Daikin now. You know, like all my memories were in Minute Maid, in the juice box, and now it's in the ice box. But you touched on something there. I mean, this is the reaction on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Win a championship before you build a new stadium. I do think the public sentiment, if we can just simplify it and boil it down, the Texans win a championship, this is a much easier conversation to have. Yeah. They've not gotten to an AFC title game yet, and so that is going to be a tough uphill climb.
Yeah, so this is all you have to do this year, Texans. You need to win the division or win the conference and get the top seed, have the AFC championship game in Houston.
Yes.
Really, really amp up those emotions.
Yeah.
And then just go win the Super Bowl. It's simple. Yeah. All right? There's my business plan. Sorry, I don't have an executive MBA from Harvard like Alex Bregman's wife is apparently headed towards.
Shouldn't have it yet. Yeah. She's got to show up for class first. All right? They're not just going to give it to her because Bregman's her husband.
Have there even been any reports that she's showed up to class yet? No.
Yeah, true. All right.
That's one thing. Hey, by the way, a little inside the NFL action for you here. Yeah. There's Harvard. I don't know if the NFLPA still does it. They would do these kind of off-season programs at like Harvard and Wharton.
Yeah,
and some of these things where players can go and get some education. So it's a nice little course or whatever. But then the most annoying thing would be some of those players coming back and all of a sudden having a Harvard sticker on their car, or a Wharton School of Business bumper sticker.
Like
I'm like, all right, man.
Like they were undergrad.
Let's quit putting on airs here. Yeah, let's call this what it is. You went to a seminar. Damn
you can only do that if you lean all the way in and you're just wearing the gear and the stickers and everything. If it's just sticker,
you're trying to make bets with teammates during the season about whether Harvard pulls it off or not versus Yale.
If you're acknowledging the irony of what you're doing, then it's okay. If you're just putting the sticker from Harvard or UPenn or whatever, no, unacceptable. All right.
I assure you, the irony level amongst those guys was about 0%.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. All right. Hey, listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app each day for an hour. And that's you only got a couple more days to do it. For your entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest, if you win, you and 3 friends headed to Vegas to stay at Circa and enjoy the college basketball tournament. You're going to have an extra $20K in your pocket. It's a great contest. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to go to Vegas. It's that simple. It's as simple as winning the Super Bowl and building a new stadium. It's that simple. The Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. All right, up next, let's hear from Nick Caserio. He was on with us yesterday. He discussed Stephon Diggs with us. Where do we go with Stephon Diggs now that his contract has been voided? And I have a prediction, an early Texans schedule prediction that I feel very strongly about that I will get to coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, good to be with you on it. Ben, just tell me when you have that. I apologize for ambushing you with that bit of audio that I didn't move down into this segment in the rundown.
Hell, Sean.
Peek behind the scenes. I know, I'm a mess, right? And, hey, man, I got the day right. I'm bushed, okay? I got Thursday right in the open. I knew what day it was. I'm exhausted now. That's a lot. It's a lot of work for me.
You did what people recommend you do is that do your hardest task first,
right,
when you have the most energy, and you did it, and it wiped you out.
Oh man, I'm bushed. Yeah, it's going to be Payne ... the rest of the day. Not Payne.
It's like you just pitched 8 innings.
I did,
man.
Yeah.
And you're like, what? Oh, you want me to go out and pitch again? No, I need rest.
Big thing of ice strapped around my neck, like the shoulder brace for the pitchers. Yeah. So we had Nick Caserio on yesterday. He was good. We'll be sprinkling in a lot of that throughout the show today. Here was Nick when we asked him about Stephon Diggs. We know Monday Texans took a big cap hit. That is something that we as a station, we as a show had been keeping an eye on, at least that date, to see if they'd get an extension done with him. The date came and went without even any rumors or rumblings of a contract extension. So we asked Nick about that yesterday. What can you tell us about leading up to the drop-dead date to get a Diggs extension without getting the huge cap hit this year? And what can you tell us about possibly bringing Diggs back?
Absolutely open to that concept. As it pertains to Steph, I would say that was more of a semantical thing more than anything else. I don't think anybody is surprised by that little nuance. Essentially, it was a kind of a one-year contract, and he was going to be a free agent. So we're going to have dialogue with all of our players who will be free agents. We'll have discourse back and forth. We had a good relationship with Steph and his representation, and we enjoyed having Steph in the building. So the door is always open. I think a number of players have expressed sentiments and interest in potentially returning to our team next season. So we never rule anything out. So we're going to be open-minded and kind of work through the process here.
At some point, we'll probably go through the list of guys. He said there's like 25 free agents that the Texans are unleashing onto the streets here come March. Diggs, by far the biggest name out of all their big-name guys other than Diggs, are coming back next year.
Yeah, I think that in some ways, if you look at the way it all played out with Diggs, the Texans, I don't want to say they're happy about the timing of his injury, but it does give them some wiggle room where I think they really like Stephon Diggs. If he had a week of the season, then he'd be way further along in his rehab, and teams might be willing to put something more aggressive out there for him. Yeah. I think now there's a good chance that Diggs doesn't sign until well after the draft, just because of his injury, the way teams are going to look at him, what the offers are, et cetera, et cetera. Now the Texans could go through the draft. Maybe they really like some of these receivers and they'd love to get one in the first round or in the second round. If they do, maybe they're a little more hesitant to bring back Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
If they can't get a receiver that they feel really good about in the draft, then they might say, all right, well, okay, it makes more sense on the roster to have Stephon Diggs now. It's an injury risk, and there's an unknown with his rehab and his age, but they might be willing to stretch a little bit more financially.
Let me ask you this. The Diggs 8 games that he played in, he was obviously a positive force out there, and we know they liked him in the locker room and all those things. Like, if he had kept playing the way he played the first 8 games, the full season, had there been no ACL tear, if he would have had around 100 catches, he would have had over 1,000 yards receiving, he would have had about a half dozen, 6-7 touchdowns. Zach, it would have been a very, very good year by overall NFL wide receiver standards. So let's pretend there was no ACL injury, and that's how the season played out, Seth. You got 17 games worth of what we saw in 8 games with him. What do you think he is on the market with that? And I'm going somewhere with this. I'm just like, I don't think he's in the tippy top anymore. Is he in is he in the Nico range? Is he in like the 24 million range to you? Is it more like
on a short-term contract, possibly. Okay. The way teams are doing it now. Like the Commanders. The Commanders have a boatload of space. They've got a young quarterback. Yeah. They would have seen Stephon Diggs form a really good relationship with C.J. Stroud in just one offseason. Yep. So I think teams like that would be willing to overpay for a guy like Stephon Diggs. And just for whatever it's worth, even though his statistical production wasn't awe-inspiring or anything, he was here, for the PFF grades, he graded 21st of 133 wide receivers.
Yeah, he's a good wide receiver still, no question.
On an offense that just was not clicking, did not have any consistent support from the run game. The pass protection was awful. He was doing a lot of things. He was creating separation. He was dependable at getting the ball in his hands and catching the ball. So I think he probably would have gotten a really lucrative short-term contract.
So where I'm going with this is I wonder if there will be a team out there with cap space that needs receivers. Now, and also adding to the mix that I don't know how motivated Stephon Diggs is by money at this stage versus a chance to win a Super Bowl. But like as an example, a team like New England that has the most cap space of anybody, right? And they're on the odds board high up for all of these receivers. They need receivers. Their receiving room is bad. They don't have good receivers. I wonder if there's going to be a team out there in March that's just going to go, it's an ACL, and it's recovering. This doesn't look like there's going to be any setbacks with it, and they're going to pay him the 2 years, $45 million that you're kind of alluding. I'm throwing
like the Neil Hunter type of contract.
Right, exactly. To me, is way out of the realm of what I want the Texans paying Stephon Diggs.
Right. Yeah. I think that the Commanders make perfect sense.
Yes.
The Commanders are really, especially think about Cliff Kingsbury. Does he want a receiver who's really good in the quick and short game? Yeah.
He
does.
Went to Maryland. He went to Maryland. He's from that part of the country.
I think that would be a perfect fit if I'm Stephon Diggs and I'm looking at it, as opposed to going to New England where I don't know what to think of that quarterback necessarily. Yeah. And exactly. Well, Josh McDaniels could probably make a good pitch to him. Yeah. But I would just feel a lot better about going to the Commanders. If I were Stephon Diggs, I would take less money to go to the Commanders because it's more of a better bet on what you're going to look like and what type of offense you're going to be on.
Yeah. Like I just wonder. There's 32 teams. You know what I mean? And it's on any given player, 30 of them remain sane. There's always one or two that are willing to take a big risk like that. And an ACL is, it ain't Tank's injury. You know what I mean? Like he cut the wrong way on it, tore his ACL, and now he's rehabbing. He was rehabbing several weeks after he got his surgery done.
And just so people know what we're talking about with the cap, this isn't technical. The Commanders have $82 million of cap space. The Texans have $5 million.
There's nothing technical about that.
Right. They've got a boatload more cap space, and you think in your brain, you're like, yeah, but it's the Commanders. It's the new ownership that are very, very modern owners, and I could totally see them taking that calculated risk that, all right, we don't know for sure, but the upside is in quarterback. We want to get the most out of him. Stephon Diggs makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, any of these teams with a ton of cap space that need receivers, I could see them like not ignoring the medicals, but not factoring them in nearly as much as other teams would.
The top 6 teams right now, which of these teams says no to a calculated risk with Stephon Diggs? Patriots, Raiders, Commanders, Cardinals, Chargers, Bears. That all makes.
Just the Bears, probably. They've got Roma Dunze. They've got DJ Moore. Yeah.
They've spent in the form of draft capital and Keenan Allen. And
That's the only one. But that was the last one. The other 5, as you're listing, I'm like, yup. They all make sense, for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Seth, you may get your wish when it comes to the schedule.
What is it?
Of all the places that the league is starting to venture out to, we know they've been going to London for years. Germany has now been in the mix. Sao Paulo opened last season. Dublin is now a place they're going to a game. They're going to, aren't they going to Melbourne, in 2026?
Somewhere in Australia.
The Rams, I think Melbourne, Australia.
It's either Melbourne or Tasmania. I'm not sure.
One of the two.
Yeah.
That would be fun. But of all of them, correct me if I'm wrong, of all of them, Sao Paulo is the one that you've gotten most excited about possibly going to.
Yeah. It's because it's still relatively new. There's not a huge time zone difference. You know how careful I am about my sleep these days.
I actually checked this yesterday. It's a 4-hour time difference from Central, like going towards Europe. Yeah.
Yeah, people. It's one of the most base shouldn't be ashamed of when it shocks you? I think we in our minds all think of, oh yeah, South America, it's due south of us. No, man, it's way east of us.
It is, yeah.
It's crazy how far east South America is of North America.
Sorry, 3 hours right now. I just put in what time is it in Sao Paulo. It's 9:31 a.m. in Sao Paulo.
There might be a daylight savings disparity there too.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. So it could fluctuate 3 or 4 hours, whatever the case may be. It ain't Europe, right? It's
not
manageable.
Crossing the international date line to Australia.
It's right.
Yeah.
It's manageable. So here's the thing, and this had been rumored already, but it was announced yesterday by the league. Adam Schefter reporting that the Chargers will indeed be opening in Sao Paulo, Brazil. I am going out on a limb right now and saying if I could bet a big amount of money on this, that the Texans are going to open against the Chargers in Sao Paulo, I would do it. And
there's a really good chance.
There's a really good chance. Here's why. I'm going to go through the process with you, Seth, and you tell me. You're excited now. Tell me if you're even more excited after I take you through this miniature schedule journey here. The Chargers' home opponents, again, the Chargers are hosting this game, so this is a home game for them. Their home opponents are their 3 division opponents, Denver, Kansas City, Las Vegas. I don't think they send a divisional game in week 1. This game would be played in week 1 on Friday night. This was the Green Bay-Philly game from last year, the Friday night game. I don't think they send a division game to Sao Paulo in week 1. That's just my guess.
Who played there last year? Was the Eagles?
The Eagles and the Packers.
Yeah. Eagles and the Packers.
Eagles and the Packers. Yep. So I don't think they send a division game there. So you can cross those. You can cross those teams off. They play the Eagles. Well, the Eagles are spoken. Chargers can't play the Eagles there because the Eagles are hosting the Thursday night game that the Super Bowl winner hosts every year. So they're spoken for in week 1. The Chargers also play home games against the Steelers and the Colts. Both of them have international games already. The Steelers are hosting the Dublin game. The Colts are hosting the Berlin, Germany game. So we're down to 3 teams on the Chargers' home schedule when you take the ones out that I don't think they're either spoken for or they're in the division. It's the Vikings, it's the Commanders, it's the Texans. I could very well see the Commanders being the Eagles' opponent in that week 1 game because they're not afraid to put division games in that season opener. I could very well see the Commanders and Eagles, a rematch of the NFC title game, being the season opener. The Eagles, and I checked, the Eagles don't play the Chiefs this year, so you don't have a potential Super Bowl rematch. So I crossed the Commanders off. Now we're down to the Vikings and the Texans. Who would you rather have as your poster boy in that game going up against Justin Herbert? C.J. Stroud or whoever's quarterbacking for Minnesota? You know what I mean?
Yeah, look, I don't know what the percentage of the Latino population is in Minnesota versus Houston, but I'm guessing we've got them beat, okay?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like, someone Googled it. They're like the Brazilian population, Houston's like a top 3 or 4 city for Brazilian population.
For Brazilian NFL fans? For Brazilian immigrants.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It makes perfect sense. Then.
Yes.
Let's do that. Oh, I'm all about this. I'm going to start brushing up on my Portuguese.
I think it's happening, man.
I'm going to get up and give a speech in which I say, "Ich bin ein Sao Pauler."
Okay, well, that's a little extreme, but yeah, like
they'll be like, "Yes, he's one of us. He's one of," or at least he sounds like those guys that all showed up in the 1940s.
Sao Pauler.
But yes.
Please do that. Oh man!
Remember, I used to speak for that Brazilian steakhouse.
Yeah,
and it was for Chamagosha.
That's right.
And I could never get the name. I could never get the pronunciation right. And yet somehow I'm going to learn. I'm going to be fluent in Portuguese within 3 months.
You know what you did pronounce right in those commercials? Picanha. You pronounced picanha right for sure. Delicious cut of meat.
I was worse with Chamagosha than I was with Guy Fieri. It was exactly like that. I would say Chamagosha, and they'd say, "No, Seth, it's Chamagosha." And I'd say, "Okay, Chamagosha," and they say, "No, Seth, it's Chamagosha." Yeah. And then I had the other problem of Spanish speakers trying to give me the way they would pronounce it. When I'm like, "No, well, it's Portuguese, you SOBs."
All right,
but I'll get it right. I'm going to be fluent in Portuguese.
Yeah, no,
there's an app on that on my phone already I'm sure.
What's today? February 20? Yeah, you got like 7 months to get it down, Pat. You're good.
We would by far be the biggest Houston sports radio show in Sao Paulo.
Oh, no question.
We could establish ourselves.
Well, that's
there,
how that's how you become the best in the world. You actually have to go out to places and start to own places in the world.
And I need to plan with this. I got to check out, because if they have favorable extradition laws, I'm totally getting a second home there.
Yes.
I need protection, Sean.
I like it. All right. Nick Caserio might have more money to spend. We've got that in headlines. We'll check in on the Astros and the Jose Altuve playing left field situation there. We'll get to headlines coming up next. Stay there. But first, Prize Picks. It is basketball.
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines here. We'll start with the Texans. This is more an NFL headline than it is necessarily a Texans headline, but it's relevant here because as we were just talking about Stephon Diggs earlier in the show, we had Nick Caserio on yesterday, and he talked about they're open to bringing Diggs back. Obviously, there'd be salary cap considerations made. This is me talking now, not Nick, but the salary cap is about to go way up for Diggs or any other free agency moves they want to make. Dan Graziano of ESPN tweeting yesterday, the NFL today informed teams that the per-team salary cap will fall in the range of $277.5 million to $281.5 million, way up from last year's $255.4 million. Probably some of that Netflix money coming in on those Christmas games or whatever.
Yeah.
Cap will have increased by more than $53 million over the last 2 years. So essentially, Seth, each team is going to be getting anywhere from about 22 to maybe 26 million additional in cap space.
Yeah, it's an era in the NFL where the cap is just consistently going up by 10% or more every year, and it's nice for fans because it gets to wipe out some of the idiocy of previous decisions made by your team, no matter where you are.
Yeah.
And they all make idiotic decisions along the way, so it's nice. And then you get a little bit more of we can actually go add some dudes here. It's not it still doesn't put the Texans in a position where all of a sudden they're able to really spend freely and liberally without worrying about the future.
No, because everybody gets this. You know, it's not something just they're getting. You know, but it does make some conversations probably a little bit easier with some guys. You know, things like that they either want to bring back or want to let go, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
So more cap money for the Texans. Hey, quick add to the other news item that we just hit in the previous segment as well. The Chargers were announced as the host team for the Week 1 game in Brazil this year. And Seth and I kind of went through the Chargers' slate of home opponents and arrived at the conclusion that I think the Texans have the best chance of being the opponent there for a variety of reasons. One of them that I did not cite, a couple things. One, the Texans are scheduled to play at SoFi this year. A bit of a scheduling quirk. They have the Chargers and the Rams on their schedule, both on the road. I could see where another consideration to this would be, all right, Texan fans, we like when our team's fans travel and go to the games. Let's maybe, I'm not saying reward Texan fans necessarily, but let's make it so that this particular fan base doesn't have to go to the same stadium twice in 1 year if they want to go.
Right. The traveling Texans, we're going to buy 2 tickets to LA in a given year. No.
Right. So
now, the only other side of this is, okay, so it makes sense that, hey, why send them to LA twice? If they do send them to LA twice, I hope they do that thing where they figure out a way to make it in consecutive weeks.
Yeah.
So the Texans could just go out there and stay out in LA. CJ could show everybody show them around Inland Empire or something. Have one of his big famous teammate dinners. He could just get everybody together in some place in Inland Empire.
Wherever he used to eat. Yeah, they could do the CJ Stroud reality tour. Here's where I used to park after the prom to make out with my date. Here's where, stuff like that. All the little areas that piece together C.J. Stroud's life.
They get those little museum audio guides with the air tubes plugged up to their ears. And,
yes, it was CJ narrating it, or Morgan Freeman.
This is where Snoop Dogg taught me how to place my hand on the football to get better spin with my index finger.
That's exactly what it would be. Hey, by the way, also Tyler Milner, producer Stoerner and Hughley, excellent afternoon show. He's up early. He texted both of us, Seth. He said, I can confirm the last job I had before radio was for an international grocery import-export company. Colombian and Brazilian foods by far sold the most here.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go. So Brazilian population.
I think it's a slam dunk that it's going to be Houston versus the Chargers in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, I'm feeling it, right? I think it is, too. It makes the most sense. They played each other in the playoffs last year. It's a rematch, Chargers looking to get their revenge, that kind of thing.
Which one of our sponsors is most likely to sponsor our trip to Brazil?
I don't know. Exclusive Furniture's on a heck of a streak, though, right now, because they just sponsored us going to New Orleans and to West Palm Beach. I'm not trying to sell it or anything.
I don't know if they're trying to establish a foothold internationally.
Yeah.
I feel like Yingling. Check on Yingling's beer sales in Brazil.
I will
during the break.
I'll check on that.
See if they need a boost or
I'll
not.
text them. Yes. All right. So those are your Texan headlines. Astro headlines. Jose Altuve, left field. Joe Espada revealed yesterday this is a project that they are going to be working on heavily in spring training. Here was Jose Altuve asked, when did the conversation about left field start with you?
When did you guys start having the conversation in earnest that this could be something?
After the season.
Okay. Yeah. So was it because when it first came out, it kind of seemed like you were doing that to maybe get Alex back, but this is something that you guys were talking about regardless whether Bregman.
No, in the beginning it was for Braggy, and then just keep the plan, I guess, and I'm trying not to make this a big deal or focus, go somewhere else than win. So I think that's the main thing. I want to get rid of this left field conversation, try to answer every question possible, and then just move on and start preparing for what we all care about, which is preparing for the season and start winning.
Okay, the only problem I have with that answer, which is, otherwise I just enjoy hearing Altuve speak anytime, it's almost the exact same format you use when you're trying to move past a scandal. Where hey, listen, I'm going to address the DUI. I'll answer all your questions, but from this point forward, I won't be answering any other questions about my DUI.
Right.
Which I do not. I don't want it to look like a DUI out there in left field, Sean. I'm nervous. Listen, Jose. If you go out there and it's a disaster, we're going to have to ask you questions about in left field. But I'm feeling more and more comfortable with the notion, and I'm actually fully on board with it now. If he can pick it up and he can get a good jump and take the right angles, et cetera, et cetera, I'm not concerned about his body size because he's. I saw somebody yesterday say, hey, you need length in the outfield. Yeah, you know where else you need, quote-unquote, need length? Everywhere on the baseball field.
Yeah, he's 5'6".
Altuve's short. Yeah. He's dealt with it. He's managed to deal with it.
Yep. Here was Joe Espada yesterday saying that Jake Myers being in center field is really going to help Altuve in left.
Having a Gold Glove center fielder, it makes us, make these decisions a little bit easier, knowing that we have someone that can cover the gaps. So that's something that when we are thought about the Altuve potentially playing left field, having Jake Myers in center field, he made the decision a little bit easier, knowing that he can go and go get the ball.
Yeah, the whole thing about Myers is, I know immediately, but his arm sucks. But his range makes up for it. He's really, really good as a fielder. His bat does not make up for it, though. That's there's no part of don't worry about a potential problem in left field. We've got somebody who's a huge problem at the plate that can take care of one of the potential problems while still adding to offensive problems.
Yeah, Altuve just gave greater job security to a guy who struggles to get out of the 600s in OPS. It's imperfect. There's no question. This is going to be a very, very interesting spring training with this, and we'll be there. We'll be there on starting Monday next week, thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. We should mention as well, Seth, that the Astros did make a pickup to at least add one more potential solution to the second base conundrum. Brendan Rodgers, most recently of the Colorado Rockies, signed to a minor league deal. He was a Gold Glover as well in 2022. He's kind of the Jake Myers of second baseman.
Yeah.
Really good fielder 2 years ago. And not much with the bat. And played in Colorado, we should point that out. So whatever stats he did accumulate were accumulated in very thin air.
I forgot about the Colorado thing when I looked up his stats. I was like, hey, this isn't bad. I'm like, oh, no, you got to add about a couple hundred OPS when you're looking at the average bat. What's the average batting average in Colorado? Like 300 or so?
I don't know.
It's really, it's extreme.
Yep.
Minor like Guillorme and Zach Short, and then Dubon yesterday. That was obviously one of the guys. He was rotating with Guillorme in the first team workout. It's an open competition for second base.
Yeah. Yep. That's kind of weird. The Dubon thing is kind of weird in that, okay, we start Altuve in left field and Dubon at second base. What are we doing here? Because Dubon can play left field also. You know what I mean? Is Altuve that bad at second base that you got to get him out of? Dubon is an excellent defender wherever he plays.
I think it's all more of a long-term solution as well, just for Altuve aging. It's a whole lot less physically grueling in left field than it is at second base.
Yep.
And especially on his arm, so for any potential injuries or anything, I think it just makes sense long term. Kind of like the whole Biggio dynamic.
Yeah. All right, hey, a reminder to be listening next hour for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Bun B's Birthday Bonanza live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. That's Friday, March 7th. It's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday today. We're giving away tickets all day long to Bun B's Birthday Bonanza. Up next, Nick Caserio joined us yesterday on the show. Had some really interesting things to say about C.J. Stroud's offseason approach, and what C.J. Stroud amidst some statistical regression. What are the things that C.J. did really well, areas he showed improvement last year? We'll hear from the Texans GM coming up next.
Hey, when it comes to you, as you start to advance in
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Great to be with you on a Thursday. Seth and I headed to West Palm Beach for a little spring ball. Thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. We will be there on Monday, starting Monday, broadcasting live from West Palm Beach. Very much looking forward to that. Nick Caserio was on with us yesterday, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, and we asked him CJ's offseason approach, at least thus far. It's early in the offseason, but last year at this time, he was just coming off a Pro Bowl that he appeared at, had a great time. Radio Row, had a blast on Radio Row, was doing a lot of podcasts, a lot of interviews. Other than Travis Scott's softball game last week, C.J. Stroud has been largely off the grid this offseason so far. So we asked Nick Caserio about that yesterday. Is C.J. taking a different approach this offseason?
I think C.J.'s work ethic is unmatched. He cares a lot about full belief in himself. And there's some things that we've talked to him about that, hey, here's 2 or 3 things that, we think you can focus on in the off season. So whenever that clock starts, the clock starts.
So,
sorry, I cut that off kind of quickly. Nick pulled one of those so's right immediately after. So that's not Ben's fault, Sean.
No.
Don't crush Ben like you always.
I'm not
do.
angry about it.
Okay.
So the two. It's interesting. The 2 to 3 things was interesting to me. Like, okay, what are the 2 or 3 things you're telling C.J. Stroud you got to work on in the offseason?
And then I think Nick gave us the answer pretty much immediately after that, for at least a couple of the things. And it's one thing that we had talked about during the season. I think C.J. got better at this one thing as the year went along.
He learned relative to decision-making, hey, you know what? This decision on this play, maybe the simple play is not the sexy play, but it's the right play. So I think you saw that as the year went on. So he played a lot of good football. I think sometimes everything gets sort of jaded relative to CJ and his performance and how he played. I mean, you can go look at some of the things. I know nobody really gives a crap about stats, but, I mean, you look at some of the things that he did. I mean, the guy played really good football, so I think that sometimes it kind of gets lost a little bit. So
I actually think people. The one thing I think maybe he was mistaken on there. I think people are basing a lot of their analysis. The people who are down on C.J. Stroud are basing a lot of the analysis on the regression statistically that he had this year.
Yeah, and that's where when you start to color in and you can try to paint anybody this way, that way, differently. I think that the one thing that C.J. really had going against him in terms of stacking up the conventional stats were how often they were in 2nd and long and 3rd and long, and 3rd and extremely long at times, either because of sacks given up, because of false start penalties, all of that. It really skews everything to where it's really hard to have the same completion percentage and all of those other things because you're swinging from your heels a lot. You're backed up in the corner, and that's how the offense was this year. And some of those things, like any quarterback in the league, there's some things that he could have done better, but he just had a much higher margin of difficulty than he did the year before because of so many things that were decrepit in the offense.
Yeah, and I think, I think that period in the middle of the season, I've said this multiple times, but I'll say it again because I think it's germane to what we're talking about here. That week 7, 8, and 9 stretch where the pass protection was like historically abysmal, like routinely pressure rates 50, 60%. That would be the Green Bay game. That 3-game stretch, I think, was something affect him for more than just those 3 games. He was more jittery and jumpy and making stranger decisions. Like the 2 picks he threw the next week in the Detroit game were just so uncharacteristic, especially the underthrow to Tank. Wide open in the end zone. That's a put-away shot for that game.
Yeah, and that's the one that there were a few plays in that stretch really going into the last game the misfire to Nico Collins, and I'm blanking on which game it was, the really egregious one.
Was
that in the Ravens game?
It might have. It was either the Ravens or the Chiefs game. He had a stretch where he missed like 4 straight.
It was in
passes.
the Ravens game.
Was it the Ravens game? Yeah.
And it just looked like there might be something physically wrong with him. And he alluded to it towards the end of the year, and he quickly said he didn't want to make excuses. But it's not like accurate quarterbacks all of a sudden become inaccurate. At least not when they're young. It is still a little bit of an inborn trait almost where, look, accurate quarterbacks are accurate. It's really hard to turn inaccurate quarterbacks into accurate quarterbacks. And he had some wildly inaccurate throws that just didn't look right that I have to think, barring just a completely cataclysmic falling apart of his physical skill set, he was more banged up than he let on. So that is reason for optimism as long as he can stay healthy and not get hit as often as he did last year.
You want to set this one up? You asked Nick you made a Jalen Hurts comparison about the lower body strength here.
Well, Nick just kind of brought this up. We ended up talking about Jalen. Nick brought up CJ's lower body strength.
They're going to have a new offensive system, so there's going to be a learning element that's involved there. Continue to train, get stronger, improve his lower body strength, and I think he showed he can make plays with his legs. So you just want to try to be a durable player and a durable athlete. So our ask is no different for CJ than it is for any other player.
Yeah, and I think that his lower body strength, he did look thicker this year in a good way.
Oh, yeah.
And he's a bigger guy. Like a lot of NFL quarterbacks, he's actually bigger than you realize. He's got a pretty big frame. I think he'll probably come back even a little bit sturdier next year. And does that help your throwing motion and throwing ability? Yes. But the Jalen Hurts comparison is when I think of Jalen Hurts and what's so impressive about him is he's not a shifty runner.
No.
When he runs, it's not pretty the way it is with some other athletic quarterbacks.
That's right.
It's just his ability to withstand contact in the pocket and then his ability to get extra yardage and not necessarily take a lot of physical punishment because of it, because he's just so sturdy. And I'm not expecting him to all of a sudden be a guy who's just freakishly strong in his lower body, but I think he's going to continue to work on it and improve on it. And for a guy that's got a really good and solid throwing platform, it can make him that much better.
Yeah, his physique, he's got an interesting physique for a quarter. His physique skews more to the Jalen Hurts side than it does the Lamar Jackson side. You know what I mean? Like CJ does. He's built. He's got a frame that I think can take on some of that thickness that you need.
All right, when we talk about things that he can improve on, one was, the easy money plays, you got to take them more frequently.
Yep.
The checkdowns, especially when you're checking it down to Joe Mixon. Like that's a nice check down to have.
Absolutely.
The other one I think it was the Ravens game again. Remember he was getting hit from the left as he tried to throw the ball to a wide-open Dalton Schultz. I would put that one partly on the offensive line because the pocket was getting collapsed to an extreme degree. But I do think there's still an element there where CJ making that decision a 16th of a second earlier and recognizing that, those things need to come more regularly. And whether there's good pass protection on that or not, him being able to make that just really quick and without thinking about it. But then also deciding when to pull the ball down and run, and then ideally not take as much punishment as he did when he was doing that.
Yep.
Like you watch Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts does everything that we ask quarterbacks to do with the foot first slide. We here in Houston, we're tending to skew these days towards like, hey, listen, man, if you're going to slide feet first, you got to do it and it actually be trying to take yourself out of danger, not just trying to get every little bit of yardage. Jalen Hurts goes down, and he goes down quick.
Yeah.
And he'll run out of bounds. Like CJ's got it. As he does start to run more, hopefully, he's just got to learn to be judicious about how much punishment
I think he is going to run more. I think a good early prop bet for season totals is C.J. Stroud rushing yards, because they're going to look at his total from last year when they make that total in Vegas this year. And they're going to look at his last year's total, and I don't know that Vegas is going to look at it as detailed as, oh, no, he figured some things out in the playoffs with his legs, and was openly talking about it. Quick text
the other thing too about Sarah is I think that there's just a lot of young quarterbacks now have it drilled into their head by guys our age about, like, listen, don't let them tell you that you're an athletic quarterback. You're a pocket passer. You're a pocket passer. And it's good advice, and it's good for guys to learn. Yes, I would much rather have a guy learn how to be a pocket passer first and then start to run. But it's in the modern NFL, you're not taking nearly the hit to your reputation that you used to by being a guy who runs a lot.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Pat Mahomes, nobody thinks of Pat Mahomes as a genuine dual-threat quarterback, but he uses his legs really, really effectively.
Really
It's set up by how good he is with his arm. And I think that clicked for CJ this year.
We'll get to one of a couple of funny cuts from Nick Caserio yesterday in just a second. But just reacting to what we're talking about here with C.J. Stroud. If you're just getting in your car, we're playing some audio from Nick Caserio yesterday where we did kind of a deep dive on C.J., his offseason, what he's looking to improve at. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I tell people to look at Pat Mahomes in the Super Bowl. That pressure is what C.J. dealt with all season. That's a statistical fact. Mahomes' pressure rate, I forget which stat outlet had this, but it matches the eye test, was somewhere in the high like 38.4% or something like that.
I believe it was 37%,
okay.
Whereas with CJ, the average pressure was 39%.
Correct, yeah.
So CJ, on any given week, on average, was getting as much pressure as Pat Mahomes was getting in the Super Bowl. And Pat Mahomes had the second worst game of his career when he was getting that much pressure.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's really, really hard to play quarterback effectively when you're getting that much pressure.
It does, man. It allows your mind, when you lay it out that way, you know, the best quarterback of our generation, when he was facing the pressure that CJ faced all year, wilted like a leaf, you know, like he was horrible. And that CJ, granted, not as good as he was his rookie year, at least statistically, but still, not a horrible season. You know, a season that I would think statistically half the quarterbacks in the league would trade their season at least for CJ's. If you're a Texan fan, it does allow me to get a little bit excited. Like if they're able to shore up this offensive line, if whatever Nick Caley and Cole Popovich, if whatever their teaching is, whatever the system is, if this gets through to these guys and they look just competent, they don't need to be elite. In pass protection specifically, if CJ gets an average pressure rate this year for quarterbacks, what he's going to be able to do, because we know what the numbers look like when he has time to throw. They're dynamite, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that's exciting.
The other part, too, there, when we talk about the action items perhaps for CJ, okay, when do you take the easy money? When do you throw the shorter, more boring passes? This is where I think the Bobby Slowick dynamic comes in. And Bobby Slowick's philosophy was a lot like the old school Kubiak-Shanahan philosophy, which is, hey, we don't need hot routes. There's an answer in coverage. You see, the thing that Nick alluded to yesterday was, look, all these teams are doing a lot of different stuff with Tampa 2, where it's different than the old school cover 2, and they do a much better job of disguising what you're going to see. So it's really just – it's a lot harder for quarterbacks to identify where the easy money's going to be.
Yeah.
And if the offensive coordinator doesn't help the quarterback out and give you crossing routes and mesh concepts and all this other stuff and hot routes on blitzes, it's really, really hard for quarterbacks to operate that way. And I think you're going to see a different mentality with Nick Caley when it comes to that.
Yeah, it's exciting, man. All right, so the lower body strength conversation took a bit of a twist with Nick yesterday, right, Seth?
Yeah, he wanted to make a baseball reference
about
the importance of lower body strength for people who throw balls. And so he went the baseball route.
And when you're playing quarterback, everything is ground-based. When you think about a pitcher, everything starts from the ground up. So having a good firm base, I mean, go look at Nolan Ryan, go look at Roger Clemens. Like, I don't know how much they were squatting, but nobody was more sturdy in their lower body than those two guys. I mean, Clemens had a big ass. Nolan Ryan had old man strength, but he could bend. He had lower body flexibility. You know, when he got in his windup, he pushed off the rubber, and the ball jumped off of his hand. So, yeah, you need arm strength, but you also need torque and lower body strength, which comes from your core, which comes from your leg. So what do you have to do? You have to train those areas.
Yeah, you know what? We need to start talking more about gas.
He's had a big ass.
Ben's already got it.
Yeah. Let me hear that again, Ben.
Clemens had a big ass.
Oh, we got to get Roger on because he'll take that as a compliment. Obviously.
Totally.
Yeah, 100% he'll take that as a compliment.
Hey, what if he didn't? What if for some reason I totally think Clemens would, but let's just pretend like that he wanted to throw down. Who do you think would win in a fight between Roger Clemens and Nick Caserio?
Roger Clemens.
Some of these questions are absolutely ridiculous.
Screw you, Ben. But what if Nick were able to get him? What if Nick were able to tire him out? You know what I mean?
You have to bob and weave a lot.
Yeah. Like the cardio part of it. I'm just. I'll
go back to. Okay, are we?
I mean, Roger's like 60 now. You know what I mean?
Is it MMA or boxing?
It's just a fight. It's a street fight, like the end of Rocky V.
Roger Clemens.
Yeah. Okay. If it's
There's
boxing.
something, Sean. Weight classes matter. Whenever wrestling gets involved, weight classes really matter because the big guy can just lean on. My brother was an All-American wrestler, and he used to beat the crap out of me growing up. Yeah. There came a point one Christmas vacation after I had really grown in college and everything. I grew 2 inches in college and then put on 100 pounds. He didn't wrestle me no more after that one Christmas morning because he was an All-American wrestler, but I outweighed him by 90 pounds. And there's nothing he could do about it.
Okay, what if it was a celebrity boxing match with the Roger?
Boxing is a whole different dynamic. So, I think that Caserio really train like crazy for it and be more skilled, and he could bob and weave and dance around for a long time. Yeah. So I think I might have to take Caserio, but he's got to avoid the haymaker.
The big hit.
Yeah. How much do you think Caserio weighs?
Good question. I don't know. He looks taller, I think, than he is because he's got kind of that, he's got that cardio frame working or whatever. Yeah. Like he's got, kind of that slender frame going on. I don't know. Nick, if you're listening, text in your weight.
Because Clemens is nasty, too.
Yeah.
I think Nick's probably got a nasty side to him. But Clemens he's nasty.
Yeah.
And he was. I know he's 60, but, hey, how old was George Foreman in his last fight there?
His last fight, I don't know. He was in his mid-40s when he started fighting again as Heavy George.
When he was standing in the ring to show that he wasn't tired and everything.
Guys raining blows down on him and him standing there and taking him.
Clemens is 60?
Clemens,
that's not possible.
Yeah, no, he is. He won the MVP and Cy Young in 1986 for the Red Sox. I was in high school at the time, so he's
62 years old.
Yeah, he's definitely. I was going to say in his 60s probably.
Except this will be his 63-year-old season.
Okay,
so August 4th he turns 63.
Okay, well we want to get that fight in before August so he could say he was 62. A lot of texts coming in. Great job, Ben, on that hotkey. Ben, you're getting some love. Someone says just make the hotkey say big ass instead of Clemens had a big ass. Look, do you want to workshop both of those and see what sounds funnier? Are you able to do that, Ben?
Just had a big ass?
No, just the words big ass.
Big ass.
I like one that says Clemens.
We can use big ass though for whenever Caserio. When Caserio's talking about these reports that come out that a deal was agreed to at the combine, it sounded like you want to say those guys are big asses. What the hell?
Big ass.
Apparently people are doing negotiating that we thought we were not allowed to do.
There you go. We can use them both. All right, keep texting in. Jim Adler, Texas Hammer text line. A little more Caserio here. This was interesting. This was we had a few texters say, "Hey, ask him about virtual reality." Because Jaden Daniels in Washington uses virtual reality.
Jaden Daniels uses this system that he started using at LSU. It's a virtual reality training system, which sounds incredible. It can be tweaked for specific defensive backs to show exactly what leverage they use and everything. Yeah. So you can look at all these coverages that different teams use. And Jaden Daniels has used it really effectively. So I and many of our listeners have wondered, okay, so CJ's going to start using this, right? Because he's buddies with Jaden Daniels. Nick brought up a really good point that I hadn't thought about.
I would say specific to VR, some players are more comfortable with it. Some players are less comfortable, just like training methods. Some players are more comfortable with certain things relative to others. Ultimately, the player has to figure out and find what works best. Ultimately, you have to figure out what works for you individually. And as a team, if there's something that we can incorporate or add to our list of things and resources that we have already available, then we'll certainly look into it. There's always a cost associated with it as well. So you want to be, smart and conscious about it. You just don't want somebody else's.
Yeah, and because for the virtual reality, different people have different physiological responses to it. Some Some guys, it just freaks them out. I ended up talking to my nephew. My nephew is a Bills fan in Buffalo.
Yeah.
That God bless him. He's been a Bills fan, or he's a Texans fan. But he's taken all kinds of abuse over the years.
Is he the one that Bill O'Brien gave diabetes
his type 1 diabetes?
Because he got diagnosed the day of the DeAndre Hopkins trade.
They announced the DeAndre Hopkins trade, and within 2 hours, my nephew was in a diabetic coma. He didn't even realize he had diabetes up to that point. He had to get airlifted to Buffalo to a hospital because of Bill O'Brien's decision to trade away DeAndre Hopkins.
So you were chatting about VR with him yesterday?
Yeah, because he brought that up. I wanted to ask him about it because he's big into gaming and everything.
Yeah.
And he's big into iRacing, so like auto racing.
Oh.
So I figure, okay, like he probably knows a lot about simulate because the NASCAR drivers use simulators and everything.
Yeah.
But he said with VR for him, it really screws him up. Like everything's right there, and it gives him like vertigo afterwards and everything. So maybe CJ has thought about it and tried it, but he might not respond to it.
Yeah.
But there's more and more systems like this that I think are really effective. They've got other ones where you're not wearing goggles or anything. And I got to look more into Jaden Daniels and exactly how his works. But I'm guessing it's something that CJ is going to consider, but it might not be personally the best thing for him.
Yeah. Well, and as Nick mentioned, he followed that up with an anecdote about one particular was not a big fan of virtual reality.
It's kind of funny. I kind of have an anecdote on that. We actually, I forget what year that the first VR sort of model came out. There's a kid or a student or a guy founded a company. He was from Stanford. And we brought him out there in the spring in May. Brady put it on his head, and he basically took it off his head and almost broke it, threw it in the ground. So he's like, he had use for it. So again, everybody responds. Everybody responds a little bit differently. It sounds like Jaden's got a lot of value and use out of it. That works for him. It might not work for somebody else. So all of this is kind of case by case.
I didn't hear you say that the first time in the moment about the Surface tablet.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Can you imagine if it was this kid that's probably has venture capital funding and everything, and it's a prototype model that he's using, and Brady just smashes it to the ground?
Oh my God, that's
classic Tom Brady move. That's why Giselle had to leave.
Yeah, he's got a temper. Yeah. He's got a temper. Yeah. This guy. Yeah. Doesn't have a temper.
Whereas that jujitsu instructor is probably totally zen about everything.
Oh, mellow, man. He's got his VR goggles on.
You want to meditate for 2 hours, Giselle? Yeah.
Sure.
I'll totally do what Tom Brady was hesitant to do.
Right, yeah. Knock you up again. Yes, indeed.
That up. Knock you up again.
He did.
Wait, did he get her pregnant?
She just had a baby. She just had his kid.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, allegedly his kid. Who knows?
Yeah. I'm not here to parse out the paternity in the whole thing. The reports are it's his kid, the jiu-jitsu guy.
That VR system that Jaden Daniels uses, it runs at 75 times real life speed. So when you're going through reads, you're going through it at hyper speed. So probably, when you get into the game, everything looks like it's happening in slow motion.
Like literally when they say, everything's slowing down for me, like for Jaden Daniels, like no, literally everything is 75% slower or whatever it is.
Oh, God, I hope CJ physiologically responds okay to this.
VR. Did Nick, in the cuts we just played or in the conversation about, I'm trying to recall, did he say at all if they'd even tried it or entertained it or anything like that?
He didn't say that.
Yeah.
This is a question that somebody needs to ask CJ the next time he stands up and talks about it.
Who knows when that's going to be? Because he's invisible this offseason.
I was trying to figure out if Jaden Daniels' system uses goggles or not, but like all the articles I popped up where you could tell it was a thumbnail or a photo where they had just photoshopped goggles onto Jaden Daniels' face so I don't know, man. All that stuff, the early stuff too, like anything with virtual reality or video games or anything, the early stuff always sucks. Mm-hmm. So I can imagine Tom Brady, whatever version of it Tom Brady saw, probably wasn't lifelike enough for him, and he's like, I don't need this. I've already got this dialed in.
Yeah.
But for a young guy learning it, it could be really. I mean, it's been awesome for Jaden Daniels.
No doubt. Well, someone says here on the text page, apparently Jaden Daniels' first read throwing is very high, despite the virtual reality stuff.
Yeah.
He hits his. Whatever he's doing is working.
Well, okay. Does the texter say despite the first?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, no. This is where. Okay, but this is important though, because that does involve the virtual reality stuff too. It's identifying blitzes. It's identifying coverages. That system,
right where to go with
that
the ball.
system will find the tendencies of different teams and when they do blitz versus when they're just disguising blitz, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So with a guy who's really good with his first reads, what you worry about going into his second season is, hey, teams have an entire offseason to look at, all right, with this quick stuff, where does he really like to go? We're going to take away that first read. That's where theoretically, and we'll see next year, theoretically the virtual reality stuff helps because he can better identify when teams are trying to do that to him. So it's not just a matter of, okay, VR is good or VR is bad.
Right.
It's which VR system is good and how does the guy that's using it use it, and does he respond to it? That's the huge unknown.
Yep. I'm glad I read that text. That was a good breakdown of that right now. Clemens would just need to sit on Nick. That's what a texter says.
No, that is really, yeah. Well, so when my brother was sucking weight like crazy to wrestle 177 when he was in college. And at that time, the weight classes were like 177, 190, and then heavyweight, which is 275. So my brother, they had a really good wrestler on their team who was at 190, and my brother was 177. He was sucking weight. He looked like a vampire at the end of every season. So finally he said, all right, I don't want to take I don't want to battle it out with the guy at 190. It's not the best for the team. I'm just going to wrestle at 275. And he ended up doing really well, but he weighed like 215 as he was doing it. And the problem is, like, once guys, you might be a better wrestler pound for pound with, but it's a 290-pound guy who's sucked down to 275, and you wear down. You might say, yeah, my brother had better endurance, but the 290-pound dude can just lean on him for the entire match, and you can't do it. So, yeah, Clemens would basically just sit on Nick Caserio until Caserio got tired out.
Clemens had a big ass.
Yeah, he's just going to, yeah.
If you're wondering why we're handicapping a Caserio versus Roger Clemens fight, it's because Nick Caserio said on the show yesterday, while breaking down the sturdiness of pitchers like Roger Clemens and Nolan Ryan, said
Clemens had a big ass.
Yeah, but he said it in a complimentary way. He said it in a way I think that
Clemens would totally be on board with that because Clemens worked out real hard too. He was like Nolan Ryan.
Clemens was trying to have a big ass. That was an intentionally big ass that he had.
Plus, we've reached a time in society too where largely a woman is more likely to be complimented by you saying that she has a big ass.
Right.
You know, and athletes have always known that it's good to have a big ass.
Yeah.
As long as it's a muscular ass,
junk
not a
in
big,
the trunk.
flabby. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Speaking of fights, apparently Pat Mahomes Sr. was forced to admit in court documents that the French Quarter dust-up between him and John Rocker, if you guys missed that last week, it popped up on TMZ and on social media. Pat Mahomes' old man, who used to pitch in the big leagues for about a decade, got into no punches were thrown, but an altercation with former Major League closer John Rocker, and the two were yelling at each other. Rocker threw a drink. Mahomes' entourage that he was with kind of pushed him away, so there were no punches exchanged. There were tweets exchanged afterwards between the two, which started to make people look at a little side-eye going, is this leading to something? And sure enough, it was leading to, what is it, Rough and Rowdy that Dave Portnoy at Barstool does, an event?
I think so.
Yeah, where he gets random people together to get into fights. Apparently, it's quite the scene.
It's like the old. It's kind of like the old. What was it that Butterbean would do? Those old boxing matches. Back in the day.
Yeah. They were gimmicks. I know that.
It was a lot of guys that off the streets almost that would just show up and box. Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, it's crazy. We've had people text in who've watched it before. I guess it's an annual event. I don't know. I've never seen it. But Mahomes missed a urine test the next day after that video surfaced because he's on his third DUI. So he's got commitments to show that he's, staying sober, not drinking, being responsible, all those things. He missed a urine test, so he had to explain why. Like now it's in court documents that he's like, well, I'm fighting in this fight, and we had this thing that I was doing with Rocker the night before. He had to admit it. He had to admit that the whole thing was staged.
So it was okay. So when was the actual court date that he admitted that? That was before
it was after he missed his urine test. He ended up taking the urine test.
Right, I know, but I'm saying, but But was that for any of the Super Bowl stuff happened?
No. It was all after.
Right. Okay. So now we don't know though, because he could have just been lying about why he was why he missed it. I don't know.
Okay.
Or I guess the missed urine test would have been before the Super Bowl. So
here, let me read the dates here. The Doc State Mahomes Sr., who was placed on probation last year after pleading guilty to a charge of DUI, third or more. So he's on his third DUI. Was given permission to travel to watch his son in Louisiana from February 7th through February 10th. But when he got into a squabble with Rocker, which was after the Super Bowl, and then subsequently missed a urine test the next day on February 11th, officials wanted to know more. According to the docs, the officials were slated to admonish Mahomes Sr. for his behavior, although in an apparent effort to avoid trouble, Mahomes Sr. fessed that the Rocker incident, quote, was a staged altercation to get publicity for a celebrity boxing match that is set to take place in April of this year.
Oh, okay. So we don't know for sure. He could have totally just been lying about that just to get out of his trouble. Yeah.
Perjury.
So we still don't know. Okay. We know that it almost definitely was staged. In my mind. Well, that's just my gut feel.
Well, especially because they are actually fighting now in this thing. Like I don't think Portnoy watched that video, got on the phone with both of them, and within 24 hours had the fight ready to go.
I don't know, man. Portnoy moves pretty quick on
He's a
stuff
mover
like
and a
this.
shaker. You're right.
These guys are like, he knows when he sees an opportunity that it's kind of like those porn companies that offer people a porn contract immediately after something weird happens.
Cam Soda, they offer him they offer him like a webcam.
Dave Portnoy's really weird genius.
That's true. I don't have that same entrepreneurial gene that Dave Portnoy does. The entrepreneurial gene sees opportunity and pounces right away.
And jumps right on it. Yeah.
Good point. It's a good point. The TMZ article, here's the other thing. The TMZ article says that Mahomes, they call him the 57-year-old, was able to avoid problems after meeting with the officials, as a judge merely told him an application to revoke his probation could be filed if he slips up again moving forward. So they gave him a slap on the wrist, said don't do it again. This is the third different age that I've seen Pat Mahomes Sr. labeled with. When this whole thing first started, I looked it up somewhere, and he was 52. His Wikipedia page says he's 54. This article says he's 57. What the hell is going on?
He was a pro baseball player. Was he a Dominican? I don't know. Maybe that was maybe there's one of those Latin American prospect things where you don't know exactly how old he is.
You're right.
This is the other bogus thing about the way some news outlets, like the New York Post here, says Pat Mahomes Sr. admitted in court that John Rocker altercation was et cetera, et cetera. There are you will see headlines where it's like, Mahomes gets his third DUI. You clickbaity SOBs. I know.
It's accurate.
I'm all for it. I give them a pass on this.
It's accurate.
Because I am, as much as possible, going to refer to Pat Mahomes Sr. as just simply Pat Mahomes.
Yes.
Henceforth.
No.
Yes.
We need all of Mahomes Sr.'s chicanery to wind up, because we're trying to win a Super Bowl and get a new stadium built, man. If this is how the Kansas City Chiefs kingdom gets taken down, because Mahomes Jr., the mental torture of his old man doing celebrity rough and ready and getting DUIs, if that's what takes him down, that's what takes him down. We got to win games and win championships here in Houston. Okay?
Every photograph I see of Pat Mahomes Jr. with his father, Pat Mahomes Sr., after a game, looks like an athlete who is being accosted in a friendly way by a really drunken fan.
Yes.
And Mahomes is just kind of like, okay, yeah, buddy, here we go. Like, if I didn't know any better, I would think that's totally just some drunken fan that just loves Pat Mahomes. Man, is he drunk.
You know what he looks like? He looks like every Notre Dame football player that was there back in the early 90s when my brother played there, when Rudy, the real Rudy, would come up to them at tailgates. Like, Rudy's this little guy who's like, hey, guys, how we doing? He's like a grating personality if you just got done playing 60 minutes of football and you're just trying to tailgate and unwind, and he's coming up like, hey, how you doing, buddy?
Well, he was wasn't he kind of like the guy that was like the creepy older guy that was always hanging around?
He was, before the movie got made, he was the super at a condo complex across the street from the campus where a lot of the players lived. So he'd have keg parties, and he had a unit in there that, they let the super live there for free. So he had a unit in there, and he would throw parties on football weekends. the players would want you, and you hang out.
Yeah.
And you don't have to drive anywhere. You just walk to your place afterwards.
But he was a little bit like the 28-year-old at the high school party.
Yeah.
Like a guy that graduated 10 years ago.
Except
usually that guy, if he's 28, had actually graduated like 7 years ago.
Yeah.
And
we'll put it this way. He graduated in 75.
Yeah.
And the era we're talking about was 1993. So he's like a good 18 to 20 years older than. Yeah.
He was just soaking up all the residual love from the Rudy era.
Yes.
As much as he could.
The Lanyap.
Was he a good super?
I don't know. He made a pretty good movie. Did you like Rudy? I liked Rudy.
I didn't like it because I had heard stuff from Notre Dame football players before I saw the movie about what a pain in the ass Rudy was.
Okay. So there you go.
What a joke. Like, when they put him into play and everything, it was more of just like the players. I don't know. I just heard that the way that Notre Dame football players felt about him wasn't the same as how the movie portrayed
I'm
it.
actually doing a charity event at the end of March. Same charity last year, Christus Foundation for Healthcare.
Yeah.
The one where I interviewed CJ last year.
Yeah.
And the guest of honor this year is Sean Astin, who played Rudy in the movie Rudy.
Oh, yeah.
The actor. So that'll be it'll be interesting to talk to him about that, portraying Rudy. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right, mock draft injection time. This is yet another, I will tease this. This is a player that we have not seen get drafted by the Texans in any of our previous mock draft injections that I think a lot of people locally here will actually be very, and we'll talk about that. We'll do the mock draft injection for today. That is coming up next. But first I want to tell you about Beck's Prime. Did you get to steak night?
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, hey, quick reminder, listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app for an hour each day. That's your entry into our still contest. If you win, you and 3 friends headed off to Circa in Vegas to hang out in their sports book, hang out in their stadium swim experience. This is all going to take place during the college basketball championship tournament. You're going to get an extra $20K in your pocket, $20K in Vegas for a few days. Sounds kind of fun. Just download the Odyssey app. Listen for an hour each day. You'll get your daily entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. All right, mock draft injection time. And this is a name, this is a position that, well, I don't know with this particular player, because he might have a couple positions he could play.
Yeah.
But this is a name we've not seen yet, but I think it's a name that will excite at least a portion of our listening audience, just based solely on where he went to school. So let's do this right now, Ben. With the 25th pick, the mock drafter, hang on, Ben. Don't fire it up again in a second here. The mock drafter we are looking at today is SI.com's Daniel Flick.
Daniel Flick?
Daniel Flick of SI.com. This is mock draft.
Jiminy Glick?
This is mock draft 6.0 for Daniel Flick. This guy wakes up in mock drafts, man. He's on mock draft version 6. It's February 20th. This guy was born to mock. Holy hell. 6 already.
I think Banks is going a lot higher.
Oh, well, hang on. I haven't announced the selection yet.
Okay,
I was doing my attribution first, Seth, of Daniel Flick. With the 25th pick, spoiler alert, 25th overall in the Daniel Flick SI.com mock draft, select, yes, Kelvin Banks Jr. Tackle. He lists Kelvin Banks Jr., Flick does, as offensive tackle / offensive guard. This is by far the lowest I've seen him go in any of the mock drafts. Is that what you were about to say?
Yeah. I think I could only find one where he went lower than 25, 1 or 2 where he went lower than 25. He goes to the Rams at 26 and 1. He goes to the Chiefs at 31. Everybody else has them like 18 or higher.
Yeah.
Most of them in the top half of the first round.
Yeah.
So I don't want to act like it's a moot point or anything, but at least in terms of the mock draft world, this would be a little bit of a steal. I haven't seen any reasons that he would fall. There's no character concerns or anything like that.
Right.
I guess the biggest worry I'd have is, all right, is he a tackle or is he a guard? And some of the things that people say about him is that he doesn't tend to handle power as well as he does, that he's very athletic and does a good job, needs some refinement. But he's, I guess, a little bit of a tweener when it comes to offensive linemen. But I don't want to overthink it. As of right now, it seems the scuttlebutt is that he's a guy that would go in the top half of the first round anyway. So it's a decision that we probably wouldn't have to make.
Here's what Flick says about him, and he echoes some of the things you just said. There are questions about whether Banks has the length to stick at tackle, but regardless, he'd be a strong fit in Houston. Cites the sack numbers the Texans allowed last year, tied for third most in the NFL. Banks allowed only 1 sack, 2 hits, and 7 hurries this season for the long season. So that would be on brand for a lot of what Nick has done with his drafts the last couple of years. The Longhorns play an SEC schedule, so he saw a lot of high-level college edge rushers at least, highlighting his quick feet, his strong upper half, enabling him to block both finesse and power rushers. Banks may go much earlier than 25th, but as doubts arise about his future at tackle, his stock isn't where it once was. So it sounds like Flick has him slipping here because he's sliding potentially out of a position of value into a position that's generally less valued in the first round.
Yeah,
tackle to guard. Yeah.
Right. But I think that, I don't know. The people seem pretty damn impressed with him. I'm always curious with this about what do our Longhorns feel about this? Sometimes you get a more I think you get a more skeptical and accurate assessment of prospects sometimes. Maybe not as much with offensive linemen, but with quarterbacks especially. Whenever a guy is supposedly rising on the draft board and he's a quarterback, and meanwhile the fan base is like, what the hell are people seeing in this bum? I feel like, all right, I'm going to listen to the fans on this one.
Well,
they've watched this guy enough.
They watch this. I would submit this, that the average super fan of a college has probably watched more snaps of these guys than the average draft expert.
That's true. The super fans, and then some of the guys that are watching it with an educated eye. You're right.
Yeah,
they've seen. In Lance's write-up on this, in Lance Zerline's write-up, he has an AFC area scout who says this. This is intriguing. I might have to go back and watch a little bit of film on this one. I wrote him up as a guard for us. The game he had as a freshman against Will Anderson was maybe the best game of his career.
Okay.
Now I'm intrigued.
That's impressive.
We'll have to ask Will Anderson about him.
Yeah. Why did you get dominated by Kelvin Banks? That's how we'll phrase the question.
Did you think you could take it easy versus Kelvin Banks?
You know what?
Did you get a little cocky, Will Anderson, because you were playing a freshman?
Do you think it's even possible to anger Will Anderson in a media session? Like, I don't think...
in a media session?
In a media session. Like, I don't think I've ever seen him do a media session where he hasn't had a smile, either a smile on his face the whole time, or he looks like kind of downtrodden because they just lost the game. I don't think I've ever seen him angry or even irritated. Irritated.
We'll have to ask some of the pool reporters whether they've ever seen Will Anderson get agitated because Will's not at the podium that much.
Right.
So the guys that are like seeing him face to face, I think part of it is that as a writer, you might think you're the crustiest. Maybe you write for the New York Post or something. You could be the crustiest old dude in the world.
Yeah.
There's something about Will Anderson's aura that probably just takes it right out of you. Yeah. You can't even ask the nasty question.
Yeah, man.
So Will Anderson owned by Kelvin Banks.
Yes. Ben, put that in the big book of questions we need to ask Will Anderson with a negative slant.
So this was written by Daniel Flick, which made me immediately think. Jiminy Glick interviewing Jerry Seinfeld.
And one night we got together and watched your special. You kept like, why do people... I can't remember anything else, but it was the phrasing was very unique.
Right.
Some people would say, boy, he seems so kind of bland and there's a nothingness there, but I don't feel that. I feel that there's a wisdom to you. Just because the eyes are so dull doesn't mean that there's not a machinery of wheels clicking away. And then you see your show. There's the stout little boy who seems concerned, and then the frazzled one who is my personal favorite, and then the young girl from SNL.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Did you ever keep up with them?
Oh, sure. I talk to them all the time.
You went, oh, sure, and your voice went, oh, sure,
Yeah.
like
Oh,
it was
sure.
a lie. Let me get this straight. You used their talent, and you discarded them away.
That's pretty much the way it works.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd never seen that before.
Yeah, I didn't like Jiminy Glick at all when I was younger, but now that I'm an old man, I'm like, that Jiminy Glick does it right. Yeah,
Jiminy Glick guy. That's funny.
Jiminy Glick, it's a lot like the Between Two Ferns.
Yeah.
Where the celebrity. Those are fun because they show up on social media and people don't know that it's a joke, and then it's just fun to read the comments. They've breathed new life into that format because it's just fun to watch all the people who take it dead serious.
That's Martin Short, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm most familiar with Ed Grimley. That's the character of his that I'm most acquainted with. I think
Is that an SNL character?
That was an SNL character, like back in the 80s, though. He was like a
Oh, this for creepy, like the pinhead
with the
thing
pinhead,
going
yes.
and everything.
Yeah. Martin
Short and Steve Martin have made an incredible resurgence.
Yeah.
They're all over the place these days.
Commercials.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
Well, they teamed up. They were doing like some tour a few years ago, a comedy tour.
Yep.
And it seemed to have kind of vaulted them back into the public eye.
It's good, man. It's good. Good to get the old guys some work, man.
I told you, Steve Martin is the picture I had, my motivational workout picture.
Should be. Yeah.
He's like 78 years old and he's spry.
Did he
I took down the Schwarzenegger and put up Steve Martin.
Yeah. Did he do the monologue? I haven't watched SNL 50 yet. Did you watch it? The 50?
No, I didn't watch any of that.
Okay,
no.
I didn't either. Right? I think he did the monologue. I thought I saw. He said something like, "We've had 845 people, or some huge number, be the host, the guest host of Saturday Night Live, and only 2 murderers."
Who was it?
I don't know.
OJ?
I'm guessing one had to be OJ, right?
OJ definitely hosted SNL.
Yeah,
at some
and I
point.
think
Did Aaron Hernandez?
No. No. I think Amy was guessing that he might have been referring to. Is it Alec Baldwin who had a gun incident on a
Oh
set?
my God! Oh
Yeah.
wow!
Yeah.
I don't know.
Dude, it's an edgy monologue.
I know, but Alec Baldwin is one of the guys that's hosted it a bunch of times.
Right.
Yeah.
It had to be one of them.
Mulaney is the one who actually had the murder line.
Okay.
So John Mulaney was the one that said, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought it was Steve Martin who had said that. Yeah, either way. Has OJ ever hosted it? Did you Google OJ?
Yeah, OJ's one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they could have been candidates, I guess. O.J. Simpson, Robert Blake, Alec Baldwin, and Robert Wagner.
Okay.
So we don't know exactly who they were. Maybe originally he was going to say 4, but he's like, all right, listen. We don't want. We still got a relationship with Baldwin.
Baldwin's
Let's just
right
go
over
ahead
there. I think Baldwin was on the show.
So we'll just say 2.
Yeah,
and then we'll have plausible deniability.
We'll leave it up to the audience to pick which 2. Yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's give away some rodeo tickets amidst the maniacal cackle of Seth Payne.
That's awesome by Mulaney.
let's give away some rodeo tickets. Bun B's birthday bonanza, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 wins a 4-pack of tickets. See Bun B's birthday bonanza. It's March 7th. That's a Friday during the rodeo. Call now, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5, you're on your way. Give us a call, 713-572-4610. We're going to do this every other hour all day long. Whether you like it or not, I think people like it. People love Bun B. So Bun B's birthday bonanza, that's the giveaway. Phones are ringing. Caller number 5. Good luck to everybody on this contest. Up next, hey, question I got to the Utopia Football Podcast mailbag. Where does DeMeco Ryans rank in the job security department among NFL head coaches? How frigid is the seat of DeMeco Ryans compared to some of his contemporaries? I thought it was an interesting question because it does beg the question, what would it take for any heat to be turned up on that seat? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, attorney, not because you've suffered the fate of one of those previous SNL hosts that we're talking about, but you've been in an accident, and it wasn't your fault. Car accident, truck hit you, slip and slide, whatever.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go, Payne and Pendergast. You can text us, Jim Adler, Texas Hammer text line. You can chat with us in the YouTube and Twitch chat rooms there. All kinds of ways to consume and interact with us here at Sports Radio 610. So I got a question in the mailbag for my podcast, Seth, the Utopia Football Podcast. 2 episodes during the offseason, Tuesday and Thursday. Mailbag, HOU, mailbag@gmail.com if you want to drop me a line there. So where's DeMeco rank in the, quote, job security department among NFL head coaches? Not trying to, stir the pot and imply that DeMeco's seat is hot or anything. Quite the opposite. My answer was just blindly. I just blindly answered it because I didn't have time, to jot down every coach as I'm answering these questions. Blindly, I would say he's top 10 in job security. He's going. It would take an act of God or the most horrific season ever, and probably a series of other things at this point to get to.
It would really. I think even if they ended up having a 2-15 season, even I don't think it would end up. He'd be the first Texans coach that could survive after a 2-win season. They fired every other one that's had a 2-win season.
Yeah.
For a couple reasons. For one, I don't think that this team is capable of having a 2-win season just because defensively they're always going to be a competitive defense.
Yeah.
So that keeps you in enough games that even if you have you can look at the Jets a couple years ago when the Robert Saleh had 7 wins while not having a single viable NFL quarterback the entire time. I think that they're very unlikely to have a season that bad. And then the other part of it too is I think the Texans would have to be concerned with maybe earning what has been an unfair characterization of the team, which is, they fire coaches way too quickly or immediately. It was bogus, because the Texans had held on to coaches for a long time. They 5 or 4 years, then Kubiak was here forever, O'Brien was here for a very long stretch of time, and then it was just a really weird 2-year period where they fired a couple coaches that people wanted to brand them as a short-timer coaching position.
Right.
But I feel like if DeMeco got fired, a lot of people would look at that side-eyed.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the floor for this team, and I say this, I think the floor for this team, even if something were to happen to CJ, right? I still think the floor for this team is 7 or 8 wins, just for what you just said, just based on the defense. This team, I think, could defense and Davis Mills their way to 7 or 8 wins. It's a pretty well-coached team. They've got guys that love football. I don't think these are guys that are going to give up on the season or anything like that. So I think it's for a team, if we were just looking at a team, if they had to play their backup quarterback for the season, what's the floor? I think the Texans have one of the higher floors. If you wiped out all the starting quarterbacks in the NFL and every team had to start their backup, I think the Texans would be a pretty good team in that environment. They'd have a pretty good team in that league,
Yeah. So I think that it's the chance is almost zero of DeMeco getting fired after this.
The only ones I kind of put them into groups, tiers, the coaches in the NFL right now. I put them into tiers for this exercise. I think the only ones I would say are more secure. They're going nowhere. It would take an act of Congress to get these guys out. I would say, see if you agree with me, I would say Andy Reid. John Harbaugh. I would say both the Harbaughs.
Okay. I would because there could at some point be a point where the owner says, all right, look, man, he's been awesome and we've been competitive every year, and yet at some point we just if the Ravens have a really disappointing season this year, and they have for a couple years now, they've got some difficult free agency decisions and everything to make. And if Lamar Jackson took a step backwards for some reason, let's say Derrick Henry gets injured, that I could see. I would actually put DeMeco above John Harbaugh.
Would you? Okay.
Even with all due, and that doesn't have it. I think John Harbaugh is an awesome head coach, but I could see it just being the point where they say, okay, it's time to go in a new direction.
No, we're admittedly splitting hairs right now. We're talking about comparing good coaches to other good coaches. So there's no disrespect for anybody if you say DeMeco's above this guy. The only thing, and maybe it's something to go look up today, is I wonder how many coaches that won Super Bowls, and I understand his Super Bowl win was a decade ago. I get that with Joe Flacco. How many of them had their times with their teams end in them getting fired? Like how much of a golden ticket is a Super Bowl victory?
Tom Coughlin won 2 and then got fired.
Yeah. No, and the number may be high. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like as I was putting Harbaugh in that bucket, the Super Bowl, the fact that he's won a Super Bowl there was definitely on my mind and putting him in there. I mean, you make a good argument for the opposite, though, for sure.
Well, but the Mike McCarthy stuff happens too. Mike McCarthy won a Super Bowl early, and then that guy it buys you a long leash afterwards.
And he's had a long leash, Harbaugh. It's been a decade since he won it.
Coughlin only lasted how many seasons did Super Bowl to get fired?
That's a good question. It was 2011 he won the second Super Bowl, right, against the Patriots. I don't know when they started going on that Ben McAdoo cycle with Ben McAdoo and Joe Judge, the other guys. It was a rough stretch.
How about that? They fired Tom Coughlin, which makes he's an older guy. They felt like he'd lost his touch or whatever.
Yeah.
But then they fired him for Ben McAdoo.
Ben McAdoo, who's go Google Ben McAdoo suit. And see the suit remember the suit he wore to his introductory press conference? He looked like Tom Hanks at the end of Big, where he shrunk back into a little kid again. And he's wearing an adult suit.
He lost. He had 4 seasons after he won that second Super Bowl.
Okay, yeah. So it's just it's interesting. The other names I had in the more secure, Jim Harbaugh, just because he's in year 1 in Los Angeles and he's done a great job so far. He got him back to the playoffs. Jim Harbaugh's going nowhere. Kevin O'Connell, Minnesota, Dan Campbell, Detroit, Matt LaFleur, Green Bay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would say that Kevin O'Connell and Matt LaFleur would be big shocks, but that I wouldn't be big shocks. It would be surprises, but I could see them, especially with Minnesota. I wonder they're very analytically minded, and I could see them, for whatever reason, feeling like, okay, Kevin O'Connell isn't the right guy, and we actually need a guy like this or what have you.
Mathing their way into a decision.
Yeah. Well, it would be like firing James Click. It would be one of those types of things.
Yeah.
As to your previous question, by the way, Big Shit gets fired 3 days after 2 weeks after you win a World Series.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, nobody's safe over there. Matt LaFleur may be a misfit on here. I think D'Amico's probably on a colder seat than Matt LaFleur, just because they haven't been able to break through in Green Bay under him.
Yeah.
He's been really good there with multiple quarterbacks, I think. And then the last two, Sean McVay with the Rams and Kyle Shanahan. I put Kyle Shanahan in there only because I think if he got fired, he'd get hired in 2 seconds by some other team, which, if that's the case, I think Tennessee's finding that out with Mike Vrabel. Vrabel took a year off, just stepped back. But I think if Vrabel, after the Titans fired Vrabel, I think if Vrabel had wanted to, if he and his representation wanted to get him in the mix in that hiring cycle, I think Vrabel could have found a job pretty quickly.
I don't know with Shanahan, every time I kind of go to try to dig into something with the 49ers, there's a whole lot of scuttlebutt all the time out there about both either Shanahan getting traded or Shanahan getting fired. So I don't know. And I feel like one of the theories out there is that, Shanahan and John Lynch talked the owner into making that huge spending splurge last year, and then it completely fell apart to where there might be some acrimony there between the owner and management and the coaching as far as, all right, now we're on the hook for all this money, and it looks like we're headed in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess the question is, there's a difference between being secure in the job you have and being a desirable candidate for the other 31 jobs.
Yeah, I think the list you could list who shouldn't be more secure or who should be more secure than D'Amico.
Yeah.
But the way it actually works out interpersonally and everything, I think those guys are the guys I mentioned might be a little bit more on the hot seat than you realize.
Yeah, no, you may be right. You may be right about that. Then there's other names that I think Sean McDermott, there had been rumblings a year or so ago that he might be on thin ice. He's probably reestablished himself by getting 3 points away from the Super Bowl. Mike Tomlin's a weird one because he's a winning coach every year, and yet there'd been talk of the Steelers maybe trading him to a team.
Yeah.
Sean Payton, I think, is pretty secure in Denver. Sirianni just won a Super Bowl, things like that.
Okay, as far as I'm fascinated by your question about coaches when they're let go after they win a Super Bowl or multiple Super Bowls.
Yeah.
So, Nick Sirianni could have almost been one of those guys if this year hadn't, which is crazy because he's just won. He's been to 2 in 3 years now.
Yeah.
Well, no, okay, without winning it, okay, never mind. Nick Sirianni wouldn't have been.
Yeah, he just made it 2 years ago.
Right. Okay, Andy Reid, Sean McVay, both still have their jobs. Bruce Arians, he retired. He flat out retired.
Yes.
What about, was Bill Belichick officially a firing?
Well, they definitely didn't position it that way. Remember, they had a big press conference.
It was he got fired. If you're not retained, you're fired.
Okay.
Is how I would think of it.
These are the rules. That sounds good.
Doug Peterson.
Fired.
Totally fired.
Yep.
Was Gary Kubiak, did he retire?
He retired.
He retired.
He
Okay.
retired. Yep.
Pete Carroll. I mean, it was long after he won the Super Bowl.
But he got fired.
But he got fired. But that was let's say he got a really respectable long leash. Often we talked about, I would say Mike McCarthy doesn't count because he had such a long leash afterwards.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. It's few and far between.
Yeah.
I mean, Sean Payton retired.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he thought he was retiring, but he stepped away willingly.
Yeah. It's just but John Harbaugh, like the doppelganger for him is probably McCarthy. He won a Super Bowl early on while he was there, and then just was competitive for a long time, and then just eventually the voice stops resonating in the locker room.
I'll tell you what, man. Going back long enough, it really is. Because Dungy retired, right?
Yes.
Did Gruden get fired by the Bucs?
Good question. I don't know.
Or traded. Wait, no, he got traded.
Traded from the Raiders to the Bucs.
From the Raiders to the
Yeah.
I mean, Coughlin might be the biggest miscarriage of justice of all of these, especially when you add in the Ben McAdoo.
He won 2 in 5 years, and he beat Belichick and Brady in both of those.
Yeah.
He got fired for Ben McAdoo.
Well, okay, so he won 2 Super Bowls. That bought him 4 years, where all those other guys were getting a decade-long leash after winning 1 Super Bowl, or some of those other guys.
Well, and not even getting back to one in that 10-year time frame. Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers got to that one in 2010, and they haven't sniffed one since, either of them, in any place they've been. And I think John Harbaugh the same, right? The Ravens haven't been back to a Super Bowl since 2012. No, they haven't. So yeah,
the Giants in the 4 years second Super Bowl, they went 9-7. Yeah. So you'd never get fired after that. Then they went 7-9.
Yeah.
And then they had 2 6-10 seasons in a row where that's what did it in for.
Yeah, they weren't great, and he had a quarterback who's winding down physically, who wasn't all that great to begin with, in Eli.
It made sense, except that they followed it up with Ben McAdoo, Pat Shurmur.
I forgot about
and
Shurmur.
Joe Judge.
I forgot about
from 2016 through 2021, their coaches were Ben McAdoo, Pat Shurmur, and Joe Judge.
Yeah.
That's a horrible, horrible way to follow up firing a coach that had won you 2 Super Bowls.
Right, like at least when you fire McCarthy, you bring in Matt LaFleur, who's done a good job. He hasn't gotten to a Super Bowl, but he's empirically he's done a good job. But that's, dude, when you lay it out that way, like, that's totally on brand for a team that's owned by, what about Saquon?
And you just know, and you know how he loved how popular. His point he made about Saquon Barkley wasn't even how good Saquon Barkley was. It's that he's the most popular with the fans.
Yes.
So think about Coughlin had Odell Beckham Jr. for 2 years. Odell Beckham Jr. wildly popular with the fans. And I'm guessing Odell Beckham Jr. might not have been the biggest Tom Coughlin fan.
I think that's a fair bet.
Because was that Odell Beckham Jr. was one of the people on the boat party in South Florida, was he?
He would his last Coughlin, you said he got fired after 2015?
Yeah.
Yeah, his last 2 seasons would have been Odell Beckham's first 2 seasons.
Yeah.
So that's we're getting a lot of texts to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line about our conversation before, back in the 7 o'clock hour, about who would win a fight between Nick Caserio and Roger Clemens. Roger's winning in an overwhelming fashion on the text page. The reason we brought it up is because Nick pointed out, in talking about lower body strength in athletes yesterday in our conversation with him, pointed out that
Clemens had a big ass.
Yeah, Clemens had a big ass. Don't underestimate how much time Clemens has already done this with all of the boys, all of his sons that he's had, the fights that he's gotten into with his sons through the years, with his
who
dad's
are also
strength.
professional athletes.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
And not as big as Roger either. Like, he's bigger than all of them.
And Roger's he definitely has old man strength, too.
1,000%. He still works out, I bet.
Yeah, I told you, like, the old men in my family on the farming side, they would do, like, these grip strength things. And I can remember when I was still in college, I would do it versus my great uncle, and he would destroy me on it.
Yeah.
Because he's just a lifetime of working the way he did. He had old man strength, and he just destroyed me and all that stuff. Clemens would be that guy.
He's that guy.
I do think, Sean, your one weakness as a sports handicapper.
I know what you're going to say.
Might be in hypothetical street fights.
Because I'm a wrestling fan. I watch Cody Rhodes pin Roman Reigns, and I'm like, all right, if these two fought for real, Roman would squash him like a grape. That's 100% true.
Yeah, I think you don't last element as much as you should.
It's the pro wrestling fan in me. It's a blind spot, but it's an acknowledged blind. You know what?
We are talking about fake hypothetical
I'm going to acknowledge, appropriately enough, I'm going to use Roman Reigns to acknowledge. Sean Pendergast's blind spot for weight classes in street fights.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledged.
Well, okay, now maybe we need to start doing it like that. If you had Caserio go versus Roger Clemens in a pro wrestling bout, who would put on the better show? Who would win the crowd over?
I think.
And let's say not in a Houston or New York or Boston-based crowd, just in a blank slate crowd where they somehow knew nothing about these guys.
I think Clemens would make an outstanding heel. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. He would cut some great heel promos. So, and I think you could paint Nick as the sympathetic, like, underdog babyface in all this.
I think Nick would do some crazy stuff.
Yes.
Like, Nick would go do crazy stuff that looked that's ill-advised.
Yes.
Like, he would do a backflip off of the post onto a folding table and everything.
Yes, an aerial assault from Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
Last text before we hit the break here because it's funny. This texter says, I've played lots of golf with Roger Clemens. A few years ago, I made a hole-in-one with him. He picked me up like a rag doll celebrating. I'm 6'2", 230.
Yeah.
Yeah, that he does. He's got dad strength, old man strength for sure.
We weren't wondering. We assumed that if we have Roger Clemens on and play him that soundbite, he's going to take it as a compliment
for sure.
that Nick said he had a big ass.
Oh, yeah.
Which it was. It was a compliment.
Yes.
Tell him that you actually thought Nick Caserio could beat him or compete with him in an MMA bout. Yeah, Clemens is going to get pissed off at you.
Yeah, I know.
We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that interview in person.
No, or at least save it till the end when I can run out of the studio right before break, something like that. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
You could outrun Roger Clemens, huh?
No, well, I'd have a head start on him.
Big ass.
I just have to get to the elevator first. I just got to get to the elevator.
Just running back, being like, trying to catch me with that fat ass of yours.
Come at me. All right. Are we in a new era where there is a brand new pecking order with the three big pro teams here in town? The Athletic may say yes. We will have that for you coming up next. Daily and Black. That's my fleet of lawyers.
Driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We are in a brave new world in Houston sports. Are the Astros the third best team right now among the three major teams here in town, the three that we follow most closely on our station, the Texans, the Rockets, the Astros? Amongst their sports, this is where they stack up according to The Athletic, the respective power rankings for each of their sports. And obviously these are different people doing these rankings within the sports. This is not one person doing all three. But the Astros in the early spring training athletic power rankings are the 11th best team in Major League Baseball. And I would say, Seth, like that passes the, like, when I hear that blindly without looking at who the 10 teams are ahead of them, like that's right now, especially considering public sentiment about their offseason is not as rosy as maybe I feel it's been. I don't feel it's been this horrific offseason. I feel like for losing Bregman, two players like Bregman and Tucker, I think they've recovered nicely to shore up other areas of this team. So 11th to me probably sounds about right for what the overall national perception is of the Astros. Would you agree with me on that one?
Yeah, I think that sounds about right.
Yeah.
It's with there's obviously a whole lot of wiggle room there as to how it'll actually turn out.
Sure.
But yes, that sounds right.
Meanwhile, in the other two power rankings, the NFL and the NBA, the Texans, the Athletic did their power rankings like off-season, post-Super Bowl, heading into the off-season. Texans are 10th in the NFL, which, again, they were still one of the last 8 teams standing in the playoffs and put up a good fight against the Chiefs. So 10th feels about right because we know there's a couple teams that the experts think are talented but didn't make the, San Fran is still getting some love because they're still a talented but injured football team. The Bengals, if the season were a 20-game season instead of just a 17-game season, probably would have ended up making the playoffs because they were playing really well at the end,
Yeah.
And so they're above the Texans. But 10th feels about right there. And then the Rockets, how about this? This is like a total flip. The Rockets are 7th in the power rankings in the Athletic.
Yeah, I think that, obviously, quibbling about exactly where, okay, does that mean the Rockets are viewed as better than the Texans and the Texans are viewed better than the Astros? That are just not in that elite tier right now.
Yes.
They're playoff caliber teams, but they're just not in that elite tier. It feels about right. If you start talking about, okay, which ones do you feel are most capable of vaulting up into that elite tier right now? Oh, that's a tough one. I've got this residual almost like protectionist feel about the Astros. No, you can't. Look, the Astros have done it twice. They've been not just done. I mean, they've won 2 World Series, but they've been in that elite tier for the better part of a decade now. It's hard for me to relinquish that, and yet I think if you try to be as objective as possible about it, you gotta have a better feel for the future of the Rockets and the Texans right now than the Astros.
Yeah, no, well, they've definitely, if we're doing just what does the roster look like under the age of what we would consider young in each sport, because the age is different for each sport. Like young in football is like once you get to like 26 in football, you're starting to get old,
Yeah.
But if we were just like whatever the line of demarcation is for young core for that sport, there's no question the Rockets and the Texans are ahead of the Astros in that category. Rather, the Astros' young part of their core is in a rebuild mode right now, especially because you just sent Kyle Tucker out the door, who was one of your younger core guys.
Yeah.
Here's what my question would be: which of these teams wins a championship first? If you had to pick, you got the Astros who've won 2, and the Texans not been close. They haven't gotten to the conference championship game. The Rockets, as a franchise, have sniffed conference finals, but none of the guys are left from any of that. I mean, fairly, within the last 5-6 years they've been there. And the NBA, I know what my answer would be. What would your answer be?
My answer would be the Rockets.
The Rockets.
I think it's more realistic because I think if you're talking about, okay, could they do it in the next 3 years? I think that with the Rockets it might be as simple as one player added. And that if like a Durant or somebody like that in the offseason might end up just really drastically vaulting them up. With the Texans, there's a lot of work to be done with the offense. And they can do it in 1 year. It's just harder to envision it always, in football, it always feels like it's got to be this multi-year climb, and then you find out like no, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
But in your mind, you're like, oh, okay, good. They've got to drastically improve the offensive line. They've got to. Gosh, it's hard to move past the offensive line.
Yeah.
They got to figure something out in the wide receiving core above and beyond just Nico Collins.
Yeah.
It just feels like there's more variables there.
There are more variables. I would say the Texans, though. Here's why. I think the offensive line is absolutely a concern. Part of my answer is confidence, definitely in Nick Caley in getting it fixed. The wide receiver room is interesting because now keep in mind the Texans 2 years ago were thought to have among the worst 3 or 4 wide receiver rooms. Then all of a sudden in a year, just with a trade for Stephon Diggs, they had one of the top 3. I had to guess with just Nico and nobody else, if they were to rank these things, they'd be back down at least in the bottom half, if not bottom third. So those things, I think, with the right picks, can get fixed. Here's why I would say the Texans, the biggest reason, Seth, is just the format of the postseason. There's way more variability and potential for randomness built into, and this is a bit of a nerdy analysis of it, but it's the facts, in a one-and-done type of tournament kind of thing than there is. Like, the NBA is truly the one to me. Like, you start off with best of 7 immediately. So, obviously, the longer the series, the better chance the cream rises to the top.
Yeah.
And so the Texans can win a Super Bowl without truly being one of the best teams in football if you catch the right matchups and injuries work out and things like that. In basketball, you absolutely have to be one of the best teams to win.
Okay, so I guess this would be the other part too when it comes to the difference between basketball and football. In football, there's just so many more moving parts. I have extreme faith in Udoka, and when it comes to the coaching with the Texans right now, Nick Caley is still a complete wild card. I'm excited about it. I can't wait to watch it, and I'm optimistic that he'll be better than Bobby Slowick, but I just don't know yet. Where I feel like Udoka, so yes, I think D'Amico is totally 100% a guy who can win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But I feel like Udoka and his staff is just, and with Rafael Stone, I feel like, those guys are championship caliber, and I feel good about them.
Yeah. Some good questions coming in on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. I think the most interesting thing about this conversation we're having, Seth, is you said Rockets, I said Texans, and neither of us are saying the team that's actually won championships in the last 5 or 6 years. This is a good question, though. Would you rather be a city with 3 top 10 teams, like Houston right now? I think the Astros are 11th. We can quibble over that. I think this is a city that has 3 teams that are in the top 10 in their sport. I don't think that's a hot take. Would you rather be a city with 3 top 10 teams or a city with 2 teams and a champion?
Oh, 100%. The champion.
We've been that city. Yeah, like I want
100%.
Parades. Yeah,
I like parades.
Yes.
I want to see people taking the hat that dropped and then tossing it back up to the parking garage every level, like they did at the Astros parade back then.
Yes, that was fun. That was the levels in the garage.
I want to be the city that's hurling beer bottles at people on floats.
I was mesmerized.
I want to do that.
I think there might be some people who would counter that. I'm with you. I agree with you. I'd like 2022. Now the Texans and the Rockets were would be a compliment to what those teams were. Those were bad teams. Those were bottom-of-the-barrel teams that are picking in the top 3 in their respective sports. So there may be a bit more nuance to it. Like, we paid – if that's what the price you got to pay for a parade, like, we paid the ultimate price here in Houston with what the Rockets and Texans were in 2022. Back then.
It's the sum total of all those things. If you're a person that goes to all 3 sports and spends money on them and everything else.
If I had to guess, if we put that up as a poll, there would be some people that, like, just if we gave them 2 choices, 3 top 10 teams or 2, and there may be some people that would counter with the question, which team is winning the championship?
Yeah.
Because there are people in town who aren't basketball fans or aren't baseball fans or aren't football fans. Like, I think, like, to me, like, a Super Bowl championship, wow, like, carries a lot of weight. Like, I would, like, if it's a Super Bowl championship, like, I'm sorry, Rockets and Astros, you don't want to know how bad you could possibly look for us to get a Super Bowl championship.
You don't want to know.
You know how ugly I would allow you to be. You know how ugly I would allow you to be to get a Super Bowl championship.
If Sean has to go pull a Nancy Kerrigan on 3 Rockets players to guarantee a Super Bowl championship, he'll do it.
Yep.
Sean will be out there with a ski mask on.
That's it.
It's hard to get away these days with being a
lot of security.
A random Jeff Gillooly in Houston. Well, just because why would somebody be wearing a ski mask? You're not, you can't just be walking down the street in a ski mask without attracting a little bit of attention.
Today would be the day to do it. It feels like 19 degrees outside. If you're going to Gillooly anybody, do it today.
Do it today.
Yeah, today's the day. You can wear a ski mask and be like, what? It was 19 degrees outside. That's not me hitting that person.
Was Gillooly the one that was actually swinging the stick? Okay.
No. Gillooly was the mastermind behind it. It was, I believe, the name.
Mastermind's an interesting
air quotes.
word.
Yes, air quotes. I believe Sean. Check me on this. Sean Mance, I think, was the name of the fat blob that hit her in the leg. Yeah. Fact check me on that. It was Gillooly.
So Gillooly was the boyfriend.
It was the boyfriend of Tanya Harding. Yeah.
Oh, the Sean Eckert was. But they hired the co-conspirator. Sean Eckert hired others to attack Kerrigan.
Maybe I'm conflating a couple of names together. I got the first name right because he has the same first name as me. Probably why the cops questioned me about it back in 1994. Your name's Sean, and you live in New England. Yeah.
Was Gillooly bald? One of those guys was bald.
No, Gillooly had a beautiful head of hair. Yeah.
Shane Stant hit Nancy Kerrigan with a police baton.
That's Shane Stant. So I was close. Sean Mance is what I said. So Shane Stant. Okay. There we go. I'm glad we had this talk. All right, hey, listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app for an hour each day. Your entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest. If you win, you and 3 friends are headed to Vegas. Circa, major sports book, awesome stadium swim, and guess what time of year it is? The college basketball championship tournament. You're going to be going with an extra $20K in your pocket to spend while you're in Vegas. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day. It's that simple, and you'll get your daily entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. We talked to Nick Caserio yesterday. We asked him about Stephon Diggs. Is the door still open? And he's headed off to the Combine. He had a great quote about what exactly they're looking for in players when they interview them at the Combine. We will hear from the Texans GM coming up next. Now, 20.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Good to be with you, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. We had Nick Caserio on yesterday, Texans GM. Here's what he had to say when we asked him about Stephon Diggs, any talk of an extension leading up to his contract expiring on Monday, and is the door open for Diggs to return?
Absolutely open to that concept. As it pertains to Steph, I would say that was more of a semantical thing more than anything else. I don't think anybody is surprised by that little nuance. Essentially, it was kind of a one-year contract, and he was going to be a free agent. So we're going to have dialogue with all of our players who will be free agents. We'll have discourse back and forth. We had a good relationship with Steph and his representation, and we enjoyed having Steph in the building. So the door is always open. I think a number of players have expressed sentiments and interest in potentially returning to our team next season. So we never rule anything out. So we're going to be open-minded and kind of work through the process here.
He meant, a bunch of free agents. I would think a lot of guys, especially on the defensive side of the ball, would like to come back here if they could at the right price. Guys want to make their money too. I get that, but I think most of the guys who are on that list of the 25 or so free agents that Nick was talking about, I got to imagine had a good experience here the last couple of years, winning games with DeMeco Ryans, I would think.
Right. Yeah, and then there's also, there's going to be guys that are released as well, and that's one of the big things. Andrew Beck signed somewhere. I can't remember where.
One of the New York teams, I think.
Yeah, and which I was a little Beck's been an interesting experiment through multiple years now. It's tough because in that very last game against the Chiefs, the only two games Beck played against this year were the Chiefs. And in that last game, that 82-yard drive at the beginning of the third quarter heavily featured Andrew Beck.
Yeah.
They lined up, and they were running a bunch of inside zone, and they had a fullback in the game, and it worked really, really well. So you thought, okay, boy, maybe there's something here that they can work with. Not as a steady diet or anything.
Yeah.
But they'll have to go out and find another Andrew Beck somewhere.
Yep. As far as Diggs goes, that cut. And big thanks to Houston Stressens, Garrett, who takes a lot of our video from these interviews and puts it up on his feed from these Caserio interviews. It looked to me like, Seth, the one that got a lot of traction and conversation was that cut we just heard, Nick talking about Diggs, and it was a lot of people kind of estimating their pessimism or optimism level based on what Nick was saying there and the other tea leaves that you read as well along the way. And that Diggs is coming back at this point, I think, is what I sense among the fan base.
I think there's just too much potential for another team out there. We talked earlier about the Commanders as a team. It makes a lot of sense to take a little bit of a risk on whether Diggs comes back from his injury successfully and whether he looks like the same guy. But they've got a boatload of cap space.
Yes.
And they've got a young quarterback. For all the reasons that Stephon Diggs, I think, was good for C.J. Stroud despite the overall offense struggling. I think that they'll look at Stephon Diggs the same way with Jaden Daniels. All right, man, there's a guy that can not just be an option for a young quarterback, but also help teach a young quarterback a lot about the game. We saw Diggs and how good he was as a tutor and as a mentor for those other young receivers, and for C.J. Stroud himself. So I don't think it's going to make sense for the Texans to take that same gamble.
Yeah, I think those teams that have all that cap space, I think they'll look at the knee injury a little bit differently than teams with less cap space, you're willing to take on that risk. I'm with you on that. We asked Nick yesterday as well. He's off to the Combine next week, and we had a few questions back and forth about Combine interviews. This little cut from Nick came after, Seth, you asked him, you stuck up for your brethren in the defensive line room.
The defensive line meeting room. I said, hey, sometimes these meetings don't go so hot at the Combine because guys just aren't good interviewers, or maybe they got quirky personalities.
Right.
Is that something like that you – I was hoping for an individual story, but then I realized, okay, he's not going to tell me about it.
Yeah. So we sat down with Albert Hainsworth.
How much do you read into these interviews?
Yep.
We don't want just a bunch of choir boys walking through this building. Like, you need an edge. Anybody that watches us play on defense sees that we play fast, we play physical, we play with an edge, to the consternation of some people, apparently, throughout the course of the league. But when you play defense, you play with your hair on fire and you play with an edge. and you want the other team to feel you. So who are the players that have those qualities? You could be a maniac on the football field, and then off the field, you can be one of the best guys ever and you want to go hang out with and have a beer or bring to church or whatever it is. And we have a number of players like that.
There's lots of guys that want to bring a beer to church on that team.
That'd be great. I had to go with Will Anderson to church with a big cooler and plunk it down next to you on the pew.
we have lots of guys that will go to church with you, but only if you entice them with a beer. That's the kind of guys we want on this football team.
We want guys that shotgun beers at church is what we want. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go to a cowboy church.
Yes, that'd be fun. So I love that. You know, that's the second time I think he said that on our show, that we don't want a bunch of choir boys on the team.
Yeah, and I mean, it's always obviously there's a limit. We're getting to that point in the draft. Oh, there's a prospect. I can't think of who it is. He's a first-round talent, but there's the old character concerns are starting to pop up, and he's dropping out of the first round.
Oh, I know who it is. I think it's one name.
You don't want to throw that out there and then all of a sudden I'll nail it down exactly who it is.
Yeah.
But he's not talking about that necessarily, but it's all one thing that comes out with Nick is always that, man, there's no particular part of evaluating a player that he thinks is the paramount most important
That's
thing.
A great observation, yes.
It's always a blend of different things. And that's the same way he approaches the draft. He thinks that people overvalue the draft. It's one more way to get guys into the building and see if they can play football for you.
But there's a hit rate on it. You know what I mean? Like there's a miss rate and a hit rate on it that are very distinct. Even the good ones miss.
Right, but there's free agency, there's the draft, there's free agency, there's trades. There's multiple different ways to get guys in the building.
Last one here. Nick was kind of on one yesterday with his comment. Even that comment we just played, he's like, "Yeah, you were a little too physical for some people," or whatever it was that he said there. Obviously, alluding, I feels like to me, alluding to the Azeez Al-Shire situation.
Mm-hmm.
But this was a funny comment he made about the two types of tampering.
Things will probably pick up over the next few weeks, and then obviously when you have the call it legal tampering period, which will be preceded by the illegal tampering period, which will take place at the Combine, we'll probably have a pretty good idea of kind of where everybody is going to situate and kind of what the market looks like.
He's absolutely referring to specific people with that.
Did you say the illegal tampering period?
I'm only half joking, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That was good.
There's the paper trail tampering and there's the no paper trail tampering.
You tell, oh yeah, like that deal was done at the Combine. It's like, oh wow, that's interesting. That's awesome.
That's great. Yeah, my bad. I stepped on it there. He's like 1,000%. I think has specific faces in his mind when he's talking. That sounds like somebody who's been burned by an illegal tamper of somebody before.
Yeah, it sounds like maybe there was somebody that they had their eyes set on, and all of a sudden it turns out that, oh, wait, no, they were,
Right,
yeah. Sketchy things happen in Indianapolis, as we know.
As we know, yes. All right, text message.
A lot of cousin marriage.
Jim Adler.
They don't even get married, though. They're like cousins living in sin.
Right.
It's a double whammy.
Right. Sin living in sin.
I would never marry my first cousin. Why buy the cow when I can milk her for free? Yeah. What?
Nothing.
I'm just doing that's not me saying it. That's somebody from Indianapolis.
Milk her for free. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. This goes back to our conversation in the previous segment with who's going to win. Who would you want to win a championship first, or who do you think will win a championship first? The Texans, Astros, Rockets. Derwin texts in. He says, here I am just wanting the Texans to win a Super Bowl before the Titans, and I'd throw – so before the Titans. It's not even do they win it first. Win one before the Titans, and I'd throw in the Astros, Rockets, and Whataburger, LOL. So you would have a piss-poor Astros and Rockets team, and for Whataburger's food quality to fall off the face Texas Super Bowl before the Titans win a Super Bowl. That's Derwin.
Can we keep their apple pie? As long as if we can just say, can they sell the apple pie recipe or formula to somebody else?
I'm going to say yes.
Then I can sign on for the Whataburger.
I'm going to say yes because the Astros and Rockets will probably win a few games those years. The equivalent of having a few wins can be you get to keep your apple pie. How's that?
How do you say Whataburger?
Whataburger.
Okay.
Did I say it differently?
Some people say Waterburger.
My wife does.
Does she?
My wife says Whataburger. Yeah.
Is that a Pasadena thing?
Yeah, maybe. Well, Deer Park, but yeah. It's
Whatever. She tries to say she's from Deer Park.
She's not even from.
Pasadena.
They actually grew up on the southeast side of Houston. Her parents moved out to Deer Park long after Amy was out of the house.
Where'd she go to high school?
Immaculate Word downtown Catholic school. Yeah, those Catholic girls. Yeah.
What?
Start much too late, as Billy Joel would say.
That'd be a good Pender poll. Or am I just mishearing it sometimes when I think people are saying Whataburger?
I think some people say Whataburger. Hey, Ben, how do you say it?
Well, you said Amy definitely says Whataburger?
She says sometimes, yeah. She yes. It skews towards Whataburger.
Yeah, Ben, what's your experience?
I say Whataburger because I said Waterburger when I was a child.
Oh, okay. So you did say it at one time.
Okay.
Thanks for throwing shade at my wife, Ben. She'll appreciate that.
And Ben moved beyond childish things.
That's right.
Amy has not. That's why she hangs out around children all day long.
Yeah, and me. Exactly. She's a teacher, everybody, just so people know what Seth was referring to.
She's not a predator.
No.
Yeah.
She's a kindergarten teacher. All right, with you, head into the 9 o'clock hour. Listen in the 9 o'clock hour for your chance to win Bun B tickets at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. It's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday here on Sports Radio 610. The Athletic had a list, NFL 50 under the age of 40. These are the high achievers in the NFL. How many Texans or people with a tie to the Texans wound up on this list? And are they deserved to be on here? Judge and jury, Payne and Pendergast will make that assessment coming up next. But I got to tell you about West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza, the GM down at West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land, the huge spring sales event going on right now. If you've been thinking about a Lincoln, didn't mean to rhyme right there, then you need to get down to Sugar Land. Get down Southwest Freeway.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Good to be with you. Appreciate you hanging out with us here on a Thursday. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, going back real quick, and then we'll just copying a link here so we can get to the topic I teased about the three teams in Houston all being kind of top 10 in their sport right now. And is this, how does this compare to the best times? Apparently back in 2018, according to one texter, we were ranked the number 2 sports city behind Boston. The Astros had just won the World Series. Deshaun Watson had gotten hurt but looked amazing in his rookie year. That is true.
Oh, yeah.
And then the Rockets with Harden had just gone to the West. They went to the Western Conference Finals back in 2018.
That was very, very, very close to being a golden age in Houston sports.
I believe I heard that on these airwaves. A quarterback.
I had said it many years earlier. I said that they were a franchise quarterback away from being in a golden age, and that was it might have been in 2015 or 16. It's when the Astros were starting to make their swing back up. Harden was around, obviously, and I just said the Texans just need a franchise quarterback.
I think you were on the right track. I think just a little thing happened along the way with the franchise quarterback is all, and then James Harden was part of the calculus as well. That didn't help. But you were close.
I blame COVID for most of it. Whatever your appetite is for invoking that term. Yeah, I blame everybody but myself for it.
Whoever we can point the finger at. So the Athletic had this list: the NFL 50 under 40. Taking some liberties with the format. Usually it's 40 under the age of 40. These are one of those lists that highlights the big risers, you know what I mean? All the people that have that sort of green, upward-moving stock chart,
Yeah. This list annoys me for one very irrational reason, and it's that the main on the headline, the main picture is a really weird picture of Jason Kelce, and it annoys me. I don't know, and I like Jason Kelce, but it's annoying me partly because I feel like Jason Kelce he's still at that point in his broadcasting career where you can tell the producers are trying like hell to force him into a certain role instead of just letting him be himself. And I don't feel like he should be quite there just yet.
He's got a look on his face. You're right. He's got a look on his face that it's clearly like he's expressing some sort of emotion. It's like he's either looking at you like you just hit on his wife, or he's looking at you like he wants to eat you. I
feel like he's looking down on me. I feel like he just made a smug point.
I could see that.
He made a smug. You know what? He looks like a smug analytics bro.
Right.
Who's just like, man, you don't even understand Klondorf? Yeah.
And right before they took that picture, he went like this. After he made his point, he licked his finger and tallied something in the air at you.
I think. Just as one of the guys in here,
yeah.
I think Jason Kelce is a podcaster, and in doing a lot of those things away from the main media, I think that's where his biggest and best influence might be.
Yeah.
Except that I don't right now he's in that phase where they're just trying to. It's like putting a monkey in a suit, I feel like they're just trying too hard to turn him into something that he's not.
Yeah,
Jason Kelce needs to just be Jason Kelce.
Right. No, he's really good with his brother on that podcast. I've not found him to be extraordinary so far. He's not bad, but I just haven't. He hasn't popped for me as a studio analyst or any of the things he's done on ESPN. Doesn't mean he won't. Doesn't mean I think he should be yanked off the air. It's just like I think a lot of people came in. He came into this business with a lot of hype because remember those articles they would do about those broadcasting boot camps that the NFL would put on. The NFL, one of the things they do for current players is, hey, if you want to get into broadcasting once a year, we have guys that may want to get into this, give it a try with a lot of mentors and tutors and things like that. And when he went, man, it was like LeBron out of high school on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Like, this is the next big thing, Jason Kelce.
And that's where it's interesting too. And this is where I think I can show you that I'm being. I feel like I'm being relatively objective about this. I never really liked Romo as a broadcaster his first year. And yet I would have understood him being put on a list like this because he was wildly popular, and that's what matters. People loved it. Jason Kelce, I very much like, and I enjoy him. I just feel like he hasn't found that niche right now where I think that they're really using him the best way.
Yeah.
But maybe in that potential he should be on this list.
Some interesting names I'll give you the two that are actual employees of the Texans right now that made this list. Gerard Johnson is on this list, and this list includes coaches, front office people, obviously broadcasters, agents are on this list. But Gerard Johnson made the list, and they've got a nice little pull down here on The Athletic for each of these guys, Seth. It's got the graphics that you like. Johnson's extensive background with C.J. Stroud and several ascending young quarterbacks in general through development groups like the Elite 11, Nike's Elite 11, made him an invaluable part of the Houston Texans' talent identification process. Now, that's interesting. I wish I'd gotten this list before we talked to Nick yesterday to find out, hey, where's Gerard's role when it comes to when it came to identifying C.J. Stroud and his assessment through the Elite 11. We'll have another chance to ask him. They continue to say now Stroud, the number 2 pick of the draft last year in 2023, is one of the faces of the NFL. Johnson has interviewed for offensive coordinator jobs in the last 2 hiring cycles. Many in league circles believe his true potential lies beyond that as a future head coach. So this is somebody that Texan fans were ready to throw Gerard out, the baby with the bathwater, when it came to the Texans offense. Some Texan fans, at least in terms of promoting him to the offensive coordinator.
Yeah. I think there were very few people who were down on Gerard Johnson. I think there were a lot of people who were high on Gerard Johnson that just felt like agreeing by NFL coaching standards.
Yeah.
And that's I think the skepticism there. So
the skepticism from some people, totally unreasonable, was why didn't Gerard stop it? Why didn't he tackle Bobby Slowick? Yeah. What were you going to say?
No, that's all right. Yeah, I was going to say that could be a good Pender poll.
About Gerard Johnson?
Yeah.
Approval rating? So the other Texan employee on this list is somebody who I'm guessing a lot of Texan fans. There's a lot of guys the Texans interviewed for the OC job, which is interesting. I don't know how old Nick Caley is. I think he's 42, so he wouldn't be on a list. By the way, D'Amico not on this list. He's 40 years old now, so it's 50 people under the age of 40. But Grant Udinsky is on here, who they interviewed, the wonderkind out of Minnesota. He's now the OC for Jacksonville, so he is an OC in the division now.
Yeah. This kid is apparently who looks a little bit too much like Johnny Manziel for my liking, as one of our listeners pointed out.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I feel like that he needs to be applauded for overcoming looking too much like Johnny Manziel.
Yes.
Because I feel like looking like Johnny Manziel could help you in a lot of ways, but not as an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And he's super, super young. He's 29 years old.
Yeah.
And he's the offensive coordinator for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yep. He made the list. Thad Lewis made the list, who interviewed for the Texans OC job. Brian Johnson, who a lot of people were down on the Texans hiring potentially because he got fired in Philadelphia a year ago, made this list. So, at least there's some people out there who still think very highly of him. I'm sure there's plenty. That made the list, and is a name I guarantee 90% of Texan fans, probably more, don't know. DJ Debick, I hope I'm pronouncing DJ's name correctly, director of pro scouting for the Texans. And the Texans have drafted pretty well the last couple of years. They're ready to win. Now, pro scouting is different than college scouting, though. Like the pro scouting, right, Seth? This is you scouting other teams, because they point out with DJ's profile here, the ready-to-win Texans made big moves in free agency, led in part by Debick's efforts in pro personnel. Daniil Hunter, Joe Mixon, Al Shire, Stephon Diggs were all key additions, and extending star receiver Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz was important while C.J. Stroud remains on his rookie contract. Schultz is debatable right now.
Also says he's played a key role in bringing in new offensive coordinator Nick Caley.
Okay. Now, this is one.
So I don't know what his key role was.
I don't.
It was key, Sean. That's all you need to know.
But I'll say it again, the same thing I said about Gerard. I wish this list had come out on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So I could learn a little bit more, especially with Debick, because I don't really know. I don't really have a ton of background on there about him. But that's good. You got a high-profile assistant position coach or position coach, I should say, with Gerard, and you got someone in the front office that people are looking at. 33 years old.
Okay, so one name on here that I was excited to see was Greg Olsen. I love Greg Olsen as a broadcaster. I feel like Greg Olsen, he seems like the kind of guy who could end up going the John Lynch route. Because he comes off as a super bright dude, but who has that playing experience. His communication skills are obviously very good, but I wonder if ultimately he might want more. So it's for putting him as an influential guy under the age of 40. He's 39. He made it by the skin of his teeth.
Skin of his teeth, yeah.
But, yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay. Davis Webb was a big surprise.
Webb.
Former Giants great, Davis Webb.
Former Texas Tech Red Raider, Davis Webb. Yeah, he's quarterback. Yeah, quarterback's coach with the Denver Broncos right now. He's 30. he's well under
30.
He's 30. Yeah.
But he's a retired NFL player.
Yeah.
How many seasons did he end up playing?
Davis Webb.
I'm putting the over under at 2.5.
Yeah. I would, and I might even take the under on that with Davis Webb.
I remember them talking about him. Whichever veteran quarterback he replaced at the time.
Eli, I think, probably, right? He was a Giant, I think, Davis.
What's that?
I think he replaced Eli.
He was one of the guys that replaced Eli when they was playing there when Eli was injured or what have you, and they gushed about how intelligent he was.
Yes, 30 years old, QB coach under Sean Payton there in Denver.
Very bright, but that's the problem that Giants fans would tell you is like, hey, you ain't trying to solve a quadratic equation here. We're trying to throw a football, okay? Get your ass in the coaching booth.
Ryan Poles is on this list, the GM for the Chicago Bears. I feel like he probably campaigned his way onto this list.
Has anybody gotten more credit in the middle of a tank, which right now, I'll remind you, wasn't supposed to be a tank last year?
Right. They were supposed to be good. He keeps getting credit for being bad,
specifically for being bad. Let's say, but look at because they've been bad.
Yeah.
Where was this love for Jeff Luhnow back when the Astros were horrible?
Now in his fourth year as the GM in Chicago after 13 seasons with the Chiefs, Poles has remade the Bears roster thanks to a strong emphasis on building through the draft. They were last place in their division this year. Like, what are we doing?
It's all part of the emphasis of it. Yeah.
39, Poles is the second youngest GM behind Cleveland's Andrew Berry. Colleagues say Poles is a meticulous planner who encourages input and is big on player and staff development. He fired a coach last year. He fired a coach.
So he's been there 4 years?
Yeah, he's going into his fourth year, yes. Yeah.
They've been 6-11.
Yeah.
3-14,
yep,
7-10,
yeah,
and 5-12,
yeah.
And he continues to get all of this love for what an incredible job he's doing. This is the modern NFL. If you're a really, really good GM, you don't listen. I'm all for sticking by a guy and letting the process play out.
Yeah,
but you don't get to go 5-12 in your fourth season as the GM and continue to be lauded as this mastermind where the process is all working out.
Okay.
What the hell is all this?
Those records are what they are, Seth. But what if I told you that he leads with decisiveness, according to people around the league?
He leads reporters into his office and makes them feel special, is what he does decisively.
When it's go time, Poles executes decisiveness. That is the most decisive-ass 5-12 record you're going to find in the NFL. Like, he led that. Those 5 wins were the most decisive. At least were led with decisiveness. I don't know what the final score was. Poles still is looking. Literally, after they say all these things about meticulous planner, encourages input, execute, they have to be tearing this list apart in Chicago right now if they're going through it. Poles still is. Literally, there's a sentence. Poles still is looking for his first winning season as a GM, but just landed top head coaching candidate Ben Johnson. So Chicago appears to be trending in the right direction. That makes him one of the 50 most valuable entities under the age of 40 in the sport of professional football.
Boy, if they can just manage to go 3-14 this year, he's going to be at the top of this list next year. He'll be the most influential guy in all of sports, not just the NFL.
If he gets a top 5 pick again, it's going to be incredible. It's going to be incredible.
Wow.
Yeah.
What an incredible mind.
I love lists like this. I'm sad I've never been on one. Like, this many people under, 30 under 30, 40 under, probably because when I was under 40, I was doing a job. There was not a best 40 under 40 in telecom sales. That article would not have gotten clicked a lot.
You could have, you know what you should have done?
What?
You should have just started a website and named yourself.
Come up with the list myself.
Yeah.
Or
one thing I've learned is if you create some kind of an industry trade publication or website where there is none, the people people in that and watch it and read it and care way more about it than they should.
We see it in this industry all the time.
Oh, yeah.
All the time. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you. 713-572-4610 is the number on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line if you want to weigh in on anything we've been talking about here. Our friend Houston Stressens put up a poll, and this is an interesting one because the Texans are going to have some decisions to make. Not everybody's going to be back next year who was on the team last year. Some will leave of their own volition. Some will be asked to leave. 4 names. Which would you ask to leave? Who do we cut? Who's getting voted off the island? Put up a poll. We'll do the Seth Payne guessing game with this poll and break down each of these as far as cap cuts go. That is coming up next. But first, got to talk right now about Daly and Black. And, Ben, we'll give the tickets away in the next segment.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Garrett of Houston Stressens put up a poll last night, actually, at about, well, let's see, February 19th, whenever that was. Was that yesterday? Yeah. 6 p.m. So it's still up. You got 8 hours left to get out and vote if you want to in this poll. If you could only exit, who would it be? Obviously, there's a lot that goes into answering that for people because you got to, cap cuts and like dead money, things like that. So this feels like more of an emotional question because that's how it's framed. If you could only cut one Houston Texan, who would it be?
And then he gives you choices, so it's not like the carte blanche.
Right. So there's 4 choices. So Seth, we'll play the little game where you pick which one you think the people think. We'll have you guess the percentage, and then obviously get your opinion and my opinion on it here.
This is a tough one. This is a tough one for multiple reasons. I think it was hard for me actually to decide who I think the Texans should amongst these 4 players cut. 4 players are Shaq Mason, Kenyon Green, Dalton Schultz, and Jimmy Ward.
Yep.
And it's tough partly because you don't get a net gain of much at all from any of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to get more than $2 million extra space. So this almost becomes one of, all right, which guys do you think you really don't need, don't want them, can't have them, get rid of them, I don't care how much dead money, etc.
Yeah.
But I don't know, who did you choose?
Dalton, we should point out, Dalton is a net loss, actually. Like, Dalton, you're still upside down on his contract if you cut him.
And with any of those guys, too, even if you get a net gain, like with Shaq Mason, you get a $2.1 million net gain, but you also got to find a new guard.
Yeah.
And maybe that's in the draft, but maybe it's in free agency. So there's a double whammy there with some of these, even though there's a minimal net gain.
I think the way to frame, one of them are easy financial pills to swallow, I guess, in this whole thing. So let's have you guess first. So who do you think the people said they would most want to cut? There's several hundred votes in this poll right now.
I think I think the people most often said Kenyon Green.
That's a good guess. However,
I told you I was going to suck at this.
I think it's a really good guess.
All right. Tell me who it is, and then I'll guess the percentage.
Shaq Mason is
okay. All right. Yep. And that does make more sense because I think one of the problems with Shaq Mason's performance is that it's steadily gotten worse over the last 3 years.
He may be washed.
Ever since he left New England, he was not quite as good in Tampa as he was in New England, and then he hasn't been the same guy at all with Houston, especially this last year.
Yep.
So the big thing about Shaq Mason is, you gain a little bit of cap space. You do have a $12.4 million hit on the cap that does hurt. But I guess I probably should have guessed that one. My guess, and I'm guessing the percentage was 38%.
You know what? 41.7%. I'm giving this man a ding for that there. Yeah, that's really close. 41 points in a poll that's not like a lopsided one or anything. Yeah. You know what I mean? Now, Kenyon Green was second. And not far behind Shaq. So that's why I say it wasn't a bad guess. He's a pretty convincing second. He's a clear second ahead of Schultz and Jimmy Ward. He got about a third of the votes, 34% for Kenyon Green. At an 18 or 16, 18.2% for Dalton Schultz. Jimmy Ward, 6.1%.
For me, for Kenyon Green, he's still cheap. He's still on his rookie contract. And with Kenyon Green, I'm still very much trying to stay open to, all right, with a new offensive line coach who was the assistant offensive line coach last year, who was supposed to be great at working with younger players. But with a new offensive coordinator and a new setup in the offense, I'm willing to give it one more attempt. He just 100% cannot be penciled in as the starter the way they did last year during training camp. That was insane. So he can compete for a starting job. I think his upside is enough that at the very least you put him out there and let him compete during training camp. He's got rare physical traits in a good way in a lot of ways. It's just we got to see it. Shaq Mason, I'm wondering if, between Cole Popovich having been with him in New England, Nick Caley having been with him in New England, Caserio obviously was with him in New England, The one thing that I might wonder is he hasn't been the same player since he left New England, and he's not that old. I wonder if those guys are going to look at it and say, man, all right, some of the fundamentals and the basics have kind of eroded over time, but if we can get him playing the way we want him to play, that there's still value there. So I don't know if it's as much of a slam dunk that they're going to do it as I thought it might be. For me, the hardest thing is the guy I want to choose is the guy I least want to cut by a long, long margin. I have to look at Jimmy Ward, and at his age, in the fact in the last 3 seasons of 51 possible regular season games, he's played 32 of them.
Yeah.
And in some of those games, he didn't play the whole game because he got injured in the game.
Yep.
He's been banged up a lot. The last 3 seasons, he's played 12 games, 10 games, and 10 games.
Wow. So that would be the 2 seasons here and then his last season in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And Seth, his original deal was a 2-year deal. Keep in mind, they extended him another year after last season, where it wasn't a Diggs situation where it was an ACL and he'd just been really healthy throughout his whole career. Like Jimmy Ward, what did you say, he played 10 games his first season here in 2023?
Yeah.
10 games. And so he misses 7 games and he misses the postseason. So the last injury ended his season. And I feel like it was like 3 different injuries, too. Like there was an ankle and a quad. And
he's going to be 34 years old this year.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 34 years old. He's missed almost half of the games that he could have played in the regular season in the past 3 years. And it's really, really hard for me because I think he is swarm as hell. I think he filled in and played his best football in relief of Jalen Petrie at that star position after Jalen Petrie went down. And I think he's still capable of playing at a high level. But at a certain point, it's tough when you just can't depend on him. On a 34-year-old who's missed that many games over the past few years, it would be easy for me emotionally to cut Shaq Schultz. But the realistic one that probably makes the most sense is Jimmy Ward.
Yeah.
So I have to grudgingly, for the good of the team and the future, I have to choose Jimmy Ward.
Wow. Okay, so you're going against the grain there. Only 6.1% of the people said that.
No, and I totally get it. I totally get it. I wish I could be there with him.
They obviously value his leadership tremendous. I mean, D'Amico has long history with Jimmy Ward, going back to San Francisco, and especially as compared to these other 3 guys, like Kenyon Green, Shaq Mason, Dalton Schultz. None of them are feel like, at least outsider looking in, the tour de force in the locker room, that leads guys.
All right, okay. Let me rethink this.
Okay.
Because I had kind of talked about why I think they might keep Shaq Mason. But man, I mean, is he going to be 32 this year?
Yeah, he's 31 right now. So yeah.
All right, Jimmy Ward isn't costing you that much against the cap though either.
Your
only game.
Shaq was mine. Shaq was my choice.
Yeah. No, Shaq is mine now again. Yeah. Shaq was my initial gut instinct, but then I started thinking, is it a wasted vote because as if they're paying attention to my vote. But is it a wasted vote because they're going to keep him around anyway?
Right.
No, it just makes too much sense. That's when I set the over/under on new starters on the Texans offensive line this year, I usually start with Shaq Mason as probably being gone.
Yeah.
So yeah, Shaq Mason's my vote.
Yep.
Oh, phew! Thank goodness. I felt bad about Jimmy Ward. Now it's they just can't rely on Jimmy Ward.
No.
And Eric Murray's a free agent. So is MJ Stewart. There's a lot of questions there for who's going to play alongside Kalen Bullock.
They got a lot of shopping to do with that, second and third tier of the depth chart the Texans do.
Yeah.
It feels like the first tier or tier and a half maybe is pretty well locked down for next season and subsequent seasons. Someone texts in on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line 6735. Sorry if you guys covered this already. If the Texans re-sign Diggs, does it rescind some of the dead money, or is the dead money already applied towards the cap? The dead money is sunk cost. There's nothing that changes with that. If they re-sign Diggs, it'd be the same as signing some other free agent cap-wise. That's 16.6.
You've lost your Bitcoin code there.
Yes.
You're never getting it back. You don't get credit.
Sorry.
That is gone forever.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
That's one of my worst stories to hear from people. these people that bought Bitcoin when it was dirt cheap, and they just lost it somewhere along the way.
Yeah,
they had it written on a Post-it note or something, and the cleaning lady took it up. Like, it just.
It's so wild to me.
And then nobody has it.
Right.
It's just out there.
It disappears.
Forever.
Dandelion spores.
It's in a dumps. Sean, that's going to be the next wave in Bitcoin mining. There are landfills out there with the slips of paper that have Bitcoin code from 10 years ago written on it.
Rifling
you need to start.
trash.
Take away your fancy computer servers in a backhoe and start excavating a landfill.
I'll be poor before I rifle through landfill. Hey, let's give away some tickets to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Bun B's birthday bonanza. Happy early birthday to Bun B. Friday, March the 7th. Call now. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5, and you are on your way. Keep listening all day long. You're going to have chances. Multiple more chances today to win. I believe in the 11 and 1 o'clock hours will be when they're doing it on In the Loop. We'll talk to Reggie and John here in just a minute, but give us a call right now, 713-572-4610. It is a Rodeo Ticket Thursday on Sports Radio 610. Up next, we'll circle back to Nick Caserio on C.J. Stroud's offseason. And Nick had a pretty funny evaluation of a non-football player that he thought might, I don't know if Nick thought maybe he might get into a fight with this guy or not, but we will Nick Caserio was on one yesterday when it came to a couple things, and you'll hear one of his funny comments from yesterday and his analysis of C.J. Stroud's offseason coming up next.
Underdog is one of the leading sports apps, and you can play it now in Texas. Do you want to win up to 1,000 times your money? You can with Underdog, and it's super simple to play the pick'em game. You just choose whether a player is going to go higher or lower on one of their stats. Points, assists, rebounds, and more. Like, for instance, this is how it works with, I'm going with, I think Ja Morant tonight is going to have higher than 22.5 points. I think Bane's going to have more than 2.5 three-pointers made, and I think Tyrese Halliburton will have more than we'll have one or more. I framed that wrong. Apologies to everybody. I think Bane's going to get a double, or Halliburton's going to get a double-double. So my $10 turns into $110. The more players you add, the more fun it gets, and the payouts get higher and higher. Download the Underdog app today. Sign up using the promo code SethP to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with the promo code SethP. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus, 19 plus in Alabama, Nebraska, 19 plus in Colorado for some games, 21 plus in Arizona, Massachusetts, and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Seth and Sean are heading to the beach, West Palm Beach to be exact. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Caserio was on with us yesterday. Talked a lot about C.J. Stroud. Where did C.J. Stroud improve in a year where that shit? Where were the areas that Nick Caserio saw improvement? Here was a big one that he saw.
He learned relative to decision-making, hey, you know what? This decision on this play, maybe the simple play is not the sexy play, but it's the right play. So I think you saw that as the year went on. So he played a lot of good football. I think sometimes everything gets sort of jaded relative to CJ and his performance and how he played. I mean, you can go look at some of the things. I know nobody really gives a crap about stats, but, I mean, you look at some of the things that he did. I mean, the guy played really good football, so I think that sometimes it kind of gets lost a little bit.
Nick brought up in one portion of the CJ conversation the Kansas City playoff game, and that was as citing a game that CJ played really well in. Now, keep in mind, that was a game they lost, whatever it was. The offense scored 12 points in that game.
Yeah,
But you and I both, I think, agree with him on that. When we came in the Monday following that game, I know you said it. You were pounding the drum that CJ, even though they only scored 12 points, CJ Stroud was not the problem. He threw a lot of good balls that day.
Yeah, they were done in by, I mean, even on that 82-yard touchdown drive at the beginning of the third quarter, they had like 20 yards in penalties on that drive. They also had I feel there was the Xavier Hutchinson catch where he got a first down, but they marked it short of the first down.
Yeah.
And it probably should have been challenged, but they didn't. And then they got knocked back by a penalty on the next play, and they still ended up converting that and scoring. They did some really good things in that game. And then in the fourth quarter, where the Kansas City Chiefs had only point, the pass protection just completely fell apart.
Yeah.
And there were some positives taken from that. There were positives to take all year long. I don't think you find many people around the league that felt like CJ was to blame for the offense not being what it could have been this year. And if you look at the fact that they were middle of the road in a lot of respects and a lot of statistics offensively, that's kind of what you hope to get if you have a genuinely good quarterback. Even in years where the offense is bad, the quarterback makes up for a lot of it.
Yeah.
And I think that there was an element to that this year. They didn't put out a lot of points, but it was very few and far between where they were getting blanked offensively in games.
Yep. More with Caserio as far as improvements for CJ. Says he'll improve his lower body strength.
They're going to have a new offensive system, so there's going to be a learning element that's involved there. Continue to train, get stronger, improve his lower body strength, and I think he showed he can make plays with his legs. So you just want to try to be a durable player and a durable athlete. So our ask is no different for CJ than it is for any other player.
Yeah, and bringing up the lower body strength, I think, is part of not just the passing part of it, because we'll play the baseball part of it in a second. The lower body strength helps you with your throwing motion, obviously, but also I think when you do pull the ball down and become a runner, CJ's not going to be a guy that runs a 4.3 40, and his strength as a runner, which is already good. It might be able to make it through perhaps initial contact at the line of scrimmage or whatever it might be. His ability to scramble within the pocket just by being stronger and sturdier, I think it improved in year two over year one, but he can continue to build on that.
I'm very anxious to see what the new C.J. Stroud looks like. The one that seems to be more excited about running the football now and seems to, like he.
Yeah. What if he comes in looking like a true meathead?
Yeah.
Like a guy that wears sleeveless shirts around all over the place.
Yeah. That guy's going to run over people. That would be great.
Is he a backwards hat guy? Is he coming with a big dip? He's got to have a backwards hat and a big dip, and his legs are gigantic.
Oh, that would be
like
amazing.
Bursting out. He looks like the Hulk.
Yeah, especially because we haven't seen much of him. You know what I mean? Like if the change is that drastic, it's not gradual for us. It's the first time we see him is at like mandatory minicamp. Like, wow, who's that guy? Kind of like that article in The Athletic about Jeremy Pena back when he was a young player. And Jeremy Pena used to be a beanpole when he was a player, and he obviously since then he's got in the weight room. He looks like an NFL safety now. But there was an anecdote in a Jeremy Pena article one year at spring training where one of the coaches two coaches are there, and they watch Pena walk by, and one of them goes, "Man, that looks like a jacked up Jeremy Pena," and the other guy's like, "That is Jeremy Pena." That's what we need.
100% Jeremy Pena.
Yeah, we need.
Yeah,
like
as long
that.
as but you don't want them to be for people who throwing athletes like pitchers and quarterbacks. There is still the old school fear of being too muscle bound.
Yeah,
that is a thing for if you throw the ball. So it's be somewhere between. You don't want to be Tom Brady, where all you're concerned about is pliability, because Tom Brady never had to run.
Yeah.
But like you don't want him getting too muscled up. I don't want a Tim Tebow out there.
No, we call that in the Notre Dame world. We call that Brady Quinn syndrome. Brady Quinn had some gun. Now he was pretty good in college. Like he was good enough to be a first-round pick in the NFL. But he was always suns out, guns out, man.
Well, remember with Tebow, because Tebow was never a really fluid and natural thrower of the ball by NFL standards. But when he went to the Jets and they decided to try to make him a fullback and he got really bulked up, it was ugly. Like when he tried to throw the football, it was ugly because he was already stocky and built up, and it was too much for him.
Someone on the text page, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, a big dip, LOL, wasn't quite what I heard. No, dip, D-I-P, big dip.
I want him to. He's gonna come up with a backwards hat, gray sweatpants, and a woman down the hall needs her dishwasher fixed.
Hung like a racehorse.
She's stuck under a dishwasher.
Ben, get the hotkey ready, Ben. The suggestion on the text page for the Texans O-line, cut Shaq Mason and get an O-lineman with a big ass.
Big ass.
Yeah, get a big ass. None of these top-heavy offensive linemen.
No.
I'll tell you what, the body type analysis of the offensive line, of your highest-paid offensive lineman at the beginning of that last year, it did not look like those guys had just been toiling in the gym and pushing away dessert all offseason long.
No.
Laramie's always in good shape.
It was the
Titus
right side.
and Shaq
The right
did
side.
Not,
yes.
Yeah, like by NFL offensive lineman standards, which you're allowed to get away with being kind of chubby. It didn't look good, man. Those guys looked like they were struggling to move.
They looked
like when they would fall down on the ground. Yeah. If they fell down on a play, it looked like really kind of difficult for them to get up.
Yes. Yeah. We haven't played the pitcher one yet, have we, in this segment? I know we just played the hotkey. Did we play talking about
No.
Nick? Okay, well, let's play that here. Nick Caserio, an analogy across sports with lower body strength.
And when you're playing quarterback, everything is ground-based. When you think about a pitcher, everything starts from the ground up. So having a good firm base, I mean, go look at Nolan Ryan. Go look at Roger Clemens. Like, I don't know how much they were squatting, but nobody was more sturdy in their lower body than those two guys. I mean, Clemens had a big ass. Nolan Ryan had old man strength, but he could bend. He had lower body flexibility. You know, when he got in his windup, he pushed off the rubber, and the ball jumped off of his hand. So, yeah, you need arm strength, but you also need torque and lower body strength, which comes from your core, which comes from your leg. So what do you have to do? You have to train those areas.
Yeah. Big takeaway from that on the show was
Clemens had a big ass.
Yeah, the big takeaway from that was I decided to put Roger Clemens and Nick Caserio in the cage with each other, and Seth scoffed at the notion of Nick Caserio standing up in a fight with Roger Clemens.
Yeah,
understandably so. Understandably.
Yeah,
so.
I know, man. Same thought about Pat Mahomes Sr.
and Rocker.
And Rocker.
That's right.
Like, you asked who would win in a street fight.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's not even close.
Yeah.
Rocker by a mile in a street fight. Boxing's a whole different matter. Because the Clemens, even at his not advanced age, he's 63 years old.
Yeah.
But versus Caserio is in much better cardiovascular shape, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But he just wouldn't. I'm highly skeptical he'd be able to overcome the weight difference.
We need to get this fight on the Rough and Rowdy Barstool pay-per-view now. Caserio v. Clemens as the undercard. Actually, that'd probably be the main event. Clemens is the biggest name out of all those guys. But that fight's going to come off. It's reportedly the Mahomes and Rocker fight. So we'll find out. I don't know. Is this Rough and Rowdy thing, like, is it boxing or is it street fight? Does anybody in this room know? Lopez, Reggie, do you guys have any idea? This Barstool?
I haven't heard. That's
Rough
a great
and Rowdy.
question.
Yeah, I need to know the style of fight to see if my guy, Mahomes Sr., can stand up to John Rocker.
And I am glad that Seth caught himself when he started to say advanced age, because Roger and I are almost the exact same age. Almost the exact same age.
Everybody
sounds like you might need to do some reflecting there.
Oh, I'd take Roger.
I'm watching highlights of a couple guys fighting at Rough and Rowdy 24, and it's a couple of big dudes who look like they were pulled out of local bars, and it's in West Virginia, of course.
Yeah.
And they're just flailing at each other. So it's boxing.
So they're wearing gloves.
Yeah, it's like they're boxing. There's no wrestling involved or anything.
Okay,
so.
gotcha. Yeah. So one lucky punch. You never know. You never know. What's up, boys?
Nothing. I'm thankful I'm not at the Odyssey Field Day today.
Oh, that's right. The Ad Stars.
The Stars thing or whatever, Ad Stars. Yeah. They're doing it outside right now.
Oh, my God.
Right now.
What's the feels like out there right now?
I think 20, 19.
Yeah, it's cold out there today.
I always love when we get into these moments where we're like, oh, man, outside. And then there's people that are like working outside. They're like, bleep you guys.
For sure. Mad respect.
For extended periods of time.
Yeah.
So Rough and Rowdy 24 last year, guys. All right, I'm into this now. This is Dave Portnoy is in his weird way he's a genius, man. These are the categories of the different fights. There's all right. There's college bro knockout. There's the fighting leprechaun. There's coal miner fight, bad body fight, little guys brawl, dad knockout, right wing Rambo fight.
Isn't dad knockout just like a Saturday nap after eating lunch?
No. There's stoner fights for a threesome. I guess the winner of that one.
The winner of the stoner fight gets a threesome?
Most tattooed fighter. The 7-footer fight. Oh, this is brilliant.
Is it on? It's on pay-per-view, right? Is it on pay-per-view?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's on. Yeah. If you can wait, you can watch it on YouTube.
No, I can't. Are you describing this? I must spend the $59.99 or whatever it is on this thing. We may have to have
I'm watching Right Wing Rambo, and I think this might be extreme right wing. I don't know.
So what's the tell?
These guys look a little bit like they wear suspenders. This is
Oh my God.
The answer is yes.
Yes. So what's the big question of the day today?
You've taken to enjoying these questions.
Yes, I have actually. You guys have been on a roll lately with these.
I hope not to disappoint with this one.
Okay.
Which athlete, for whatever reason you choose, would you want to see in a broadcast booth?
Joe Buck is coming back. To do baseball.
Well, I think for me, the touch point for me.
Athlete.
Yeah. I know, but that's just sort of a starting point.
Yeah, no, the touch point for me actually was Aaron Rodgers. Like, when it was known that, hey, man, he's not going to return to the Jets. Yeah. There was a lot of people that were getting ahead of, maybe he's going to step away from doing this football thing. And what is he going to do with himself?
Yeah.
And people started thinking the possibility of him in a booth.
I don't want Aaron Rodgers. Why? Oh, so the genesis of this question is Joe Buck calling baseball?
No. He talked about his point, and I think that's more accurate.
Okay.
An athlete that you just do not want to see in a
not want to see in the booth
or want.
Oh no, I was going one. I was going to be one
want to see in the booth. Okay, one athlete that I want to see in a booth. That's a good one. I tell you, somebody who is not an athlete, it's a coach.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
but that I think would be really good on TV, and Texan fans aren't going to like this. I think Bill O'Brien would be excellent on television. I think he'd be really good.
I'd be interested in it.
I hadn't thought about that.
I think he'd be good. I think he can do interviews. I think he gives thoughtful answers. I don't obviously disagree with every move he made as the general manager of the Texans, but I think he's got a good energy for it. Mm-hmm. I think Bill O'Brien would be good either doing a studio, like a Rex Ryan role there, especially if he brought some of the teapot Bill with him, if he brought the energy,
The only thing I'm really hesitant about with coaches is when coaches, you can tell they still want to be in the game.
Trying to keep a job.
Because they don't give you anything.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm like, all right, I can tell you want to go back and coach again, but for the time being, you're supposed to be giving me something here.
Yes.
And you're not giving me anything. It's clear you're holding back. That's the stuff that upsets me.
Yeah. Athlete, another athlete who I think would be good that people probably wouldn't put on the grid for this, the Honey Badger. Tyrann Mathieu, I think would be. Good one. I think Tyrann Mathieu, would be great on TV. Mm-hmm. I think he would be really good on TV.
This one, I guess he doesn't count, but I think he's going to be in broadcasting this year. So Joey Votto, who just retired.
Okay. No, I think that counts.
I've always been very intrigued by Joey Votto in the booth. I enjoy listening to him talk about baseball.
The ladies like Joey Votto too, I think.
I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah.
I didn't check. I didn't pull what the ladies' opinions were on.
I'm part of the team doing a charity event tonight with your friend Dan Pastorini.
How about that?
Charity.
Dante.
I'm calling out the bingo numbers.
Oh, good.
At his purse bingo for Be an Angel tonight.
Oh, Oh, that's awesome.
I'll send along your
That's
regards.
one of the little fundraisers that's really taking off.
Yeah, purse bingo.
The purse bingo.
Yeah, and I've gotten good feedback on my number calling skills.
Really? You can call them.
Because I mix in little jokes along the way and stuff like that. So I've gotten, I think I may have found a niche in the
purse
MCing
bingo
world.
guy.
Yeah, I'm be the bingo guy. Yeah. If this gig runs out, I'll just be running around just the clout numbers. I'm sure there's a lucrative second chapter.
My mother would have loved you.
Yeah, she's a big bingo player.
She was a big bingo player.
The Heights has a big bingo thing going on.
I've been to it
on Thursdays.
I've been to it.
Yeah, is it good?
Yeah, it's a young crowd.
Yeah,
it's very mixed, and you bring your own alcohol and all that good stuff.
Reggie might be a target-rich environment for a single guy, huh?
Very target-rich.
I mean, that's all night fine and good. You had me at bingo. Bingo's fun, man.
Bingo is
especially
fun.
Get that little dot.
I know when there's one dot left.
Yeah,
get the little trolls. Get the little trolls. Rub their hair.
Yeah. Seth looks unimpressed with our bingo talk.
No, I'm thinking. I think Reginald's got very high sugar mama appeal. I think you could. I think there's a. Yeah, I should go latch on.
What are you doing here?
Yeah,
getting you paid.
It's just trying to get you a comfortable living.
I'm with it. Yeah, 100% that side. But also, look, man. Going up in age, not a problem.
No,
not a problem.
I like it.
Yeah.
All right, we are done. We will get out of the way here for In the Loop. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a joyous, rough and rowdy 78 or whatever to you. I'm in. I'll pay for it. This year I'm paying for it, Sean.
We'll split. Seth's paying for the rough and rowdy this year.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, we're done. Out of time. KILT AM. That's what you're listening to. KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
I absolutely love the way that you do that. You announce our signal.
He got smooth with it.
It's very good. It's very good.
He got smooth with it, man.
The people need to hear from Pendergast.
As my son would say, preach, Ken.
All right, let's get going here on a Thursday in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. It's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, and that is the one and only Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Let's have a good Thursday. A rodeo ticket Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
And both of our giveaways, and honestly, all the giveaways all day. Bun B's birthday bonanza. So in the 9 o'clock, the 9 o'clock hour is past. But in the 11 o'clock hour and in the 1 o'clock hour, we'll give away 4 packs to that. And all right, so I've been trying to keep up with the running tally of who is on that bill, and I feel like I've been failing. So at least the ones that I know of, Coco Jones will be there, Keith Sweat will be there, Jagged Edge you said will be there.
Yes.
Is there? Yes, we're working pretty R&B heavy here, Sean.
Yeah.
You haven't been letting the people know in the morning that Keith Sweat is available to be heard from?
No, I've been completely failing at this, apparently.
Man, goodness gracious, man. Yeah, so you got to be listening for that. Those are tickets that are pretty hard to come by at this point. So you definitely want to be listening and be.
It's definitely hard to come by last year.
Yeah. Yeah, you found that in person.
Found that out the hard way.
Looks like people are excited for the question of the day coming up at 10:40. We'll get into that. But let's begin here. Man, I'm super excited. Speaking of Sean, with him in the building, Seth as well. Super excited for them and Adam Spillane to go to West Palm Beach, get a little bit of spring baseball. Man, I'm like, I don't know why it's just been it's been on me. And we're going to get games going as soon as this weekend. In fact, we're getting updates already. Spencer Arguet, we get to see him throwing an outfield that I don't know if this is exciting for you, but an outfield of, and of course, as I go to say it, I forget in the moment, but an outfield of, what was it? Okay, Chas McCormick, Jake Myers, and Zach DeZenzo on Saturday. So we will immediately be thrown into what would this look like if you have not Jose Altuve in outfield, no Jordan in outfield. What would that outfield look like in that instance? So, yeah, we're already going to see some of the early portions of that with this baseball team. And if you're viewing that outfield, maybe you don't lean into this. But I was, on the interwebs this week, and I came across an opinion I'm kind of interested in. I wanted to get your guys' opinion of, and yours, dear listener, on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Is it possible that the Astros offense is actually better this year? I'm interested in what you guys think.
Okay, so we were kind of kicking it around a little bit, not necessarily, as we're going to right now before the show, and it just got me thinking about the answer to me. Like, short answer, believe it or not, is yes. But I think it's so complicated here. It's like it's complicated because, we're assuming health 100% with frontline players. And what really kind of leans me this way is talking with Adam Spillane yesterday. He's convinced Dubon is going to be the second baseman, and Dubon is going to go pretty much the majority of the games this season at second base.
Sure.
From a health and offensive standpoint, because Altuve is going to be himself, whether, forget about the defense. You're talking about the offense. He's going to be good at the plate as an outfielder.
Let me ask you this, though. You talk about, availability and those things. Any concerns of injury, like more possibility for injury playing in left field with the range and such that he's going to have?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a wall out there, and there's a wall to the right.
I love that. Out of context, that just sounds so stupid. There's a wall out there.
There is a wall out there, and there's one in foul territory that's very close at home.
That's true.
It's very, very close to the foul line. No, absolutely, there is that, and also wear and tear on those running those long fly balls down, etc. There's always a you got it, no I got it kind of situation happening out there. Absolutely.
Although I feel like there's less of that because if there is a you got it, I got it, it's like, hey, Jake.
Yeah, you got it.
Come take care of this right quick for me, buddy.
Yeah, that's right. Not me, you.
Yeah, come handle this one. Now I'm going to look a little closer to you than to me right now. Maybe it's just my perspective, but I feel like you got that one,
I got
brother.
a bad angle, but go ahead and get it.
You got it, dog.
Yeah. No, but there is all kinds of things that would lead me to believe that there's more injury possibilities there. But here's where you have to temper it a little bit. Because Dubon at second base probably is an upgrade to the young guys that might play there. Just by default, he's been in the league for a while.
Or the little bit older guy who has an opportunity to play there in Brendan Rodgers.
Correct.
Right? Although, like, defensively, that'll solidify you in the situations that he helms second base. But no, offensively, I don't think that is a fair assumption to have.
So it comes down to two players. Do you believe in Chas McCormick, and do you believe in Jeremy Pena? That's it. That's what it comes down to.
You think so? Because I think one of the big places where you can get a lot of wiggle room and you help yourself on this particular take of the Astros being better on offense this season is, hey man, what did you get at first base last year?
No, that's for sure.
Right?
Yeah,
like, what did you get at first base last year? Because it is a given that you are going to get significantly better play from Christian Walker. Like, I don't know. Do I even need to knock on wood at that point? Like, Christian Walker, you went and you gave him that $60 million deal over 3 years because you know that he is going to come in and, like, be a leader and all these things. But more importantly, he is going to hit. Like, he is going to hit in a significant way. I was looking at projections, and, I mean, I was kind of interested and intrigued to see that, like, when it comes to, like, Zip's projections from Fangraphs, he's projected for 26 home runs. Because I was like, honestly, could see more.
Yeah, I could too.
Honestly,
I could too.
Could see more, right? Like Christian Walker, projections, again, not the end-all be-all by any means, projected for an OPS of like somewhere in the mid to high 700s, right? Like that is more than you could have expected from anyone or any combination of first basemen last year. Like I think that jump in production is not to be ignored, and I think that's going to help in a big way.
But you lose it in right field because Tucker was so good. So that's why I keep coming down to, I agree. To me,
Tucker was so good for how many games?
Well, yeah, he missed games.
That's the tough part about it last year.
Are they going to be healthy?
Right.
But like in terms of like everybody healthy, you gain so much at first base, you lose it all in right field. I mean, you just do. So that's you believe it has McCormick. And then second base, Jose Altuve. You lose a lot there, but you gain it in left field. So it's like if you believe, I think Dubon is going to be okay, but they're going to have to make it up with Jeremy Pena having one of those years. Jeremy Pena is going to have one of those years.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair to Jeremy Pena, again, if I'm leaning on projections, right, they're looking decent, right, looking like he probably ends up being, I think, again, just below average, which honestly I think that is expected of him. I think that's offensively, again, we're talking with the bat. I think that for him, really, I would like to see like a regression to the mean in some ways defensively. That's the big thing for me. Like if you are a strong defensive shortstop, you're doing your job. For Jeremy Pena on this particular roster, average is fine for me from Pena. I know that we would love better, but how about this actually? And if you could, Figgy, take me back to the Crush City Territory podcast with Joe Espada. They talked to him a couple weeks back before he heads out to West Palm Beach. for spring training. And one of the things that caught me was when he was talking about these new guys that are coming in. Christian Walker, who we've talked about. Isaac Paredes, who we haven't, and we probably should. But when he was talking about their additions, he was talking about them offensively. This is what he made of these young guys.
Immediately when we acquire, when we sign Walker and Paredes, I immediately go to, their bat in our ballpark. It's made for Minute Maid, right? Their pull power, how hard they hit the ball in the air. I also like the fact that they see a ton of pitches. They're not early swingers. They have a pretty good idea of what a quality at bat looks like. And, in the beginning of our season, we kind of got away from that, and it took us a while to get going. But when we are a dynamic, elite offense, we beat you in different multiple ways, right? We can walk, we can hit for power, we could, grind our bats and we can get a base hit. I felt like we got down early in the year in the record, and we were trying to do too much, trying to get down in the game early in runs, and we were trying to do way too much, and we got away from our identity, who we are, what makes us great. But these two guys fit right in on our style, right? And we see pitches, we hit this ball hard, passing the baton mentality. I think these two guys are capable of doing that.
Yeah, and I mean, he obviously talked more about some of those things, but like the idea of being, having patient at bats and really making pitchers work. I mean, you look at the walk numbers from last year, and this was a bottom 4 team in walks, and that's not even just straight up walks. I mean, obviously, I can go and look at
nothing advanced, just walks. Yeah,
and hey, man, how much better is this team going to be just with Joe Espada in a second year, not coming in with just like all of the additional pressure of this is his first season, being able to hopefully take time in spring training with this team to help them have better plate discipline. And obviously, this is wishful thinking. This is before anybody's actually stepped into the batter's box in any type of game.
Yeah.
Talk less of real of that nature. But I really have a optimism, and of course, this is a hope-filled time. It's the time of the season where you're hopeful. But I have an optimism that they're going to be a better plate discipline team. So, even if you have the same type of actual production per se, if you can add to better plate discipline, you run down pitchers a little bit sooner, you get to the bullpen a little bit sooner, and hopefully add more walks. I think that could make you a better offense without even having any level of upticks in any of the plays.
Yeah, even in today's long ball or strikeout world, which the Astros don't necessarily always play by that, but when you get the traffic, that's the big inning. That's the proverbial crooked number, and so. You lose a lot with Bregman, who was simply the best at plate discipline, and he took a tick back last year, but still one of the best. Altuve is getting slightly better at that. He's a free swinger that maybe had a little bit better run of working at bats, but it really comes down to those new guys. And Dubon is not bad at it, on occasion. So I think that you get the traffic, you get that, then you're onto something. But in terms of just like the offense itself. If you do check mark, minus mark, Paredes at third base, he's maybe not going to be Bregman in terms of clutch and big hits and all that stuff, but he's a check. He's definitely a check. Obviously, Christian Walker is. Dubon, that's a slight minus, but you expected it. But you get Altuve in left field. I think altogether, if you can combine that a little bit better plate discipline, little more traffic, working into the bullpens, as you put it, with this offense, I think it could be a better offense, but at the end of the season, you're never going to have the same starting lineup that you have at the beginning.
No, and that is fair, right? There's a level of optimism in the top part of the season. Yeah. I do wonder though if that also could possibly work in your advantage, because the 8-3-2 gets to something that is a possibility, right? They go, I think Cam Smith is going to surprise some people. What happens if you do get reinforcements towards the back part of the season, where some of these guys that are younger are able to come up and give you some level of impact, especially offensively? I'm not certain that that's the case necessarily, and I'm not banking on that, but that could also be another way that you get a little bit better here. You mentioned one of the things about Paredes versus Bregman, if we're talking straight third base to third base comparison here. And, of course, again, I want to qualify this and make sure that people know that I understand this. I am operating from the optimistic perspective. This is like best case scenario type stuff. But, hey, man, this is the time of year where we get best-case scenario type stuff. Isaac Paredes, his 2023 season in Tampa was a very good season for him. It's obviously one of the things that you're hoping to be able to get some of with him in a park that fits his profile as a batter better and all of these things. What is one of the big frustrations that Astros fans have had with Bregman?
Slow starts.
One of the things you can look at, and of course, just looking at the 2023 season with Paredes when he's going at his best, it's a fairly consistent. It is a fairly consistent bat in this. At the very least, if you're looking at average, that slugging will jump up. And I know he had a really good July that year. But getting dips. If anything, you're just getting probably solid average, and then we'll get some jump ups at times. But yeah, man, a really, really solid bat that's more consistent. I do wonder how much that also helps your offense in that, hey, there's not necessarily a dip that then grows or what have you, but there's a fairly solid offensive bat at third base there in Paredes if you get, what you're hoping for, what the optimistic end of this is.
Oh, no, for sure. Ultimately, you mentioned Cam Smith. I mean, there are people around this organization that think he can be a franchise-type player, but he's not yet, and there's going to be some growing pain. So maybe by the end of the season you see a little more. On what you're talking about, with Paredes, there's going to be consistency there, but is it going to be Bregman-like, and he's got to live up to that stuff too, man.
Absolutely.
That's the thing.
Because this is the thing. I'm talking about the optimistic side, and this is where, balancing these things out, I will not lie to you.
Yeah.
He went to Chicago, and that was poor. It was a very, very nasty circumstance.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why they are very comfortable moving off of him.
Yeah.
But there is that situation where you look around and you go, in a stadium where his pull power can be better utilized, which of course you have with Dyken Park, now Dyken Park, you hope that you can get him closer to what you saw when he was really going well in Tampa. And I think that's the interesting part of that for me. Some other things that have come in on the Jim Alley, the Texas Hammer text line. Somebody,
Texas Hammer!
That's right. I feel like I just don't come with enough energy, so whenever you hit that,
it helps.
I get, well, not even helps. I get self-conscious. I'm like, damn, I need to go up. I need to go up a level. The 281, from the 346, they said they think towards the end of the season they'll dip in offense, but it's going to be better than last season they go for. From the 281, love my Astros, but there's no way they're going to win the division with McCormick and Myers in the outfield.
Look, that's it, man. I mean, tell me what kind of year McCormick is going to have, and I'll give you an answer.
You're willing to go that far? That he's the linchpin on
Jeremy Pena. He can have those lulls that he had offensively last year. If he's more of a consistent bat at shortstop, and McCormick or anyone, maybe ultimately it's someone else, that replaces him, then I can tell you, the season hinges on what the outfield is doing. You don't have Tucker anymore, man. I mean, that's a huge loss. That's a huge loss.
Yeah, but I'm optimistic, and I think that it says a decent amount about how Dana was able to kind of navigate this offseason that was fairly tumultuous, and I imagine this, the constraints that is put upon him by the way that the organization wants to operate. Where I think that you still have a possibility, at the very least, right, of finding a way to have a better offensive output this year, while also seemingly having addressed some of your defensive shortcomings. There's still some things that remain to be seen, and that's what spring training is for, right? That is what the spring is for, to see if you have fully and adequately addressed these things. So really excited to see what that looks like. Beginning, I believe it is Saturday is when your first Grapefruit League game starts.
And then Altuve hits the field right after that. I think they said he's going to play 5 or 6.
I think, his first 4 or 5, I believe, was the numbers that were given yesterday in left field. And it seems like it's just like, hey, we're going to, this is tenable, and then if it's tenable, we're going to try and work to make it as good as possible. So, in fact, somebody asked, what's the thought behind Altuve in left field versus leaving him at second base? Hey, man, that second base, I feel like you have an opportunity to, or at least second base, have an opportunity like double plays, things of that nature. It can be really, stressful, especially as Spo was mentioning yesterday when he joined us. When you have some, really strong ground ball pitchers, you want to make sure that your infield is strong in order to deal with those ground balls. And it feels like Altuve, with his declining defense, could probably hurt you less, I guess, defensively in left field than second base. That remains to be seen, though. And of course, we get going once we get spring baseball going, and the morning show, Payne and Pendergast, along with Spo, out in West Palm Beach, courtesy of Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. Sunday, and you'll hear them on Monday, baby. I'm super excited. And plus, not only will you hear them 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on Sports Radio 610, breaking those things down, interviews, all that type of stuff, but also you'll hear them all throughout the lineup. It'll be Spo, it'll be Sean, it'll be Seth joining us to let us know what they heard on both In the Loop and The Drive. And I imagine Area 45 will get involved there as well.
Yeah.
Hearing
Boots
from
on the
those fellas.
ground, man.
Boots
Yeah, man.
on the
They
ground.
gonna be there.
Hey, man, they don't call us your Houston sports leader for nothing. Sports Radio 610. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do this. Let's do a mock draft drop-in. We did one, I think, middle of last week. Let's drop back in on the mock drafts and see what's happening, including a little mini confession about me and mock drafts that happened yesterday. We'll do that next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio isn't looking. win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
A little bit more sauce on that one, if you don't mind. Thank you, sir. That's enough. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Thursday is going great. Hope you're staying warm out there.
Man, I'd like to be in that tug of war right now, Figgy. Over at that what's it called? I
don't know. I don't worry myself. I don't concern myself with details that don't concern me.
Star the ads.
Ad stars.
Ad
stars.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not about to be out there, so they can call whatever the hell they want. Honestly, they will not.
I'm not there.
Exactly.
Something that people that's not in radio do not give a damn.
Exactly.
No, it's just all our. That's a thing.
Yeah, that's right. That's
it's
right.
Outdoors.
It's because we wanted to be here for you. That's why.
That's why.
Wink. Man, it's a fun Thursday, Rodeo Ticket Thursday here in the Loop. We'll be giving away tickets, a 4-pack of tickets on 2 occasions to the Bun B birthday bonanza. That'll be in 11 o'clock and the 1 o'clock hours. We'll do that for you fine folks. Hope you're listening on the Odyssey app as well, because that contest is still going on, Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. So you want to make sure listening an hour a day for your entry into that contest. But right now, look, man, let's get mock drafty, if you don't mind.
I like that term.
Okay, I just made it up.
Yeah.
I was not even thinking about it. But I got real mock drafty last night. After, kind of binging some I guess general content on Netflix or whatever, I was like, man, I feel like we need to get into some mock draft stuff. So I started getting into it, and then I went into a place that I just never go into.
And that is?
I am not like mock draft simulator guy.
Gotcha.
Like, that's just not who I am per se. Like, I'll kind of keep up with some mock drafts. I'll definitely kind of keep up with evaluations as much as I can of players once I really get into that mode. I realize that I'm really in that mode because I lost an hour last night doing mock draft simulations and all sorts of such. And it was very interesting.
Old rabbit hole stuff.
Yeah, real rabbit hole stuff. I'm talking about from the hour of, actually longer than an hour. Now think about it, because from about 10:45 to 12:15 in the morning, I was on a couple of mock draft simulators.
The simulators, because they have to assume too much, like
Yeah, but I think that's the idea. Is like it's just an opportunity. Try this out. Like that's the appeal. Like I don't think the idea is to go in and do one right quick.
Yeah.
And then all right, well I figured it out. And maybe some people do. Like I like going in there and just doing a whole bunch of them. And what happens if I draft this here? And what happens if, one of the times, mind you, and I'll circle back around to this. One of the times at 25, you want to know who was on the board for me at 25 for the Houston Texans? Ashton Genty.
Oh. I've seen him.
I've been saying, I said that a minute ago during the damn season when they was having draft conversations.
Yeah.
I'm like, if he's there, I don't even know where the Texans going to pick.
Yeah.
But I will grab him.
In a heartbeat.
Yes.
In a heartbeat.
I don't give a
So
damn.
you wouldn't do what I did, which was go search for a team that's running back needy and see if you can.
You're a team that's running back needy.
I was like, I can trade that.
Hey, I don't give a damn about that.
Yes.
You don't draft for running back in the first round.
Well, he's one of those dudes that breaks that mold.
Yeah. But you're also in
you
need.
can get one in the fourth round.
You got Joe Mixon. 2 more years maybe? Two at the most, 2 or 3.
Hell, it could be 3. You could have 2 running backs.
And you still want him. Yes, you still want him.
Let's get a duo going.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get a little mock drafty. Let's do a mock draft roundup of sorts, as Texans, Drew Daugherty of Texans TV does a good job of putting these together. I know that also Payne and Pendergast go through these individually, but I kind of just wanted to go through and look at who is predominantly being drafted by the Texans in these major mock drafts that have been put out. And of course, the name that has been drafted a lot is Tyler Booker, who is the offensive line profiles as a guard or plays guard. And one of the things that I found interesting in doing a majority of mock drafts is that it seems like Pro Football Focus and especially has a lot of people having him like more as a second round guy and less in that same range of offensive linemen. And I was like, all right, where do you where's your personal kind of offensive line power ranking set? Because I know that oftentimes, at least Nick Caserio very much views this as there's kind of like tiers or bands of players where, hey, this group of guys, but like, what is your kind of personal, like, hey, if I see these guys there, I find them to be more interesting.
All right, so Figgy mentioned one. I mean, if you can find a guy like Genty, a running back, at that level, I think that skews everything. But all things being equal,
does it?
Absolutely, it does for me. Absolutely, it does. You got 2 or 3 more. Like I said, 2 or 3 more years of Mixon. You got a 1-2 punch for these next 2 or 3 years with that guy.
Who's he running behind? No.
Well, I get it. No,
is that
but keep in mind also we're going to find out because free agency. We're gonna know where the Texans are leaning in free agency before the draft. So that that is a huge factor in some of this. But all things being equal, just knowing what we don't know now, I would say interior offensive line, interior defensive line.
All right, so when it comes to interior offensive line, and I was kind of surprised because like Tyler Booker, like I said, was one of those lower guys, even though in certain mocks they still kind of view him highly as top kind of 20 guy or whatever the 5 you can take. Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver. Like
I saw that is Daniel Jeremiah. Dan Parr of NFL.com, Joel Klatt, Fox Sports. Yeah, that he would be one. He would be one
got me out of nowhere,
that's right. Ignore it. He would be one that, again, in a heartbeat, in an absolute heartbeat.
So that's the predominant wide receiver. Kenneth Grant is the predominant defensive tackle out of Michigan that shows up. And then Gray Zabel is like the second lineman that shows up a good amount. Those are kind of the major players. Luther Burden shows up a few times. Matthew Goldenfold shows up a few times. So again, like we knew that those were the kind of 3 places that you're looking at. Interior offensive line, if you can get it. Wide receiver, if you can get it. Defensive tackle, if you can get it. And the reason why I brought up the fact that I was like an hour and a half in on mock drafts is one of the things that it really appeared to me, which is it feels like if you want to get that offensive lineman, that guard, especially one of the ones that you feel strong about, 25 is probably where you need to do it. And it's the reason why I do a whole bunch of them. There's quite a few times where I was like, oh, I'm really interested in this defensive tackle. I'm gonna take him here, and maybe I could circle around and get right. Maybe I could circle around. Oh, this wide receiver fell to me, right? Egbuka fell to me, or whoever falls to you. Oh, let me go ahead and take this, and I'll circle around and look at what the offensive line. Nope. Yeah. It feels like because of the depth, or maybe the lack thereof, at the very top, when the offensive guards and offensive tackles, like the guys that you feel like are really close to that first round talent, it's relatively thin. So if you want to get your guy, it feels like you get him in the first round because there's still an abundance of defense pretty good out. There's obviously a lot of wide receivers that I think you could still feel pretty good about, including you get to like the Isaiah Bonds. I don't know how people feel about him, but I'm very high on Xavier Restrepo out of Miami. I think that he does a lot of really good things as a wide receiver and very consistent with his hands and everything. I feel like there's other guys that you could pivot to very comfortably in like that second and third round range in some of those other positions. Offensive lineman, I don't know. I feel like you kind of got to get that.
And you hit on a couple of things that I don't know if you guys, I'm sure more people do this, but I don't know if you two guys do this very often. When I look at mock drafts, I always do 2 things because there's a sentiment out there oftentimes. Well, why don't they trade back and get another pick and get the player that they want? I don't think this is a year where I would be down with that for that reason.
Really,
because I think at 25 there's going to be an interior or an interior defensive player that you should just get. A lot of times, hey, trade back. That's a very common thing. Trade back, get some more picks. Man, if you can because someone's going to fall to you at 25 on the interior, wide receiver, maybe running back. I feel like this is one year where I don't have any interest in the Texans trading back. Now, if they want to trade up, that's fine, but they don't have a lot of picks to do that. I feel like they're going to get a really good player high on their board at 25 because there's going to be players dropping.
John?
Yeah?
I got to tell you, I'm in the complete opposite group.
I'm telling this is not the year.
You want to trade back?
Normally, I'm good with that.
In the right circumstance, because I found myself, and again, mock draft simulators can only do so much, so I'm being very cognizant of that. I found myself like, there's a few players that I'm really cool with here.
Yeah.
That if you can move back, like say, what was the number? Is that 6 picks? Very basic arithmetic that I just did there, way too long. 6 picks to 31 with the Kansas City Chiefs. That's one of those picks that kind of came up a few times. Or a few picks back to like the very top of the second round and then get you some more stuff and still find that, hey, in that group of guys, because again, we were talking about this, the first round grades, it's a relatively shallow pool, shallower pool than most years. That second round kind of grade, that second and third round kind of tier of guys, really robust to the point where at 25, you're probably taking a second round grade overall. Unless
I don't know about that.
Necessarily.
Someone in your first round could drop to 25, and I don't want to miss it.
And of course, if that's in the instance, right, you have to play it as is. But I think in more situations than not, if you're already talking about like a second round type guys, talking about those bands, talking about those tiers, you might see yourself when you get to 25 and you're like, I got 4 guys that I like, and maybe, just maybe, if I can extract a little bit of value going back a little bit, I could still end up with one of those guys. So I think that you might find yourself in more of those circumstances than I think in other years.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't really care for the trade back this year either.
Yeah,
but I'm also in the I guess in the category of the best player available.
Yeah,
like I want to see who slides down to 25, and like I said, if it's, I mean, I ain't talking about like an obvious position that's not needed, but if it's somebody like if it's like some type of, let's say, star corner or star receipt, something that like a 25.
Yeah,
I don't mind getting that, man.
See,
I don't want to stick to the, we need this, so let's draft the best person at this position.
That's where I am, and that's why this year I'm not altogether down with trading back, because people always, coaches and GMs always say, oh, we had a first round grade on him and we got him at 47, or whatever. That's a lie, right? But there will be a first round graded, according to the Texans anyway, player that drops to 25, and there are no guarantees he's going to be there at 26, 27, 28, So I say use that pick. The other thing I do real quick, and we're getting a little long here, but I do it a lot on these mock drafts since you brought them up. I always look like, okay, let's see who the Texans got, but I always look even more so at
who was still there,
who was still on the board.
And which one are you looking at right now?
Right, I got 2 open that I like. I like Daniel Jeremiah, and they have the Texans drafting Ibuka. Yeah, they're at 25.
My Nigerian brethren.
Yep, but they have they have some defensive tackles, some big time defensive tackles. Shamar Stewart, Darius Alexander. They have Donovan Jackson, the offensive guard from Ohio State, that they don't draft, and I'm always like, ugh. And then the other one I like a lot is NFL Draft Buzz, and they have the Texans drafting Cameron Williams, the offensive tackle, but they have them passing, or not picking, I should say, Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan. So I'm like, ugh.
I mean, look, I think next week will give us a lot more insight, as especially not just the combine, because I know that this organization is not huge on the Underwear Olympics itself, but just the opportunity of it being a NFL conference where there's melding of ideas, there's a passing of information. I think we'll start to get more insight into how teams view all of these players starting next week. So very interested in that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's jump into our question of the day now. Inspired by Aaron Rodgers and the possibility, or like the I guess proposition that maybe Aaron Rodgers would be good on TV. What athlete, current or otherwise, would you like to see in a broadcast booth? 713-572-4610. Let us know and we'll discuss it next.
All right, let's talk about getting a new vehicle.
Put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into our question of the day. For whatever reason that you personally want to, what athlete would you like to see in the broadcast booth? 713-572-4610.
This is all sports.
The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Yes, sir. Any sport that you so choose. In fact, I'd like to open this up to the possibility of cross sports, if you want. How about that?
Okay.
How you like that?
I like it. I like
The reason I brought this up is we know Aaron Rodgers, the Jets told him, hey, man, you ain't got to go home, but you get to get the hell out of here, right? They basically were like, look, man, we do not want this to continue. You can be the quarterback here if you follow certain guidelines that he just was not going to, right? And so ultimately, in time period before we had definitive confirmation that Aaron Rodgers was like, no, I'm still trying to get out here and play football.
Right.
There was, I think, The Athletic kind of put together a kind of a question, which is, could he possibly want to jump into the broadcast booth? And I thought about that. I was like, that's interesting, because he is a opinionated dude. He is not one that shies away from being in media. However, he talks in such a way that makes you want to punch him, or and then also other things. So I was like, nah, probably not. But then that got me thinking, like, what other athletes would you like to see in the broadcast?
Well, the first question, absolutely no on Aaron Rodgers. I mean, it's not. Forget some of the other stuff that can be polarizing on a political point or whatever.
Oh, I wasn't even talking about. That's the crazy thing. I wasn't even getting there.
He's just weird. He could be talking about, who knows, some healthy flower or something, something.
Personally, I start my day with hibiscus root.
Exactly. Well, I
don't even think that's root.
Yeah, that's exactly something that he might do. So no on Aaron Rodgers. The one I'm going to say, though, I shouldn't say equally, but I also dislike, but I think he'd be awesome, and we're already seeing some signs of it. It pains me to say this.
You just, come on.
Draymond Green.
Oh, yeah, Dre
would be great.
Yeah, Dre is
Draymond
very
would
polarized.
Be great.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, hey, man, what is the thing that they say about media? Hate you, love you, make sure they feel something.
Yeah.
Draymond Green gets on that screen or definitely feels something.
Yeah, you definitely do. I think he'd be fantastic. And I don't like him, but I think he'd be fantastic.
So that's a good one on the text line, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line from the 832. Hands down. And I honestly came in very quickly. Jameis Winston.
Mm-hmm. Oh, would he be a broadcast booth?
Exactly.
Or what he did at the Super Bowl.
Because you know what he immediately reminds me of? RG3.
But he might have a little John Madden in him because he's just.
I had not even thought about that.
He can paint the picture.
He might just have that energy and the bizarre
sort of some snow.
I mean, John Madden was giving out turkey legs and stuff before anybody even thought that was a thing.
Yeah, but the thing about John Madden is like we can't like outside of just the energy and the eccentricity,
boom, and
right?
And he could do that.
He was also really good, really smart football mind and a smart TV mind.
Coach,
mind you.
I think Jameis might have a little bit of that.
I can see that.
Yeah,
kind of setting the scene,
weird noises and weird, analogies and stuff like that.
But asking what's your favorite color?
Yes.
Do you think people get tired of him like they got tired of Tony Romo?
That's why I paused. Yeah, I think maybe his best role is being the little goofball out in the streets,
From the 281, keeping it real local here, they said Case Keenum if he is not coaching.
He's more probably the analytical, I think he'd be good. I think he'd absolutely be good. But he's more of the analytical type of in the booth type of guy.
I like this, and I want to get your opinion as somebody who has covered him up close. YouTube Rock says would love to see Brian Cushing on a broadcast.
I don't think he'd be bad. I don't think he'd be bad. I mean, his football mind is next level, and he's also, well, hold on, because he was
like, wait a minute,
wait a minute, hold on.
You can every time I've spoken with Brian Cushing and heard him talk, you can almost like see his brain working, like he wants to say something more, but he's afraid to, or sort of self-aware too much. I think he might hold back. I wouldn't want him holding back.
Ooh, we've got some great input coming in various different mediums. This one, directly to the phone, the homie T-Mill. You can hear him every day on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. And he texted in, one, Meta World Peace. We'll tune in to hear what he might say. And yeah, I think he's going from the aspect of crazy. But one of the things about Meta World Peace, he is actually like a very serene dude. He just gets to those moments. He gets to those instances where I imagine it could be kind of hilarious. So I'm kind of with you, but I actually kind of would like to see like serene Meta World Peace and then what the change up is. Yeah. But then he asked a valid question going back to the Aaron Rodgers. With Aaron Rodgers, the best hope is that he goes like Bill Walton.
Yes,
but I don't think he is that type of let's be honest, like LSD head. Right? Like I don't think he's that. I don't think he is the like love, peace, Grateful Dead type of I do drugs. I feel like he is the annoying I am trying to lecture you type of.
Why don't you just do Antonio Brown?
Antonio Brown did come in on the text line.
I actually thought about Marshawn Lynch.
Oh, I think he'd be good. He's one of those guys. Oh, you made me think of another. During his playing career, you're like, he's kind of strange, doesn't say a lot. But we put him in a booth, and all of a sudden, it's like, wow, where'd that come from? I think Marshawn would fall in that category. Frankly, I think Kevin Durant would fall in that category.
Kevin Durant would be good.
Yeah.
If you get him comfortable in talking. Yeah. Absolutely, I think Kevin Durant has had some really interesting to say, including recently, right? One of the things that he was talking about with the NBA, which I do think is true, is that he's kind of talked about the All-Star game criticism on the other side, which is it's more fun to complain about the NBA than to actually watch it, which hey, guys, that is one of the big issues of the NBA right now that he distilled down incredibly well.
Yeah.
Like, incredibly well. So I think I'm with you. J.J. Watt is already doing that, but hey, man, give me more. I would not hate that. Somebody said Jason and not Travis Kelce. Both of those guys already kind of doing that. I think that is solid. Arian Foster comes in on 713.
Oh, fantastic. I think he'd be fantastic. No question about it. And he, as a player, was sort of like, I don't know about this guy, but I bet you he'd be great in the booth.
Yeah, another one. I guess they kind of doing it. They on TV a lot, but I would love to see Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce together calling the NBA game, man.
Yeah.
Those guys are goofballs, man.
Yes.
Vince Wilfork comes in.
How do you feel about Joe Kelly?
I don't think I can get over it just yet. I'd have to give him a real try.
Here we would hate it.
He seems like he's smart, though.
He's smart. He's opinionated.
What about Trevor Bauer?
Oh, wow. Again, maybe.
He know his stuff, man.
Yeah.
He know his stuff.
Does know his stuff. Xavier Legette. I'm surprised that we didn't get more of these that's just straight off of voice alone.
I would love some country, man.
Yeah, Xavier Legette comes up when we start talking about country. One of those... Calais Campbell, because he just sounds like a big old friendly monster.
Von Miller, country. Give me country. I love that.
Verlander, Mike Tyson, Phillip Rivers.
Mike Tyson
is an interesting one. How about Big Vern Maxwell, Mad Max?
Yeah, he'd be on the air for 3 minutes.
I'm about to say you better not owe him no money.
He'd be on the air for 3 minutes.
There you go. Keep those coming in on the Jim Alley, the Texas Hammer text line. The athletes that you wanted to see for whatever reason in the broadcast booth. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's circle back around the NFL, where I think that this is a really interesting thing. The NFL may be showing their hand on what's happening with the refs and officiating everything. I'll tell you what I mean next.
Payne and Pendergast. exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop. And at the risk of kind of not going around the NFL, I want to start with something that actually just caught my attention. And that is that the NBA All-Star Game, hold on. The viewership, which was at the average was 4.7 million, which is identical apparently to that of the NFL's flag football Pro Bowl replacement that happened last month. And for the NFL, it was an 18% drop, all-time low audience for that. After they changed away from like the game itself.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, that 13% drop for the NBA game was the second lowest, I think is what you had said.
Second ever.
And I think really my takeaway from all this is, we're just done with All-Star games, aren't we?
We're pretty much done. Baseball is about it, and that's a stretch.
I was about to say, is baseball doing pretty bad when it comes to All-Star games?
They're not doing like they used to do, but much better than those two.
Yeah, I could watch a baseball All-Star game.
Yeah. Because at least you get some matchups. Pitcher. Yeah. It goes back to that one-on-one thing that we were talking about, earlier. At least you get a pitcher batter where I want to see this.
Yeah. It seemed like I don't feel like they half-assing it. Like maybe
they're not full-assing it.
Yeah, maybe.
but they're not half-assing it. They're not Roger Clemens assing it, but they're not half-assing it.
No, I mean it's kind of tough to do that baseball-wise. The only thing about it is like, hey, I really want to see this guy. Here is one at bat maybe, and then
that's it.
Like but that's
still better.
Or the pitcher, like here are
still out there playing
3 outs and we're out of there, right? Yeah. But and sometimes you're like, hey, I really want to get this matchup. Mm-hmm. And even if you do get this matchup, here you go, 3 pitches and we're out of there, or what have you, right? So I get you. It's I think just the notion of All-Star games it's coming to bear that this is somewhat untenable. But the problem is that with all these TV deals, they've made this a product.
It's got to be on the air.
Unless they're willing to like take some money off on their from losing that particular.
Say what? I'm sorry.
Or find a replacement.
Baking
I guess.
Powder.
I don't know. I don't know what the replacement would be, but you have to
take some what off of what?
Yeah,
take some what.
Fair. I just had to throw it up there as a possibility. So but I found that to be interesting. Some other things around the NFL. Speaking of interesting, we've talked about teams kind of selling equity in order to increase revenue. This is going up as the Niners are reportedly exploring the sale of up to 10% of the team in a similar fashion, right? The idea being that it seems like right now the offering would be valued or based rather on a valuation more than $9 billion. So again, this thing keeps going up and up. But yeah, teams are continuing to kind of sell a small portion, cutting off a little sliver. Juice the money that they have, the liquid capital that they have in order to do some of these things.
You know what they're basically doing is saying, hey, we'll give you a suite and access to the field before the game and maybe a couple other little perks. Why don't you give us about $1 billion?
But that's always been what minority ownership has been.
Yes.
In this instance, it's actually probably less about the suite, and it's like, hey, we guarantee year-over-year returns because that's what private equity is concerned about.
Yeah, sure.
The access and like status that doesn't matter to private equity.
But it's
like, hey,
not a
what's
good
the cold hard
deal.
Cash?
It's a long-term good deal, but it's not what private equity usually does. Private equity usually comes in and takes off over the whole thing.
Well, but the idea, usually private equity comes in and takes over the whole thing in order to try and cut. And this is why private equity has a bad name, is because they come in and frequently they cut down expenses, usually making things largely untenable, if we're going to be completely honest. But I cut down expenses really low.
Sound familiar?
Yeah. So that, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people listening have seen this in various aspects in their companies or in families' companies or what have you, right? But like they slash things down in order to then make the revenue, like obviously, be relatively
but they usually like
higher
control
in order to get big money. Well, this is the thing.
They have no control.
You don't need control in the NFL.
Yeah.
So like, you say it's a bad deal, and I understand where you're coming from, but I think for them, it's like, yo, what is the most sure return that you can get than the NFL in the year over year? I mean, look, we got teams that plan their salaries multiple years in the future, knowing that, oh, no, the cap going to grow.
Yeah.
The cap is only really based off of what your revenues are that year and then the percentage of it, that needs to go to players. But they're like, no, we're going to make more money. Don't worry about it.
Well, what they're doing.
Next year, we're going to make more money, and more money, and the year after that, we're going to make more money, and the year after that, we're going to make even more money.
What they're doing is making an 8 to 12 year investment, kind of banking on the valuation of the team getting so high that when it's sold, they get a bigger chunk, as opposed to a 3 or 4 year investment. I mean, and not having total control. Because in private equity usually comes into a company, takes majority control, slashes people and expenses, and then they do whatever in about 3 or 4 years. This is more of a longer term deal.
But I think even if they went 3 or 4 years, they'd get the return on the investment.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing of where the NFL has been and where it seems like at the current time it is. And I don't know for how much longer it continues to have this growth, because as we know, growth is not infinite. Like eventually you imagine something will slow down, but nothing seems to be in the path of the NFL's continued growth. All right. Some more things around the NFL. I found this to be really interesting because, again, this really comes off of, we mentioned that Joe Mixon, that $25,000 fine on him was rescinded, as was the one on Will Anderson. I don't think that we had made mention of that, but that was also overturned on appeal. And apparently, in one of the reasons why the NFL has been really staunch on fining players and all these things is because the criticism of NFL officials is really it really worries the NFL, because they worry that if this criticism is kind of substantial and sustained, that they will have a hard time being able to staff the league with referees and officials.
I find that next to impossible to believe. There are thousands, maybe certainly hundreds of officials at the collegiate level and in other leagues that are more than willing, no matter what the criticism. And by the way, they insulate the officials so much. Like even their pool reports of some of these awful calls after the Texans game and others is just like, well, I saw this and that's why we made the call. Oh, great, thanks for the insight. They insulate the officials. I think this is just another way of saying, hey, lay off our guys, will you? They're not gonna. You think they're gonna run out of officials? That are people that are willing to do this?
Well, willingness to do it is one thing. I mean, if we're already talking about the capability and qualifications, what happens if you have, I guess, in theory, and of course this is more of the NFL perspective, and I want to make it clear that is that. From the NFL's perspective, they look up and they go, all right, yeah, there are people that want to do it. How many of those people will be the maximum qualified people to do it? And how many of those maximum qualified people to do it are not worth it?
I don't think very many.
Okay.
You get to the NFL, it's like everything else. Let's say you're not even like SEC or Big 12 or whatever, Big 10. There's some great officials, and I'm being serious, in whatever conference that can go through the program, get the NFL instruction, go do their due diligence and get into the NFL. This is just the NFL with another little, press release kind of saying, hey, lay off our guys. We're very sensitive to this. Well, it's your own damn fault. It's your own damn fault.
It seemed like the fines would want more players to kind of lay off a little bit. It seemed like
that's what they're doing.
That's
the idea. That's exactly what it is.
To me, it seemed like the NFL was kind of like maybe it was some questionable calls.
It could be that too.
So let's not fine them for this, because it was a little crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they ain't gonna throw their guys under the bus.
Look. We get it.
We'll look the other way on this. We'll look out for you this time.
You can't be out here saying it out loud.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Help us out. That's what it came across to me.
We see it too, dog. But hey, man, you gotta.
Hey, we gonna try to figure this out for next season.
Yeah,
we're not gonna take the money, but hey, man, chill.
Yeah, just go ahead
on. Go
ahead on.
It's bad PR.
That's interesting. I mean, we know that there's the officials and the unions and all that. I mean, how do they navigate this? How would you navigate this? I have now made you commissioner of the NFL. Congratulations on the very, very big and sick salary. How do you navigate because again, there is something to be said about trying to make sure that your officials are doing a good job, but clearly this does not feel like it's working the way that the audience wants.
How I would navigate it. I mean, it's not what people probably want to hear, because we know there was, either conscious or subconscious, biases that came into play. But I thought the NFL really should probably just ignore it more. I know they're going to be asked, and Goodell gave the answer that you probably expected. But the more you talk about it, the more it balloons, and that's not what anybody wants to hear, but that's probably the best play, from a PR perspective.
Yeah, I don't think there's nothing they can really do about
There's
it.
nothing.
Or nothing they can say.
Yeah.
Because, like, if you look at these good teams or like a Patrick Mahomes, it looked like he's like kind of a pretty nice guy to these referees. So they probably going to look the other way or look out for calls for him.
And the other thing,
so I just don't think it's going to do anything.
The other thing, I think the NBA actually, in a rare occurrence, has this over all the other leagues. Once you get to the postseason, just tell your officials, and they do tell them, let them play. Let them play. The NFL, the biggest complaints we had were, Troy Aikman said it, I forget their names, but in both cases in the Chiefs games in 2 weeks in a row, the referee in the booth said it. I wouldn't have called that. I would let them play. Let it go.
I feel like if it is a questionable call, I feel like they all should just huddle up and be like, hey, should we pick the flag up on this or, let it go? They should do more stuff like that. They did it in the past, but I think they should do that a little more often.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, sorry that you're not actually the commissioner. I wish I had the power to give you that role and all that money that it
I
comes
wish you
with.
had the power to give me
I
that.
bet you do. All right. Some other things around the NFL. Shout out to Cam Ward, who has the possibility of being the number 1 overall pick. I think for a lot of people, they're like, hey, that Shedeur Sanders thing is cool, but Cam Ward is actually the best quarterback available in this. He wants to make it known that if you do pass on him, you are absolutely making a mistake. Speaking on Monday night while he was receiving the Davey O'Brien Award for best quarterback in college football, he said this, quote, okay, you're either going to draft me or you're not. If you don't draft me, that's your fault. You've got to remember you're the same team that's got to play me for the rest of my career, and I'll remember that.
I never mind that stuff. I like it. I think it it's what players of all levels, remember the team that told them, you'll never make it or didn't draft them or whatever, didn't give them a scholarship. I never mind that. I like it. Yeah.
You're good with that?
I want that in my players. Man.
Sure.
Yeah.
Look, I get it, man. Being an athlete, you got to have like an outside. Sometimes you got to be a little bit of a sociopath. Let's be honest.
Yes.
But I always find it interesting, like the dudes. I feel like everybody does this and remembers, like, oh, I remember all the guys that were drafted before me. It's cool. It's cool to see that. It'd be funny if it's just like, all right, you're number 1. You don't have anybody that you can try and juice that level of motivation from.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. And look,
However, he really gonna be mad at Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter.
I like the interaction between he and Shedeur Sanders that's been kind of making the rounds. I mean, they're giving each other a lot of grief. No, I don't think he's mad at the teams. And he should be. I like that. I want that in my players.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like look,
it happens in everyday life. Hey, you'll never be, an everyday producer.
Yeah.
You remember it?
I look at the station I came from up in Cleveland, man. They wouldn't give me a shot.
How you like me now?
Yeah. Look at me now, baby.
How are you like looking at Cam Ward right now? Because I'm very much in the space, like at the very top of this draft, where I know these quarterbacks, like they're quarterback needy teams up there. Even with Cam Ward, like it's a relatively high ceiling, and we've been talking about development for a long time with this dude. Like and that's not shade to him. It just feels like, hey man, solid quarterback. But if you've got these generational cats over here, which you do,
is he generational?
We'll see you at 3, Cam.
Is he generational?
Who, Cam?
Yeah.
Nah.
Is Shedeur Sanders generational?
Nah.
And look, I'll be willing to eat my words if they ultimately get there. Salute to them if they do that. But I mean, all indications are like solid quarterbacks.
Yeah, you'll know if it's a generational quarterback, man. Even throughout the season, man. You'll be like, oh, that person's going number 1.
And that's even on the on the kind of bastardized ways that we use the word generational, because there's seemingly a generational dude every 2 or 3 years, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah,
even on that scale, it feels like the answer is
But
no.
you'll have a quarterback that's like, man, that's the number 1 overall pick. Like, they're tanking for this guy.
Yes.
I feel like you don't have that quarterback anybody was tanking for.
I don't think I would say generational, but I am going to say, and I have said, I think the best quarterback of the class is going to be Jackson Dart. Not Cam Ward, not Shedeur Sanders. As far as like an NFL quarterback.
I appreciate the boldness in that take. I do.
I said last year Jaden Daniels would be better than Caleb Williams.
And you hit there.
Yeah.
I got to give you that credit. You hit there.
I think Jackson Dart's going to be I'm not, CJ or Jaden Daniel, but I think he's going to be the best of those 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how that continues to roll out. Some other things, on the text line here. I did appreciate this. Speaking of the referees from 346, I think that if the call is so controversial, they should get the commissioner to make a call. I like the image of him just constantly having to be near the bat phone, right? And for some reason in my head, it is not just like his cell phone. You remember
No, you got to put him on camera.
You remember the COVID draft where he was in his basement
on the couch,
on the recliner, looking exasperated by the end of the rounds. Like I just like the idea that he has to watch all the games from there with just a landline right next to him.
That would be awful.
He should be like an Egyptian king or something back in the old days. Thumbs up or split the screen. We go to Roger Goodell now.
Are you thinking like gladiator times where like, hey man,
we go to
should
Roger
he go?
Goodell. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs down.
Oh yeah, that would be awful. By the way, man.
He would hate that for obvious reasons that he would have to be like on call all the damn time. Although I do love this. You know what the side effect is? Maybe we wouldn't have football games all the damn time because he would look up and be like, damn, I have to be up at 9 in the morning. I got to go all the way till 11.
No Thursday night football.
I got to be here
guys.
Thursday. Yeah, exactly. He'd be like, hey, let's calm down.
Just drop it down to 16 games for the season.
Yeah, he's like, hey, you don't feel like you're not tired?
Yeah.
I'm tired. You're not tired? I love this. I feel like we can get some things done. Like, yeah, I don't know if we really should make these players play 18 games.
Yeah.
This might be a health risk, guys. We should go for that.
I'm kind of on the player side.
You know what? Let's go 10-minute quarters. Let's go 10 minutes.
Run the clock, baby. Let's go. Move this thing along. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us on this Thursday. In fact, you know what? It's a rodeo ticket
It sure
Thursday.
is. It sure
and so you know
is.
what? Caller number 7. How about caller number 7 right now to 713-572-4610 gets a 4-pack of tickets to Bun B's birthday bonanza, March 7th. That's where we got the 7 from, if you didn't catch that. I know that we have confirmed Coco Jones, Jagged Edge, Keith Sweat, all of them. It's always a good time at the rodeo, particularly on that Friday that you get the Bun B's birthday bonanza. And call number 7 right now, 713-572-4610. We'll get to go on our dime. So salute to you for if you are indeed caller number 7. All right, coming up next. Let's circle back around to this Rockets team. I believe they're practicing today, and then tomorrow they'll be back in action at Toyota Center versus the Minnesota Timberwolves. And to start off the stretch run of the season, which of the Rockets players has the most to prove in this stretch run? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next.
Is a Stephon Diggs return to the Texans? Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. I see you, Fig. I see you, Fig, in your bag on this Thursday in the Loop. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Man, all sorts of things going on in this moment.
How about Kurt Cobain? We heard him yesterday. Happy birthday today.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, he'd have been 58.
That's very nice.
Oh, yeah, I did hear that.
If he was, well, all right.
Still with us.
Happy heavenly birthday.
Yeah, I was like, I was happy and then I was sad.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about these Rockets. I have a lot of things going through my head that we'll circle back around, including apparently the Astros have announced their promotional.
I love when they do this.
We'll talk about that. We'll talk about what's
Did they announce their hashtag yet? Do they got a new hashtag?
Yeah, we did that a couple of weeks ago.
We talked about that.
And it was actually pretty good, but I don't remember.
That's
it's still early.
I liked it. I just couldn't remember.
We got to put in more reps, for it to stick. That's all that is, Astros promotional schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And what I think we should probably go through and find what our favorite giveaway item ultimately is. But all right, let's talk about these Rockets. They're getting ready to start the what we often refer to as the second half, even though we're well into like just the mathematical second half of the season. But the stretch run is what I like to try and call it. The final, what is it, about 30 games of...
Is it 27?
Something to that effect.
Yeah.
Of the NBA season. And the Rockets currently sitting at fourth. They had a little slump coming in to the All-Star break. Now as they're about to exit that backside of the All-Star break, which Rockets players have the most to prove in the second half? The Jim Out of the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610 is there. Lopez, for who for you jumps out like first and foremost in that way?
Oh, in terms of biggest, name impact, I feel bad saying it. I still think Jalen Green. He's done. I think he's averaging like 2 points more than he did last year, but his shooting percentages are about the same. Both maybe down on field goal percentage, up a little bit in 3-point percentage. Had that big lull at the end. I think you're still sort of asking yourself that question about Jalen Green. Is this year 3 going into year 4?
Of just like what? I mean, this is his fourth season.
Fourth season.
Yeah, this is
next
4.
year will be his 5th. And you're still asking that question?
He got that contract, so
he's got the contract. That doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't have anything to prove. I don't know if that's unfair or not. I think obviously you have, in terms of just this season, you better darn sure find something at point guard behind Fred VanVleet, because it fell off a cliff when he wasn't on there.
Yeah, I feel like, and that's been something that you kind of need in general. Like, Fred isn't going to be there forever, although, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
I think it's Eric Pensis of Bleacher Report in some of his dispatch most recently talked about the fact that it seems like the Rockets would be interested in or opting out of Fred VanVleet's deal in order to sign him back at a more palatable number, which obviously just lead to the idea or continue the idea that, hey, man, they want to keep him around, but you need to have, I imagine, another more stable kind of point guard type figure. I think that was always something that you probably wanted. But if you're talking about like that kind of situation of like who's going to handle the rock, I think there's a couple of dudes that you talk about because Jalen is one of those guys.
He is.
There is still something to prove there, but I think he has proved some things, which is on a team that has a more winning focus, right? Because obviously this Rockets
better
team,
defensively, let's be fair.
Right, absolutely better defensively. Yeah. And under Steven Silas, this was a team that did not have a winning focus in that. Now, they've gotten to a place where they get the chance to have a winning focus. He's had some of his best numbers still. Like he's shooting at a better clip. He is scoring aligned with his best season scoring when you were doing what I like to call like the Al Jefferson, which is just getting a whole bunch of points up on a team that's not going anywhere.
I like that.
Right?
I like that.
Damn, salute to Al Jefferson, man. I forgot about him.
I mean, scoring now, still 21 points thereabouts a game on a team that has, some aspirations and it has some pressure on it. They're sitting at, up to number 2 in the West for a significant amount of time. He was doing that. The problem is he still needs to find more consistency in making the right play and being a little bit of a playmaker, not just a scorer per se. So, I think there's still something to prove there.
So you would agree Jalen Green, as much as we've seen, especially defensively, some improvement, that he has probably some of the most approved in the second half?
I think so. I think that's fair. Yeah. I think another name that is here, I don't know if you're going to do that in the second half, but he still has stuff to prove, and that's Reed Shepherd.
I have him on my list.
I don't think that's a second half thing. It just feels like unfair to him.
Mm-hmm.
He's in a circumstance where he's not going to have an opportunity to just kind of work out some of the kinks that a rookie would.
Yeah.
This is a team that jumped very quickly, and
they're in the win now situation.
Yeah, well, now they are. Yeah,
and him being the 4th overall pick.
Yeah,
that wasn't their. They didn't get that pick because they were sorry.
And also, it's like the particular way this team is constructed does not give him an opportunity to work out some of those things at the NBA level because they don't have a lot of size at the point guard spot or at the other guard spot in order to play with him.
Mm-hmm.
He ends up in that place where if he's playing, he either has to handle the ball, which is not necessarily something that I think you want to do at a high level or for a significant amount of minutes, or if he's playing off ball, you have somebody else to handle the ball, but then the size ends up becoming an issue. We've talked about this all season long. So the defense has kind of held him, or the attempted was kind of held him from being able to get his rocks off at this level. And I think that while he does have stuff to prove, I don't know that you're going to see any level of change. Well, you're definitely not going to see any level of change in the way that they operate that will give him more space to do that.
Yeah, look, they to Figgy's point, they drafted him number 3 overall.
Number 3.
Think about that. Yes, he deserves some grace. He deserves some time, but there are players drafted after him that are playing some big time basketball right now in the NBA, and so you kind of want to see. The question is most to prove. I think it fits him. Yeah. I think it does fit him.
Yeah, and I think this is just the wrong year for him too on this team, because if it was a couple years ago, he'd be starting.
Yeah,
he'd be starting. But right now they're in the win now mode and they got their starting lineup. They got their squad, and I just think he's kind of just out of luck.
Yeah.
From 8 through 2, feel like they missed the mark with Green. He could have been groomed to be a point guard before Fred VanVleet got here. That was originally.
I think that was the plan.
That was originally the look.
But you had Kevin Porter Jr. Well, they tried to force it to a point guard.
But that was something that they did after, the original. Jalen Green was looked at as a point guard when he was going through what was it, G League Elite, what have you. That was kind of the look there. It just feels like he needs to be significantly better as a playmaker. He's starting to make some of those, but there's still instances where he's driving, collapsing a defense, and then trying to score on a collapsed defense. Where in all reality, a bona fide playmaker is going, all right, I see the numbers here. Somebody's open. Let me get it to that guy.
Yeah.
And I think that's still
do that kind of, but it seems like that's not the way they really run the offense. They kind of run the offense through Fred, or have him at least bring the ball down and all that stuff.
And if you're just talking about this season, Aaron Holiday and Tari Eason, those are guys that Tari Eason's minutes.
You think Aaron Holiday has something to prove?
I do. I think he definitely does. I mean, if you're going to run this squad and have
why are you looking like that?
Yeah,
I'm interested in hearing.
What?
Yeah.
I'm interested in hearing his thought process here.
No,
that is my acquisitive face. That is my curious face.
And like I said, I'm not talking about down the road. I'm talking about this year.
Sure.
You need help this year. That's why I put Tari Eason in there. His minutes are down, and you need him.
Well, Tari, remember, Tari has had the injury. Remember, there was a nice solid stretch of 6 games, whatever, that he missed with injury, and maybe that is part of the prove is hey, man, are you going to consistently be there? Which I don't know how. I don't say that as any level of indictment of his want to or will, but just hey, is he going to be there? The thing for me with Aaron Holiday is it just feels like he has been breaking cases of emergency, and every time you've broken, the emergency has gone over the way that you needed to. Aaron Holiday has come in and given you what you need. I think that. It feels like to me, and correct me if I'm wrong because I don't want to put words in your mouth, what you're talking about is more the situation rather than Aaron
running
Holiday
the
himself.
Squad and the situation. I don't have the confidence in him. Yes, he puts up some numbers that are decent. I'm looking at him right now, 34% from 3-point range. The assists okay, but I don't think he's an answer that you need if you're a contender.
Well, I mean,
he's got more to prove.
Aaron Holiday is a solid rotate supposed to be, and when he has the opportunity to step in, I feel like he's done pretty well with it. I don't have issues with what Aaron Holiday has brought to you. I mean, this season, he could be shooting the 3 ball a little bit better. I will say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I've been largely okay with Aaron Holiday. The one that I was going to bring up here is actually Cam Whitmore. interestingly enough.
No, I've heard him mentioned. People talk about the second half and what you need. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, Cam Whitmore, and this is really split-spaced for me because with Cam Whitmore, obviously he was not getting a lot of time. We got to a place where we saw some of the frustration seep out in some of his answers. In fact, I don't remember the specific game, but I remember he had his breakout game where he was called, into action. And in the post-game reaction where you're talking to him and you're hoping that, or I guess you're asking questions where you anticipate him to be like, oh man, it felt good. He went the completely opposite way. Now, obviously, I'm not trying to make too much of that because that, really mellowed out. But I say that to say that it felt like he was really hoping for opportunities. When the opportunities
he was
came,
vocal about it.
when he got the uptick in minutes and such, like in January and February. January, you saw him shooting 38% from three, 43%, 44% from the field. Cool. February, you saw that kind of tick down. You saw him start shooting 30% from three, right? You saw him shooting 35% from the field, and the defense kind of slipped back a little bit as well.
Yeah.
And hey, man, if you get these more minutes, we need you to be able to come in and give that consistency, particularly on the scoring part. Like you're the bucket getter, right? Like that's your profile.
Yeah.
But then also find a way to fit into the larger team dynamic of what Ime Udoka has for this team.
No, and I've had a lot of people talking about what they need out of Cam Whitmore, and obviously it ultimately comes back to you're getting players back that maybe it's not quite as important per se for him to prove something.
All right, so this is a question that came in. Are the Rockets still 90% ISO ball? And I don't think that that's necessarily the right number. However, how much do you look at Ime Udoka and the staff and go what they're going for offensively, right? Where you talk about things to prove there. If the way that they're going about, particularly
I don't think
offense,
they're ISO ball as much.
No,
right?
they're not. But I think it just led me to the idea of the way what they're trying to do offensively, where so much of it is either started with Alperin in the post or what have you, right? Like how much do you look
that's something
at?
I want to see more of.
You want to see more of Alperin's
because the kickout could be much better utilized. Now I don't have the advanced numbers that you always have at your fingertips, but I know they're effective when they throw the ball down to the post, especially to Şengün. I think there was points per possession. Here I am quoting.
That is the exact stat that I was looking up.
Channeling Reggie Figgy. He's rubbing off on me, but I did see at the break, going into the break, looking at the Rockets, their points per possession when they get the ball to Şengün is actually pretty dang good, and they're not doing it as much as they have in the past. I think that's something that maybe we need to see more too.
And some of it, Alperin had some injury situations in that stretch as well. Okay. I'm interested to see how this second half.
And as far
starts.
as like the offense, what you were getting at, I think I like what Udoka's doing. He's just looking for a guy like the hot hand. Yeah. He doesn't
Who's
have
the guy that can take us there to finish the game.
My small basketball nerd thing is everybody has something to prove on. Swing this damn basketball, man. Make that ball move and create when you create an advantage on your offense. Move the ball quicker so that you can actually take advantage of the defense being off balance. That's the one thing I hope to see. We'll talk more about that coming up tomorrow because they'll be playing the Minnesota Timberwolves to start this stretch run of the season here. Your Houston Rockets tomorrow 7 at Toyota Center. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, let's get into what's popping. Where the hashtag is built for this for the Astros. If you don't mind.
Yeah, I like it.
That's right. But also, let's talk about what's popping, including. What are the promotions that the Astros have for us this season? We'll talk about that and more next.
Seth and Sean are heading to the beach, West Palm Beach to be exact. But they're not taking vacation. They ball! All next week, don't miss Payne and Pendergast live in Florida for the start of spring baseball. Brought to you by Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. Baseball is back, and we've got you covered.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness. Orange Theory Fitness combines science, coaching, and heart rate monitoring technology to give you the most impactful, science-backed workout possible. First-time visitors can take their first class free at one of the 29 Houston area locations. Book today at orangetheory.com. Terms and conditions apply. See studio for details. Find the studio nearest you at orangetheory.com. And remember, first class free.
The Stars are out. Catch John Pardee on the Star Stage Thursday, March 13th. Full lineup and tickets at RodeoHouston.com. Let's rodeo.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
Here we go again. Unpredictable weather here in Houston. Driving around town can be dangerous in perfect conditions, but when bad weather comes into play, the odds of an accident increase. Obviously, roads can quickly
ms.com/JOY.
In sports and entertainment, Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on this, what's today, Thursday? I drove my Wednesday car. All right. Shout out if anybody knows where that's from. I highly doubt it, but let me know. But no, let's get into what's popping on this Thursday, as I'm not going to lie. I was knee-deep into advanced stats because of Lopez.
Now, you want to get in Reggie's head, just to talk about points per possession.
I never remember where to find that. Like, it's one of the things about, and I think it's one of the things that helps be good when you're like looking for analysis in some of these things, is knowing exactly where to go to these things. It's one of the things I respect about various people that are very good at this stat, because I know exactly where to go and to look for, or you give them an idea of, hey, I'm interested in this thing, and I know what stat will give me an idea
of that for you,
and I know where to go find it. I usually do that with a decent amount of things in NBA. Finding points per possession drives me up a wall. It's a blind spot for me. I don't know. All right, let's keep moving though. What's popping? I did mention the Astros, so let's start there with the Astros, as they've announced their promotion schedule.
I deliberately have not looked at this.
You've not looked at it?
Deliberately, yes.
Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that they have starting out early in the season. Late March, they have a clear clutch, which, just like a little clear bag.
Get into the stadium a little easier,
we have here a Jeremy Pena retro basketball jersey. Retro basketball jersey.
I don't mind it.
Okay.
I don't mind it.
Some other things that I was looking at that I was quite fond of. Hunter Brown replica jersey. Bobbleheads, of course. You have a Hater bobblehead. I know that there was a Altuve bobblehead as well. Altuve throwback pink and white jersey. on May 9th as well. I know that there was an Astros tiara at one point.
What?
That's right.
Can I see it? An Astros tiara?
Yeah. There's a Hello Kitty plush all dressed up in Astros garb. There's a Jeremy Pena Tequila Sunrise Sunday jersey at one point as well. There's the Astros tiara. The date will be June 1st if you're marking that down on your calendar for you or for a lady in your life or what have you.
You know what's sad is that's going to be a big hit.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, that's going to be a big hit with
ladies
the ladies.
love baseball.
Yeah,
Chicks dig the long ball is what they say, ain't it?
Yeah.
The one that's got me, though, the promotional item and giveaway that I'm putting down on my schedule, May 25th, it's a Sunday game versus the Seattle Mariners, where the first 10,000 fans will get a Sherpa bucket hat.
All right, let me see that.
Yeah, I feel like that's the one that I'm looking.
That's big time.
That's
I'm
the
with
one
you. Yeah, and you're a bucket hat guy.
I like pulling on a bucket hat from time to time.
Yeah,
but a very nice grip of giveaways. I think some jerseys in there. What's your favorite giveaway that you've ever seen or gotten?
Ooh. From the Astros or just in general?
I know baseball wise, one of the ones that I always hear about is just back in the day when they used to give away the mini bats, or sometimes
that was dangerous.
Larger size. Exactly. I understand why they don't do it anymore.
Really dangerous.
However, I'm very interested in the idea.
They used to give you a plastic pitcher that you could fill with beer in the game.
Oh,
like it was an Astro. This is Astrodome days. They gave you I think it was the orange. It was the rainbow color. Pitcher with the Astros logo on it, and you could go to the beer stand and fill it up for like $2. That was pretty cool.
I bet that also was dangerous.
That was very dangerous.
That also feels like that is fairly
that was very dangerous.
Speaking of baseball, how about this? Scott Boras, a man that we're familiar with, obviously went through a negotiation with the Astros relatively recently, but he also is dealing with another one of his clients, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who looks like could not come to terms with the current team in the Blue Jays. And now there's obviously been talk about Vladdy making his way to somewhere else possibly in MLB. Now, I think Vladdy has maintained that he wants to be with the Blue Jays, that they just need to figure out a deal or what have you. But Scott Boras, it seems like inspired by that, but just largely in general, Scott Boras has lamented recently the spending patterns over this winter of baseball teams, which of course you understand from an agent, particularly a super agent who's trying to get the big money from these teams. It's a reasonable lament. But how much do you agree with him? Because you look around and there are 5 teams still in MLB that have a sub $100 million payroll for this upcoming season. And he says you've got a number of teams that are spending below $100 million. Last year there were 6 teams spending below $100 million, and the money they got from the general funds is above that.
I'm telling you, and I know you're not a big Scott Boras. Actually,
I'm not a big Scott
Boras
in
fan. Terms of you were talking about how he's losing his his fastball.
He might be losing a little bit of his fastball. But I also understand why. I feel like owners, and this is very careful. I don't want to call it directly collusion, but they understand what it is. Like they understand the things that are in their best interest. As a ownership class.
You just hit on my answer. I'm not a big fan per se of Scott Boras, but man, I respect him, and I respected what he did with Bregman. That's one of the things that you and I talked about.
I wish he was a media agent.
I do too.
Come help your boy
no
out.
Question. But that's it. I mean, it's like wink, collusion, or even if it's not collusion, it's like these small market owners saying, or smaller market owners saying, let's just cash some big checks. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. They are making a ton of money and just banking it and not spending.
Of course, now it's not the Astros that he's pointing to specifically, and the Astros have spent. It feels like they are being somewhat reserved, but that's also because they have had some money that's still on they're still responsible for that's not showing up on the team itself. We can have conversations about whether or not you would want them to spend more with what they have or what have you, but he's talking more about the likes of the Marlins, the White Sox, the unincorporated Athletics, right? The Rays, the Pirates.
Yep.
And yeah, man, it is despicable to me. It is. But it feels like some of this also is we not gonna spend unless you make us to, which I think in some ways is also a negotiation tactic with the players in that we will give you a salary floor to make sure y'all get this money, but y'all got to give us a salary cap.
Yeah. So like you just also said where I was leaning, you got to make them do it. And until you do, there are going to be some owners that value just making the money over being competitive. Flat out. I mean, and that's what Boris is talking about. And frankly, it hurts the game in those markets. I mean, there's no question about it.
I mean, it hurts the game everywhere.
It hurts the game everywhere.
I think in any league, this is the reason why tanking is bad. It's obviously, right, you don't want teams that are like trying to lose inherently, right, for the competitive standpoint. But like, what you're selling is competition itself.
Right.
If the more teams that you have that are not actively trying to win in any given time, the more games that you have that are not appealing to your fan base. Like, it's just inherently not
even
good
the winning
as a product
teams.
for even the winning teams.
Yeah.
Because what are they selling? Right?
Come out to the ballpark and get a bucket hat.
And see
that's about it.
The Athletics, dog. You want me to
Yes.
sell people
Pirates?
coming to see the Athletics,
Skeens
the
and all that.
Pirates?
Yeah, but
well,
still,
yeah. And that's the few things that you can hold on to. But it's like,
But he's not going to be a Pirate.
Those teams aren't holding up their
That's
end
the
of
other
the
thing.
collective bargain.
You know, your guys that you cherish, they're not going to play here. After they're due a bigger payday. No, it hurts the game at large. It particularly hurts those teams, in particular, but it also hurts the winning teams.
And so what you're saying is Scott Boras is right. I appreciate you saying such a brave thing. All right, we move forward.
He is right. He absolutely is right.
He's great for baseball.
You don't have to. He can be irritating, and he can be, and all that, and you can get mad at him when he
hold your team over a barrel,
holds your team hostage, and over a barrel. I respect the hell out of him.
All right. Some other things that are popping. I found this to be also interesting because it seems like we learned yesterday that the sports betting industry in America has seen record revenue in 2024, which I believe Mike Florio termed as it also means that bettors saw record losses.
Yeah.
But this actually got me thinking about something because I also was listening to a podcast with now hated media member Nick Wright, where he said something that I found to be very interesting, which is, he's a big betting guy. You know this as knowing him, personally, but he was saying that there probably should be more friction in like how you can bet, where it's not just like, hey, at the tap of a thumb, where you might actually have to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And we're seeing, man, like this was a year, and I hope that individually, dear listener, that you, if you are a bettor, were able to get over. But overall, House won.
No.
And House won big.
Yeah, he's right. Obviously, Mike Florio, who can be polarizing himself, is right. You have to have, in order to generate revenue for your community, frankly, and for other areas, you have to be able to have access to legalized betting. That's just how I feel. In this state in particular. I'm sure y'all have seen the commercials that are making the rounds here in about Texas gambling and all that. The problem is there is going to be those losses, and there are going to be people that are going to be doing things that they shouldn't do. And so that's where it gets complicated. That's where you need, the right resources to keep people from betting over their means, etc. But gambling is not going to go away. The dam has broken. It's not going to go away. You should have access to it everywhere. Have big users too.
Yeah, but I find all the gambling stuff fascinating, especially because I very much operated early on from a perspective of, yes, make it legal, tax it, like that is income that is just on the black market. And as I've seen it become, like, I feel like there's a naivete that I now rue for myself earlier. Where I'm like, oh yeah, like I see where some of the people that were talking about quality of life type things might have had a point.
Exactly.
And because, man, it has been ruinous to some people.
Heck, when we were in New Orleans and I was just like watching any basketball game, I was like, I think I'll bet on the second half of this or the first half.
Not gonna lie, I was concerned for you a little bit. I know that you're fine, but just the inherent within me.
But again, you have to be disciplined. You have to know where your limits are. I was betting $10, just for fun, just to have interest in the game. When you start betting rent payment, that's when it gets interesting.
Oh, wow. Okay. This is also kind of popping, as this is breaking news in the truest sense of the word. Not locally, but if you care about basketball at all, especially like the potential faces of the league, it's just been announced that Victor Wembanyama of the Spurs is going to miss the rest of the season with a blood clot in his right shoulder. Yeah, that in particular feels very different. Like, it's not like, oh, he had a strain or a sprain or a tear. Blood clot.
This is like a health problem.
Yeah, this is a health problem.
Health scare.
Which, man, it feels like we've had way too many of those with the guys that you look at and go, hey, they have an opportunity of being the guy, the face, the dude, part of the guys that carry the league, the next generation. Because, similarly with Zion has had quite a few injuries and various things that have kept him from playing basketball and such. Obviously, John Morant has had some injuries in addition to that knucklehead stuff that he was doing with that gun. Missing the remainder of the season with a blood clot in the shoulder.
Yeah, it's called a deep vein thrombosis.
Yes.
And
I'm familiar with the term thrombosis.
Yeah, yes.
It makes me feel smart, even though I don't know nothing about the body in a real way.
Mm-hmm. Blood thinners. It usually happens in the legs, and you're saying it's in his shoulder.
Shoulder. Yeah. So, yeah, interesting to see what happens there. Also, for your Astros, Grapefruit League openers have been announced for the 2 split squad starts. Ryan Gusto, Colton Gordon. So, Joe Espada been true to form on what he said in that he's going to give some of these young guys a lot of run early, give them an opportunity to get out here and do some baseball. And so we'll see what Gusto and Gordon bring to you as they both spent last season in AAA with Sugarland. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rolling with us. Coming up next, we talked about the Houston Texans free agents and which ones were must-come-backs, but do you like any of these other likely free agents that are going to be out there? Let's discuss those next.
Seth and
Why you're not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're Radio 610. Do you like any of these likely free agents? Do any of them intrigue you for your Texans? We'll talk about that here in a moment. I always, want to be accurate, and so when I miss the mark, I want to make sure that I clean it up. I said that the Rockets will be hosting the Timberwolves tomorrow evening, which is correct. Time, though, I did not realize was different than what I had previously thought. It's an 8:30 tip.
Yeah, they changed it last week, I think, right before the All-Star break, somewhere in there.
They got the late game on the ESPN doubleheader, so that's going to be an 8:30 tip. Should mean that it means that the bus should be in seats, though.
Yeah, they should be. You would think, right?
Yeah.
Well,
all right.
Traffic, I said you would think. would think.
Well, here's the tough thing, right?
Hey, we take things a little slow in Houston, right?
But then also, don't forget when you have that ESPN doubleheader and they say 8:30, that first game gonna run to about 8:40. So they really probably gonna start about 8:45.
Yeah. There's just so many things to do in Houston, Figgy. There's just so many things to do in Houston.
Man, we take things a little slower,
so
man.
Many different directions.
Second half, we be there though.
Yeah,
we be there.
I mean, for that game, definitely should be there. Friday night, got the man Anthony Edwards in town. That'd be fun. All right, free agents.
Because free agents.
We still got like a month, 3 weeks at least towards NFL free agency opening up. But we're starting to get a good beat on who's going to be out there free agency wise. The free agency will come before the draft.
Right.
So like you're going to have to kind of, or typically teams generally are going to try and at the very least paper over some of the issues that they have, or maybe address them so that they can go into the draft a little bit more explore, get great players, or not necessarily just be beholden to their needs. And so you, John, have kind of perused the free agency list with some things that you think could be interesting for our Houston Texans.
I like a good list. Who doesn't like a good list? So
people do love lists.
I dug in like the realistic position value for what the Texans need. Inside offense and defensive line, maybe a receiver, maybe.
So you're not looking at quarterback free agents?
A running back.
We're
not looking at free agents, quarterbacks or cornerbacks, although that would be a play at some point as far as a nickel.
That's the one thing, as I told you, I was mock drafting my keister off last night.
Yeah.
That's one of those things where
I was making lists.
I was trying to figure out if I was to find some like depth cornerback, what's the right place to get that? And like in the offseason, I'm like, what is the right place to try and find cornerback depth? Is it just going to be like the low level free agent? You bring a few of those in and see if you can find some, just like you tried to do in some ways with Jeff Okudah, and that just didn't quite stick. You go back to the well and see if you can find some.
Yeah. So let's look at the realistic. At least what I kind of perused as realistic, or at least maybe pipe dream, but realistic position players for the Texans. Let's start in Chicago. All right. Tell me how these names grab you. Now, one of them is Tevin Jenkins. He's an interior guard, and the Bears reported yesterday that the Bears were not going to franchise tag Tevin Jenkins. Really good player. Tevin Jenkins as an inside guard is one from Chicago. The other one, Keenan Allen, he's going to be a free agent.
Okay, so these are two different things here. The guard from that played this past season with the Bears. I think there's still kind of if you look at various things, like I think ESPN put together a top 50 free agents list and where's the best place for them to be, or like the best fit. ESPN, according to them, they say the Giants is probably the best fit. With Tevin Jenkins, he's good. Like run blocking, pass blocking, that's good. Solid player. But the only thing is, like, he's missed a lot of time.
He's missed a lot of time, but
due to injury.
But that also affects, his market value.
Right.
So he's
a little more.
It makes it a little more doable because when he's on the field, he's good. And I checked a lot of these market values. I think all of them, maybe not. But
shout out to SportsRadio, man.
I say Spot Rack, but that's all right.
Tomato.
$10.5 million for a guard of that caliber. I actually don't mind it. Again, this is all based on. I don't think that. The Texans are going to return all three,
of the major
contracts up front, especially Titus Howard. I don't think he's going to be back.
Okay.
So $10.5 million, a guy that has missed 23 games, but when he's been on the field, he's pretty good. So a note to Keenan Allen,
Oh, no, I was just taking Tevin Jenkins first. I like Tevin Jenkins. The idea of, hey, another guy who might miss time kind of scares me. But, yeah, I like the idea, and especially going through my kind of mock drafts and seeing, like, oh, man, if you don't get that guy in the first round, I do have questions about who you end up with in a second or third round situation. So I kind of like the idea of getting a veteran that you feel comfortable with. The only thing about it and good because – you did it with Shaq Mason, but you just saw a decline is really the big issue. I'm good with Tevin Jenkins. Ultimately, I'm like, going good. Back and forth, I'm good with Tevin Jenkins.
I am too. Yes. Now, these next two, well, especially this next one, is sort of in the pipe dream category, but let's keep in mind Howie Roseman has never really broken the bank on linebackers, all right? Zach Bond is different. He's an all-pro. He's going to command $20 million.
I'm good, dog.
You don't want him?
Yeah, no, I'm good. And Zach Bond was incredible this season with the Eagles. He's going to get his money. That's part of it. But more importantly, do you need a starting caliber linebacker or do you need linebacker depth? Because that's the way that I'm viewing it is you need linebacker depth. And I don't know that I'm willing to go and like, hey, let's get Zach Bond as a starter. I mean,
what was their biggest issue at linebacker toward the end of the season? Tackling and covering tight ends. Zach Bond can do a lot of the tackling and a pretty decent amount of the covering.
He sure can. Yeah. I feel like.
I mean, then you have to make a decision on Azeez Al-Shaair.
Azeez is there. You still have Christian Harris, who did not factor in very much towards the end of the season. I think you were impressed with what Henry gave you. And I think that, getting some more players in there would be cool, but I don't think at the top end of your linebacker depth chart, which is what Zach Bond would be. Great player, and if you had an infinite salary, like if this was baseball and you're like, bleep the salary.
Sure, you have to play that, take that into account.
Sure, but like in a salary cap game and a zero-sum game, I don't know that is the best usage of your allocation of your assets.
This is one of the more interesting ones to me, and it all depends on what you feel about what they have behind Joe Mixon. $5.6 million market value for Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones is a free agent. I mean,
come on, let's talk.
I'm talking.
Hey,
I'm talking.
Hey, man, how you feeling about Houston, man?
So you want 2 veteran running backs?
I mean, the window's open. They told us that last year, right?
Sure. This feels like where I will lean on. I feel like this is the good place to lean on kind of some draft folks where there's a lot of day 2 talent running back wise.
Again, that might be a possibility.
And that feels like more of, especially when you have a veteran guy in Joe Mixon and a guy that you already feel great giving a lot of I feel like a young running back is probably the way that you go, especially a cost-controlled running back. I understand that you're saying Aaron Jones is relatively affordable. You know what's more affordable?
Is not that much. Well, yeah, rookie contract. second rounder, third rounder, whatever.
You wouldn't know what's more affordable.
No, it is. But, I mean, Aaron Jones is really good.
He is.
Yeah. He's really good.
I felt like we kind of went down that road, day 2 running backs or day 3, all that stuff. We could get one later in the draft.
Yeah.
I mean, you could still get one later in the draft, too.
It's easy to say that, but you got to hit.
You can do both of those.
You got to hit.
That's what I say.
Damian Pierce was a third rounder.
Yeah.
You didn't hit.
My thing is you could sign
Damian
one.
Pierce still on this team, dog.
I know.
Yeah, my thing is
now.
You could.
Whoa! What are you doing?
Breaking news.
I think he just cut Damian Pierce.
But no, I think you could sign a running back and draft a running back later in the round, like a lot of.
Like
people
I said, you got to hit on that running back. Aaron Jones, you don't have to worry about. He's a hit.
I just don't know if they gonna do that, man.
Hey, that's why I'm throwing this out here.
Hey, you talking my language, man. I'm down with that. I just don't know if they gonna do it.
From the 832, please someone watch tape on LaQuint Allen. He's Slim Mixon. Okay. All right, I have to decide if I'm gonna go like full like tape watcher. That's something that as I got in when the mock drafts drew me in last night. I was like, am I gonna go and just like now watch tape on these boys? Because I've always not pride would be a weird way of saying it, but I've always been like, look. I'll leave that to the tape watchers, and like I will trust their experience.
Get your Johnny Harris on, man.
That's a lot, bro. Like there's things that we could say it takes a lot of time in like following sports, like going and watching all the prospects and getting the feel on them. All right, I might write down and dabble on the LaQuint Allen. I might appease you, dear listener, but I don't know if I go all the way. And someone 631 is with you. They said get Aaron Jones for $5 million. Go ahead and do that.
I'm telling you, man.
Right.
That would be Here's another Aaron Jones type that some people, because it's a different position, don't immediately recognize. But there's Talanoa Hufanga.
Hufanga, yeah.
he had his best season of his career was under DeMeco Ryans in San Francisco. Had an ACL, that was in 2022. He had an ACL in 2023. He was an all-pro under DeMeco, and his market value on the interior is just $12 million. I say just.
He's definitely probably on the list.
Yeah.
Because I think anybody that played under DeMeco, they probably going to have a talking to.
Safety.
Yeah, they probably going to make you talk.
And they need a safety, big time.
Yeah, they definitely need some defensive back depth in general.
$12 million?
So I'm guessing you're trying to get rid of Aaron Murray then? You're not?
Yeah, I think the safeties are going to need to be rolled over, to be honest.
I just needed to make sure that you said that. I just
all the safeties, pretty much.
I like the player.
Outside of a rookie favorite.
I like the player. The contract is where I'm going, okay, that's interesting. I'd like to consider a little bit more, but I think that would end up on, put it on a long list, right? Mm-hmm. Let me think some more about that one, but I do like the player for sure.
And this one, again, the last two here, somewhat pipe dreams, but just next like Hufanga, next level safety from the Dolphins. He's going to be on the market. Javon Holland. They have said the Dolphins have said we're not going to franchise tag him. He's going to be on the market. Javon Holland is a big time player. Has a couple injury things, but he's been very, very productive. Now his market value a little more than Hufanga is about $15 million. He's a big time player.
Yeah, but are you starting him? Are you bringing him in and starting him? Is the question I asked.
Why would you not?
Well, that's well. You have your young talent in Caleb Bullock first and foremost, right?
And Holland or Hufanga right next to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I probably more favor Hufanga.
Well, on this whole list, I would favor Aaron Jones and Tevin Jenkins, the guard and the obviously running back. But there's some. If you're gonna swing, you're gonna swing type players here, including they said yesterday is a franchise tag him, and that is Trey Smith, who you don't seem to be as huge a fan of, the guard for the Chiefs.
No, I mean he's very desirable. He's gonna have a really big market for himself, but it seems like penalties and pressures were something that could happen for him. And just knowing sometimes circumstance matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying he's a bad player by any means. That'd be stupid to say. However, I know how many people's heads would explode proverbially, like the
another
Wile E. Coyote,
$20 million guard.
Man, you see it, right?
Yeah.
Like you understand the ways in which our collective heads would explode if you see.
Is that Titus Howard out there?
Yeah, yeah. So that gave me real pause there, especially like when you have some other guys like you're mentioning that can be veterans on that interior. At maybe a little bit more effective of price.
How about a 25-year-old defensive tackle, Milton Williams from the Eagles? Now, here's where I pause
Milton
a little
Williams
bit.
About to get paid, brother.
Yeah,
he's about to get his.
Yeah, have to move some.
But here, I actually
mountains around.
He's my version of Trey Smith. Dude, Jalen Carter was right next to him. I mean, Jalen Carter was right next to him. I don't know if he's going to be. I mean, he had an enormous Super Bowl. Enormous Super Bowl. He's going to get paid through the nose. I mean, he's going to get paid a lot. He's not going to have Jalen Carter next to him wherever he goes next to him.
No, but
but will he be better than the current defensive tackles you got right now?
Yeah.
I mean, he showed an ability to get upfield in a way, right? And I think that's the one thing that deviates from the Eagles' typical MO, which is they usually pay dudes early. It's how they are able to amass all this talent. One, obviously, they just do a good job of scouting and identifying the talent. But once they get it, they pay early so that at least they can chop off a little bit of that cost. Because if you get to it early, maybe you can get it at a little bit of a better deal, and you could stash a few of these together, which is how they have the monstrous Monstar lineup that they do. They somehow didn't do that with Williams, so he's going to get his bread.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the player. I don't know that I want to have that expense, though. Like, I like the idea of, hey, man, continue to get some veterans in that space, and hopefully you can add a high-level draft pick, because it feels like those are the two places that you're looking at high-level draft picks, really, or three places, as we talked about: interior defensive line, interior offensive line, and maybe wide receiver if you have one of the right ones.
And we're going to get these answers because, as you mentioned, it happens before the draft, so it's going to obviously bring a lot more clarity to the draft. But they made this run, they made this run at big-time players last year. I have a hunch they're going to keep doing that.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to those safeties, you're right about those from the 8-3-2. They said don't forget the Texans need a starting safety if they don't re-sign Eric Murray, which obviously fair to go for. And then some other guys here, or some other things that are coming up. How do you feel about like this running back situation? Because from the 8-3-2, I know that you said you're in on Aaron Jones. They said y'all are going to be eating crow for this Dameon Pierce hate. How do you feel about the notion of like Dameon Pierce's effectiveness in a situation where prioritizing again how the players fit and everything? Because if you want to look at the overlap, Dameon Pierce was not good when who was here?
Slowick. Yeah.
Right, and I don't mean to make that exactly one for one, because obviously like there were some clear like issues with with dealing with zone, reading zone schemes just in general. However, if we're talking about fitting a run scheme to a player, not saying that you would do that entirely for Dameon Pierce, but you would have to imagine that there's more opportunity for him, a player that we know is talented, to display that talent in the right circumstance.
Nobody here would be, everybody here, I should say, would be cheering for that. Everybody here would be loving, especially me, to eat crow on that. I just look. He had a great rookie year, but you also have to take into account he's never really played a lot of games, even in college. He never had a lot of touches. And 3 years is 3 years. No matter what the system is. Now maybe it's going to help him, and he's going to blossom and all that stuff. But would you put it this way? Would you roll the dice on Dameon Pierce again as the appointed backup to Joe Mixon, or would you rather have Aaron Jones?
Yeah, see, my thing is, hey, let them go to camp and battle it out, man. I just wasn't cool how they just made him this is our. There's no competition at all.
Yeah,
I think people need to be pushed, and if he proves in camp and preseason all that stuff, that he's
awesome.
That's great. Yeah. We can move forward there, but I just don't want to look at that second running back and say, you know what, we good. We don't need nobody else. We need some competition.
Yeah, definitely need some competition. I think I lean, especially when it comes to running backs, on younger is probably better when it comes to adding the competition. But I hear you, and it'll be interesting to see where they ultimately go with this. But yeah, there's definitely some intriguing ones out there on some of the ones that you put together. I appreciate you putting together that list. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio.
Anything.
Thanks, man. That's very nice. All right. We will terminate this portion of the Love Fest in order to move it along here. Coming up next on In the Loop, we get to our lunchtime confessions.
Texans GM Nick Caserio isn't looking for soft. The Odyssey app. 60 Minutes earns you a daily entry. If you win, you and 3 friends will be wheels up to Vegas in March, staying at the Circa Resort and Casino with an extra $20K in your pocket and access to Stadium Swim for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now. Chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Pretty good night of college basketball yesterday, and it led to my first confession. Pet peeve. And I think you're on the other side of this, so I might have to fight with you a little bit on
am
this.
I?
Yeah, but I
don't even know where I stand yet.
Maybe not. First, Missouri was they beat Alabama last night.
Ooh,
yeah.
Let's run on the court,
they
man.
beat the mess out of them.
Yeah, let's run on the court. Let's
Storm
celebrate.
the floor, right?
Yeah.
Well, then this happened.
Wow, Dennis Gates. Dennis Gates is on the mic saying, don't rush the court.
It costs a lot of money these days to a university.
Yeah.
What a ball game.
Wow, Gates gets the microphone here.
All right. I hope Dennis Gates loses every game he plays.
Damn.
And by the way, it was like 1 point something
He
seconds
called a
left.
timeout to tell the crowd, don't rush the court.
To chastise them.
This is, I said it a million times. You know, I know there is occasionally some bad words, sometimes physical. They always talk about the health of the players and the students. It's very much a rarity. I've said this a million times. Go to college. It's a rite of passage. At least once in your college career, you should be able to rush the field or rush the court. This guy is telling, after beating number 2, Alabama.
Correct. Number 4, rather.
Well, they dropped because the poll came out. Yeah, but they were number 2. Number 4, don't rush the court. I hope you lose every game you play, Dennis Gates. You deprive those kids of a lifetime memory. I knew it.
I feel like we're very.
I knew it.
We have become too liberal with the court storming. Is the way that I view this. I feel like, look,
it's
man,
awesome. You're in college. I'm sure you've done it.
Have I stormed the court?
Or you've been in a game, or maybe tried to, or what I have back in the day.
I'm trying to remember if I've stormed the court.
It's a rite of passage.
I'm actually not sure
it's a great moment in a young person's life. We beat so-and-so. Hey, let's run and act like fools and jump around on the field. And he's depriving them of that.
They beat the mess out of Alabama.
They beat the mess out of Alabama.
All right. I feel like in this instance, I'm cool with them charging the court. I feel like also like he has to be the assistant principal. Like that is his job, especially now that the SEC is like charging people for storming the court.
Who cares? Pay it.
No, I know.
Yeah.
When speaking of Alabama, when Tennessee beat Alabama in college football, and everybody was out here like they were acting a fool, I was good with that. Right? It's very particular.
Wasn't it 150,000 they got charged?
Something like that, and they were cool with it. The only thing was like, hey man, we just want to make sure that we get these uprights back if possible. Please, thank you.
Well, they went down Nashville's. No, that was Vanderbilt when they beat.
Was that Vandy?
Alabama. Yeah.
But yes, that's right. It was Tennessee.
Those kids are going to remember that when they're 80 years old.
You're right. Yeah. And I feel like in the various particular circumstances, I just feel like it's not every time that you're beating like a top 5 ranked team or what have you. And I feel like we do it. People are just like, yo, get on the court. In this instance, we'll be on the same side.
Like Mississippi State, which probably shouldn't have stormed the court. They stormed the court when they beat A&M this week. And I'm like, wow, we're that team now. But
that's my thing. Otherwise, I'm like, all right. I feel like it just has to rise to the occasion. Like it has to be of the level of caliber where it's actually like impactful. Otherwise, we're just doing it.
Yeah, that's what that was going to be my pushback. Was this worth a court storming?
It was court storming worthy.
Okay.
Yeah, Alabama has been that level of team all season long. But the tough thing about it, hey, Missouri, I would like you to act like you got some like belief in yourself, but it also matters.
Yeah, it ain't like Oregon rushing the field for beating Ohio State, who was ranked right in front of one in front of them.
Yeah.
It's like, all right,
what are we doing?
Y'all acting like little brother right now.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So before I got mock drafty last night, I was watching a television show on Netflix called Mo. Shout out to Mo Amer, who is
Were you?
Yeah, he's a He's a comedian from A-Leaf, shout out. And he has a television show on Netflix. The second season, I think, came out recently, and I just randomly watched it yesterday, which apparently you were also
That's
watching?
why I said that.
At the same damn
At
time.
the exact same time. I texted Figgy because, just not to interrupt, but Figgy had told me about this, about a month ago?
Nah, might have been a year ago. It was around the time the show first came on.
So watch them all. I loved it. I watched 3 episodes last night. We're going to probably watch some more today or tomorrow, but continue.
Yeah, so, I was watching it, and no spoilers, but in the second season, there is a portion of it that is I believe it's at Cook-Off at the rodeo.
Yeah.
And Mo's character is wearing a cowboy hat. And I'm like, damn, Cook-Off is coming around, rodeo is coming around. I don't got no hat. I don't got no boots. I feel like I got to come through with something.
You do.
And I was like, I feel like I can get one. If I can get hat or I can get boots.
You can't do both?
I don't know that I got it to do both.
It doesn't have to be expensive hat. Just a nice hat. You can get a good hat.
I gotta get a hat.
I feel like
if I could only do one, what's the right one to do?
Boots.
See, Figgy don't think that's the answer.
See, I'm not the right person to say it because I'm not from Texas. And I didn't care for the hat or boots or anything. But last year was my first time actually dressing up, and I got a hat.
Yeah.
And I actually like the hat.
The boots you can use more often than you think.
Yeah.
And good boots. I would recommend getting better boots because good boots are very comfortable.
I'm still not sold on the cowboy boots, man.
713-572-4610. What should Reggie get, hat or boots? I say boots. For God's sakes, don't get a hat and wear like Jordans with them.
Why not? These are my nice kicks.
No.
Nah, I disagree. I disagree with that one.
No.
Nah, man. It's a
cowboy hat at Cook-Off with Jordans.
If they some fly Jordans,
well, there's still fly Jordans, just not at the Cook-Off.
Why not? if I'm wearing boots, nice shoes. If I don't have boots, my equivalent of nice shoes is getting some J's on.
Man. Boots or hat? 713-572-4610.
Wow, this is looking like it is a
ticker.
Nah, man, this is a sweep.
Yeah.
This is I don't know that I've seen a sweep on this text line in a long time.
What is it saying?
Boots without question. Luke Casey boots, in fact.
Yeah.
Somebody said, get a wooden stick horse. But yes, okay. I will get on getting boots like right now.
You gotta get boots, and they're versatile. You can use them maybe 2 or 3 other times over the course of the year. At some event or something, and you might be surprised. You're gonna mess around and like them and wear them more than you think.
I probably won't. Not that I won't like them, but wear them more than I think. But also, secondary confession: I might not be able to go to Cookout because I just realized that I did not do the requisite stuff. We'll see if I can fix that as well.
You can, but this is from the 832. You can wear boots with no hat, but you can't wear a hat with no boots.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Look, this is why we learn. This is why we ask things. My Nigerian self was not worried about no boots nor hats before.
These are my confessions.
So this is my confession. I'm a little nervous. I don't want to get nobody in trouble. But I say,
however,
you
about to do some snitching.
However, but I don't want to get nobody in trouble here. But so I'm gonna try to be vague as possible.
Okay.
So it was a show going on very early today. And I'm still part of their Facebook group. So I see a lot of that. And I saw somebody post in there and say, "Where's the show?" And I'm like, hey, what's going on? I'm thinking, maybe the show is off or something like that. Maybe they're, on vacation or something like that. And then I seen one of the people that's part of the show said the producer is stuck in traffic.
What?
Now, this show come on very early in the morning.
In traffic? Come on. Come on now.
I'm calling Cap, man.
I am too.
I'm calling Cap, man.
Traffic?
Look, I ain't like I said.
To get there.
Well, some people, Houston, man, the traffic get crazy, you know what I mean? And maybe there was some construction.
Yeah.
So, you feel me?
Come on, man.
You was taking some surface streets.
So allegedly the show started a little later. But
they had to delay the whole show?
I think somebody said, where's the show?
Yeah.
That's like if our show started at 10 every single day and it's 10:08 or 10:05.
But I'm guessing it was a morning show, which means they get there 4:35. There's no traffic like that.
They got to get there earlier than that.
I know, especially at the latest.
Yeah, so I was calling Cap on that, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, traffic?
Yeah. Maybe he was stuck on.
We could have used a better excuse than that.
Maybe he was stuck on Kirby.
What's the better?
K-R. What?
What's the better excuse?
How do you spell Kirby anyway? Maybe it's
what do you mean?
Traffic on Kirby.
All right.
I don't know.
All right.
KRB? I don't remember.
Oh.
It wasn't? Okay.
It was a little closer than that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to have to let you know. I don't want to get nobody in trouble.
I was just guessing.
But, yeah, man.
That was real nasty work by you. What's a better excuse in that instance, though?
Flat tire.
Yeah.
Flat tire.
You always, okay.
Because, I think that's a valid excuse, and it kind of get you a little sympathy. Like, oh, man, you got a flat tire. And then you can make up something like, yeah, man, I had to change it with my bare hands.
And you got to rub your hands on the tire so they're dirty.
Yeah, I had to unscrew that with my bare hand, man. It was tough, but I'm here now.
Yeah, man, I made it.
I fought through.
Yeah, but, man, traffic at 3 in the morning.
That's right.
Man, I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I can't be alone on this. My confession is I had no idea, zero idea, that Joe Buck has not called a baseball game in 4 years. Did y'all know that? Joe Buck hadn't called a baseball game in 4 years?
I didn't realize how long it has flown by.
That's why. Because I remember
it seemed like he just got the ESPN.
Yeah, when they went to ESPN, the whole thing was like he wanted to be at Fox so he could do both. And then ESPN was like, well, how about for a check this big? And he was like, bleep football, bleep baseball.
Who the hell watches baseball?
So, like, I remember that being the case. Yeah. But like Figgy said, I did not realize it had been that long.
But he's going to call opening day, Yankees-Brewers, first baseball game in 4 years. Do you know what the last baseball game was that he called?
Nah.
Smith, the 0-2. Left side, Swanson to first.
Braves beating the Astros, Game 6.
Why would you do that?
I'm just saying, that's the last game he called.
So what was the point here?
I can't believe it's been 4 years.
I was about to say, was the point just to terrorize us?
No, it got me thinking, what was the last game he called? And then I went,
It did seem like that World Series was a long time ago.
It was that one. It was that one.
I feel like that World Series was a long time ago, too.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
You're getting boots, I guess.
Yeah, I am getting I am on the line right now with a friendly boot expert, I believe.
Yeah.
And y'all, shout out to the community, man. Y'all are it's real love, man.
How you gonna rock the boots though?
We'll figure that out once we get the boots. Like let's start with the boots and we'll figure out the rest.
You gonna take the jeans that cover the whole boot, or you gonna tuck the jeans inside the boot?
I'm just gonna cover the boot, man. I'm not doing the. I feel like that's trying real hard.
Yeah.
Unless y'all tell me different, I will take your opinions. I greatly appreciate them. Y'all are giving them very readily on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Appreciate that.
Texas Hammer.
That's right. All right, coming up next.
The Bite Me podcast is always on time.
Yeah, let's get out of here, man.
Buy or sell next.
Why did D'Amico choose?
valid in a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, where Ocho continually, I appreciate Ocho being one of our, a power listener, is how I would call it. I just made that up.
Hall of Famer?
I don't know. That's a little much.
I don't want to put him in the Hall of Fame. His head to get too
He's been
big.
around for a minute, though, man.
Do we have a listener Hall of Fame?
Do we? We should make one.
Yeah, we should.
Well, see, this is the problem. When I ask things like that, then they become my responsibility. That's how the roommate rankings happen. I was just like, yeah, that's a thing. And everybody's like, all right, so you're doing it, right? I'm like, damn it. That's how you create work for yourself. So I'm not trying to do that. But Ocho came through and said, he never understood the fascination with boots. Don't care who made them or what they're made of. They just don't look stylish at all to me. All right, Ocho. I mean, look,
I'm kind of with him a little bit. I like how they be wearing the construction boots, kind of that look with the like the steel toe boots.
Yeah.
I kind of like that look more than the actual cowboy boot.
Don't let them people come get you.
Don't
let these people come get you.
Hey man, I be seeing them around the rodeo too.
No, you
man.
You do. I wear boots very often, maybe 2 or 3 times a year, but they're comfortable.
How many boots you got?
One pair right now. My other one I gave to my son. Yeah.
Oh, they're legacy boots. They're just going to pass down from generation to generation.
Yeah.
The Lopez boots.
They were some that I had made when I graduated college. So that I had made for me.
Your grandfather had these boots.
No, my dad. my dad had them made for me. They're really, really cool.
Your great grandfather had these boots, man.
See now you should have started that. Yeah. That sounds luxurious. What?
Ostrich skin.
Like I don't even know if that's good. Like that could be terrible, but it just sounds luxurious.
Well, back then I don't know. I don't know what they are now. I'm sure the listeners will help us, but they were true ostrich skin, custom made. I got them for when I graduated college, so I gave those to my son.
Man, I went to a boot shop one time, man.
You are a boot man.
Yeah,
I am with no one pair of boots, but man, them boots are high. I'm like,
those are.
Oh, yeah. It's an investment.
Man, I seen some $1,200 boots. I'm like,
they looked exactly like these.
Okay,
and those go for
that this is an audio medium.
Yeah,
right?
$1,295.
Ooh,
that's now though.
Ooh. Yeah. Somebody said they're down for a listener Hall of Fame. See, now, this.
See what you did?
Reggie?
All right, Reggie, Monday morning.
No. I refuse. If anything, that feels like that's like a Sean Pendergast type situation.
Yeah, let's get the guy that just got here at Sports Radio.
I don't even know half these guys. Yeah.
I'm getting a feel for some folks. Shout out to some great listeners that we have, all of you, especially all you fine folks that are trying to help me on what to do on getting these boots. I do appreciate that. But man, y'all trying to get me out of here. Actually, can I hold buy or sell? Can I hold buy or sell? We'll do it next because I did find this kind of interesting as I've been in a baseball meditative mood and such. And somebody said definitely get the cowboy hat. That's the first person who said get the hat.
Yeah.
I think so because you can see the hat like right off. As soon as you walk in the room,
it's
you
like
can
a
see
billboard.
The hat. Yeah. And it's nothing against the boots or anything, but a lot of people, you ain't looking down at the boots. Everybody rocking the boots, but the hat just brings
a statement piece. Yeah. And I do appreciate all my brothers and sisters in Latinidad telling me that I need to get the Mexican pointy boots, the ones that wrap. No,
I
don't want to look like a ranch hand elf. Is what you're saying? I shouldn't do that.
No, you don't want to. You don't want to look like a ranchero.
What's that?
Vaquero.
A ranchero that's playing. Remember that meme of the guy dancing every time the Astros won? He was doing the guns. That's what Reggie would look like. But you can get a hat, but you have to get boots.
Well, buddy, I don't know if I'm gonna. Yeah. Look, the way that my bank account's set up, I don't know if the hat is happening with the boots.
Yeah.
But especially on relatively short notice. All right, but I found this to be interesting. It seems like another interesting thing that we're going to see when the fellas are out in West Palm Beach is the use of the automated strike zone in Grapefruit League and in spring training situations. It's already been determined that that's going to happen, and they're going to use it as like kind of a replay challenge type system.
Yeah.
I kind of hate the gamification. Like I hate the gamification of a lot of these advanced kind of systems that we have in various games to try and help get these things right. Because in theory, it is there to be more accurate. But it's like, well, you can only have it if you ask, right? And if you ask, you might get it wrong. And if you get it wrong, you can't ask again. Like, I hate that feel for it. However, one, like, how excited are you for the intro of the electronic strike zone coming in into the game?
Extremely excited, but I don't like the way, as you're talking about, implementing it like this. Use it. Make it your strike zone. You can still have an umpire behind the plate for plays at the plate and other things and foul balls and all that. If you can, don't just dip your toe in the water here. By the way, the Astros apparently do not have it at their park, but several. Oh, really? Yeah, but several.
I didn't see that.
But several
of the teams that they'll play.
Several teams that are going to play are going to have it. Why are you saying like it's a backup? That's just more wasted time.
Well, I guess
just boom, that's a strike.
It sounds like they just scared to put it out there.
Yes,
yeah, that's what it is.
I think there's that, right? Like they're still trying to test how effective it is. But then I think on top of that, also, this is another union thing. Like this is another.
Oh, for sure.
You're looking at automating away umpire work. In essence, I feel like that's at least the way that the umpires will view it. One of the things that will get kind of blown away with the robo ump is that supposedly the K zone. Right, the televised K zone could go away because, like, with the ABS, the automated ball strike system,
you have both.
Well, I mean, you could. However, for TV viewers, imagine how frustrating it would be.
Oh yeah,
if you're looking at this TV K box, which, mind you, know that they're not all the same, right? The ESPN versus the Fox versus the the Turner one that they'll put up there. Like, they're not all the same. I can only imagine how frustrating it'd be to have the video of it and then not see it operate the same. And even if they're able to calibrate it, one of the things that I think Evan Drellich at The Athletic was talking about is that also that's an avenue for cheating, right? Like, there's the TV broadcast, and if you're coming through and doing some level of review or whatever, there's various ways where you could see what it is and then go back and review it that way. And I think they don't want it to exist like that.
But that's another reason. Just use it.
But isn't that lessening the product TV-wise? Like, if you take, I feel like the K-Box was one of the great television inventions for baseball in particular.
I don't know anybody that doesn't. It's a good talking point. Boy, that's a good question. It does lessen the viewer's experience at home. But I would much rather just have the strike zone accurate on every, because how many different plays, different games are determined, a lot of times by that. Could be out of the inning, and nope, they missed the call, and now it's a 3-run home run. I'd much rather, if I had to, I don't like it because I like the experience of watching it on TV, but if I had to pick one, I would say just use the automated strike zone. Get it right.
One of the things that I found interesting is that also Chandler Rome of The Athletic wrote a very good piece about how the automated zone could actually help Yainer Diaz and Isaac Paredes with sport called strikes and pitches outside of the zone. So if you're getting that right, like, I do wonder if we're talking about the offense. And of course, again, this is right now. They're using it in spring training, and eventually they hope to kind of use it in the season. But if you're getting more accurate calls, once that's the case, like, guys like that who have a good eye and maybe are just like on a given night, if you have a bad ump or whatever, they stand to get like significantly better numbers just based off of, hey, now they're getting better pitches with the the training of the pitcher and knowing that, hey, man, I'm not going to get this. And then also for someone like Yainer, like, hey, man, framing becomes less important, and now you're free to do like more of the other responsibilities.
That's good. That's a great point. Yeah. A lot of times you'll start trying to play those games with the umpire, and it affects them. It doesn't affect them. Doesn't matter. You're doing it more and putting yourself out of position in some ways to make a throw or whatever it may be. No, I don't. Even the players that are free swingers should probably want the automated strike zone. Because they,
consistency at the very least.
Exactly. Everybody wants that consistent strike zone. I think it ultimately long term could help them. That was a strike, and I've been laying off that. You know what I mean? Laying off that pitch or whatever. So I'm a big fan of it. I've been a big fan of it for several years, but what about the umpire? Okay, the umpire will still be standing there. He'll still be making calls and all that, but get the strike zone right, man.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it's implemented. I know we've seen like some very little implements or little ways that it's been implemented in right now. I know that I was seeing a Yu Darvish live bullpen where they had the ABS system there, and you saw a guy look like, all right, well, I got out of here, and it's like, nope, actually, that's just on the edge, that's a ball. And so it was kind of cool to see that element of it, but I want to see it in place and see it work. And hopefully, I know that you said it's not at the park there, but maybe if there's something close for the Astros, that maybe our
they'll
guys
play
can
in parks that have it.
Right, get a feel for some.
I'm also interested, like this pace of the game, which is very key in Major League Baseball. Like, how many do you get? They tap their head. Like, let's say you think you get a ball 4, and the umpire calls it a strike. If the player taps his head, it goes to automatic review, and they say yay or no, it was a strike. Can you are there unlimited number of those? Can you do that on 3 or 4 pitches per at bat?
Yeah, it has to be immediately after the pitch is the way that it's been
but how many?
Issued, with no more than a couple seconds in delay. And I'm trying to see how many
if that's unlimited, that doesn't help anyone.
I actually don't recall how many challenges. I'll have to look. What I'll promise you, I'll look that up here in the break.
I don't know is it a challenge? It's like, hey, sorry, that was a ball.
What I'll promise for you, as I am currently efforting multiple things. Right, I'm efforting points per possession stats on Alper and Şengün touches.
Yes.
I'm efforting boots.
Yes.
Right now.
Hall of Fame listeners.
I'm not efforting that. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not efforting that. Not one iota. Again, you know what I'm efforting? Who I can put that off onto. Yeah. That's right. But I will also effort how many of the challenges that baseball is anticipated to see in the spring training, like how the rules see you on the other side. But coming up next, we will also get you open the window for the other giveaway for the rodeo ticket Thursday for the Bun B birthday bonanza tickets. Whoa, I can't believe I got through that. That was a tongue twister, baby. But then also, we'll get you a little buy or sell on this Thursday. Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The ex-Woba just came out in our
Slay here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, man. Appreciate you guys are really active today on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610. Talking about all sorts of things. But then also we were talking about the strike zone, the ABS challenge system that MLB is implementing. Mm-hmm. It's worth noting it's been in the minors. I don't think I said this. It's been in the minors for a few years. I think like 5 years, in fact. They've had this there for a while. So it's not like it's going to have like a whole bunch of kinks, but I do think there's still some things that they'll need to figure out. But the system is in place for spring training. In fact, we'll get some Grapefruit League action today, right at the end of our show. I think it's 2 p.m. Central. It'll be Cubs, Dodgers. I don't know if this is broadcast anywhere. I'm guessing you might be able to see it.
Maybe the first one will
Maybe. Yeah. But that'll
get
be
reports if nothing else.
Yeah, that'll be the first instant AB challenge system on Major League level baseball. So I know I'll be watching that kind of intently myself. So there you go. And then the challenges you asked, you get 2 per game. to challenge any, and it's
that almost doesn't seem like enough.
It's make them take them.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Yeah.
You get it right, you keep it going.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
how it goes.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody refer to the challenges as make it take it, but that's how my brain works.
Yeah.
My brain was like, it's a make it take it challenge is what it is. But with that being said, we got that cleared. That is one thing I can scratch off of my list of effortings on the day. Still working on those other things. Not the Hall of Fame listeners. Not doing that, I promise. And I guess I won't get anything else done because now it's time to little buy or sell.
It is time for a little buy or sell. All right, Figgy. All right, Reggie. You buying or selling this? So one of the things that we kind of wondered about, not necessarily because it's good or bad, just curious. I found it curious that DeMeco Ryans said I had to hire an offensive coordinator. Remember? And I'm like, well, wait a minute. He went to John Carroll. So did Shaplinski. How about that? I got it right. And,
look at you.
So did Nick Caserio. There had to have been something there. Well, Payne and Pendergast asked if Nick Caserio, what his involvement was, and he actually said this. He said he was, quote, a sounding board, and there was some level of involvement, but in the end, DeMeco made the decision to hire Nick Caley. You buying or selling?
Buying it. All right, what reason do I have to not buy it? And ultimately be fair or whatever. I'm not sure I actually care.
That's what I'm saying. I don't necessarily think it's good or bad. I found it curious.
Yeah. For you, it's just, I think, you know what that is?
Wait a minute.
You know what that is? That's your writer brain. You're like, what's happening
Connect
here?
the dots here, man.
Like, what's happening here? And I'm like,
man.
Whatever, man. But you're like, there's more. There's more to be known here.
Got to be more here. And there was. I don't know about you, but I'm buying it. I think that's exactly what I expected.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. And even during the time when we brought this up before, I felt like I wouldn't be surprised if Nick Caserio say, "Hey, I know a guy named Nick Caley who's pretty good.
Sure.
I work with him. Hey, why don't you give him an interview?" And I think DeMeco did his job. He interviewed a lot of candidates and said, "You know what? He is the guy. I want to hire this guy."
Yeah. So let's go back a week. Serena Williams, you remember her work, don't you, at the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Oh, the Super Bowl work.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, yeah.
Sorry, I went straight to catsuit.
Of course you did.
And then second, I went to like all of the
that tennis
all
thing.
the tennis. She's fantastic.
Pretty all right.
So she said she danced at the Super Bowl. I don't know if y'all saw this or not.
The dance at the Super Bowl?
You saw that. Not to get back at Drake, but because it was a chance to participate in a Super Bowl halftime. You buying or selling? She said, "Hey, they asked. It's Super Bowl halftime."
I'm buying that.
I'm buying it a little bit.
I'm buying that. No, I like.
And I'm selling. We got all three spectrums. Come on.
Nah, I think she participated because it was a chance. They had her participate because it got at Drake.
Yeah, no, I think it was a tiny bit shot. Like, yeah. So let me dance to the song that's talking about him.
Yeah.
So I think it's a little bit in there, but I see it was another thing because didn't she get in trouble one time for doing the Seawalk?
Yes,
it was that
was the catsuit
at Wimbledon.
Or was it? No, was the catsuit?
I think it was at Wimbledon.
I think she was. Was it early?
Or maybe U.S. Open. But
it was when she was relatively.
It was
young,
really she was really young and got in big trouble for that.
Yeah.
So I think that could.
So that was her thing.
I think so.
Yeah, she did it because of Drake. Come on, she might have even suggested it.
And yes, it was Wimbledon. Was that catsuit? I'm trying to remember. That was catsuit.
I don't think that was cat. She was old. She was older.
Yeah. All right, you buying or you selling? Jalen Green. He said that he should have been an All-Star this year.
Selling. You know what that is? That is the people that go, nah, that dude's top 10. And actually, for the second time I'm referencing him today, your former co-host, Nick Wright, I think that he has a very good point on this, which is so many times people just are willing to drop those titles without actually doing it. Go through and run through, right? Yeah. And we do this with snubs all the time where we go, oh, he got snubbed from, and I'm like, who do you drop?
Yeah, who do you take?
And I'm sorry, dog. I've been impressed with some of the steps forward. I still think there's some steps forward to be made by Jalen Green. However, my brother in Christ.
Yeah.
I don't know that I have. Actually, I do know. I don't have a single dude that was an All-Star this year that I go swap them out for Jalen Green, and I'm happy. Yeah. I'm sorry,
Figgy. Oh wow!
This is why. Because and we talked about some of the players who didn't play, like a LeBron or somebody like that. That kind of kept a spot away a little bit. Now, I'm not saying he should have got that spot, but I do feel like if some of these players didn't want to play in it or refuse to play
as a replacement.
I think I don't think that's a long shot that he could have been a last minute replacement.
Not
as far as
long.
As far as being a lock all-star, I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to sell that too. Basically on what Reggie was talking about, like who you're gonna replace. I get your point though. All right, Joe Espada, we are familiar with his work as well. He said that Jose Altuve has not showcased his arm strength because he hasn't had to yet, but, quote, he does have enough arm strength to play left field. That's a tough one for me.
I want to try and buy that, but come on, man. Like, he just been keeping it in the tuck.
That's it.
That's a hard sell for me.
Yeah.
It might be true. I hope it's true. Like, as you can tell, I've leaned into the hopium for the Astros, for the beginning of the Astros season. Honesty and realness, reality will hit me in the face soon enough, and I'll have to deal with those things. But for the time being, I'd rather live in the hope. But, hey, man, that's a hard sell. That's a really hard sell. He just, he hasn't thrown it hard yet. He hasn't broken out the full extent of his athleticism just because, who has? Like,
he's
you don't have to.
He's keeping it in the pocket.
Nah, man.
Yeah, I'm selling this too, man. Especially seeing who we had out in the outfield before. Like Kyle Tucker was badass.
He
throwing
could throw
people
that
out.
ball.
Yeah, after that we had like a Michael Brantley who was pretty good throwing people out at one point too,
especially in the postseason.
Yeah, I just don't see Jose Altuve being that person.
Well,
and I think that's very important at points of a game.
The reason I'm selling it is, if not now, when? He's taking balls in the outfield now. You would think he'd try to, work on throwing a deep ball, throwing a ball to the home plate. Or
that's very important.
Kind of important. Yeah, I'm selling that.
Well, and I didn't read it as that for this season. I think he might have just been talking earlier on in his career at second base. But even then, like, for second baseman, like his and of course I'm going to lean on the advanced stats. Like, they have him in the 7th percentile of arm strength. Even when he's playing second base or whatever. Like, look. How much better is that arm that he's just been keeping it all in the tuck there at second base? Like, you're not going to get me on that. I'm sorry, dog.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think he's going to be tested a lot in spring training too. People are going to get it.
That's going to be interesting.
Good feel. They're going to do what? It doesn't matter.
Well, I do wonder, like, how much will that happen in spring training? Because I don't know how much people are working.
No, they
off
want to get
any
a book
level
on him.
Well, I guess
Yeah, they want to get a book on Altuve's arm strength. So. I said Altuve. I don't know why I did that. All right, so
it's all good.
So Alex Cora. This was a fun one for me.
Red Sox manager?
Red Sox manager, Alex Cora. I heard this morning. I said, that's got buy or sell written all over it. He said there is no tension between Rafael Devers and Alex Bregman.
Yeah, you're not no
tension.
That's like going back to what is it, John Harbaugh? There's some tension in there. Yeah, there's a little bit. I don't know what the number is, but it's non-zero, and just zero. What's the right word? Tension.
Yeah,
there's a little tension. It's a little tension,
and I feel like that's natural too,
of course, man.
Because just imagine if we bring somebody else in to do what Reggie doing, but like Reggie went like, "Yo, what's up?
What is he doing here?
I'm good. I'm good in my position right now."
Yeah.
I mean, just you putting that hypothetical out there made me a little uncomfortable, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Hair stood up on the back of his neck. No, I'm
over here like looking up points per possession and trying to buy boots, and all of a sudden I'm being replaced.
Hey, no, I feel the same way, man. Every time they bring somebody in here to train with me, I'm like, what y'all?
Yeah, what are you doing here?
I ain't giving y'all all the sauce. I'll let you know how to run this board. That's it.
I found it funny when he was during that answer that I was listening to this morning. He says there's no tension. He said, yeah, they spoke for 45 minutes at my house yesterday. I guess he had a gathering or something. I mean,
was it just them or
no? That's what I'm saying.
Was he brokering peace?
Yeah, that could have gone either way, man. That could have gone either way. They were trying to keep it under control.
Now, I think maybe the more interesting, I guess, buy or sell is like, do you think that there will be tension once the season starts? Because I do feel like this is going to be one of those things that once it's kind of just. They get to a place where they settle. Hey, these are the things, and everybody will get to fall in line and get out there and play baseball to the point where now it's just the baseball season and there's not actually.
See, I don't think those feelings go all the way away. They might go away some, and we had a good example here last year with Hader and Presley. And Presley was miserable all year long. He did his job, but he was kind of miserable about it. This is an interesting one. To the NBA we go in the year 2030. Evan Mobley was asked who the best player in the NBA is going to be in 5 years.
Oh, I'm very interested in what Evan Mobley thinks on this.
Evan Mobley said, Victor Wembanyama or me.
Look, I buy that. Look, he tried to give y'all a little humility. I think he did excellent. Well done. Good job, Evan.
Victor Wembanyama or, me.
That's right. He was like, look, y'all not going to hear me if I just say myself. So I'm going to give y'all the actual answer, but then also remind y'all that I believe in myself. Shout out to Evan Mobley.
I'm kind of buying it a little bit. I think he really believed that.
By the way, he's really good.
Yeah, he's really good.
He made a huge leap this year.
He's really good.
Finding the amount of offense that he has found this year is quite impressive.
He added a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I feel him on that. I don't know if he is going to be between those two.
I don't either.
No, it's not going to be. You don't have to say I don't know. I know for you. It's not going to be between those two.
I can see him being top 10. Around 9,
he's
10.
Having a hell of a year, man.
Yeah, no, I think he's gonna be a top big man.
Incredible defensive player.
I don't know if it's gonna be 1 and 2. Him and Wemby.
Yeah, right. I mean, incredible defensive player. A lot of length. He's been really good at making being a connector, making really good passes out of on the short roll or what have you.
Yeah.
And then offensively, he's, as you said, he's adding a next level of shot to where he could possibly be a multi-level scorer of sorts. He has the profile of somebody who's going to be really good, but not man. Roll the ball till you go get it type good.
Me, this guy right here, 2 thumbs.
But that's also the thing about athletes, right?
That's what they do.
In order to be, how good. Even the dudes that we talk about at some level of scrub at the professional level, just to be at the professional level, you got to be a crazy level good, and you have to have a certain level of confidence in yourself.
Yeah.
And so I feel like it's kind of funny when sometimes we come back on the back end and we're like, why do you have all this confidence? Because it's impossible to get here.
Exactly.
That's why.
All right, I got one more for you, and this is a very interesting one for me. The United States Travel Association. In other words,
there's a travel association?
There's a travel association. All the chambers of commerce are involved in it, and travel agencies and all that. The U.S. Travel Association said that the United States is ill-equipped to host the 2026 World Cup and 2028 Olympics because of various reasons. Travel, as in train travel.
Yeah, there's not public transit in a lot of the places.
No public transit in a lot of places. Being able to accommodate, big crowds like the World Cup in 2026 alone is expected to have to draw 6 million visitors. Air travel, and this was, by the way, before all the controversial stuff happening right now.
What controversy are you speaking?
So the U.S. is ill-equipped to host the World Cup or 2028 Olympics because of the infrastructure of travel. Let me start. I'm buying it. If you've traveled internationally, we're not that good at it here.
No,
you'd like to think America's the best at everything. We're not that good at it compared to other countries.
Yeah, especially how spread out the country the World Cup becomes when you're having 3 different host countries doing it at the same time. Yes, but at the same time, we're gonna do it anyways. We're gonna find a way to make it happen.
Yeah.
But ill-equipped to do it optimally. Certainly, it'll get done.
In other countries, man, they take the trains everywhere.
Yeah, that's the one thing.
Bullet trains.
I'm jealous of people in Europe. How they could just jump on the train, just go to another country.
So easy.
Yeah, we're gonna be in the rental cars are going to be out the wazoo.
How about airline ticket prices?
Ticket prices are going to be crazy.
All that stuff.
Man, that's going to be a rough part of this. Yeah, no, that part of it, and getting people into the cities and then having them be able to move around, because some of these cities that are host cities are, and we've seen this with Super Bowls in various ways. They're not really built to be hey, this event is close to also all of the lodging that we have available. No, there's going to be some real difficulties. But ill-equipped kind of implies that you just can't get it to go.
Yeah.
And you can get it to go. It's just going to be uncomfortable in the ways that they're trying to, that they typically do it.
It's just boggled my mind that we don't have, you go to Germany and France and England, and it's oh my gosh, this is so awesome. And it's boggled my mind that the United States can't do the trains like that. It's crazy.
Hey, man, you got the planes, and we're going to go up on these prices.
That's right.
So you can get around.
Yeah.
That's right. That capitalism going to hit you. All right. And look, we appreciate all the travel dollars that will come in.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know if we'll appreciate the travel congestion and the things that it'll do to our infrastructure, but you know what? We'll get through it, and we'll enjoy the World Cup. At least I'll enjoy the World Cup as a soccer fan. I am interested, though, what it's going to be like seeing I can't say for certain, but what I imagine to be the impact of having like the world descend upon us, especially if you're like, don't care about the event.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're just I don't care about soccer, who the hell are all these people here?
Yeah.
Right? Like in a similar way, we saw that with some of our Ubers, like they don't actually care about the Super Bowl when we were in New Orleans. But they're like, hey man, they making this tough. Like I was talking to one of the Uber drivers, he's like, hey man, when it hits a certain time, I take my ass home because I'm not dealing with all this.
Exactly.
I felt bad for them too because they got stuck in that traffic, and it wasn't like they got more money for it.
No,
they were just stuck making $10 or $15. Yeah. They're like, man, this ain't worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's real nasty. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I might save that. I might bring that up a little bit later because coming up next, I gotta give my room to the man Figgy Fig for the mixtape.
Clear out.
I saw what you got.
So yesterday we talked about Nick Casario and his thesis on coffee. Well, I think I'm going to do a thesis on different type of conversations, and I got the audio to prove it.
Oh, okay.
Right.
The conversation expert Figgy Fig is in the building. We'll do that next.
Is a Stefan Diggs return to the the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Hopefully everyone's staying warm. So, yesterday Nick Casario pretty much gave us a thesis on coffee. Mm-hmm. It was like a 3 minute answer. Mm-hmm. And yesterday I felt like this one I could probably have fun and give a thesis on different type of conversations.
Okay.
So you got good conversations, you got bubbly conversations, just random different type of conversations going on. Here's the first one I kind of ran across. So you got the old man conversation, the old man versus the young man conversation.
I love this. This look, as a relatively young man of myself at 32 years of age, I say that there is one thing I am looking forward to get old because I can't wait. People that are old can just accost you with conversation, and you have to like respect them and stay in the conversation.
Yep.
Yeah, like you could just be walking by old dude, and if he starts up a conversation,
you're in.
Yep. And just imagine that old man trying to understand what the young man is trying to do. Right. And the young man trying to explain to the old man, he have no clue. Mm-hmm. So John Gruden, Sean T. Pendergast's best friend, his BFF.
Yep.
He had a music conversation with Ashton Genty, who will be in the NFL
A music
draft.
Conversation.
Yeah. Yep. So John Gruden was trying to get to know what type of music he listened to, and this is how that went.
What about like music? I mean, come on, give me something that fans need to know behind the scenes. What fires you up?
What fires me up?
Yeah, because I want to do things that fire you up. I don't want to bring you into my office and irritate you.
Oh, so if we talking music, you know what I'm saying, any type of music, no rock like that, metal like
throw a couple of bands at me, see if I know them.
See, I don't really listen to bands.
Give me something that's in your iPad. You know what I'm asking
iPad, for. All right. More modern day, they broke up, but Migos, you know what I'm saying? You know about some Migos?
Put them on my list. Let's put them, Jake. Let's get some Migos.
I bet you if you play some Migos, you'll get, any of your guys going.
Hey, he down for it, man.
Why not?
He ain't sitting there talking about back in my day. No, he said put him on my list.
That man had no idea what that man was talking about.
Yeah.
No. What Ashton, he was like, look, first and foremost,
he said, what kind of bands
What kind of bands do you like? It's hilarious.
That was my favorite part.
Like, I didn't realize that was one of those, but that instantly dated him because he was thinking immediately about bands and not
I hadn't
like,
thought
hey,
of it in those terms, but when he said it, we were like, ooh.
But then, did you catch the second thing he said? Like, what do you listen to on your iPad?
Yeah.
I was like, come on, man. You sound like somebody's grandpa.
In your tape deck?
Yeah.
Yeah. What you listen to in your Walkman?
But I do love, you could hear it. When he asked that, Ashton Genty was like, oh, okay, I got to try and find. You could see it, or you could hear it, like the wheels turning, where I think Ashton Genty was like, let me see if I can come up with a name of somebody he knows, because I doubt that Migos was his go-to.
Yeah.
He's probably gonna come with someone that like Larry June or NBA YoungBoy or something.
Yeah.
He's like, there's no way that this man knows.
Let me find somebody commercial.
He's like, do you know the Migos?
I appreciated that Gruden seemed to be legitimately in. You know what? I'm gonna listen. Like, I'm gonna do some film study.
And you know what? He did listen to it.
He did.
Did he really?
I knew it.
Here's the audio of him listening to Migos.
What are you doing?
Watching tape.
You sitting there watching tape?
The music?
Yeah, Migos. Have you ever heard of them? Ashton Genty. You never know what you've been missing until you find out what you've been missing.
You like it?
Freaking love it, man.
You freaking love it, man.
And you know what's funny? If I was being like skeptical, I'd be like, nah, I don't think he does. I think he really does.
I really do.
Yeah,
I really do. Gave it a shot.
One of the things I give a lot of like coaches and stuff credit for, ones that are good meet their players, like not just on the football portion of it, but like, hey man, what do you like? And I will find a way to get in there with you.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate that from John Gruden.
I liked it. I just like the fact that he, as you said, he tried.
Yeah. So the next conversation I love to listen to and check out is the young man talking to an old man like he is little friend conversation.
Oh.
So just a young cat that's out here talking to the old man like he's just a young cat out here too.
Yeah.
So Anthony Edwards, who is known for his conversations post-game, and I think his bank account is pretty familiar with that too. Here's Anthony Edwards having the basketball conversation with former President Barack Obama.
He can hoop a little bit, huh? Just a little bit, huh?
Y'all better stand down. I'm the truth.
He said he's the truth. He said he's the truth. Yeah.
D-boy know.
I guess.
He cold, though. I got to give him credit. He give up 50 every time we play him.
I mean,
like I ain't 7 foot.
And y'all got 2 7-footers, and he's still
Hold on.
Huh?
Don't talk. We ain't going to do all that.
No, I'm just saying. 3 7-footers. He got 3. That's right, because he got 9
I give him credit. I told you that. I said,
he did.
I gave him credit.
I remember that. LeBron, are y'all talking to this young man? Because right now he just said he's the truth and all that, and
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
That's what he said.
You asked him, you tell him the whole context of the situation, though. You asked him what he think about this young man, and he said, I'm okay. That's what happened.
He told Barack, hey, I'm the truth. Nah, tell him the whole conversation. He was talking to him like he was one of his young boys, man.
That's the beauty of Anthony Edwards in particular. I think that's some of his
charm. He do not code switch at all.
He is like, I am authentically me 100% of the time.
I don't care who you are or what office you've had.
That's what got him in trouble. Remember, he got slapped on the wrist for a fine for cussing on the air. But he's like, this is just me flat out. So I was actually impressed with him that he did not cuss at the former president.
You would have thought, former president, current, whoever, you kind
on your best behavior.
You kind of button up a little bit.
I'm pretty good. You know, something like that. Yeah, no.
He was just like, good. Nah, I'm the coach. Good. Nah, tell him the whole thing. Tell him the whole conversation.
Yeah.
Nah, he was talking to him like he was on the block somewhere, man.
He did tell Obama to stand down. That is 100% something that he said.
Yeah. He said, if I was 7 foot, man, I'll be. And then he came back around like, whoa, hold on now. He cool. He ain't that good now.
That's right.
Hold on.
Somebody said, can we trade for Ant-Man? I mean, Lord willing.
In a heartbeat, man.
Absolutely. Although y'all got to be cool because he got some of that baby mama stuff that be happening with him. Y'all got to be cool.
Yeah.
If y'all could be cool.
If you're good with it.
We can have him around.
Yeah, he got a couple of those, though. This is another conversation right here. A casual New York conversation. Have you heard of a casual New York conversation?
Explain it.
You know what? I ain't gonna explain it too much. I'm gonna just play it. This is how New Yorkers say. Conversate. I almost said it.
I think that's a word now.
Yeah. It should be a word. But this is how they had conversations up in New York or in the East Coast.
I feel about anything I feel like saying what the I feel about. My fault, champ.
By the way, this is Joe Budden on the Joe Budden podcast.
Okay.
This is behind the scenes, and they just having a regular conversation, and everybody just doing their own thing in the background.
I'm talking to you. I said I'm talking to you twice. My response to that is, you don't check my words. I do check your words. You can't check my words. Based off of what? You can't. Based off of what? Because you paying me? I'm a grown man. Because I'm an adult and you can't check my words. But you saying stupid shit about me and you keep doing that. Then respond in words. But you or nobody else in this world can tell me how to talk. Who the f*** are you talking? I'm telling you how you making me feel in the moment. Then say that. Don't say you can't say that. You ain't. That's just the thing the f*** I want to say. The success of my shit. Who the f*** are you talking to? Because you always I ain't one of them envious in the street. I didn't say you were envious. Your success don't bother me. But you always say something negative. Stop talking to me like your success bothers me. As if I ain't been one of the biggest advocates of your success. But you always say something negative. You highlight negativity.
That's actually a fairly enlightened conversation, too. They were talking about feelings and everything, because otherwise...
And then they went to lunch.
The crazy thing...
No, seriously.
No, the crazy thing is they showed the video of them two arguing. It was just people in the background just cooking food.
Yeah.
They wasn't even looking at them.
No, that's what I'm saying. And then they went to lunch. That's New York.
That's a casual... It was a lot of people...
I'm standing here...
salute. First of all, salute to Joe, but he been podcasting for 10 years.
That's wild to think about.
10 years. I want to say this week it was 10 years. But it was some co-hosts just standing around and it was just like
another day at the office.
That wasn't an argument. Yeah. Like that was nothing. But that's just...
You thought they were mad. They just think
they was
finally
cool,
talking.
Man. That was cool. It just got a little spirited.
Yeah.
It just got a little spirited.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just sprinkle in a who the bleep you think you talking to in there.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Other than that, they were just
it's nothing to see here.
They were just hashing out a conversational issue, and they just wanted to get on the same page. That's all that was. That's hilarious.
What about the old man that doesn't hold back conversation?
Oh yeah, that happens.
The old man that just say anything. So you guys are familiar with Bill Belichick.
Pretty much.
And
Absolutely.
he's known to be kind of a snooze fest at press conferences and all that stuff, unless you bring up Lawrence Taylor.
Right.
If you bring up Lawrence Taylor, he could go for about 5 minutes talking about Lawrence Taylor. He also don't mind taking shots at his old place where he used to work for only a day. Here's Bill Belichick answer to the question of finding a QB. Like, where do you go to find a QB?
Well, you might take a look at the ones that the Jets have released, Geno Smith and Sam Darnold. They've done pretty well. I think there are quarterbacks like that.
Dang.
He just brung up nobody was talking about the Jets.
That's a drive-by, isn't it?
Yeah. He just said.
Well, you might take a look at the ones that the Jets have released, Geno Smith and Sam. I think there are quarterbacks like that.
I think he's gotten
he loved taking shots at the Jets, man.
On the Jets.
He's gotten very comfortable in his time after coaching, because I feel like when he was still coaching, it's all it's all business. It's all we're on to Cincinnati and everything. He's gotten into that space where he's like, I can get after them a little bit. They are my sons, and I need to remind them as such. And he's not wrong. He is not wrong. Yeah. The Jets have a few quarterbacks that they've oddly enough come through, and they've actually come through to be a little bit better because the circumstance is as with the Jets, where I don't know how you're supposed to flourish. That is that is rose through the concrete type stuff with the Jets organization.
Yeah, so that's just the old guy that don't hold anything back. He just say whatever.
832 said we work with one. Lopez.
Oh, I'll tell you what I think.
You kind of hold back a little bit, though.
You got anything on your mind right now?
You don't just blurt everything.
At the risk of us getting fired?
I think you care at some point. You like, you know what? I ain't going to be too harsh.
Probably. I'm trying to think of a good example. But I did think of myself on the Migos conversation. I just try. I don't pretend to know. I just try to learn on some of these.
That's good. That's the way we should all be.
Some people don't do that, man. Some people won't give it a shot. And they already going in like, nah, this sucks. I got one more for you, though.
Let's do it.
What about the sweet, innocent gal setting you up for some drama conversation?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we got sweet old Kay Adams. She was doing the Up and Adams podcast with Charles Omenihu, former Texan.
Okay.
And she pretty much asked him, if all money aside, would you rather play in Philly or Houston?
Even money. Everything's even. Would you had to pick between the Eagles and the Texans. Who would you play for?
Causing that drama.
Wow.
When she's good, she's good. What do you got?
Can I plead the fifth?
No, this is not. Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen. No, you cannot plead the fifth.
Okay. Who would I pick if everything?
Well, because
was
I didn't
even?
know you really didn't love the Eagles like that until you just kind of said it. Just picked up on it.
I have the
But I
Eagles.
know you don't like the Texans.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'll play for Philly.
Damn, dog. Is that deep?
They just beat them.
It's that deep. And y'all was just talking to him. You and Ron were just talking to him.
Yeah.
And he said it's all love with the city of Houston.
He said it's no love lost for the city of Houston and the fans and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He just
he
rather if you can't beat them, join them. He rather play for.
Did they do something to his dog in that?
I have no idea, man. I would like. Man, I can't wait for this documentary to come out.
We thought we knew, and I think it was part of it, but we didn't know the whole story.
Yeah,
it's got to be Caserio.
I guess so.
Maybe so. I do appreciate though, like Kay Adams, like
stirring the pot a little bit.
Yeah,
100%.
That little sweet little smile and the voice,
but she knows she's got it.
Yeah,
because that's the thing. You heard that laugh, that first laugh that Charles gave. He wouldn't have laughed if we asked him that question.
No, not at all. Just imagine somebody in a press conference asking that.
Mm-hmm. Next question.
Yeah,
exactly. It'd have been the next question.
Yeah,
ain't no way he would have answered that.
Good old sweet old gal, little innocent Kay Adams.
I appreciate the capital J journalism that she was doing there, and I appreciate knowing even more so Hey, man, he really does not like that organ. I want to know, just out of curiosity.
What exactly?
I didn't know it was that deep like that.
I didn't either.
Because,
I thought it was just kind of, man, it'd be like that sometimes.
Like, I understood when he got traded to the 49ers, and then, obviously people asked about the situation and all that. And he said, but, man, it's been a minute since he's been here.
It has been, yeah.
and we still talking about this.
All right.
Crazy, man.
I hope he finds peace.
Well, salute, man.
I will say that. I hope
we're all pulling for you,
That's
Charles.
Right, 100%.
Blessings.
That's right. Blessings. That's so, like, what is the right word? I don't even know what the right word is there, but patronizing almost. Blessings.
When people say God bless you. God bless you too.
That's
when you
right.
say that after an argument.
Oh yeah.
All right, that is Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here in the Loop. In fact, hit him up at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that you think deserves to go into the mixtape. But coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the Drive, Clint and Ron, where I've been told I need to see if Ron is also going to join me on a boot or hat adventure. We'll talk about that next.
Seth and Sean are heading to the Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
A little Q-tip to send us out here. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out all Thursday. It still is the 1 o'clock hour.
It sure is.
All right, so that means that
what's going on in the 1 o'clock hour, Reggie?
Just like it has been all day long. It's a rodeo ticket Thursday, and that means we got to give away a 4-pack of them things, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
To the Bun B birthday bonanza, March 7th, where we got Coco Jones, Jagged Edge, Keith Sweat are the ones that I know are confirmed at this time. And you have a chance to win those 4 tickets by being caller number 7 right now at 713-572-4610. Caller number 7 at 713-572-4610 will get those tickets. And I appreciate you guys listening. A lot of people getting involved, trying to help me out. I hope that you're listening on the Odyssey app, mind you, because don't forget, we still have all the way through to February 23rd. We still got 3 more days of this, of the national contest, the Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest, where if you're listening to Sports Radio 610 for an hour each day, you get your daily entry into that contest. And if you win, you and 3 of your friends will be headed to Vegas to stay at Circa Resort and Casino. And then also you'll have the opportunity to, enjoy watching the big March Madness hoop party at Stadium Swim as part of your ultimate college basketball championship experience, plus $20,000 in your pocket to enjoy Vegas. All you got to do.
What a deal, man.
Download the Odyssey app.
Seriously, what a deal
Listen,
that is.
Hey, man, but you just got to make sure that you're listening. 60 minutes a day. That's right. But yes, handled that. Speaking of the
check.
Just trying to make sure
I paid that bill, paid that bill.
Hey, man, sometimes you got to do it. Sometimes
get
you
a
got to
beer.
do it.
Yeah,
Look,
let's
man,
get a beer.
That's right. But on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, y'all have been people laughing about the mixtape with Anthony Edwards and such, Charles Menahu and his beef that continues to this day and all sorts of things. Earlier today, somebody said, not even a big hockey fan, but cannot wait till tonight when the U.S. rematches with Canada in the Four Nations face-off final that's happening tonight. How excited are you for this?
Oh, I'm 100% in, especially after over the weekend watching USA and Canada. That everybody talks about the 3 fights in 9 seconds and all that, but it was a hell of a game, and it was physical, and it was a lesson for everybody learning. In fact, it trickled into the NBA where players were saying, and I forget exactly who it was, but a couple said, "Yeah, we'd like to do that. We'd like to do like a USA versus the World Tournament." That's another way to fix the thing. So.
They did that with like the Rising Stars Challenge at one point. I feel like that's a good thought.
But when you're cheering for the flag, everything changes. Everything changes when there's a flag involved.
Yeah, but for All-Star, I don't know that you're actually going to get that same
USA versus?
Yeah,
you would.
Look, man,
you would.
The tough thing about it with basketball is when you talk about the culture of USA basketball is we expect you to win and we don't care otherwise. Like
that's what makes it interesting, because that's not the case anymore.
When you win, that's still the way that we treat it, because we
treat it that way, but it's not the case.
Sure, I feel like that disconnect is actually a little bit of a disservice, because then you go out there and it's like, hey, if you don't blow this team out, we're going to talk bad about you.
Yeah,
right? Because
but there's more passion and more eyes. Oh, come on,
Maybe.
you know that's the case.
I don't know that that's inherently the case on the All-Star level.
Yeah,
and all right, but I'm not certain that that actually still holds the same weight. PK Subban was talking about it. I think that became a big deal earlier this week, or maybe yesterday actually. But it's just like, I don't know that you're going to get that same feel and that same appeal.
Well, maybe not like USA hockey versus Canada, but anytime you put on a red, white, and blue versus whomever else, dude, it elevates. It just does.
Maybe.
Yeah, it does.
Still has to happen at the player level.
But
though.
back
That's
to your
the
point,
thing. It has to happen at the player level.
Sure.
Because I don't, and that's the thing is, I'm not sure. We'll see if that elevation in like desire and want to, and I guess effort on the floor changes. But I'm not certain.
But back to your point on USA Canada hockey. I mean, this is a great example. I mean, I figure you're going to be watching. I know Reggie is.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out, man. I'm gonna check it out. Yeah,
it's USA Canada, and two superpowers in hockey, and they hate each other and they fight and all that. No, I am absolutely in on this, and it's just a testament to how great they put on this show that the NHL did.
Yeah. So that'll be fun. I think we're getting NBA back in earnest as well as coming out of the All-Star break. I think there was one game last night, NBA-wide, and it wasn't nationally televised. I think it's because it was a makeup game. And it seems like the Luka Doncic trade that happened with the Lakers is one that clearly was a dumb one for Dallas. However, I think the Lakers are definitely seeing that Luka is not perfect because it seems like even the Hornets were able to go.
Oh, they blew by him.
Down the stretch, they were like, hey, we're going to put him – he's going to have to play defense every time.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know about you, but I felt – watch live. I watched clips of it because I don't have League Pass anymore. But
why's that?
Because I'm not paying for that. That's why. I'm being cheap. I thought that was self-explanatory. But it felt for a moment, I was like, ooh, this feels like that time where people were like on James Harden's ass.
Yeah.
You remember like when it was just like, oh man, we got YouTube cut us about defense. I was like, are we about to circle back around to that portion of the program for Luka Doncic when he is in this place that is even more visible in LA?
I think the Harden thing is a perfect example because people would say, and I fell victim to it. I'm not going to exclude myself here. We're like, boy, that was a horrible possession. They really needed to stop there. And he just half-assed it or whatever, didn't get back or didn't cover the ball and all that. We were all fell victim to that. Then you go, oh, yeah, but he did score 60. It's like, oh, yeah, he did do that.
That's right.
Yeah, that part. So I think that's going to be the effect there. These dummies that talk about, I wouldn't, I think Dallas is won the trade already and all this other stuff.
I think that's tongue in cheek.
Yeah, I hope so.
Because Max Christie's good. That's the one guy in all this that's been really good and played a lot of minutes early.
No, he's going to be fantastic for the Lakers, but you're going to have the highlights, like to your point of, he got blown by there. Okay, he did get blown by, but he had, 35, 15, and 4, something like that.
I'm just intrigued to see if that circles back around, or if we've just grown as a basketball watching public, and we're not going to completely villainize people in that same way.
Yeah,
that remains to be seen. All right, I'm on the warpath for some boots. You guys have spoken very. I've heard you. Boots. Don't tuck in your jeans.
Yes.
I feel like a lot of people have been advocating for Lucchese boots over.
It's a popular brand, yeah.
I don't know. Like I'm still up and down on what like types of boots, but I'm definitely going to try and work on, and I'm actively trying to work on some boots.
I'm glad you absolutely should. Not only are you from here, but I think they come in handy. I think they come in handy at least 2 or 3 times a year. Forget what Ron Hughley
walked
says.
in here and audibly groaned.
Forget what Show says, because he's wrong. Occasionally we're all wrong. He's wrong on this. If you live in Houston, Texas for any amount of time, a pair of boots is not just, I don't want to wear them just for the rodeo. I think you're going to find that they're comfortable, and I think you're going to find that you can wear them more than once a year. Really do. It's one of the most underrated things is boots are versatile. Like you can wear boots in various. You can wear them as dress shoes in some instances. You can wear them, obviously to the rodeo and to the cook-off, and I think there's something that you can wear like at other events over the course of the year.
Who are you trying to convince right now?
Everybody in Texas needs at least one pair of boots.
I was like, I've already said I'm in.
No, you're in.
Who are you convincing?
And I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate.
I mean, it's okay to be wrong once in a while. It's fine. We've all been there.
I mean, my opinion's not wrong. Hell, I don't want to wear. I don't want to wear them. And I don't think if you live in Houston for a long period of time, you got to have cowboy boots.
And that's where you're wrong.
Figgy can't pull it off yet, has he?
Figgy's been looking. He's tried. He's thinking, but
Figgy said, "I just can't."
No, I get it.
Figgy bangs out the cowboy hats,
but he's open-minded. He went to the cowboy hat.
I'm just good, man.
Yeah,
yeah. Like
I think you'd surprise yourself. I think you'd surprise at how comfortable, if you get the right size and get fitted.
Yeah, that might be a surprise. It ain't nothing about that look comfortable. And Clint,
and
Clint has talked to me multiple times about
Clint,
cowboy boots.
We're talking. Reggie's going to get some boots.
Yeah, I was like, I need to probably get some boots or.
But you don't need to.
No, I feel like I need to.
Yeah.
Why do you feel like you need to?
I mean, I would like to enjoy and fully ingratiate myself into the actual rodeo because I've never been to rodeo.
And you feel like you got to have on cowboy boots to it. Okay.
Yeah, but my point.
I feel like I gotta hop in there with something.
My point.
I gotta meet the environment.
If you want to, that's good. I just don't like. I don't agree with the. Hey man, I gotta fit in, man. I gotta have the look. No,
yeah.
You can enjoy it nicely in some J's. I did.
Yeah, that was a bad look. But anyway,
good answer.
I think. They surprise you how comfortable they can be if you just get the right fit.
No question.
They're comfortable.
Like the debate should not be about comfort. I mean,
but surprise you. It will be.
Absolutely will.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I think you should, Reg. I think it'd be a clean look for you. Throw some boots on with that. Well, I don't know what kind of jeans you got on right now, but with that shirt you got on right there, right now, and just and rocking just a little rodeo wear doesn't hurt. They never hurt nobody.
Exactly.
I think it's slick. I think it's slick.
Just a rodeo.
It's cool. I'm just telling you. Your words was, I feel like I have to.
Yeah.
I need to.
It's a calling.
You don't have to. If you want to get some boots because you want to get some boots, cool. Don't feel like you got to. Well, you can enjoy it.
Well, literally, you don't have
them.
Literally, you don't.
Side of your toes when you walk.
In a literal sense, you don't have to. But I mean, if
and then Lopez, if you live in Houston for a certain period of time,
yes,
you gotta
have some boots. Gotta.
Be a good idea.
Right?
Be a good idea.
Yeah.
Be a good idea.
Plus, it makes you about 2 inches taller.
Now we're talking, Ben.
Yeah.
See, now that wasn't a self for me.
His eyes, his look changed a little bit. His look changed.
I know what direction that one went towards.
I was thinking about it.
I just need 2. Man. If I could just get 2.
2 inches, man,
from the bottom.
Yeah,
I'm good everywhere else.
he kind of changed his tune a little bit inside.
I can't do it, man. It ain't for me, man. Reg, you go. I just don't feel like you got to. Don't feel like you got to fit in, baby.
Mm-hmm. Nah,
get them damn things because you want to.
I want to get out to rodeo and I want to feel a part of it. You know what I'm saying? I want to jump right in. So
I'm just telling you, you ain't got to wear boots. To
I appreciate it.
I appreciate at me, Reg, because I mean you can. Ron's got a point. Not that you shouldn't or whatever, but the
just
point,
put a flannel on and some J's and be good.
You just got to be careful. I mean, we can't pull a Halloween costume off. Now that's just
no. That's not what I'm trying to
do. Be smart. Will Anderson.
Yeah. Well, Will's got down. I mean,
I'm not gonna have no spurs on.
He had a crease between his toes. Like he had some exotic. You get a good solid boot that you can rock everywhere.
Yeah.
Some Tony Amos.
Absolutely. I don't know about that, but absolutely.
Someone just texted in on the text line. Get them Will Anderson boots.
Do not do that.
No. I mean, I'm still concerned about what I'm looking like.
Don't get me wrong. But pull it like. Let me stop. Let me stop. It just makes me think of a couple of former Texans. You already brought up Will, and the worst thing that I hate about the look sometimes is
like when Stephen A. Smith get out here in his cowboy hat whenever he comes into Texas.
Let's use Stephen A. Smith and not CJ.
Yeah.
But when Stephen A. Smith comes out and be like,
but he's deliberately trying to look goofy.
Yeah, that just ain't quite looking right.
Yeah.
But that's his goal.
But
I think you should go with somebody.
We can use CJ. We can use CJ. CJ put a costume on.
Yes, that's
CJ put a costume on. He knew it looked silly, and he walked out there. And he walked out there. He walked out there anyway. Like that's not what I expected.
Toy Story.
That door said trick or treat.
If you gonna wear a cowboy hat,
no twistless.
You can't have your hair pulled up to where the cowboy hat doesn't go down on your head. You got to let it down,
right?
Yeah, and pull the cowboy hat down on your head.
Let a Lopez, let a Clint kind of help you with some guidance.
And that's what I was looking for. I was looking for
if you're gonna pull it off.
I got the boots and all. Now I got you. I got the boots and all.
I appreciate it.
Can't go crazy. Just something nice and easy. You'll be wearing them every day to work.
We'll see if we get to that. But look, I'm willing to dip my toe, and we'll see where we go to. But I appreciate that was really the gist of today's show. We talked about some other things.
Hey, look, here's the deal. You wear J's every day, you crease them, you ruin them. You wear a pair of brown boots every day, they just better and better and better and better. The more you wear them, the more you scuff them, the better they are.
Okay.
Just telling you.
All right. Y'all trying to sell me. I said I was going to get the boots.
You don't even wear them every day.
I'm just telling you.
All right. We're done. You're listening to K. Stop selling, Lopez. We're done with the show.
This much taller. You got your thinking, show.
Some goofball in a hat.
I could do that with another boot.
KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station is what you're listening to, and right now the drive is live.
I think they got some make you taller lugs. Are lugs still sold?
I don't know.
Get you some Timbs at least.
I'm just being stupid. I feel bad that the judgment that I used to give people who had on lugs. If you didn't have on Timbs and you had on lugs, there was some real hard judgment.
I didn't have the lugs. I had a pair of Timbs. I did not have the lugs.
Go get you some Doc Martens, man.
Oh man, when I was at Just for Feet, they had. just I'm gonna let you chill. But when I was at working at Just for Feet, they had all the Tims. Oh man,
this place is called Just for Feet.
Oh, you had never heard of Just for Feet?
Never heard of Just for Feet?
They don't have a Just for Feet here?
Yeah, hell yeah, they did.
Just for Feet they got a basketball court.
They still do.
Back in y'all's day,
we used to have kids that just come up there and play ball.
Yeah,
we do it on our break.
Y'all go down to Just for Feet.
Working, we go down on the break.
Sounds like where Paige Spiranak thought I worked.
Yeah,
get out of here.
Yeah, she thinks you suck toes. No, but no, man.
At least she's thinking about you, Tyler.
Very great point.
I'm surprised.
Listeners say my name so many times.
I'm surprised we haven't heard more from Paige, from Tyler.
Tyler's heard her say the same thing over and over about 10 times a day for 2 weeks now.
I mean, I have played it just a few times.
I'm surprised we haven't heard it more.
Tyler Miller, you are the greatest producer in the world.
Oh. And I think you really ought to thank both of us, honestly.
I did. I literally thanked you after the segment.
I don't like a lot. Ron did it. I had zero intentions of bringing you into the fold.
But I do think in two ways. One, obviously, I thought of you as I do. I may pick Figgy the DJ, but I thought of you as I do. Bitch. But then I did. I felt in my mind. I was like, "Damn! I know she said Miller, but I don't want to make her say it again." But Clint said, "No, hold on.
It was a full team effort, man.
It's Milner.
Hey, we're in this thing now,
because she said it. She said Milner right the first time.
Yes, she did.
But she tripped over something that didn't hit it right, and I wanted to hit it. I'm sorry. I wanted her to say it again.
Oh, me and you both.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're right. I wanted to hit it.
Yeah.
But I wanted her to say it.
Right.
But Clint didn't let it go. He said, "No, one more."
It was full team effort, man.
One more, Paige. Because you would have just that drop would have been Milner.
We were in the water. We were treading water at that time. I was already in the pool. We got to.
Oh, we were in it, man.
We got to get this Milner out of her.
I mean, I did my part by being here and being sexy.
Well, now let's not.
Don't get me out of here. Don't get me out of here. I prefer the other side of that.
Let's not overdo it.
We gotta get.
So I provided myself. Ron sets it all up beautifully with Paige, and then Clint with the follow-up rebound to make sure the name's right. Beautiful moment on the drive right there, folks.
And now Tyler's got something in his little lockbox at home he listens to every day.
Yes, sir.
I ain't gonna lie to you. We had another 10 minutes. We got Paige comfortable with the farting. Paige was getting towards nasty. I don't know if you like the way she started today. She said, "What you have foot fetishes about me at night, or you DM'd me about?"
Hell no.
I was like, "Where is she about to go?"
Hey, she's got some nasty in her.
She's all about the clicks. There ain't no doubt about that. So she'd have gone wherever.
I'm all about them clicks too. So it
I
all
guarantee you, old Parker was over there shaking in his boots, hoping she didn't. Probably hoping Tyler didn't crack that hot mic and say something.
I think Parker enjoyed it.
Oh no! I
think he was fine with it.
I think he enjoyed it. I guarantee you, he's thinking, "We got to get. All right, boys, get out of here. All right, let's get out, boys."
Man,
I don't think he was.
He was all right with us risking our job.
I don't think Parker was. There was. Hey, listen, we had plenty of guests that week, Tyler. Where I got this. I tell you where we didn't get no break, none of that, and then the fighters.
The two chicks that were fighting. The best thing is I could see Ron's wrapping up, so I know Parker done gave him the break sign. Well, old Parker'd get up and he'd creep around behind me and around the sign and around behind the guest, where I could see
army
him
crawling.
Oh yeah, he'd get over there and he'd real cool come. Let me know. I'm like, yeah, Ron's finna break it, baby.
Yeah. All right. It is a Rodeo Houston Ticket Thursday, so coming up in the 3 o'clock hour and the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Bun B. If you weren't able to win on Tuesday, like my man Ryan in Houston, and I forgot the other person's name, but the other that one was just easy to remember. But you got a chance to win today, 3 o'clock hour and 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned with the drive right here on Sports Radio 610 for your chance to win four tickets to see Bun B 2 different times today, 3 and 5 o'clock hour. All right. I just want to get a gauge from you and the people. Shout out to those on YouTube and Twitch. See you, Pablo. I see you, Magic. I see you, Horatio. I see you out there.
What's wrong with this sicko?
Horatio?
No, you in there licking the window.
Is he looking to? Oh, that's what he
I
does.
mean, my tongue's long, but it ain't that long.
All right, long tongue Tyler. There it is. But we appreciate you all joining us. I see you, Texans for life. Multiple E's there joining us in the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610. I appreciate you all being a part of the show, and I would like you to start participating now. I want to gauge how big of a deal this is. We've been talking a lot about the week of the NBA coming off of the All-Star weekend, and then we get the report today that one of the young stars, if not the number one young star, and the guy that I think the league is really banking and hoping on for the next couple of years to be the next one, Victor Wembanyama. Victor is expected, Clint, to miss the remainder of the season with blood clots in his right shoulder. Right? He had played an All-Star weekend, was a part of the skills challenge with him and Chris Paul, where they did what they did. Mm-hmm. But now he is going to miss the remainder of the season. They just had that trade to get De'Aaron Fox there. How, in your gauge, I'm serious, from everybody around, Tyler, you think on it too, those of you on YouTube and Twitch and the text line, how big a deal is this Wemby going out for the year?
Well, look, I don't think it's a monster deal for him. I mean, he's still young enough where you can argue that a short season, get the experience, get the reps, and save the tread on the tires down the stretch here, right? I mean, you can argue that they ain't ready to make a run, no way. But when the first things first, man, when you start talking about blood clots, I mean, you're talking about a scary situation and get in the wrong spot and
flying
we
and
be
everything.
Talking about life and death here. So prayers up to the young fella for getting this right, and prayers up for however I guess the condition was discovered after he returned to San Antonio after the All-Star game. I don't know if he saw the doctor or if he had some pain or how the hell it was discovered, but glad they found that, man. So yeah, look, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't follow the Spurs close enough to know whether they were going to threaten anything this year or not. I think there seems like they're still kind of piecing things together around him down there. So I don't know what this means for the Spurs in terms of long term, but I'm just glad they found it in the young fella before it got worse.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think certainly it is not good.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously for him, prayers up for him, but I mean for the league. Like, the league is right now in a spot where it is, I think you said rock bottom the other day. The league is in a negative space right now, at least to many sports fans. And I don't think your youngest budding star that is interesting, and this is a situation in which he was the number one pick last year and he is living up to it. I don't think it helps in the state of how people view the NBA right now. You lose your biggest young star, right? Like the stars of the game, I think many people have fatigue from. LeBron, this is a guy that people are not having fatigue from right now, and he does stuff that you've never seen. So I think it hurts from that standpoint. I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs. I think they're like 12 or 13 seed right now. If they could have gotten and made a run, that would have been big. But I think it does hurt for the state of how people are viewing the league right now to lose that young budding star that I think people actually have excitement.
Yeah, look, it definitely hurts from that perspective. There's no positive spin on that. Yeah. I do wonder, just like when I'm talking about the league and talking about rock bottom, like I don't want to take it too serious, right? I mean, at the end of the day, there's an obvious problem, but clearly the NBA is not going. The NBA is going to be fine, right? I mean, it's one of those where I just think you got to hit rock bottom before you start climbing out of it. And some of these things I think that we're experiencing with the NBA is probably going to move the needle enough to where they start adjusting. And when I say they, I'm talking about players and everybody kind of locking arms instead of playing tug of war. I don't know what Victor, not being there does for that. For what is there, 27 games left? I think I just read where the Rockets have 27 games left.
27 to 30 for each team.
But yeah, I mean, not being able to turn the TV on and see that, because I mean, I'm not watching the Spurs. I'm not watching Spurs for any other reason. If I click the TV on and Wembanyama's playing, I'm watching for a little bit. Right now, if I flip the TV on and the Spurs are on, I'm probably not going to give it much time.
Bill M. I live in New Brunswick.
New Braunfels.
No, that's not what this is. That's
New
what
Brunswick?
I would have thought this would. Anyway, what is it?
Braunfels.
New Brunswick.
New Braunfels.
Sure, there it is. The Spurs are the only team. People over in San Antonio are looking for shower rods to. Okay, all right.
And churros.
To hang themselves.
Yeah, I knew he was going. Tyler's going to eat a sweet, I guess, before he offs himself.
It's a tough one there, as you said. Hopefully he gets healthy.
I mean, to his point, I mean, you look at in San Antonio and in New Braunfels in the Hill Country, you don't. That's the only pro sports team that's there. So I mean, you don't. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure people in the Hill Country, people in San Antonio are like, well, damn, there went our, the one thing we got for the next handful of months just went out the window. So I can understand that for sure. In terms of specifically in San Antonio, yeah, I would imagine it stinks.
Yeah. All right. As we said there, that's the big news of the sports day right there. Victor Wembanyama expected to miss the rest of the season.
Weatherman just eased by, y'all.
Shout out, Andy.
What up, Andy?
I wonder if Andy has the weather in other cities. Like if I could say to Andy,
that would be a whole new level.
Thinking about taking a trip to Lake Charles. Andy, you got anything on that?
You might be looking at some flight delays now. There's weather rolling in.
All right, Andy probably does have the weather in West Palm, and I'm sure it's just good. And I've been thinking about this a little bit, looking at a lot of the conversation right now is centered around Altuve and left field, and obviously that's a big one. But when you look at this team, IF is going to have to kind of take a big step and have a bigger role than it has in the past, right? And you look at the Astros' projected rotation. Framber, Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti. By the way, Spencer gets a start coming up in their first grapefruit game. And obviously Blanco, who had a really good, especially first half, good season last year. And what I saw, they have Hayden Wisniewski, the one they got in a trade with the Cubs. They have him in the 5 spot. I think other candidates, and I think health obviously has a lot to do with these guys, but J.P. France, Luis Garcia, Christian Javier, and Lance McCullers.
What about Jose Urquidy? He out for the year?
No, he's gone.
He gone.
He's out, he's not a part of the.
Well, I'll be damned. Who's Urquidy with now?
Yeah,
Urquidy.
I don't know who he's with. But he is no longer with the Astros.
Well, I'll be damned.
He's not an option.
Learn something every day.
Yeah,
Urquidy.
But when you look at them and that group, and I think the top 4 you can see. Yeah, I think those guys will be in the rotation. Who is it that you look at and say, I hope that guy takes over a spot in the rotation? As we look at it, maybe it's Hayden. You look at this J.P. France, Luis Garcia, Javier.
Yeah,
Lance, a lot of it's injury based. But who is it that you look there and say, I hope this guy takes over?
Oh, it's the longest shot of the bunch. It's Lance McCullers. I mean, I said this the other day, Ron. I think if Lance McCullers, where you put him, I think when you were out, Lance made it really clear that he did not want to be in the bullpen. He's a starter. He's not a bullpen guy.
Bury me in the age.
And he really went on for about 2 minutes, Ron, about not being in the bullpen and disrespecting those guys. And it's harder if you're injured to be the bull.
He went Rafael Devers.
Yes, indeed. He actually went a little further than Rafael, I think. But the end of the day, I think it's Lance McCullers. Like I said the other day that I believe that the literally the ice box over there. I think the top blows off the place if Lance McCullers is in any capacity part of this team and part of this team winning. And I say that about others. I'm included. I think Lance's story, the small sample size of success, big time success here. Couple it with I think he's a fan favorite. He's easy to like, good looking dude that brings just all kind of energy and juice and vibe to the game. If that guy with that reputation can fight through all this and get back to a point where he is legitimately a choice, whether it's in the starting rotation or not, I think he's to hear him tell it, it's got to be the starting rotation. I think the top blows off the ice box over there, and I think it's absolutely beautiful. So I'm going to go with the longest shot of the bunch, and I'm going to go with Lance McCullers.
Has luxury come off the front of his name?
No.
He's still a luxury?
Oh, as you make decisions moving forward, absolutely. If that guy comes to a point where he can help this team, it is an absolute luxury.
It's interesting. We were talking about this before the show. Tyler said Christian Javier. What'd you say?
Simply because at any of these arms given the best we've seen them, I think Javier's stuff is for sure the filthiest, the nastiest stuff I've seen from the mound for the Stros. Of these guys we're discussing.
I think Lance might have a word at his best. If we're talking about Lance at his best, I think Lance
that curve's
might have
pretty
a word.
Wicked.
Now, his best. That's been a minute, but he might have a
few of them.
Might have a word. It's just the injury part with Javier. If we kind of look at Garcia, he had the Tommy John. He never returned last year after doing it before. So I think it was June when Christian Javier had his Tommy John surgery. So I don't know if he'll be able to be ready to go at that point. All right, coming up, something surprising. Something surprising that was heard on the morning show. We'll have to discuss about the Texans, and we'll do that coming up next.
We almost all hate the sound of our own voice, and yet you can't get enough of smelling your own fart.
Seth and Sean are heading to the beach. In and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody text in, Clint, do we get to keep the cash if we don't spend it all?
$1,000, you do whatever the hell you want to do with it.
Let's just focus on winning right now.
But if you win $20,000 and you take 3 of your friends to Vegas and you don't come home with $100,000 plus or broke, then you ain't doing it right.
It's a failure.
I'm not doing it right, because I'm telling you, that $20,000, if I won it,
scared money don't make money, man.
A good 12 is staying here before we go on the trip.
You got to invest it, man. You got to turn that cash into more cash.
I can't say that surprises me, Tyler.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
But that's disgusting,
It's disappointing, to say the least.
A good
Do
12.
not invite me.
Me either.
Well, good.
I'm just kidding.
Good 12.
You know
maybe 11.
You know what kind of time you could have in Vegas?
I would hook us all. What if we all?
We could.
$2,500 a piece. I give everybody, then I keep the rest at the crib.
It makes me feel like that nervous excitement to think about what we three could do with that money in Vegas for a few days. Like a little nervous,
you ain't getting but $2,500.
That's if I were to win.
I got plenty of my own money, obviously.
Well, no, that's not the point. That's not the conversation here, Tyler.
I'm blessed. I mean, it's
the whole point in enjoying the win would be to go to Vegas in a different style, a different way.
Oh, I always go big.
I would go in a different way than I would normally.
You're gonna need more than that just to get us in all the places that we're gonna need to go.
Well, hold on, real quick. What it includes? What else?
Every day we're there, it's airfare and accommodations. That's hotel rooms and plane tickets. When we get there, you think they're gonna let four hangers go in there for free?
Well, let's just be honest. I know you somebody for a night.
See, you can't do that.
We're going to Las Vegas.
You got to pay to play. You got to pay to get in. Wherever we go in the evenings, you got to pay to get in. Pool cabanas, and I expect the best. Obviously, there's probably some level of concerts and shows.
Probably a step below
this is a time when we're going to Vegas and we have zero concerns. You're not leaving $12,000 at home and then we get to go down there like we've always gone to Vegas and just blow our own.
That's not like you've always gone. You'd have a little extra.
No, we're going to Vegas with 20 stacks and we are letting it all hang out.
Hell yeah.
If you won, we would.
Wang out.
If you won, we would. If I won.
You tightwad son of a.
If I won, we get some outdoor.
You getting a free plane ticket and a free hotel. Everything else is on you, baby.
No, you got $2,500 to spare. I give you a little bit. You know what we get at the house? We get new outdoor grill. We get new outdoor.
Look at this guy.
That $12,000 is gonna go to something, baby.
No, we can go in there. Well, first of all, it's gonna be 12. You give 3 people, that's $7,500 out of your bank. That means you're taking $500. You're gonna take more than that, ain't you?
I take myself a G.
Why not turn it into more money?
No
That's
question.
where it's at.
Why not just go to Vegas and hang out, man?
That could happen, or would
you know
normally
what kind
happen.
of cabana we could get?
Sounds like a good idea. It sounds like we'd have a good time. And again, you would have to use your resources for one of the days,
but you'd have to pay.
Enjoy it. I mean,
we're going to Las Vegas. Getting access is where I can get us. It still comes with a price.
Getting access to the next level.
No, them days. Hey, 3 years in the league don't get you that, cuz.
I just saw you.
Arena ball years don't get that.
We was taking shots with Emmett. I believe you can get it done.
Who?
Someone texted in, we spending that and some. I would invest it all on black first night.
I was going to say, you got to walk in, and not all of it, but you got to put down a pretty good amount when you walk in on red.
But that's what you do if you win $20,000. That's not what you do if you're maroon money like you. You don't walk in and put $1,000 on red or black or red.
You don't know my life, bro.
Well, I'm just saying you may do it. You probably do. You bet 5 times every night.
You don't know my life.
But I'm like that. That's the kind of you just let them hang when you walk in the first casino, and you just put a stack on black.
Oh yeah. Now I'm getting randy.
Yeah. I mean, now we're playing with $20,000. If I got $2,500, I ain't putting $100 on black first day.
I'm Randy. I'm getting this guy doing demo. Somebody named Randy doing demo back there.
He's gonna get that outdoor kitchen, chief.
That outdoor kitchen.
He's gonna spend $20,000 while we're in Vegas. All right, 10 of it's gonna be on that outdoor kitchen. It's gonna be getting done while he's in Vegas.
Yeah, man, I win that sucker, baby. Yeah, I'm at least taking 10, baby.
Is that my boy Ron?
Putting that away.
We keep talking. We can get him down to 5.
No, you won't. 10 is. Well,
that's why you ain't never win nothing, Ron.
That's not true.
Selfish.
I've won.
What if Courtney said, "Babe, you take that 20 and just go get loose"?
You wouldn't. Now, if
loose in the desert.
If I were the one, if I say, "Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna push 10 to 12, just throw this in the bank, and then we'll
no, I mean you just.
I think she'll be like, "Okay,
don't invite me."
Like, oh, you don't want to go?
I don't want to go.
All right, cool. Man,
I don't want to go.
I'll take your.
You're taking the fun out of it.
I'll take your share, and I'll add that to it now.
now you can easily put 14 in the bank.
Now we might be able to get a few more things.
Ron's got some juice to him.
Oh, you got to pick up dinner every night? That's $500-$600. It's probably more like $700 or $800 every night. To be honest with you,
I would
4 guys, drinks, and dinner at the right spot.
Now, hold on. Now, I would expect you guys to pick up one of the dinners.
I got you on that.
This guy won $20,000.
If I were to, but no, hold on. Now that's fair.
No,
if
it's
I
not.
were to
There's
select
nothing fair about
you,
it.
if I said, "Hey guys, I select you, let's go," I'm not taking Figgy. I'm not taking Brandon.
That's a surprise.
I'm not taking Ben. I'm not taking Sean. I'm taking you all.
Mm-mm.
You can't get dinner one night?
Nope.
I got you, bro.
That's messed up.
Mm-mm.
But I am going to convince you to bet some of that.
$20,000, airfare and accommodations paid for. I ain't paying for a damn thing except my gambling. No, I don't expect you to cover my debts. Yeah, no. Cabana, you. Nightclub, you. Dinner, your ass.
Shake joint.
You got one of them.
Brunch, your ass. Huh?
Mimosas.
You could do a brunch.
Concert show tickets, backstage, your ass. Absolutely. Tyler, now the shake joint, that's going to be on you.
Now I'm going to take you out.
You can go through 20 stacks in a shake in about an hour.
I'm going to take y'all out to Vegas, have a good time, and then
stick us with the bill.
That day we have that whole backyard, that new backyard, I'm inviting y'all asses out, baby. Y'all come right on out. Y'all can enjoy both.
IVs, when we get there, hey, here's the rooms we got that somebody else is paying for. I got an IV service coming over, and we're gonna go ahead and take care of these hangovers before we ever get started. We're gonna get these IVs in these arms with all this good stuff.
I'm a big fan of that.
We're gonna get that done Thursday before we get there.
Is that a thing?
Oh hell yeah, it is. Is it a thing?
Game changer.
And that's gonna be. And guess what? And guess what, Tyler? Hey, guess what? That's on your ass. I mean, we can't do Vegas like that on my bank. I can do that on 20 stacks.
I'll get the oxygen bar.
You run out, I'll take over.
Because you're going to run my ass out of it.
Just us three running around the desert.
We'll get to what the morning show had to say. That's coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Underdog Fantasy. Y'all, Underdog is available right here in the great state of Texas, baby. You can get
store. Skechers.com footwear sold.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Remember, coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, that is next hour, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Bun B March 7th. That's a Friday night. You can go out there and catch that one. I will be there. So you got a chance to win that in the 3 o'clock hour. Make sure you stay tuned. Also, you'll have an opportunity in the 5 o'clock hour as well. So after this segment, you got to be alert and listening for that cue to call for your chance to win four tickets to see Bun B. All right, I know one of the things that is a routine for me every day is, especially when I'm taking the kids out, I'm riding around and taking the kids to school, and I'm listening to Payne and Pendergast. And I know that's a part of my morning. I know that's a part of a lot of your mornings. And Clint, I know that's a part of your morning is catching the fellas in the morning from 6 to 10 a.m.
Pendergast and Payne.
Nick, it's Payne and Pendergast.
You should probably get that right.
Son of a gun.
Pendergast and Payne.
Nope, it's Payne and Pendergast, but I listened to that. And Clint, there was something that caught your ears this morning that you were listening about the Texans.
Yes. Now, I want to make sure this is in the right context, right? The boys were talking about there was a poll and 4 different players. The poll was, which player would you prefer the Texans cut? Which player do you cut? And they gave 4 options. And the 4 options were Shaq Mason, Kenyon Green, Jimmy Ward, and Dalton Schultz. And they had a nice little conversation back and forth about it. And I can't remember who they said actually won the poll. I think it was Shaq Mason. I think Shaq Mason won the poll with 30-something%. And I think the thought there is that
he'd be deserving.
Yes, very much so. But the thought there, I don't believe that all the people that voted actually took the time to look, but I think that the Texans can actually save money by cutting Shaq Mason. And I think everybody else, it would actually cost them money to cut the other 3 players. But they were going down a list here, and they came to Kenyon Green. And this is one of those moments where I realize that I guess I am I'm out on a limb, a very brittle limb by myself, I guess. In talking Kenyon Green, Seth made the point of he would be okay if Kenyon Green was, they just didn't want him relying on him, and I'm paraphrasing here. And they were really just kind of saying it in passing and moving on to the Jimmy Ward and into the Shaq Mason. But I immediately thought, no way. And it got me to thinking about Kenyon Green.
They say no.
This is a fear for me, boys, with the Houston Texans. If Kenyon Green is competing for a starting job on this offensive line this offseason, they're not serious about winning football games. If Shaq Mason is a starter on this offensive line next year, they're not serious about winning football games. And now, again, the context was they had to pick one player out of these 4 to cut. Who do you cut? And they were kind of bantering back and forth. So I'm not caught up on what the end game was of the conversation. I'm just telling you where my mind went immediately with the conversation that they were having was there is no way in hell that Kenyon Green is competing for a starting job on this offensive line. And there's no way in hell Shaq Mason is starting on this offensive line if the Houston Texans are serious about winning football games.
Right? I couldn't think so. I mean, I for me personally, I just don't think either one of them even need to be here.
Oh, no, hell no.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to cutting all 4 on the list if Sean and Seth, it wouldn't have been a very long conversation. I understand they had a segment about it, but I'd cut all 4 of them. But if I had to pick one.
Well, especially those 2 that you're naming in particular, And especially if it came down, like, I guess I'm pretty far away from, like, I don't even need to see him on the field anymore. And then to be the thought of maybe competing for a job, yeah, I couldn't. I mean, there would have to be minimum 3 injuries.
Yeah,
to get me to Kenyon Green, even if you decided to keep him. Even if
you absolutely can. You cannot start next season. And I get where I'm going with it all, Ron, is like, again, I just feel like my thought of, hey, blow the whole offensive line up and move Laramie Tunsil and all this kind of stuff. Like, I know that's far fetched. I know it's exactly how I would handle it, how I think it should be handled. But I know that that's not going to happen. I know it's impossible. There's too much money involved. The interior offensive line cannot, absolutely 100% cannot be in a spot where Kenyon Green is competing for a starting job. Kenyon Green cannot be eating up starting reps in any part of training camp. The first day or with one in, like we can't go into the season one injury away from Kenyon Green being a guard on his football team.
Yeah, I cannot believe that the thought would be that Bobby, a.k.a. Napoleon, the tyrant, was the reason that Kenyon Green showed to be his best. I can't get to a place for what I've watched from Kenyon Green since he's been here that it was because of that dictator tyrant, Bobby Slowick, is why he looked as bad as he did last year. I just don't think bringing in a new offensive coordinator is going to fix what he has shown that he is as a football player.
No, look,
and I just don't think, and I don't think you can put him out there when that was such an issue with C.J. Stroud.
Within the system, Jarrett Patterson went in and played better. Within the system, Kendrick Green went in and played better. Within the system, your right tackle bumped down to the other side of the offensive line and played guard and looked significantly better. Like, the Kenyon Green project or experiment has to be over. Like, we got to be done. We got to be done with every single bit of Kenyon Green.
Try a number change. We tried to slim him down.
Now, if you don't want to cut him, I mean, if you just feel like you've got a roster spot that you need to keep him around because he's on a rookie deal, and you know he's a third string guard somewhere along the way, whatever. I mean, I don't like that either, but okay, whatever. Like, this is just one you gotta eat and get rid of, in my opinion. But I just, again, I was just listening to the boys this morning, and it was just kind of said in passing. I don't even know how much thought Seth put into the Kenyon Green, because Kenyon Green wasn't his choice. But when he said it, I was like, "Oh no, hell no! Don't scare me!" Like, I almost drove off the road. I was out there trying to get me picking up a prescription. And I was turned around and got me another prescription at the pharmacy.
They lopped it off when I was 17.
No, Seth, they did not.
And listening to Seth all year, based off what we've seen from even him, I don't think he'd be comfortable or excited about the thought process of Kenyon Green in there. But even to go past that conversation, Clint, you think it's on the table that Kenyon Green is competing for a job? Like, I think you think it's on the table?
I think anything's possible.
Like, not from Seth to the conversation they were having, but actual conversations in the
Yes, I think anything's possible. I think the way that things have been handled from the top down on the offensive side of the football puts me in a spot where there is a really good chance that they're going to take a major risk with somebody on the first team and somebody on the second team. Like, and that's like, they're going to choose to go the Juice Scruggs route like they chose to go the Kenyon Green route last year. Now,
I can understand Juice.
Well, no, I can understand Juice. And look, hey, when I was watching Kenyon Green in camp last year, I could understand. Hey, man, that's cool. I'm good with it. But the truth of the matter is, they're privy to a lot more information than we are, and the no backup plan is the scary part, right? If you go the Juice Scruggs route, like, I don't have a problem with Juice Scruggs competing for a starting job. I have a problem with Juice Scruggs being penciled in as a starter somewhere. Like, when you get done making these offseason moves, There should be 2 locked starters that ain't competing with nobody, whether it's 2 guards or it's a guard and a center. And then the next, I could see where Juice and somebody else you bring in, somebody else you draft, Jarrett Patterson, maybe that they're competing for that job. I could see that being something. But this group, I
can't see Kenyon being
competing. I can't either. I can't either. But the way that Kenyon Green was handled last year, and the way that there was not only the way he was handled, but the way that there was no backup plan. Like the backup plan you knew was subpar. And like the way they handled that offensive line from a personnel perspective, anything's possible this year. I am hoping like hell there is. I've heard D'Amico, I've heard Nick, I've heard Nick Caley. I've heard all those guys talk about protect the quarterback from the inside out, from the inside out, from the inside out. It just keeps getting harped on. I cannot let myself think that they're not going to go in there and remake this entire offensive line. But until I see it, I got to lean on what I've seen. And last year they went into a season with Kenyon Green, Kendrick Green, Jarrett Patterson, Juice Scruggs, and I can't lay Shaq Mason on him because he kind of got exposed throughout the season. But all those other guard center was a mess.
Yeah. I don't know that they're going to go with my thought of, hey man, we probably should roll with him. I can see how he's still a part of the roster, but his role can't be. I just don't think you can be, as you said, serious about taking the next step and level, and have resources to get better and be the answer. And I just can't believe that they are betting on the new OC and the promotion of the new O-line coach to be the difference.
Yeah.
To be able to take the chance to even have him compete. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive, some really good Rockets news that just came across. We will pass the latest information on that, and something that Nick Caserio had to say that really stuck out, and it makes you wonder what they mean by this. We'll discuss that coming up.
Hey, Serta Pro Painters, y'all. I told y'all they've been out of my house and to complete it.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Attack that ass.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner.
All right, some Rocket news. By the way, remember, 3 o'clock hour, this is your first opportunity on The Drive to win 4 tickets. 4 tickets to the Houston Rodeo. You'll be able to see Bun B and that entire Bun B experience. A birthday bash for Bun B, March 7th. It's a Friday night. You'll have a chance to win 4 tickets coming up in this hour. So stay tuned. Turds list coming up a little bit later on in this hour as well. So a lot to get to. I do want to pass this info across as the Rockets, they will get back at it tomorrow. And a lot of people are playing tonight, but the Rockets, they are off again until Friday. Well, they will get back and get the second half. I guess it's really not the second half, but post All-Star break going as they got 27 games left. And with that news, Clint, the Rockets will get their forward Jabari Smith Jr. back. He will return to the lineup. He's missed 22 games with a hand injury. He is going to be back in the lineup as they face a team that is actually the first team, the 7th seed in the play-in right now, but they're only 2.5 back of the Rockets, the Minnesota Timberwolves, so that'll be a big game as seeding starts to come about. But they will get Jabari Smith Jr. back after missing 22 games, hasn't played since January. There is an update on the starting lineup. By the way, also, Fred VanVleet, who has been injured with an ankle, he is a game-time decision, so maybe he'll be back. No update on the starting lineup. Obviously, 22 games, they changed some things. Amen Thompson has moved into that spot for Jabari Smith Jr. It will be interesting to see what Udoka does. He has not made a decision on the lineup, or at least he hasn't told us what the decision is on the lineup. But for him, unlike Rafael Devers, Jabari Smith Jr. said, hey, man, I haven't played in so long. I'm just thinking about getting back on the court, not thinking about starting.
Yeah, look, I think the here and now, right, is Fred VanVleet and Jabari Smith Jr. Get those guys back. Obviously, you've missed them sorely. Getting those guys back will make a huge difference for this team. Big picture, down the stretch here, 27 games to go. Where do the Rockets land? I was looking at something a little earlier where the odds are pretty even, if you will, in that 30% range of them finishing in the I think it was the 3, 4, or 5 seed, kind of in that range. I think the 3 was 30-something%, and the 4 was 28% or something like that. So it's all pretty tight there. Either way it goes, those are pretty good numbers. Those are pretty good numbers. You finish in that range right there, the Rockets have had a hell of a season. Now you start getting these guys back healthy, and they settle into what the starting lineup is going to look like, and they get humming again. Boy, the sky's the limit. We'll see what that now right is with Jabari Smith Jr. set to come back at some point, maybe not right out of the gate. I would imagine he's got to ease his way back in, some level of ramp up for real game action. But at some point in time, the starting lineup's going to have to change. And is that Amen Thompson dropping back down? Because when they were kicking ass and taking names, Amen Thompson was coming off the bench.
Yeah, well, and then he went on that run there here a little bit with the injury in the Boston game. He had run. He slowed up, I'd say, about the last. Who's he? Amen Thompson.
Yeah,
he slowed up about the last week and a half. But before that, he was rolling. Right. So there was a thought, boy, you can't take him out of the starting lineup.
Right. Well, once he got
cooled off.
Once he got that opportunime where it seemed like Ime Udoka was playing him at the damn point guard, was playing him all over, and he had taken off. But I think the original lineup, he was coming off the bench.
Yeah, he was
right?
the one that moved in. Yeah.
And so when you look at that, he's played so well. What do you do with him? Now, what do you do with Dylan Brooks? It's at those 3 guys, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Jabari Smith, Amen Thompson, and Dylan Brooks. Though you can only start 2 of those out of the mix. Who ends up going to the bench? Who ends up coming off the bench? Who ends up in the starting rotation? I don't expect that to be figured out, obviously, in the next game, in the next 2 days. But down the road, I think that's going to be the big question for Rockets fans is who settles into the starting role and who comes off the bench.
Absolutely. I think he also loves the veteran leadership and experience.
With Dylan
Brooks in there. And he's right now a better shooter than Amin right now as well. So we'll see. It's as I said, Amin has cooled off, so it's felt like it's been made easier since then. But we'll see what he does. I'm betting Smith starts coming off the bench first. I think tomorrow that's probably what we see. Let him ease himself in. He didn't say there is. He said there's no minutes restriction, so that might roll into things. But I bet he starts off coming off the bench. All right, that is the latest there. If you missed it, just jumping in, Jabari Smith Jr. will return to the Rockets lineup. Fred might be able to come back. He is a game time decision for their first game coming up tomorrow. They start this thing back up tomorrow. All right. You've kind of maybe heard this promo. If you missed it, 45 minutes, Payne and Pendergast talked with Nick Caserio, general manager, about a lot of different things. If you want to hear that, head back to the podcast page, and you can check that out yesterday in the 7 o'clock hour. But we have been running this, and I did find this interesting because I agree with this, but then it makes me wonder, what are they thinking about on offense? So this was Nick Caserio kind of talking about this is a team that plays with an edge.
We don't want just a bunch of choir boys walking through this building. Like, you need an edge. Anybody that watches us play on defense sees how we play fast, we play physical, we play with an edge. We have a number of players like that.
Yeah, and he goes on to mention defense. Guys are talking about, defense, some of the hits they've had, and yes, I would agree with that, Clint. Will has an edge. Alshire has an edge.
Bad MFer.
Jimmy Ward has an edge. They've got several guys on that defense. Daniil Hunter and his forearms have an edge. They've got several. Sorry, let me stop. The dog, Kamari Lassiter, he has a big edge. They've got a lot of guys over there. But he did specifically say on defense and not on the other side. And it makes me wonder, like, hey, are they looking at, making a priority of we need to add that on the offense, or do they maybe want a different type of player on the offensive side because of how they've constructed things? That's when you hear that, it is hard not to think, well, what about the other side of the ball? Because it feels a lot different on this.
Look, I've said it from jump. The minute that D'Amico Ryan starts holding the offense accountable the same way he holds the defense accountable, then we're going to see some major move. We're going to see some major movement. And whether you call it playing with an edge, which I think Nick Caserio talked about playing with an edge and went directly to the defense for a reason, because you got to be careful with this squad how you couch playing with an edge, playing with physicality. You start that conversation, you better reserve that conversation for the defense because the offense doesn't have it. Until D'Amico Ryan starts holding guys accountable, and when I say guys, I'm talking about Dalton Schultz, I'm talking about Laramie Tunsil. We're talking about Titus Howard. Until he starts holding those guys accountable to the same level that he's been holding the defense to since he's been here, then we're going to continue to have problems offensively. And I think Nick again would love more than anything to come on these airwaves and be able to say we're playing with an edge on both sides of the ball. We're playing with a level of physicality that scares folks on both sides.
So you
of the
think
football.
this is a situation they want to have?
Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely. They want to talk about it. They want to talk. They want their team, not just their defense. They want their team to be the identity to be not about a scheme, not about a finesse, not about a quarterback. They want their identity to be physical up front, imposing their will on people, having an edge, arriving violently. Yes, they want the whole team to be that. And they're not getting it on the offensive side of the football. So we'll see how they get that. I don't think there's any doubt about it that Nick and D'Amico. In fact, I took this when I heard this. I took this as Caserio saying, like, hey, man, we're very aware that it's just the defense. when you talk all these little catchphrases that they use for the defense, I'm hearing this swarmy thing go around. That guy's so swarmy. There's.
Are you serious?
Dead ass. Dead ass. He's swarmy. Yeah, that's. I've heard that in conversation.
Oh my God.
But yeah, like that's.
What's wrong with that, Tyler?
Swarm.
I agree.
Sorry, I don't want to get you off topic. I hadn't heard that.
No, I agree with you. It's not a good take. But the point overall is there's an identity on this defense and there's not on the offense.
I thought the swarm was supposed to be for the whole team.
And that works.
Again, they want it to be for the whole team.
Sorry, you're right. I thought the swarmy was supposed to be for the whole team.
No. Well, I mean, look, when you look at like swarmy for me on offense is if I get beat, if I'm pass blocking or I'm run blocking. Let's say I'm run blocking and I get beat. I'm going to continue up and I'm going to put a helmet on somebody just in case the running back makes the guy that I was responsible for miss. They don't do that, right? If your tackle runs a defensive end past the quarterback, they just quit and let him retread. They don't bury him in the dirt, right? There's nothing swarmy about this offense. There's nothing swarmy about the effort of this offense. There's nothing swarmy about the identity of this offense.
Can we go back to edge? Let's use that word.
I like edge as well too.
Let's go.
If you
were really getting into the swarm.
Well, if you want to take the swarmy thing, and move it to the offensive side of the football, it's swarmy, edge, physicality, arriving violently, whatever you want to do. They're all misses on the offense. They're all reserved right now for the guys on defense.
This is my – because when you say they want to, clearly I can see the moves on defense. Help me out. Who are some players of edge? I'm talking about anywhere in the league. Who is somebody that you would look at, offensive player that plays with an edge?
I think the top.
Anywhere in the league.
Every one of the top offensive linemen, excluding Laramie Tunsil. Trey Williams, there's your tackle.
Trent Williams.
Trent Williams. Trey. Trent Williams. There's you a tackle. There's multiple though. I don't need to go with the best one. You can pick either one of them in Philly if you'd like to. Okay. You can pick anybody across Lane Johnson or the Australian cat. On the other side,
Mailata or
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of dudes out there that are just they may not be the greatest players, but they're just nasty.
George Kittle.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, you're naming the greats, but there's a lot of them out there that get it done. Look, I would say in Houston, I would say that Cade Stover's got some of that in him. Right, I would say that Jarrett Patterson's got a little bit. The problem are these guys aren't frontline starters, different game changers.
Well, that's why I wanted to give some understanding of edge players around the league, and then
Joe Mixon's got an edge.
Then I was going to say, so how many guys on that side of the ball play with an edge? Mixon, I think Nico probably does in terms of his ability.
I would say I would give Nico that cred. Yeah, I mean, I think the quiet, low key dude probably doesn't get the love that he deserves. But yeah, I would say
he'll
that
run
Nico,
you over.
Yeah, he'll block the hell out of you. Yeah, I'd say Nico and Joe. And when you're talking about the starters, I'd say
Nico and Joe.
I mean, I think Jarrett Patterson. I think Juice probably has, but these are guys that aren't. They haven't even proven if they're good enough to play at the NFL level yet. But I think those guys probably had a little something to them.
I just bring that up because I feel like, well, then we need to start to see, and that's why I said, is this a priority coming up this year? We need to start to see some players that are brought in that have edge, because they've put this group together. Like, to me, if you want to play with edge, and I believe the tyrant Bobby Slowick wanted to play with some edge too, and I say the tyrant because that's what it seems like people are saying he was.
Anybody else's fingers hurt?
You're right, Hal. Playing with edge doesn't sound like Dalton Schultz would be your guy.
Oh, that's one way to say it.
Like, playing with edge doesn't seem like. And I'll just keep giving Tunsil contracts.
Yep.
Playing with edge doesn't seem like
you don't need to go any further.
There's just been some decisions of like playing with edge. Yeah, like that, having that what you have on defense. We looked at the defense. Oh, we're gonna draft Will. Okay, gotcha. There is some physical edge right there. We're gonna draft Kamari Lassiter. Got it. See that? Bam. We're gonna bring in Al Shire. That he hops over from time to time. Like you can see
Jimmy
that.
Ward.
You can see that. Joe Mixon is probably the only player that I believe they have brought in here of recent measure that says I'm like that is a physical person that plays with edge, that is trying to run through you, that is trying to physically do something to you. Someone texted in Damian. Damian's thinking about where to run so much that physical edge part of him is gone.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's several guys that are reserves that probably have some level of edge. Yes,
Kendrick Green maybe has a little bit.
Definitely. But I mean, what are we doing here? We're getting out of Kendrick Green on the offense. There's two.
Turn him into a fullback.
There's really there's two: Nico Collins and Joe Mixon.
Yeah, that's to me is. If that is like, hey, we play with edge, we want to see some edge, they've done a spectacular job of doing that on the defensive side of the ball.
Yep.
And they have gone, and to hear the person who said it, who's that who said that? That was Nick, right?
Yep.
To hear the person who said it, who has put together a lot of the pieces on the offensive side of the ball, it almost looks like they feel and view the offense as a different type of player because of what they've added. And what they've put there,
I think they've chosen to pay a couple of guys that they felt like they could overcome because of their second. Because I do think if you look at Dalton Schultz, you look at Titus Howard, you look at Laramie Tunsil, you look at those three guys they've chosen to pay big money to on the offensive side of the football that have zero edge. Right? There's those three guys you can argue really fit C.J. Stroud well. I mean, you got two guys that on the edge, their strengths. I mean, Larry Tunsil's probably the best pass blocking, one of the best pass blocking tackles in the game, and Titus Howard is I would say a really good pass blocking tackle on the other side. And you got a guy that his forte, or the reason that you got him, is because of the cerebral approach to the pass game and the fact that he's a pass receiving tight end, right? All of that to me has led to no physicality, no edge, no dog, and the rest is I think it's backfired on them. Yeah. As it pertains to this conversation and having that edge and having that physicality, I think it's backfired on them.
Yeah, they're going to make some additions to this team, and I wonder if we start to see that. They're clearly going to make some additions, free agency. I wonder if that's something that we start to see them slide. Less finesse and more physical being what they're saying. All right, coming up, your chance coming up as soon as we get back. So make sure you're listening. You got to listen to the break. As soon as we get back, you'll have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Bun B Houston Rodeo coming up March 7th, Friday night. We will give those back as soon as we – that's coming up next.
Coushatta Casino Resort, y'all. Look, it's their 30th anniversary, man. Look what's going on, man. 1995.
610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as you hear that, that means it is that time. Let's open up the phone lines. Caller number 9. Caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Caller number 9. We're doing that.
Nueve.
That's right. Caller number 9. We're doing that in honor of ex-QB John Freeze. Caller number 9.
You're going to start doing this, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
I love it.
Caller number 9.
Most obscure one you can think of.
Got him. Remember a team he played for?
Chargers.
Yeah, I think, John. I remember Seattle a lot for me. But caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Your chance to win 4 tickets, a 4-pack of tickets to see Bun B at the Houston Rodeo March 7th, Friday night. Should be a good time. His night has historically been a really, really good night. Caller number 9, 713-572-4610. You can be our next winner. Remember, however, if you are not able to win on this occasion, 5 o'clock, we'll be doing our final winner of the week. Final one of the week. Every Tuesday and Thursday. You can catch it on all 3 shows, and you can be a winner twice a show. This will be in the 5 o'clock hour, the final time that you'll have a chance to win. If you don't win here, caller number 9, Tyler will take care of you. All right, Clint, we were talking a little bit about some of that Rockets news. They could be getting some reinforcements back. They needed that break. I saw Şengün talk about, hey, yes, I think the break is needed, and we need to figure out a way to get the ball in the damn basket. He used the F-bomb, but, boy, I ain't going to lie to you. I'd love to hear Alfred Şengün use the F-bomb. That's what I want to hear.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Because Tyler plays that all the time. I want to hear him just really spout out and get an F-bomb. I think it would be a good sound. But I guess as they get going tomorrow, 27 left. Hey, listen, they limped to the finish line of the All-Star break. All right, they lost 3 of their last. They're 3-7 in their last 10 games. They have dropped a bit, struggled. They were in that 2 spot pretty well, and now they're sitting in the 4 spot. And fortunate that the Lakers have lost to the Jazz and the Hornets the last 2 games, so they'd be in the 5 spot. But right now they're slated to host the Lakers if the season ended today. But how are you all feeling right now? Hot one. How are you feeling about the Rockets' second half of the season?
I feel good, man. I feel good. I'm entertained. I'm entertained that there's a lot of really there's several, maybe not a lot. There's several really good teams that are chasing them. I'm entertained with what I think the Rockets are going to be in this down the stretch here. I think they are more of what they were earlier before the skid in the last handful of games. I think they're more of who we saw early on than who we saw right before the break, and so. Man, I'm entertained. I'm excited about the Rockets. I'm excited about whether these other teams can hunt them down. I'm excited about the fact that they're getting healthy. We can honestly say that now with the report on Jabari Smith Jr. and Fred VanVleet being up in the air. Those guys are either coming back or like Friday, or they'll be back within the next week, and so they're getting healthier. And yeah, man, I feel good about it. I feel really good about it the rest of the way.
Yeah, I am. I'm really watching to see how they come out in the break, right? They got the Timberwolves first, and that's a team that's been surging a bit and on the chase. As I said, they're the 7th seed right now, 2.5 behind the Rockets. I want to see, Clint, was this just hey, man, we've been tired. Fred's been injured. Jabari Smith has been injured. A bit of our bench is now, and our depth is starting to come and be a bit of an issue for us. We get our guys back. I am hoping and looking to see and say, as you said, what the last games is just a bit of a skid and not what they're about to turn into be. So that is that is something really, really big to watch this team because they've been playing really good. And to listen to Udoka, he seems to have been disappointed because it seems like they've been losing their identity.
Well,
and
look,
see if they get back to that.
When you play with hustle, grind, effort, and you're winning in a lot of the secondary ways, you don't have a superstar scorer that can do it all. I mean, you're dependent on your guys being healthy. I mean, they're not good enough at the top end of this roster to be able to weather, 3 or 4 guys being down, and they get into a game in stretches where, Jock Landale. No offense, Jock Landale is a guy that you're leaning into. I mean, you've got guys that are on the floor that, one, aren't near as talented, 2, they're not near as long and built to play the way that Ime Udoka wants to play, and so you just lose so much when it's not one guy on the floor. When you got a Kevin Durant, you can kind of weather some stuff, right? Even he's having a hard time doing it in Phoenix, but you can kind of weather some of that. You don't have that. You've got to have the majority of your better athletes longer, faster, better athletes on the court, or you're going to struggle. And I just think that's been the case with the Rockets. I still think the identity, Ron, when they're healthy, the identity's going to win in this league.
And also a thing to watch, and that's why another part that I'm really looking at, and this break will help them, is 82 of these suckers, and the way the Rockets play. I mean, that's going to get you. They probably be a little bit more tired. That you can see them having some issues with just still being in the same space they were.
Fewer guys,
2
same
months.
brand of ball. Yeah,
and they are playing hard defensively. They play hard throughout the game. I would imagine. I don't know any teams that play harder than them per possession. And, of course, I think teams are viewing the Rockets differently. We've talked about that as well. They see the Rockets. All right, like Minnesota, when they play the Rockets, that's a big game for them now. I don't know if that's always been the case of, all right, man, we got the Rockets. It's a big one we got to get to. So a lot of these things have kind of got them to a point where they're 3-7 their last 10. I just hope to see that we see that group that was starting earlier in the season before this little slide. All right, Tyler's Turd List. It's a Thursday, and we'll see who is going to have the gold medal in the Turd List. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, fellas out there struggling with ED,
recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Turd Ferguson. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Turd list coming up momentarily here on The Drive. Tyler's turd list every single Thursday.
Sub T Money. Some folks think Tyler is a turd. You know that?
He's got some turd tendencies at times. We all do.
Oh, man, I'm glad I got set on the podium we will have today.
That's a fair thing. You don't think you have any turd tendencies at all?
I mean, not in the way I've been defining turds with this segment we've been doing for like over a year.
Turds, I mean, you've put.
You think I got like list? Garrett Cole freaking qualities?
I mean, I don't know what you two are talking about. I was just kind of saying you're a little turd every now and then. You know, you're a little turd.
Yeah, I mean,
I wasn't saying you've got like tendencies of the people, all the people you hate the most in sports.
I would
turdy, little
kind of a little turd, like your little nephew is from time to time. Boy, you being a little turd.
I would have put you on the turd list that time you left me out in that parking lot watching the ACC championship.
It was my birthday and I was wasted.
Well, you should be on a turd list for that.
You can't land on the turd list for something like that on your birthday.
No, I don't give a damn.
Sure you can.
It's my list. You know what? Y'all shut the hell up. Y'all leave my turds alone.
My list.
I gave you an example.
Stirring my turds up, okay?
I just gave you an example
turd stir.
of a turd. Of a turdish thing you've done.
That was a really good point.
But I would say, in the way I define it with these podiums each week, that would never make it because it was a birthday. It was an honest mistake. I was a little tipsy, got a little mixed up with my times and locations. Okay.
Okay. If that don't make it, then maybe some other things should make it. All right.
Oh, we can explore that later. I want
to get here. Congratulations to Tyrone in Houston, who is the winner of the 4-pack of tickets to see Bun B coming up March 7th on Friday. You got another opportunity, last one of the week here on Sports Radio 610 coming up in the 5
Did
o'clock.
you say Tyrone?
And listen, I don't think this is a turd one.
Did you say Tyrone?
I did say Tyrone.
How's he always winning?
We have a Tyrone. Oh, that is
absolutely.
He was already in the system.
Yeah, I know Tyrone. But when he won, Tyler generally tells me in my ear who the winner is, and when you hear that, I ironically tapped into him and said, "Better call Tyrone." Tyler didn't have it.
No idea why you're laughing right now, Clint.
Didn't have it.
No context for me on that one.
There are times where I need help. That one time when Clint, when he said he just didn't have any real understanding of collard greens. That's something he hadn't had.
I had a lot of experience there.
I didn't know if this was hold on, man, this is something that white folks should know or have or not. And we've been here a couple of times. And listen, Tyrone, Erykah Badu, to me in my mind, I said, what? Tyler, there's a 3 that starts in your age. So I feel like you are old enough to have heard, you better call. I feel like you got now I may be wrong on this. Now, because I have text Courtney in this, and let me check to see, should he know what call Tyrone is? She said, no, that doesn't surprise me. By Erykah Badu. Nope, that doesn't surprise me.
I'm not sure if that's good for me or bad for me, but
and it may be right. There may be people in our audience who don't have it.
I would have not thought that Tyler had it.
So you're not surprised by that?
No.
Okay. All right.
I want to know what it's from.
It's Erykah Badu.
That doesn't help.
Do you know?
No.
That surprises me a bit.
Is this one I should Google real quick? Or not on the
web? You don't know who Erykah Badu
is? You should have Googled 5 minutes ago when you started this.
Well, he didn't mention that name until just now.
No, hold on. Now, I'll give you not knowing. You better not. Tyrone, you don't know who Erykah Badu is?
Sounds like a nice lady, but no.
I don't know. But I mean,
tell me. The anticipation here, I need all the information. I need to better myself today.
Okay, I need this. Oh, I need this now because we are going to address this. I have taken too much of Turd's list, but 713-572-4610. Jim Adler, you text into on the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. It's one thing, all right, he don't know Tyrone. Should he know who Erykah Badu is? What are you, 30? You're 34.
I am 34, yes. Shout out to Keene.
I mean, I'm that one surprises me.
Tyler's Turds list.
Damn, Tyler.
Address this.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
Which is not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be
Hey, stop
ignored.
laughing in there.
No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Cool your jets, Ron. Y'all introduction there. Stepping all over the Boy Scout with your giggles at my expense.
Next line coming in. That's why Figgy's in charge of the playlist.
Wow. That hurt. Go ahead, T.
That's fine. I still don't know who and what y'all are talking about, so it's hard for me to be too offended.
Can't believe it.
And what you just mentioned there, Texter, friend, we're going to get to that because a member of this Sports Radio 610 team is on the third podium once again this week. Might just be someone on this show. All right, let's get into it really fast. Bronze medal. If y'all didn't know, there's been some hockey being played. It's not typically a sport I personally follow very closely, like many of you here in Houston, I'd like to imagine, because, well, the Arrows, they are long-ass gone, and we ain't got a hockey team. I don't know much about the sport, to be honest with you. I like it when they fight. It can be a little entertaining. I've been to an Aggie club hockey game, but there's been some hockey going on, international hockey. And if you missed this part, USA, Canada, first of all, they're facing off tonight, but they faced off already about a week ago. And as the United States and their national anthem, the performance of that anthem was getting finished up, this is what the fine folks of Canada decided to do.
We're going to drop the gloves right away.
That's enough of that. Those Maple Leaf loving, apologizing sons of guns, they decided to boo during our glorious national anthem.
Yeah, they didn't take too kindly to be state.
They did not. But then you know what happened?
I'm surprised they did get after that. That's not generally Canadian people, is it? Just booing like that? Except for people like Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Usually,
he's the only angry Canadian I know. But
usually Canadians are the first to, sorry. I'm sorry I offend you. Sorry.
They weren't sorry to
They were booing the U.S. anthem. First of all, Canada, know your place. Know your place, and that is, let's simply put it as you are America's top hat. You're up there chilling. We look out for you. We've been friends for a long time. No need, no matter what's going on in the world, politically or otherwise, for you to be booing the anthem of the greatest country on this earth.
What do you think is going to happen in Boston tonight when they had that rematch?
Exactly. Because after that booing
Canada
happened, Canada might not have taken kindly to being called the 51st state. The United States hockey players didn't take too kind to that booing and some other things that were probably said pregame. Fights broke out. It was freaking awesome, and the United States beat that ass on the ice with their fists and on the scoreboard. Bronze medal this week. It's just going to the entire country of Canada, and I guess more specifically your hockey club, because, it'd be better. Be a little classy out there on the ice, all right? We'll see what happens tonight.
Terrace will get them every time. All right, that's the bronze. Who you got in the silver?
This is fun. It's a member of the Sports Radio 610 team, which, if you're familiar with Tyler's Turds of the Week,
I'm mentally prepared for
right here on the drive. It happens from time to time. One of our team members lands on the podium. The silver, it's a first. It's someone on this show. It's a guy who was getting on my ass a second ago about not knowing some lady's name, because this happened earlier this week right here on this show, The Drive. We're on the show, Hughley. Explain why you got your silver turd this week.
Who's the resident 610 DJ if we needed one in the clubhouse?
Oh, that's me.
Oh, Figgy.
All right. And there's more there, but you know what? I'm going to stop it right there.
I'll be honest. I didn't know you snuck in me first
don't try to,
before I said it. I was just all the way in my own world. I didn't hear him saying me. I didn't know he beat me.
I know it's radio, but it's the list. The visual was great too because Tyler's. I'm watching.
I wasn't even looking at
I'm expecting Tyler to say himself, so I'm looking dead at him, and he says me. And in my ear, I hear you say Figgy, and then I see the look on his face. He was just so hurt in that split second. It was tremendous.
Well, I will say, in the last 24 hours, you have done nothing to make me come off of that thought.
Well, Clint, I didn't think it was too tremendous. I thought it was hurtful and inappropriate and not accurate.
Well, I said it was hurtful. I thought it was a tremendous moment.
By the way, you have had some great rejoin music this week. You haven't.
You know that you know what you're doing.
It's good. I'm just saying, I'm complimenting
Don't F with me right now, man. I got this golden turd in my hand. I will fire it through this glass window right at your face.
You can always just flip him. I mean, he can take the gold.
Oh, come on.
Oh, flip him, not flip him off.
No, not the bird.
No, but this is Ron the Show Hughley's first appearance on the Turds of the Week. He gets the silver medal because, well, he decided to take out his own damn executive producer.
That's right.
Roll with a producer on another show.
I would like to say I feel better about my thought that me being left at that place watching the ACC championship game and that
it was my birthday.
Is a turd level performance. All right, who's got the gold
medal?
Who beat me out?
Whoa. Gold medal for Turds of the Week. It's going to the Boston Red Sox. Because what kind of welcoming are you giving one of the best damn Astros to ever put the uniform on? You should be thankful. You should be counting your lucky stars that Alex Bregman has arrived in Boston to play for the Red Sox, and you should be begging him and doing everything you can to get him ready to play, yes, his position, third base for the Boston Red Sox. This was the Red Sox first baseman earlier this week.
I think it's Rafi Devers' position. I think he's the third baseman, and at that point, that's where it stands.
Yeah. That's not a very warm welcome to Beantown for old Bregman.
I just don't know who Tristan thinks he is. Tristan's really feeling himself.
Devers, Tristan, all the Red Sox standing by watching this happen.
Roommate, right?
I got Devers.
He doesn't sound like Devers' roommate.
Okay.
He doesn't what?
I got Devers. I can see where Devers is getting here. I don't know where this 25-year-old kid who's done nothing is feeling like he's about to go after the most accomplished guy. I mean, he kept rubbing it in.
Yeah.
You go play second base.
Yeah.
He'll be fine there.
Hey, young kid, why don't you shut the hell up and learn something from Bregman?
He just wasn't going to tiptoe around it, boys. He just wasn't going to tiptoe around it.
Devers is the best third baseman in all.
But that's your Golden Turd trophy right here on the YouTube stream. That's going to the Boston Red Sox, Devers, and Tristan. How do you say his last name?
Casas.
It doesn't matter. He's a dumbass. Shut the hell up, rookie. Here we go.
Nice. Well done. Well done. All right, y'all. We got a lot of expiring contracts over there with the Houston Texans. A ton of expiring contracts, which mean guys are going to be free agents. Do the Texans go get them? Do they not? I'm going to tell you who the important ones are, and most importantly for the Texans. Here's what we got. With those expiring contracts, what are the biggest holes that are left with those expiring contracts? What are the position groups that the Texans are going to have to go pursue other free agents or re-sign guys or draft guys? Biggest holes on the Texans with all of these expiring contracts coming up. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light, y'all. I tell you every day.
supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Tyler is my daddy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Y'all know what time it is. It's 4 o'clock on this beautiful Thursday. It's a thirsty Thursday, but it's also one of the more tickety Thursdays, y'all. We're giving away Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo tickets, and it happens to be the man, the myth, the legend, Houston's own Bun B's birthday bash, right?
That's right.
A little birthday bash for Bun, huh? He's adding artists left and right as he always does. The interest is and the intrigue is through the roof on who all he ends up adding. But we're giving away tickets today. Make sure you stay plugged in right here to the drive. We're going to do it in the 5 o'clock hour. We do it every Tuesday and Thursday leading up to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo in the 3 and 5 o'clock hours. So make sure that you stay plugged in there. Also, I do want to remind everybody out there, there's an Odyssey app contest going on right now. All you got to do is download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Log into the Odyssey app and listen to Sports Radio 610 for 1 hour a day. You can get one entry into the contest every day until February the 23rd. So counting today, that means you can get 4 entries into the contest. Here's the contest. Airfare and accommodations for you and 3 friends to Las Vegas the first weekend, which is the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tournament. Airfare and accommodations there, as well as 20 stacks, $20,000 to do with as you please, and hold the majority of it and make his friends skimp while they're in Vegas. Or you could take that $20,000 and literally make it rain in Vegas and make memories with your fellas. You can do whatever you'd like to do. Vegas. Yep, that place right there. The key is that you download the Odyssey app, log in, and listen to Sports Radio 610 and get them entries. That's what you need to do, no doubt about it. All right, the Texans, y'all. It is we're up against the end of league year, or is it I guess it's end of 24-25 and beginning of 25-26. So anyway you look at it, there are a lot of expiring contracts really across the league, but with the Texans, there are a lot of expiring contracts, and other words, people are becoming free agents, and the Texans have to decide whether they want to re-sign some of these guys, or do they want to go out and go fishing in the free agent market and bring in different players, better players, right? And as I look at the roster and the expiring contracts for the Texans, I think there's 3 positions that are hit the hardest. And I'm talking about expiring contracts. We've talked about the needs, like just the overall needs: wide receiver, inside offensive line, interior offensive line, interior defensive line. Right there, this is a little different approach with just a little bit of overlap here. But Ron, there are some issues here with the Texans that they're going to have to address.
Absolutely.
I'm going to start on the defensive side of the foot with there, right? And it's safety. Right now, you got Eric Murray and MJ Stewart. Both of those contracts are expiring. Now, MJ Stewart is a reserve depth player, not a huge deal there. A rookie could step up and be that guy. They may even have that youngster on the team. I don't know, right? But Eric Murray is a player that early on here caught a lot of hell probably 4 years ago because of the contract, how much money he was making. Everybody thought he was overpaid. He turned out to be a pretty damn good player for the Texans over the last handful of years. And he's really turned out to be a guy that's played quite a bit for D'Amico Ryans in this defense that's been really, really good. But what that does, Eric Murray and MJ Stewart, those 2 contracts are expiring, and that leaves you with your 2 starters, obviously, are Bullock and Ward, and that is if Ward is healthy. I know there's some other guys back there. There's some other players, but these are just the mainstays and kind of some problems that come up in the starting round. Because here's the problem: is Jimmy Ward, Ron, has been injured for different reasons, like different injuries. It seems like since he's been a Houston Texan. So while you love his leadership and things of that nature, you got a rookie that he's playing next to that's played really well in Bullock, but how much do you believe in Ward? That safety position could end up being a problem if they don't address it right.
Yeah, and you have to account for his injuries, right? The 2 years he's been able to finish the season, and you like what he brings to the table. It's just his health and his health mixed with his age, getting older. So that's a tough one. And you swung pretty well getting, what do they get Bullock in the third or fourth round, third round, and maybe that is a route. But that's a tough one there, because with his injury history, I think you may need to move past that and then go in a different direction. But I'm with you. I do like what's my man's name that you just said?
MJ Stewart or Eric Murray?
Eric Murray. I do like Eric Murray, because you still don't want to go back there and leave yourself with a second-year player and another really young player back there.
Right.
I think Eric Murray knows this defense and seemed to be pretty good at what it is that he did, and maybe the help of Bullock on the other side. So I like the thought of bringing him back. And I don't think he'll be super expensive. Yeah. And I think you need another vet back there that you can depend on to play.
Well, you like what he brings to the table, because he is a guy that can swing down in that three safety, if you will, kind of set that D'Amico likes to play, where that safety can swing down and play the nickel position, and you got Jalen Petrie who can swing back and forth as well. So you like that versatility at that safety position. I don't know what this ends up looking like. My whole point with this segment, Ron, is to let folks know defensively, there's from a respective Texans, there are a couple of holes they have to fill. That safety position is one of them. The other two spots, Ron, are happen to be positions of need, in part due because of these expiring contracts. But just to highlight them, the wide receiver position, right? Unless you're banking on Tank Dell recovering 100% and being Tank Dell, the Texans are in a bind, right? You got Robert Woods' contract expiring. You got Steph Diggs, whose contract has expired, and that leaves you with Nico Collins, John Mechie, and Xavier Hutchinson, and Tank Dell, again, assuming that he's back in time to contribute in training camp and right away. So it leaves you with, I think, a lot to be desired, especially if C.J. Stroud is your guy you're building this offense around, especially if you think this offense is going to look a little bit more like New England or a little bit more like McVay version, Stafford's version of the Rams. That's typically a 3 wide receiver, 11 personnel type set. You're going to need some dudes. The wide receiver position,
they feel like
thin.
They're short a couple.
Yeah,
to me. And if you're competing past, hey, win the division, and you're trying to get to the next level, I think you cannot sit and be good with this. I think you got to have multiple moves.
Yeah. Well, look, I was very critical of Robert Woods. Like, I don't like the thought of Robert Woods being a guy that this team goes from a plan perspective going into a season. Robert Woods is a guy that you plan on getting a lot of run. Now, I did not have a problem with Robert Woods being that Saints posse and them keeping him around. Now, if you can bring Robert Woods back again, or a Robert Woods type player, I still think you need those top 3 guys to Nico and 2 more to really make this thing hum the way that it, at least the way I see it, kind of panning out and being built offensively. I'm not opposed to Robert Woods, that insurance policy, but right now you don't even have that. No. Right? I mean, you got Nico Collins and a bunch of guys that should be competing for a 3, and then no insurance policy, being that veteran that can do it all, that has pelts on the wall. Like, you're missing several key pieces there. The good at the wide receiver position, you've got Nico Collins, so you found the hardest piece to find. You've got that piece, but boy, underneath him, you've got some problems.
I don't think outside. I think you have one person right now, Clint, that you in the wide receiver room that you can feel comfortable can fill a role as a top. I'd say a top 3 receiver, and that's Nico.
Yeah,
I don't even know if you would sit there and say John Mechie. If you start to look at like guys around the league that's a third receiver, I don't even know if you're 100% confident that Hutchinson or Mechie on really good teams fit that.
Well, what I would like to see with the wide receivers, Ron, is obviously Nico's at the top, and that's where it all starts. But I would like to see the Texans either use a premium draft pick, some combination of a premium draft pick and sign a free agent at the 2-3 spot. Right? However you get it, you go, okay, John Mechie, you should be competing for the number 3 receiver on this team. Right? I mean, and if you do better and if things come along, then maybe you can be 2. But right now, you should be competing for that 3rd spot. Now, we'll never know because in this organization, it seems like they just throw them all in there. And let's be honest, Mechie's got a leg up because he's CJ's best friend. That's going to be taken into consideration. It's been taken into consideration to date. That's going to be part of this thing. So Mechie's going to get the benefit of the doubt. I just hope and pray that it's him competing for a 3rd spot and not them basically handing him a 3rd spot and selling that he's earned it. So safety position on defense, wide receiver on offense. I'm going to flip back over to the defensive side of the football, Ron. We've mentioned this as a big need, but the interior defensive line, right, it's a need for a reason. I think it's a need because you don't have that one top dog that just changes a game, that demands double teams and things like that from the offense. But if we're just looking at sheer numbers, right now you got Foley Fatukasi, Kurt Heinisch, and Mario Edwards. All 3 of those guys, their contracts are expiring, which that leaves you with Danico Autry and Tim Settle. Again, 2 guys that I like, 2 guys that were. I mean, I'll say when they were there. Even Danico Autry, when he was there, I think he played above board. I think he exceeded expectations. Hell, if he'd have played all year long, there's no telling what his numbers would have looked like.
He's able to rush the passer from inside.
Yeah. So, I mean, when you look at what they have right now, I think in Danico Autry and Tim Settle Jr., where you at the very least need 2 to 3 more guys in that caliber player to make a good rotation. That is, if you don't go get somebody that's above board, above both of those guys and better than both of those guys and an absolute game changer. I don't know who's available, but if you do that, then that changes. But if you're just looking at this defense right now, I think at the very least, Ron, this defense, at the very least, where they get significantly better is if the rotation in the middle overall gets better, right? Not just one guy, but overall you get 3 or 4, including the guys you have, you get 3 or 4 like not quite A-plus type defensive linemen, but guys that can create problems, and you got 4 or 5 of them where you're rolling them in there. We saw too much Kurt Heinisch. We saw too much of what's my man game?
That's 72.
Tommy Togiai. We no offense, but for those guys to jump in there and get that run, it seems like you just need to be a little bit better, a little bit deeper at the very least on the D line, and it is a position of need, and in large part due because you're losing so many guys that impact the games this year.
To me, yes. I guess I look at this 2 ways. One, I think, yes, it is a need for them to, at the very least, upgrade or at the very least match the solid performance of guys that they want to rotate, because they want to rotate in. So I think it's like if you're going to lose Foley and Mario Edwards in particular, important that at least replace them with guys that are up to that level. I think they need that. I think it's more of a this would take it to another level if you made like real high priority and like free agency to go and get a big-time defensive tackle.
Yeah.
I think a big-time defensive tackle would just elevate and take this defense to the next level. I don't necessarily know that it is a need, because I think with the boys on the outside, we saw, they didn't have great interior defensive tackle play.
Yeah.
But it wasn't anything that hurt their defense in a major way. They were solid, and because the guys on the outside and then Autry can kick in and rush the passer from the inside, it was good enough. Right, and when you look at everything, so I think they would become scary if they had Grady Jarrett or something, or somebody in their
Milton
prime.
Williams kid out of Philly would be nasty.
They'd be scary then, but I don't know that is a need.
I'll tell you where I agree with you. I think it's a want, but I think I'd like to see them because this is what I'm hearing. I hadn't done my due diligence yet, but I'm hearing this is a really, really deep draft in the D-line position. I would love to see a draft pick at the D tackle position. Yeah, you got some spots where I don't want to take the gamble of a draft pick. I want you to fill that void with for sure's, with guys that have pelts on the wall. The D-line spot is one for me where I'd love to see them go interior defensive line early in this draft.
Yeah, and that'd be good because that's a growth spot and dropping like big major money, and then all of a sudden maybe he develops into that a couple of years down the line. But yeah, receiver feels different than defensive tackle, interior defensive tackle. Receiver, they need to go out. Hell, they might need to draft and go out and get somebody.
Receiver and interior offensive. Boy, I'm really having a hard time. Offensive line, like those two spots right there, I'm okay if part of the answer is a draft pick, but I need some for sure at them too. Definitely interior offensive line.
Yeah. All right, coming up, B. Scott coming up here at 4:40 for Rockets Report as he gets us ready for the season. Big news coming out of there as well. We'll have him address that, but we gotta address this Tyler situation. I put out a poll, baby.
Just hold your silver turd medal, man.
I'm gonna hold it, but then I want you to hold this too, because I'm not putting this on you, Tyler. I have walked around the office, and I've asked questions on should he know this.
Oh,
we will figure this out coming up there.
All right, y'all, check out. There's orchard signs popping up all over Houston. Hell, it's no surprise.
and access to Stadium Swim for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Little news that's just coming across that I think in a way could have affected the Houston Texans. This coming from Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. 7-time All-Pro guard Zach Martin has informed the Dallas Cowboys that he plans to retire, sources tell the insiders at NFL Network. One of the greatest linemen of his era and a probable Pro Football Hall of Famer, Zach Martin, walks away at the age of 34. And the reason why I said a big connection is he was a free agent. That could have been an option. That could have been an option. You brought him up the other day. I would have hoped that they would have gone younger because he has appeared to, with injuries, kind of take a step back, but I still believe in improvement over what you had. But that could have been an option, and it looks like that option's now off the table.
It is. Looks like he's going to call it up and spend his whole career with the Cowboys. So that's good for him. He made a bunch of money, and it will be remembered as one of the best to put the star on. That's for damn sure. And so I was just hoping that he had a little left in the tank, and maybe one of the I think there's 3 33, 34-year-old interior offensive linemen that are free agents this year. I was hoping that would at least be a option for the Texans if they decided to go that route. And so I'm happy for him, but I don't need them other 34-year-olds out there running off quite yet. Let's see if these Texans want to dabble a little bit before you run off.
Yeah. So we'll see. Looks like it's over. He said he's informed them that he will retire, but that potentially is an interior offensive lineman off the block there for the Texans. All right, as we said, coming up 5 o'clock hour, you'll have a chance to win another 4-pack of tickets to see, just like our friend Tyrone in Houston, to be able to see.
What you doing, man?
I just said, just like our friend Tyrone, to be able to see.
That was the winner. Yep.
Bun B coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. You'll have a chance to do that as well. Brandon Scott, who I just talked to in the hallway about something other than the Rockets, he will join us coming up. Rockets Report.
Backstabbing, son.
It's not backstabbing. We'll hear from him in a little bit. I see some people on the text line, and I want to restart this. I came to the table when I said Tyrone. Call Tyrone. And I sung that to Tyler, and I could see he didn't have it. And he said never heard of it. Oh, now he's playing a little Erykah Badu. He didn't look her up. You've never heard of this person or seen this person?
No. I'm hoping I maybe get a little grace and come across a song here in my research that I at least recognize.
You've never heard this song before?
This one? No, I've never heard this one.
Tyler,
I saw it was on her greatest hits, though.
She's been nominated for 20.
I saw it was on her greatest hits.
Well, I'm glad you've educated yourself. Really, this is the question.
This is what it's all about, man.
All right, call Tyrone the song. All right, she doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. Got it. Okay, I just wanted to test that out. As Clint said, I'm not surprised. Clint and Tyler both grew up in Baytown, a few years apart, but
Dirty Bay.
Tyler, and I put this poll out, is 34 years old from Houston. Erykah Badu is from Dallas. From Houston, by way of Baytown. Should he know who Erykah Badu is? At 34 years old, is that one you're surprised?
No.
Now, I'm looking at some people here. K-Specs here on YouTube and Twitch said, yeah, not hearing Erykah Badu was crazy, T-Mill. But right behind him, Kick Rock said, never heard of that name before in my life.
That's the part that shocks me.
And you can get the song.
Well, yeah,
and I was going to say, you love music.
I do. I'm normally pretty well versed in this kind of stuff, but I've got nothing on this lady right now.
God, that's right. She was on Chappelle's show. Did you ever watch that?
Oh, yeah, I've seen every episode. So I've seen her at some point.
You
just didn't know it.
There's songs out there where
no, he didn't hear that one.
But definitely, Ron, there's songs out there, and I was trying to figure out which one it is. I think it's the one for me. There's a song out there where she's with Eve in the song.
I know Eve.
So you know
we're going to lose Ron, but like there's like
I like
some of the collaborations that she's done with other artists. Like she's just got a really distinct, which you can hear, like a really distinct voice and style that you just can't miss.
She had that on and off again relationship with Andre 3000. She had a child with Common as well. Wow.
Ron's getting into things that I didn't know her relationship.
I just thought maybe someone texted him Bag Lady. Never heard of that? No, he has
Bag Lady was definitely that's the one I immediately went to.
I'm just being transparent here. Never heard of this one either.
And I'm just trying to get an understanding. Is this one? Because see,
it's not knowing Eric like
it's
not
the
like
Erykah Badu
you had
part.
never heard it.
Like you never heard of it.
The name was totally.
He called her that lady.
If somebody walked by you on the street and said Erykah Badu, you wouldn't know.
I'd have been like, "Who?"
That's hard for me to believe.
She's nominated for she's won 5 Grammys. Nominated for 20.
I love it for her, and I love what I'm hearing. She sounds great. I got no familiarity.
People are really coming down on the Texas part of it, especially being from Texas. Well, I don't know how that.
I mean,
I'll be honest with you. The only way
Damn, she was at.
I wasn't there.
The only reason that I knew the Texas ties was because I was in Dallas in the hot years, and so it was one of those things where people knew and talked about it, and I was around.
I like her headwear in a lot of these pictures.
Yeah, I know you do. Would you have thought he'd have known? Would you have thought he'd have known Eve or Erykah Badu?
Erykah Badu by a mile.
I would have too.
I would have thought.
Well, I'm sorry, disappointed because I'm going to continue, dive deep research here.
Look,
educate myself.
I'm not gonna Badu shame you. I'm just gonna here's the deal. Here's the deal.
It caught me up.
No, this is what it's all about. Tyler, this is definitely Tyler. If you tell me you can't partake in some of your extracurricular activities with this going on in the background,
I love it.
Oh, it's right.
I'm immediately. I do like the sound.
Is this with the? That he didn't know what greens was. That he ain't never had greens. Is this ranking up with the?
Ooh, not knowing Erykah Badu. Yes.
I think him not ever having greens was the one that disappointed you the most.
That's deep. I mean, that's like.
I got grilled for that.
I don't even understand.
That's almost like it has to be on purpose. I mean, like
deliberate.
I mean, that's deliberate. Yeah, I mean that's almost like deliberate. Like you just there's something there that. I mean, I don't know.
Blame my parents, man. They didn't have greens for us growing up.
Yeah, and that's where I got to take it out. It's just, I'm sure your parents weren't playing this in the background growing up. But 34 is like that's you're not Byron.
What span would you say she was like at her peak, most popular?
I would say late 90s into the 2000s.
I wasn't even double digits yet in my age.
No, that's fair.
I was listening to Barney's show tunes, man.
Yeah, but you know a lot. You know a lot.
That's fair. I do know. I know plenty of music that's older than that.
I'd go out on a limb and say the '90s music in general. That's probably the widest breadth of your music knowledge.
Well, you just shot my whole argument into the can, man. Thanks.
Well, don't act like you're old, man.
I know I'm not, especially compared to you two.
Her collabs with the Roots with.
There's one out there, and I just for whatever reason can't put my finger on it. Where it's just like it's household. It's in. Anybody that's ever listened to music, you've heard it. I can't put my finger on it. I'll figure it out in the break.
How about the rest of the show? I'm gonna bump in with a different Badu song, and we'll see if we can find it.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I wonder how many of these I can get on Tyler.
We're gonna do it the rest of the show. Coming back from break.
No, I don't mean Erykah Badu. I wonder how many artists in my mind that I think Tyler should know.
I bet you I'd get more than not.
I think so. This Erykah Badu.
Ron's got some.
But I'm not trying to go obscure. I'm not like you know who John.
This chick feels.
You ever heard of
obscure.
John B?
No.
See, that's a little tougher.
I mean, John. Everyone's got the name John.
He's got one hit, but he's like you got Montel Jordan.
Yes.
Okay. I'm about to say, now I know you've been to a white wedding. You've been half.
Well played.
All right. Rockets Report. B. Scott coming up next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio isn't looking for soft football players.
We don't want just a bunch of choir boys walking through this building. Like, you need an edge. Anybody that watches us play on defense sees that we play fast, we play physical, we play with an edge. We have a number of players like that.
Hear the full conversation with Payne and Pendergast exclusively on the Odyssey app.
Insider access. Exclusive content.
Advanced full synthetic or high mileage motor oil? Yep, the free oil filter is part of the A to Z savings event. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Look at Tyler trying to get us right. He said, I didn't know who Erykah Badu was 20 minutes ago, but I know her ass is now, baby.
I'm learning.
He got the greatest hits,
yeah,
boy.
Baby.
This is progress, man.
713-572-4610.
This is what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about.
Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, please send Tyler send requests. He's coming back with all Erykah Badu the rest of the way. Send requests in.
Hey,
whoever she is.
Hey, look, let me tell you, man. Erykah Badu, some Baduisms at the Arena Theater or at the Essence Festival. Ain't nothing like it, man. It's a time. It's a good time.
I bet she would be nice.
And if you know, you know. I'm telling you, man.
I do not.
Get in on this.
Right, high as a kite. Let's go ahead and hit up a little bit of that Rockets report. Let's get you right, P. Scott.
Yes.
In Hoops H-Town, our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, as it is usually Wednesday, but move things around. 4:40, B. Scott, and it's good because they will kick things off tomorrow, as the Rockets will start not the second half, but their return from the All-Star break against the Timberwolves. And there was some good news today. I guess tell us the latest of what you're hearing about Jabari Smith Jr., who should return tomorrow, and then Fred VanVleet, who is maybe a game-time decision. What are you hearing about their injuries and where they are right now, and what do you think those two guys returning potentially can mean?
Yeah, so the big news is Jabari Smith Jr. coming back on Friday night, and not just that, but they don't expect there to be any minutes restriction, and they also expect them to be available the following night. And we talked about this, the following night when they play the Jazz.
Back to back.
Yeah. So they're starting their post All-Star schedule, if you will, with a back-to-back. They ended their pre-All-Star schedule with a back-to-back. And so here we are again with the back-to-backs, but not expecting Jabari Smith Jr., who's missed the last 22 games, to not be available for that second half. And that it wasn't soft tissue or a leg or something like that. It was a broken hand. So the only thing that would have been holding them back would have been conditioning. And if they feel good about that, they should feel good about him being out there. That's big news. Of course, you mentioned Fred VanVleet. It's a little bit different, more of a game time situation. The boots on the ground that we had at practice today said that he participated in some drills and sat out others. There were photos of him sitting by the athletic trainer. And so he seems to be a little bit farther away. And even if he can come back, you would think that if there's not a minute restriction, there will be some limitations on him just based off of how he's running at practice. So Jabari Smith is the good news, is the big piece of news, the fact that he's back. And I think the impact of that is something that we should really focus on, because it's really kind of easy to overlook Jabari as, one of those young guys who hasn't necessarily materialized into a star. And I don't think he ever will be, but he does have utility on this team. He does have value on this team. Their rebounding has taken a drop since he's been out. Their defense has taken a drop since he's been out, and their rotations overall are a little bit out of whack since he's been out. So those three things should be improved just by his presence alone, and that's not to say of what he can actually do for you once he gets out there.
Could y'all imagine what his cardio routine has looked like over the last 22 games or whatever? Just like, because he can't play, so they got to be running the hell out of him in a gym somewhere. I
hope so.
No, you can't. No basketball. Just run your ass off. That's got at some point. That's got to. I bet he is absolutely stoked to be back.
You know what he became is the cross country. I remember when I played, they would sometimes make us run cross country to keep us in shape, especially if we didn't play football or anything like that.
Right.
Hey, go out there and run cross country. we had no interest. He basically has probably become some kind of de facto cross-country runner.
I bet he's so sick of running gassers on that damn court, them suicides on that court, he can't help himself.
Hence why we don't hear a minutes restriction.
Right. Yeah. Well, they've done something, obviously, to keep his legs right, but no surprise. What is you mentioned the rotation, and I know this isn't going to happen right out of the gate, but how do you think, assuming health moving forward, everybody stays healthy, what do you think the rotation ends up looking like? Who's in the starting lineup? Who's out? Who goes? Somebody's got to go to the bench in that six-man role. Who is that?
Yeah, so I think Amen Thompson is obviously staying in the starting lineup. I don't think he's coming out. So the clear candidates are either moving Dylan Brooks to the bench or just keeping your starting five as it's been over these last 22 games since he's been out, and then bringing Jabari Smith Jr. in off the bench. He talked earlier today about being good with coming off the bench. I don't think he's necessarily a player who's in a position to demand to start or anything like that. Now, it might just be, and I do believe that this is the case, it might just be that they are better off with him starting, regardless of machismo or ego or anything like that. Like, just flat out what's better for the team.
Why?
It might because of the length, because of the rebounding, because of the defense.
Shot block.
He offers you a lot of the things that Dylan Brooks already offers you, plus the size. And so, do you want that in the starting lineup? Do you want that with your second unit? I think you could go either way with it, but I think the main thing is that Amen Thompson is here to stay. No matter if you last 10 games or so or not, he's here to stay, and it's just a decision of Dylan Brooks, Jabari Smith. Which one makes more sense? I think both guys would be willing and not.
So you don't think Amen Thompson factors into this at all?
I would be shocked.
He was the one.
Right. I would be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked if he did, because he can do the most thing. Out of the three players, he does the most things, and then the two players with the most skill overlap would be Dylan Brooks and Jabari Smith, and the tie would go to the sides.
It's interesting because Ron brought the point up earlier. Dylan Brooks obviously brings some of that Fred VanVleet, veteran, pelts on the wall leadership to the table. But I think you're right, and he shoots better, obviously. But you're not going to live and die with Dylan Brooks shooting the ball. I was going to say
he's not great, but
he's better than the other ones. But when and correct me if I'm wrong, B. Scott. But I mean, like when I'm watching the Rockets, what I've done a lot lately is like, I mean, his movement and the grind, the hustle, now great one-on-one defender. He can get in the chest of whoever you need him to get in the chest of. But when it comes to just action and movement and rebounding and all that kind of stuff, I mean, he's on the same level as these young guys that are bouncing around there. Is that fair?
Yeah. So it is, but then at the same time, he is also one of their more consistent and reliable players. And we talked about this. One of the issues that the Rockets have, for as successful as the season has been so far, their best players aren't their most consistent players, and their most consistent players aren't their best players. Yeah. And that's the side of it that Dylan Brooks falls along the lines of. That's the side of it that Fred VanVleet falls along the lines of. It's like, okay,
really, it sounds like it's the one issue, right?
Yeah, it's like, okay, this is where my talent's at, but it ain't always consistent. This is where my consistency's at,
but it's not.
The talent is limited. But at the same time, I do feel like I can count on Dylan Brooks to go get me a bucket. As weird as that might sound, I trust him to go get me a bucket more so than I trust Jabari Smith to do it. But I also trust Jabari to play at least close to the level of defense, and in some cases better because of the size. And I expect my rebounding overall to be better, which, again, that's the part of their game that has taken the biggest nosedive since Jabari's been out.
Brandon Scott with us. Catch him every week. They're dropping multiple podcasts twice a week. Brandon Scott and Adam Spolane, the H-Town Hoops podcast. You can catch it on all the Odyssey platforms, anywhere you get your podcasts. Check them out twice a week. 3-7 in their last 10 games to get to the All-Star break. And they started off with Minnesota, as we talked about. They're the 7th seed, but 2.5 back of the Rockets. Do you get a sense that this was a break that was needed, and we will see the Rockets, who we saw earlier in the year, build themselves up to a 2 seed in the West? Or do you have some concerns that something has been figured out and they may be more of the team we've seen in the last 10 games?
Yeah, well, I want to reserve some judgment before they get healthy, or until they get healthy, right? Until you get the proper complement of players. Like, I don't think it's an accident or a coincidence that, Jabari Smith Jr. was a part of, that initial falling off since he's been out. I don't think it's a coincidence that without Fred VanVleet, for however you feel about Fred VanVleet, that the offense looks discombobulated and disorganized. So once those guys come back, I want to see what it looks like. But I don't want to overlook your point, though, and what you just said about being 3-7 over the last 10, and particularly when it comes to this Friday night game against the Minnesota Timberwolves, which, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be on ESPN. This is going to be a nationally broadcast game. The T-Wolves are the opposite of what you're saying they're 6-4 over their last 10, and they've been playing a much, I would say, better brand of basketball, at least in the Rock. I wouldn't say they've been great, but they've played a much better brand.
They're starting to come on a little bit.
Yeah, they're playing a better brand of basketball than the Rockets, and then I don't think you can overlook either the fact that they do have a bona fide superstar. That conversation that we're constantly having about this team. Who is that guy? When is that guy going to emerge? We don't have those questions about Minnesota, right? We know who that is. And so between that, or when you combine those things, the fact that they got that guy and that they've been playing well over the last 10 games or so, better than the Rockets have, this is going to be a pretty decent litmus test for what direction the Rockets are headed in. But I do think it's important to give Fred, like if Fred's not playing tomorrow night, I'll give him a little bit of wiggle room in terms of how they look, but they definitely want to be better than, say, the way that the pre-All-Star ended with them benching their starters and getting whooped by the Golden State Warriors, despite the fact that they tried to come back there at the end. Like you want to be playing a better brand of basketball than what you were playing going into the All-Star.
How entertaining, B. Scott, just overall NBA, like how entertaining is it? The Rockets where they're at, like the Lakers are on their heels, the Clippers are on their heels. You got Minnesota, who you just mentioned, is coming. I mean, they made a run last year. The Golden State Warriors are way down at the 10 seed, but they're coming obviously with Jimmy and Curry and company. Just to watch the Rockets try to fend off these some teams with all-time greats, some young up-and-coming teams. It's going to be entertaining down the stretch to watch this run.
Yeah, man, because I think that for a while, like before they showed us what they showed us this year, we were trying to figure out, we go down the list, the Western Conference, and be like, okay, who are they supposed to be better than? And to a team, you could just look up and say, okay, well, this team has these guys or this guy, and so they can't be better than them because they don't have a star. And so you're looking and you're like, okay, so they got to be somewhere toward the bottom, 9, 10, if they're lucky. But they've been able to put it together with the kind of the band or cast of characters that they've had without having necessarily that bona fide superstar guy. Okay, so what do you do now that you've regressed to the mean a little bit, and you got these teams that are at your heels, to your point, Clint, that actually have either done it before or at least have guys that make you probably more confident that they can do it? How do you bold against that type of competition? That's what makes the West such a beast. So, yeah, it'll be fun, man. It'll be fun to see what they made of.
Yeah, hopefully this break is big. I think the way the Rockets play every night, how physical, how hard they play, and with these recent injuries, I think they were probably getting tired coming towards the end, and hopefully this break gets to a space where we can see them getting back here, man.
I'm just learning.
Hey, look here, Tyler's he's coming around now. But H-Town Hoops, man, the podcast, B. Scott, y'all do a hell of a job on that podcast. It's my way of keeping up with the Rockets, on a daily basis. So stay plugged into that right there, B. Scott.
Clint, I appreciate you. And Tyler, go check out what Erykah Badu did a few years ago with Drake's Hotline Bling.
Okay.
When you get a chance, go check that out.
Okay.
She is a savant.
Does Drake mention her in Days in the East?
He might.
I think he does.
Check her out walking naked in Dallas. All right.
That too.
Cheryl?
Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. Your chance, and I'm going to tell you right now, your chance in the next segment to win our final 4-pack of tickets to see Bun B. It will happen in our next segment. Stay tuned. Ride us out with a little Badu, baby.
Why did D'Amico choose Nick Caley to be the Texans' new offensive coordinator?
People love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You like the way this one's treating your ear holes, huh?
Yeah, there you go.
I can get with it.
There
I like
you go.
it.
Hey,
just want to nod my head a little bit.
There you go.
Bob my head.
Kick this thing off. Let's get a little 5 o'clock fire going, baby.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock, and hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, and the show, and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. Badu. T-Badu. Newly named T-Badu is in the building, and we've got...
Hey, boys.
Oh, Laura, I bet Laura done jammed out to Erykah Badu. But we got a little 5 o'clock fire. And the latest is, one, in this very segment, you will hear and have your chance to win 4 tickets to see Bun B, the final ones of the week, the final ones of the show, March 7th. That will happen at some point in this segment. Be listening. You will hear the cue to call, and it will be your opportunity to get in here and win some tickets. So stay tuned for that. All right, let's start here. This was the big news of the day. The NBA is losing one of their big young stars, if not their number one young star, for the rest of the season down the road here in Texas, San Antonio. Their all-star, Victor Wembanyama, is expected to miss the shoulder. It was detected after he came back from All-Star Weekend. If you remember, he participated on Saturday in the skills challenge, and he was one of the ones, Clinton, and I think we talked about it briefly. He was one of the ones that was really playing hard and a high level in the All-Star game when he was playing in it. But Victor is going to miss the rest of the season, expected to miss the rest of the season. And this is not only a huge blow to the Spurs, who were trying to get back in it, at least in the play-in. They went out and made the big trade for De'Aaron Fox with the Kings. But this is, to me, Clint, a blow for the league. This is, I would say, their number one young star. I think the list is pretty short in terms of players that more fans react to or have some sort of emotion towards in the league in front of Victor right now. And I think he's maybe the one that people have had some excitement to go see because he's bringing something you've never seen before. So I think this is a big blow for not only the Spurs, but potentially for the league, especially at how the league's being looked at and talked about.
Yeah, look, I mean, anytime that, you got a player that is something that you, like you said right there, that we've never seen before. Like there's a size, a combination of size, skill, ability, and effort level and all that is just, I don't care if you're just a common fan that turns it on and just and is watching basketball. If you see Wemby, you're going to stop and watch. You're going to be in awe of what the guy brings to the table. You're going to be entertained, no doubt about it, if that guy's on the floor. The NBA as a whole loses that for the remainder of the season for 27 some odd games. I can't help but feel, we talked about this a little earlier, and we got a message, a chat in the YouTube chat from one of our listeners up in New Braunfels. I can't help but think first and foremost, Ron, about the people up there in San Antonio and the Hill Country up there, where the professional team they have is the Spurs, and you got to think that, man, they were sky high relative to what Wemby just made the move to go get De'Aaron Fox, and okay, now we're coming. Now now's the time to go watch the team. They're coming, and then all of a sudden this happens, man. This is this sucks for San Antonio.
Well, that was the concern, and I think before the show, Tyler, we were talking about it, and he brought it up too, is the concern when you look at him, and there was a concern we thought about when it was in the draft and everything. When you look at him, you wonder, how is that body going to hold up? How is that going to – now, obviously, this is something different, and hopefully they get under control. But you do look at it and you think the only thing that it feels like, and especially now that we've seen him play now for 2 years, the only thing that looks like it will hold him back is if he has these injuries. And as much as I know, when we see guys to be the biggest of them all, as we've seen the issues that Joel Embiid has had, and we've seen the issues that so many big guys have had, that's the thing you look at is that body going to be able to hold up for him to be able to play years down the line, and now he's going to have to miss the rest of this season. So tough one there for Wemby and the league and the Spurs, but hopefully, I think as you said earlier, more importantly that they figure this out, and this is something that's not reoccurring.
Glad you caught it. You start messing with blood clots, man, that gets scary, and so glad they caught it. Glad it's just in the shoulder. Glad that they can get this thing figured out, and he personally is all right, man. We can worry about basketball once he gets everything fixed up.
Brandon Ingram, who's now been traded to the Raptors, but was playing with the Pelicans. 2018 had this. Okay. They shut him down the rest of the season. He's returned with no issues. And Amin Thompson's brother, his twin brother in Detroit, had this last year. They shut him down, and he's been able to come back and return. So hopefully that is the same thing for Victor Wembanyama. But he is one of the young stars going to be out for the year.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this is the time, your final time of the day of the week. Caller number 6. Caller number 6. In honor of Neil O'Donnell. Caller number 6. In honor of Neil O'Donnell, Pittsburgh Steelers. Caller number 6, 713-572-4610. Your chance to win 4 tickets to see Bun B on his birthday bash with obviously several guests that will be there alongside with him Friday, March 7th. Your chance to hear and go see Bun B. Caller number 6. Phone lines are open. Caller number 6. Tyler will take care of you. You get a chance to win those tickets to see Bun B.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. Tonight, the Four Nations, the face-off. That is tonight. I know you said that you are bought into this puppy and that you're excited into this thing. Four Nations tonight. It will be in Boston, Canada versus the United States, and you'll be able to catch it and see it tonight. This will be for the championship, for them to be able to see if they can get it done. U.S. beat them in Montreal last week 3-1, and now the rematch will take place in Boston tonight. This seems to have the NHL and hockey have tried a lot of different things. I don't know if there's anything been more successful here of late than this Four Nations face-off, especially the conversation around the first U.S.-Canada game. And now it's got a lot of people like you, casual, even a little lesser than casual fan.
Yeah, that's putting it. That's being friendly.
Yeah, Stephen A. said he's thinking about going to Boston to check it out.
I would go.
Yeah,
If I were Stephen A., I'd go. That's but I mean, it's almost like as entertaining as it is. It's also like, again, it's so foreign to me that the fascination is of it being the first time too, or not the first time, but first time in a long time.
Yeah, but this is happening tonight, and someone just texted the sporting event of the year tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean, hey, look, maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm in. I mean, like they have done we've talked about the, or last time we talked about this hockey match, we talked about. Are you interested because they fought? Were you, well, I mean, I was interested, and I flipped over there because it was USA on the ice. and I like to watch our country represented in sports. I love watching it. So I flipped over there for that. Saw it on social media, flipped over literally after the first fight, and then another one happened. Now I'm hooked. So because not only is it USA, they're fighting, right? And so now I'm hooked in this thing, and I'm interested to see tonight how the the fan that's predominantly USA, obviously. How they handle the national anthems, if you will.
The booing that kicked things off. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm interested to see if it causes any fighting. It's gonna be cool, man. I'm here for it.
Let me put your thoughts on this. It's been reported that Chuck brothers, Matthew and I can't remember the other his brother's name. Keith is dad, but Matthew and starts with a B. But anyway. But they had a group chat talking about let's kick this, let's fight. Like they premeditated.
They're just ready for it. Yeah.
They premeditated. What's your thoughts about them just rolling in? All right, as soon as the puck drops, we're gonna fight.
It's part of the game, man. It's whether it's an intimidating, it's allowed and it's part of the game, and whether it was being used as an intimidation or I don't know what the hell. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what all would go down, but.
They said they wanted to send a message.
It's part of the. There you go. I mean, if you got to look, we talk about being a dog. We talk about sending messages. We talk about being physical. I'd rather have to have one of them dogs like that to pull them back than try to get them to fight. So, I'm here for it. I think the NHL too, Ron, has done a tremendous job of capitalizing on it. Right? It seems to me like every time I flip the TV on, when I typically tune out hockey talk because I just don't know. I'm just ignorant. It seems like there is so much intensity in the commentary and the like you can tell there's a sense of urgency for NHL to capitalize on this moment. They understand how big it is. I don't know if they understood before it started how big it is, but now this Four Nations thing, they understand that all eyes are on them, and it just seems like there's a sense of urgency and an energy and an intensity involved with even the people that are just talking the damn game before it ever starts.
Let me ask you this, and I don't know, you can jump into this too. In this period, who has been, like when you think about hockey, what's the first face that's coming to you? They are running his ass out.
Oh, there's no doubt.
He has been on. I've seen him, PK, in 5 different outfits today. He just came up again in another suit. He is out here strong.
Yeah. I mean, he's tremendous. He's always been good.
He's good. He's good for them. He is.
I mean, he's always been good. I mean, I've noticed him before. Again, I don't know the sport well enough to really give a rip, but he's good. He is one that is capitalizing on this thing in a major. His value has gone through the roof in the last 5 days.
Oh yeah, they ought to pay him. Gary Bettman ought to pay him a little extra money. How hard
there ain't no
he's
doubt.
Going in. I mean, he is
that next contract. He almost seems like he has
a planned formula. He is immediately taking his sport up against basketball.
Well,
and he is, and that has sparked even more conversation. It was so smart. He did it on Get Up. And now Stephen A. and them forced, like, we got to get him on. They had a 2-block segment over it.
No question. Ron, and if you listen, like if you listen to it too, like I heard it one of the first times he was asked. And it was one where you could tell he wasn't real sure how he wanted to couch it, but he eventually got to, hey man, the physicality in hockey, you can't half step it. So even if it's the backups that are out there, like you're going to get a show. Like he kind of just soft shoot it the first time. And then I flipped it on this. Was sounded like he was preaching. He done perfected that. How he's going to compare the two sports, and again, just capitalizing on that moment. Whether you're talking about NHL or you're talking about PK, either way, those guys. I mean, they're just absolutely killing it right now. With taking advantage of the moment, knowing it's not going to last forever.
Yeah, attack that ass. He has attacked it. Y'all think we're going to see some fighting tonight?
Mm-hmm.
I just hope it's.
Hope so.
I hope it's just not premeditated.
I don't mind if it is.
Just walk out there, man. We just go fight.
Why don't y'all boo our national anthem? Find out again, suckers.
It's going to be in Boston, so I'm guessing they.
If I was Canada, I'd have the biggest, baddest dude I got out there, and he would drop his gloves immediately.
I could see that happening.
Chat about this.
Like
that's what
I could see that happening. And I don't know, and I'm sure people are going to be right there as it starts.
I hope I hope they don't boo Canada though.
They're going to.
So have a little class.
It's
show a little class, Beantown.
Boo, eh?
That's couldn't have been in a better city for
that
for the booing. It couldn't have been Boston. Oh, couldn't have been in a better city.
Will be there.
Yep. It couldn't have been in a better city. They're going to boo the hell out of that. Oh, Canada. I can just feel it in the veins. All right. Coming up, we will discuss something we heard on the morning show that I think there is a conversation to kind of expound upon involving the most important part of this team that needs to be fixed. That's coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about
Freeway. If you win, you and 3 friends will be wheels up to Vegas in March, staying at the Circa Resort and Casino with an extra $20K in your pocket and access to Stadium Swim for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
He gave me poetry and he was my first. But in my heart I knew I wasn't the only one. 'Cause when the tables turned, he had to break.
You ain't never heard this song before, Tyler?
I wish I had.
This is the first time you've heard this song?
Sounds like a good ditty.
This would have been one where I'm like, let's get to the chorus. If we get to the chorus, I feel like it's coming. I feel like this is one that you've gotten close right here. Here we go. Jesus.
Again, like what I'm hearing, but this is the first time I'm hearing it.
I'm trying. Man, okay. All right. Congratulations to Joe in Missouri City. Hopefully Joe has heard of Erykah Badu. There you go. Shout out to MC Light, who has also turned her rap career into one of the better voiceover introducers in award shows. That's what she has been doing now. But congratulations to Joe in Missouri City, who won the 4-pack of tickets to see Bun B coming up March 7th, Friday night. So congratulations to Joe and to all our winners throughout the day. Next week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, you'll have a chance to win tickets for the Houston Rodeo. All right, Clint, I know something that surprised you that sparked a thought when you were listening to Payne and Pendergast this morning as they were talking about certain spots on this team or certain guys, should they stay or should they go? I know there was something you heard that caught your ear.
Yeah, they were playing a little game. They had 4 guys, which was Shaq Mason, Jimmy Ward, Dalton Schultz, and Kenyon Green. And it was a question to the listeners out there. If you had to cut one, who would you cut? And so they were going down the list, and I believe they ultimately both ended up cutting Shaq Mason in the segment. And my concern, where I just cringed a bit, was kind of in passing. They had a very brief conversation about Kenyon Green, and Seth said, I'm fine with Kenyon Green as long as he's competing for a starting spot instead of just handed a starting spot. I think I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but I think that was the overall point. And I just cringed at that point in time.
Yeah.
Like I can't help, guys, but be in a spot where, and this was my immediate thought when I heard Seth, like, there's no way. Like, you nobody in Houston, not a fan, not a media member, not anybody, can look me in the eye and tell me that they believe the Houston Texans are serious about fixing their problems offensively and taking the next step. And most importantly, protecting C.J. Stroud, your franchise, if can compete for a starting job. If the answers that you bring in at guard this offseason, whether it be draft picks or it be veterans that you bring in free agency or somebody you trade for, if you don't bring in upgrades that are well above the caliber of competing with Kenyon Green, then you're not serious about protecting your quarterback. You're not serious about giving Nick Caley the best chance to call offense for the first time in his career. You're not serious about taking the next step and winning 12 or 14 games and potentially getting home field advantage in the playoffs so that you don't have to go to Buffalo, Baltimore, or Kansas City and try to win a game outdoors. You're just not serious. You just can't. You just can't. And to be honest, like to be clear, like Seth wasn't saying he was. It was kind of just in passing. This is my own thought. Like, Ron, I can't take them seriously. If Shaq Mason is on this team,
oh God, no.
He's going to be a plug and play starter, and that can't happen. If Kenyon Green is on this team and he is competing for a starting job on this interior offensive line, I cannot take them serious about fixing the problems. I don't give a damn what kind of salary cap space you have. I don't care what kind of other problems you have. That cannot, absolutely 100% cannot be the case.
There is nothing that we have seen that says, and as you said, I don't think Seth is saying, "Hey, I'm about it." But it was
just in passing.
There's nothing you have seen that says, "Yeah, man, where were the importance we have to?" Because what did D'Amico say in the press conference with Nick, and not Caserio, with Nick Caley? He said, "Our quarterback got hit far too many times, got hit way too many times," and to me, you have to have had something terribly go wrong with Kenyon Green. If Kenyon Green is still here, you know what he feels like to me? Kenyon Green feels like the guy that's on the roster that periodically is dressing and not dressing every week.
Inactive.
Yep. The way that Kendrick Green was, the way we saw, that to me would be his role to where, man, it's got to be. I
cringe at that. I'd be honest with you. I cringe at that conversation.
Me, I'm just saying if he's on the team. For me, I think it's time to wash hands with both Shaq Mason and Kenyon Green. But I cannot. There is no way after what happened last year, with him in particular, that they could come back and have him involved in any way, participating or competing in anything for chances to be on the field.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you got to look at this thing. I do believe that coaching was a problem. I do believe that scheme was a problem. And I do believe that where it was the biggest problem and who it impacted the most was the offensive line. But you got to look at this thing. Kendrick Green moved in there and played better than Kenyon Green. Jarrett Patterson moved over, came in when Kenyon got hurt, played better than Kenyon Green. Juice Scruggs moved from center because he couldn't communicate for some reason and moved to guard and played better. Like moved in from right tackle to the whole other side of the offensive line and played left guard and played better. The one player on this team that, like, we've got to be beyond just saying, man, the system or the communication or this or that. The one person on this team that we cannot afford to be patient with any longer is Kenyon Green. Like, that's one that, I'll be honest with you, when the day started today and we had this conversation the first time, kind of my head was in a space of like, look, it's a rookie deal. There is, at one point, there was a lot of talent there. If you want to stick around and keep training the guy, and that's fine. He can have a roster spot, but he's got to be a third guard. I mean, like a third string guard, not a third guard. That would be a fifth or sixth guard, by the way. Like he's got to be what's my man's name from Ole Miss? Like Brocker or whatever it was last year. Like he's got to be one of those guys that even after 2 or 3 or 4 injuries, you're still going, hey, man, he's just in the mix, right? But I'll be honest with you. I'm at a point, I've talked myself into it, like Kenyon Green can't occupy a roster spot.
No,
you're not good enough at the offensive line position for that to happen. You're just not.
No, I mean, as you said, like honest to God, right? You can talk scheme and all that. How many guys that played the guard position, because they had a lot of them play both sides.
Yeah.
How many guys played the guard position better than him?
Every one of them.
Did Kendrick Green play better than him?
Yes.
Did Juice Scruggs play better than him? Patterson, he got to run it. Did he play better?
Yes.
First name is Shaq Mason. He played better than him. Kendrick Green, Shaq Mason, Pat, those aren't guards. Those aren't guys you want to roll to when you're talking about you're a team that is trying to get to an AFC championship game, get to a Super Bowl, take your offense, as they said, to the next level. That's like, you can't. That guy got beat and was outplayed by all of them.
Yeah,
and he started the season.
Look, I said this earlier. Like this, the Texans have to be out of the business of hoping and praying that a former draft pick works out. They have to be. That has proven time and time again that they can't. Whether it's talent or maturity or development or injury, they just can't. Like, they've got to be out of the business of that, and they've got to be out of the business of this guy makes too much money, we just can't cut him. Like that, like you just like we're at a spot where, like, for instance, and I know I'm not joking here. I'm just talking about just using Dalton Schultz, as I think everybody that's a listener, everybody that's a fan can relate. Like, I don't care how much money Dalton Schultz is making or how much money Dalton Schultz cost you. The version of Dalton Schultz that you got last year cannot be on this team.
That version, yeah, that because he didn't help you. He was. You would. I think it's an argument he was below average in everything that he did.
Below average.
I below average in catching the ball as a receiver. Below average, obviously below average.
Generous.
I
think that's being generous.
Obviously in blocking, run, any of the physical stuff.
The problem is it was in route running too. Like he took a huge drop in like the ability to create separation. Now that may have been a lot to do with how many times he was targeted, and before he was like, it was really a focal point of CJ 2 years ago. Where this year he was overlooked a lot because he's trying to throw the football down the field. I think maybe that's the case, but. Yeah, I just making the point, like, the Texans have to be out of the business of, hey man, we made a mistake on this guy, and if we can't save money cutting him, then we're just gonna deal with it. You know,
yeah.
It's like Shaq Mason, you save a couple $1 million, so I don't think they're gonna have a problem getting cutting bait there. But like, if it costs you a few $1 million to cut a guy, hey man, like. I just don't know how you keep rolling an inferior product out there, because we're at a spot where it's not about money anymore. It's about your young quarterback and your play caller that's never called plays before. It's about giving those guys the best opportunity.
All right, coming up as we continue right here on The Drive, T. Mill's Best Bets. I'm proud of you, man. You're learning and you're opening up your
expanding
your eyes, man.
Expanding.
This is good.
Broadening my horizons.
This is good. But T. Mill's Best Bets, try to make a little money. 2 for 3 last night. He'll see if he can do more. We'll continue. Good. He doesn't know who that artist is, and some of you may have a hard time making that.
You're crazy. Ain't nobody have a hard time. I've been watching you for a while.
That must be Beidou.
We'll come up next.
That's that music so child for y'all. Kushada Casino.
Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And it might not grow, shit, you never know, but I'm clever.
Yeah, you got to catch Erica now.
I got her.
There you go.
I didn't know she had a potty mouth.
Oh. Erica got that potty mouth. Now, I feel like we could do this a lot. I feel like there's some out here that Tyler might not know. He has some. We've gone through a few. He's got Tony Braxton. He's got that. We've gone through a few.
This Badu chick kind of sounds like Macy Gray.
It's Badu, Erica Badu. There is some Macy Gray. She's in the neo soul type of a space.
Do I get any bonus points for that?
Yeah, I'll give you. You know Macy Gray?
Yeah.
But you don't have Erica Badu. That is just flooring.
More of my time period.
Really?
I'm guessing that'd be my deal. Macy's a little younger, right?
Yeah.
I guess. Well, one thing he does have is the big orange wagon.
Money. Oh.
The big ads. Okay, money. The big orange wagon. New episode of it tonight, anywhere you get your podcast. Apple, Sports Radio 610, Odyssey, wherever you get it. They'll be talking about the big news with the Astros, including Altuve in left field, Dubon, where might he play, second base, third base, the arms, all of that. That's coming up tonight. New episode, The Big Orange Wagon, Patrick Creighton, and the newly learned of Erica Badu, Tyler Milner. Riding high right there. So stay tuned for that. He'll make you some money here a little bit later as well. I do kind of want to hear what Larry's got to say here.
Yeah.
Let's see what Larry's got to say.
Ain't heard from him in a minute, man.
Texans. Yeah, I ain't heard
How's
from Larry.
off-season going, Larry?
Larry's recovering
up,
from
Larry
that
Bear?
off-season. What's called him Larry Bear. All right. What's good, Larry?
No, T-Mill. Your ass ain't calling me no Larry Bear and don't
Larry
know
Bear,
who
Larry Bear,
Erica
Larry Bear.
Badu is, man. And you know, when you go to Aggie Land, man, this is one of the issues of being up there in Aggie Land, man. Y'all have to start integrating some of those parties, T-Mill. You and your wife should have had Erica Badu and Jaheim and Jodeci and everybody playing up there so you could really get your groove on. But not knowing who she was, man, with all that body that Erica got, man, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, T-Mill. You can't be the whitest white boy in the world and not know who Erica Badu is.
Larry, he's not. Larry, he is not. T-Mill is not. That's why I was surprised. I thought he would have had it.
Exactly. I thought he would have had it, especially since he wanted to unthrone Figgy as the DJ of the year at 16.
Unthrown?
Man.
I just wanted to be thrown.
Hey, man. Look here, Clint. I appreciate you really going in on why Kenyon Green and Shaq Mason shouldn't be on. I did not realize that Shaq Mason was only 31 years old. Shaq Mason played like he was 40 years old this year, man. And there's no way in hell that they could bring that dude back and plug him in at right guard, man. That is a done deal. And if the salary cap hit is $16 million, you get rid of his ass, because now that you and I decided to move Titus Howard to left guard, you got to plug that hole on that right side. Because this is C.J. Stroud's third year, and there's no reason to play around with Shaq Mason, Kenyon Green, or for damn sure that Dalton Schultz, man. Dalton Schultz ass was so off for this year, man. I can't figure out if he was the 32nd best tight end or the 33rd best tight end, because he was just that bad as far as I'm concerned. But I like the fact that they went out and got Caley, man, and now they're going to have a lot of time in this offseason to put something in play. And if they can get that offensive line fixed, and if this dude is from the McVay tree like everybody say he is, and he's as creative because he was in New England too, maybe this thing will work. But you can't play around no more with C.J. Stroud, man, because you're going to have to pay him a lot of money coming up soon. Look here, so I know that Chief loss was hard on you, man. And all I can tell you is I laughed at your ass all the way back from New Orleans because I knew you was up there just eating all that good old food and drinking all them old hurricanes and everything and just betting all that money that the Chiefs was going to win. But I'm just glad their ass lost because now you can sit back and just become a Houstonian and I'll holler.
That's good, man. Listen, Larry needed that. He needed to say that to me. Because anybody with the right mind knows that don't make sense. Like Larry.
Exactly. you refuse to wager money.
Not that I don't. Not just my team was in the Super Bowl, Larry.
That part too.
Who did your team lose to, Larry? so hey man, you need to have that. You need to have that, Larry. I'm gonna go ahead. I will say something. Larry said something before we get to T-Mill's best bets, and maybe I need to workshop this a little bit more. Maybe this is something, Clint, that we need to talk about more. But Larry did say something in there, Clint. Will y'all be okay if the move is Titus Howard is the left guard and Blake Fisher is just moved in as the right tackle? Like, are you, like, and then, okay, hopefully the thought is, because what Larry just said could make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Are you all right with answer at left guard is Titus with Blake Fisher, your second-round pick from last year? You don't probably want to just sit on the bench, is the right tackle, and then maybe you add, a free agent from there. Titus at left guard. Is that?
Oh, wait a minute. Like the only way I'm good with that is if the other guard is somebody you bring in here that's plug and play badass.
But even you're good with that. Like if it's Trey Smith, they brought in Trey.
Yeah.
You're good with him going.
I mean,
to left
it's
guard.
not my favorite, but do I think it's fair to C.J. Stroud and do I think it's fair to Nick Caley? Yes. And that's coming from a guy that wants to blow the whole thing up on the offensive line, to be completely honest with you. So it's not going to take a ton, but do I think that a second-round pick that win this, but showed a lot of promise at right tackle, Titus at guard, a lock, stock, and barrel, surefire, plug-and-play guard, and then Juice and Jarrett competing for the center position, or Juice can be a backup guard? I could. I think that's fair to CJ. I think that would be fair to Nick Caley.
I want to make this very clear. I don't think that Titus is a good guard. I just think Titus was better than anything they put out there, and it was forced to have happen. I think he is a better right. I think he's a better right tackle than he is a guard. And I think what you're doing is ultimately crossing your fingers and hope that he becomes an average guard. When I just like that again to me falls in the category of, man, let's hope instead of let's attack.
I'll be completely transparent. Like
maybe we can talk about this and I'll flush this.
I'm higher on him at guard than most. Like and I'm not going to sit here and act like it wasn't bad at times. I'm not going to act like there wasn't more like rough patches than greatness. But we've at least seen, like, to me, the biggest problem with Titus has been he's had no home. Like I would like to see you put him somewhere and he stay there and that's where he's at. And I understand the situation this year you couldn't, but like we've heard people talk about how difficult it is to go from right tackle to left guard, swinging from one side of the ball to the other, interior to outside tackle to guard. Like that's a monster. I don't like it, but I think it's fair. I think it would be fair.
And you're two. I'd imagine your two most non-physical linemen up there together on that left side.
Yeah, look, I'm not. Again, I'm not. I'm not.
I know what we're trying
but
to get.
But if when we really get down to this thing, Ron, I don't know that there is enough cap space, and I know you don't like this, but they clearly will operate this way. I don't know if there's enough cap space to go out there and get the 2 guards that you and I want, or a guard center that you and I want. So
I would feel better about. I think I would feel better of saying, all right, hey, Juice, you're going to be a guard. That's what you're going to play. You're going to be the guard, and I'm going to give it to you early. Like it's a battle, but I mean, like, you're going to be a guard and give that. I think I would feel better about him and his physicality over there at guard over time.
Well, we're having a conversation at this point. I like the other stuff. I'm just going to order another round, and we're going to change. We're going to move to wide receiver or something. like Shaq and Kenyon.
No, I'm with you.
In fact, I'm going from that 29-degree man-sized draft to a tequila.
Tyler, let's hear him. Give us